lover shows attention to detail. I have a question for you, Jenna. Yes. In the next beat of this cold open, you're like, gosh, I could really use some coffee. And Michael's like, milk and sugar. And you're like, yes, thank you. And you take a big old swig and it's actually milk and sugar. And Michael says he drinks it every morning. Yeah. What'd you really drink? It was just water. Please say it was just water. It was water. Thank goodness. But I really sold it. You did. When I was rewatching this episode, I watched that moment and I was like, that's good acting. It is good acting. I should put that on my Emmy submission. You should. Because when I watched it, I thought, I wonder if Jenna was like, you can put milk and sugar so I react honestly or something. If you got kind of method. But you did what I did about running. Yeah. I was like, just fake it. I'll just fake it. I'm an actor. I can do it. You can do it. And I did. And you sold it. So now Pam and Ryan are going to be unloading the paper. And I want to say a few things. Did you notice that I'm wearing a pencil skirt? I did. Did you see what the boys are wearing? I did. Pam is wearing a hoodie and sneakers, but a pencil skirt. And I think with pantyhose at 4:30 in the morning. Yes. To unload paper out of a van. Yes. Pam are NBC executives. Correct. I guess that note about Pam being in a pencil skirt, wow, that really carries. Oh, I want to tell you, also in this scene, a woman tries to get on the van. Yes. And the woman who gets on the bus was played by Clara Soyoung, and the person who played the warehouse supervisor, who's with Michael, was played by Isabel Hubman. And I remember both of them were super awesome because we actually shot this really early in the morning. This one you did do early. We did. We got there. Oh my gosh, we were shooting by 6:45. Wow. And so I remember like we were all legitimately tired, but we also got finished really quickly. So it was fun. Well, you know, Jenna, this was not the original cold open for the episode. Really? Truly? Tell me more. I will. Here was the original cold open. This is how the cold open was in the shooting draft. It is the Dunder Mifflin office parking lot. Early morning, we hear a screech in the parking lot. The camera pushes in to find Michael with wet hair, frantically parking and sort of running in. And he says, I'm late. Barges into the Dunder Mifflin bullpen, goes right into his office. And he's like, sorry, everyone. I'm overslept, totally unexcusable. And he goes in his office and shuts the door. Aaron and the rest of the office are very confused. Jim looks to camera and he says, this is a surprise. Michael's almost never late and he hasn't worked here in 4 weeks. And then there's this brief scene between Jim and Michael where Jim says, hey, what are you doing here? And Michael's like, oh, I owe everyone a huge apology. Did anyone notice I was late? And Jim says, I think they're just surprised you came at all. And then this plays out with Charles coming in and Aaron going, that's him. Like he's some intruder. Right. And then Michael realizes he's really embarrassed and he leaves. And Aaron's like, was I supposed to stop him? He seems so confident. And then there's this last little moment where Michael goes downstairs to the Michael Scott Paper Company and he's like, I'm sorry I'm late, but only Pam is there, but Ryan is late. It's so funny. Randy told us that there were a ton of deleted scenes from this episode, and I bet what they did was they cut this cold open and they made what would have been the top of this episode a cold open. Yes. Because this is not a standalone cold open. This relates to the rest of the episode. It's, deliveries and Michael Scott Paper Company. Yeah. And so that's really interesting. They must have had to do that for time to squeeze more stuff in. There was a lot in the shooting draft that did not make it in. Wow. So as this episode opens, Charles Minor is going to walk into the Dunder Mifflin bullpen and announce that they have now lost 10 clients to Michael Scott Paper Company. Yeah, that's a huge dent in their business. It really is. Charles is going to have a talking head where he says he does not know what to do to inspire people. And the camera's going to pull back. You're going to see Dwight hovering over his shoulder. I just want to point out that Dwight is still wearing his long sleeve white shirts with the sleeves that are too short because you can see his full watch. It is exposed on his wrist. His sleeves are too short. It's official.
We agree with you, Jenna. We agree. His sleeves are too short.
Okay, thank you. But before this talking head ends, Angela's going to enter the room to talk about these expense reports.
Yes. And all right, this is the scene I was talking about earlier where Steve gave me a note that changed how I delivered this line. And it was so fun for me to rewatch and remember. Angela comes in and she goes, Charles, I got your memo about the expense reports. Thank you. And Steve was like, what if almost in Angela's mind, this was like a personal memo to her? Like he sees her, right?
Yeah.
He understands how much these expense reports have meant to her over the years and how Michael just never cared about them. So he was
Great
like,
note.
great note. He was like, Angela, what if this is like personal? So that's why I walked in. I was like, Charles, I got your memo about the expense reports. Thank you. And I sort of touched my chest.
Yeah.
Thank you for seeing me. This starts an amazing runner, Jenna, about the expense reports. The whole entire thing got deleted for time, and I'm going to share about it. Before I play the first one, I want you to know when Angela leaves the room and Dwight says to Charles, been there, done that. That was not in the script.
Oh, Rain improvised that?
Rain improvised that. And then immediately after the scene would have started this expense reports runner. Angela is delighted to be policing people. Here's clip number 1.
Stanley?
Rejected. You never had a problem with me expensive cigars before.
Yes, I did. I just didn't have the power to enforce it. Phyllis, this client you take out to Alfredo's every Saturday night wouldn't happen to be a refrigeration company, would it?
Michael never cared. He said it was a perk of the job.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get no joy from this. All right, so on that line, I get no joy from this. I turn around and I walk away beaming with the biggest smile. And so I took a screen grab of it. It's hilarious. I'm going to put it in stories. And then right after this, there would have been back-to-back Phyllis and Angela talking heads. And this is what Angela said in her talking head. She holds up a rejected stamp and says, I bought it for myself for my birthday. I've been waiting for a chance to use it. It came with an approved stamp, which I can't seem to find.
Amazing.
And then Phyllis would have had a talking head immediately after that said, that little bitch, get with the program. A free dinner here, a bottle of wine there, everybody's happy. You take away my perks, see you later, alligator.
Ooh, Phyllis sass.
What is that? What's see you later, alligator?
I'm not sure. I don't know if you want to find out.
I know. So there was all this hullabaloo with Angela rejecting everyone's expense reports, and it keeps playing out. I'll share more later.
Well, next up, we're going to go down to the Michael Scott Paper Company, where everyone is so tired.
Well, they've been getting up at 4:30 in the morning every day.
Ryan thinks they should get a delivery guy. Michael thinks they should just maybe build a loft for Pam in particular.
Yeah, just bunk up there, Pam.
Michael's like, yeah, dorm rooms have lofts. And Ryan's like, no, they don't, Michael. But did you have a loft in your dorm? Because I did.
No, I had 2 twin beds in my dorm room.
My dad built me a loft, and I put my bed up high, and I put my desk underneath it, just like Michael said.
Well, I had friends that had that in their bedrooms growing up, but in my college, you had a roommate. Did you not have a roommate?
I did have a roommate, and
your dad built a loft on your side of the. I had a 1-room dorm room,
Us
2
too.
twin beds, and a little sink in the corner.
Yeah, so we had like a Jack and Jill bathroom situation. So.
Oh, I had to go down the hall. I had a little shower caddy, and I had to walk to a community shower. I mean, it was a girls' dorm, but you know.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of picked my college because
of
the dorm room situation, slightly. I loved my school. I went to Truman State in rural Missouri. It was amazing. I loved it there. But the dorms at the time, this was a little rare. You had 2 bedrooms separated by a bathroom. So it would be 4 girls sharing 1 bathroom. But guess what?
What?
The dorm room on the other side of our bathroom had an issue. It was really smelly. Maybe it smelled like maybe an animal died in the wall.
Ew, gross.
It was so gross. So they didn't put anyone in there. So we were just two girls with one bathroom. So it was only two of us, you know, me and my roommate shared. And at first, my roommate and I were like, what if we open the window and air it out? We could just make that like a living room. We were all excited. Okay, we tried. We could not get rid of that smell.
Did you report it?
Yeah, and they could never get rid of the smell. It just stayed empty. Luckily, if you kept the bathroom door shut to that room, it didn't come our way.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened in there, but
Well,
as a result, we got a pretty private bathroom.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
I went to Baylor University. I loved my dorm room, Collins, my Collins girls out there. But I shared one room. We had the shower down the hall, and my roommate's name was also Angela.
Oh.
So everyone in college called me Kinsey. And I still to this day know anyone who knew me in college because all my messages, like on voicemail, like my husband can always tell because they're like, Kinsey, what's up? No one knew my name was Angela. I think a lot of people just thought my name was Kinsey.
My roommate, I loved her. Her name was TJ. And she came from such a small town in Iowa that you could just write her name and then the city and state and zip code. You did not have to write her house number or her street,
That's my hometown.
and
Jenna.
she would get mail. I found that so cool that I would write her letters on break. And then we'd come back and be like, did you get it? And she'd be like, oh, yeah. And I went home with her once to, like, you know, visit. And it was amazing. Like, she was the coolest.
That was my hometown. I mean, we didn't have to dial a full phone number, just 4 digits, and you could get anyone in town.
Wow.
I know.
Crazy times. But I guess to wrap that up, I'll just say I had a loft.
You had a loft, so Michael had a point.
He did. I want to
That's
point out in this
something.
scene at 3 minutes, 55 seconds, you can see the latest fish in the fish bowl. It's an all black goldfish. This is going to be the last fish of Michael Scott Paper Company.
Yeah, why didn't Michael bring the fish to his office?
I don't know. That's a really good point, Angela. What happened to you?
Yeah.
Well, Randy told us in real life, this fish went to his assistant, Jackie, and it lived on her desk for 2 years. He said the fish kept getting bigger and bigger, and they had to get bigger fish bowls to accommodate it. But she took very, very good care of it.
Well, I have appreciated your documentation of the fish
Thank you.
every week. I feel like it was your plant.
It was my plant at reception. It was. Well, it's over. That's your last fish breakdown.
Okay. Back upstairs in Dunder Mifflin, special guest coming in, David Wallace,
Mm-hmm.
to check in on things because they keep losing clients. And Charles seems very enamored with David Wallace, wants to impress him.
Yeah, we had a fan catch in this, which delighted me.
Okay.
Many people wrote in to say, does Idris Elba break character at 5 minutes, 25 seconds when Kevin says hi to David Wallace?
I totally saw that too, and he does.
He does.
He does.
Totally. I wondered if that was like an addition because everyone, you know, David is trying to get things going, but people keep interrupting just to say hi.
Yeah.
And Kevin has this late breaking hello. Very funny. Idris totally broke character.
100%.
If you want to see just a glimmer of the charming man that Idris Elba is, you can see it at 5 minutes, 24 seconds because he gets a little smiley twinkle in his eye.
After Charles greets David Wallace, Jim just watches this whole thing play out. And then there is a cutaway to him in the break room, and he's just doing a kissy noises. Right? Well, that was not in the script. That must have happened on the day. In the script, it's a talking head, and this was Jim's scripted line. So, OMG. Turns out Charles Minor is a huge kiss ass. But I kind of liked that it was just the kissing noise.
I did too.
Right? He just was like, we know what's happening here.
Well, David is telling everyone that although Michael Scott Paper Company has stolen some clients, he believes it's just a temporary setback. But this brings on some real Phyllis sass.
Yeah.
She's like, perhaps if you had returned Michael's phone calls, this would have never happened.
What you need to know about Phyllis is that she's already pissed off because of the expense reports. So she's not mincing her words.
And then David
is going to invite Jim to join him and Charles in the conference room. And Charles is like, hold up, Dwight's been my guy. Jim, not living up to his potential. And David's like, I'm surprised by that. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. So and good. It plays out so well because David says, let's invite them both. I think we should take a break because when we come back, I mean, there's some serious accounting issues over at Michael Scott Paper Company. Oh my gosh. It made me laugh out loud. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back. Well, we are back, and the Michael Scott Paper Company has decided to go speak to an accountant to see if they can hire a delivery guy. But they can't. Not only can they not afford a delivery guy, they are bleeding money. Their prices are putting them out of business. It's not looking good for Michael Scott Paper Company. It's not. It's also not looking great for Ryan because he had calculated all this. Yes, but he used a fixed cost formula, and he should have used a variable cost formula. He seems a little confused by those terms. Yeah. I looked it up. I wrote up a whole thing about it, and I still don't understand it. So, oh my gosh. I think if I think really, really hard, I can get there. Okay. Are we going to have to think hard right now? I don't know. I can just skip it. Do we want to think hard or no? Well, let's give it a try. All right, everybody. Ready? Variable and fixed costs are the two main types of costs that a company incurs. Okay. Variable costs are volume related. Okay. They vary with the amount of products you're making. Okay. While fixed costs are time related. They stay consistent. It doesn't matter how much stuff you make, just to keep the lights on, these are your fixed costs. So for example, your rent on your office space, that isn't going to change month to month. If you make 5 widgets or 500 widgets, your rent is the same. Right. But what if you have an employee that gets injured? And now you have to file workman's comp, and you're paying all this extra stuff. Well, that would go under your variable costs. I'm with you. Oh my gosh, our brains are working. We're doing it. So the more fixed costs you have, the more revenue your company needs in order to break even. So that makes sense. The more overhead you have, yes, the more you have to make. Ryan went to business school. He was the vice president of the Northeast region or whatever. I know. Now, if you produce 500 widgets, okay, that's going to really offset your fixed cost, right? Okay. But if you produce your 500 widgets for not enough money, you're never going to cover your fixed costs. Got it. And then your variable costs are going to put you out of business as well. I don't know. I think we got it. Kind of. The point is, they cannot afford the delivery driver. Ryan's accounting was horrible, and they are going out of business because their prices are too low. Yes. And all of this information was delivered by a delightful guest star playing the accountant Ty Platt, and that person is Kurt Scholler. He is a seasoned improvisational performer. He's done a ton of television. Angela, I believe you knew him from your improv days. I did. Kurt and I were both at iOS. He is so smart and quick and funny. Really talented guy. Again, we were so lucky to get such great guest stars on our show. Well, on his computer, when Michael is like, crunch those numbers again. Yeah. And he hits just one button and nothing changes. Well, nothing could ever change because that was a fakey spreadsheet on the computer. It was made by our graphics designer, Michael Marcus. I said earlier that Michael also made the decal for the side of the van. Yeah. And it just got me thinking, if you are a graphics designer, you can work for a TV show. TV shows have a graphics designer on their team. Yeah, that's so cool. I know. He would make logos and all kinds of things for us when we needed fakey signs and props and things. We needed things like that almost weekly. Yes. So he would work with Phil Shea to design these things and with Michael Gallenberg, our production designer. I have to share with you guys, after this scene, Ryan was going to have a complete meltdown. It's in the deleted scenes. It is so crazy. But it's like Ryan is faced with the fact that this new business that he was, I guess, optimistic about is going out of business, but also the fact that he crunched the numbers and he was wrong. And he is actually not very good at being a businessman. And he loses it, Jenna. It's in the deleted scenes on the DVD. He throws those cheese balls, he opens it up, and he just starts throwing them everywhere. I am talking everywhere. He dumps the entire container and is yelling, and Michael is just watching it all happen. Is Pam there? Pam leaves. When he starts throwing things, she
don't
leaves.
remember this.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
I totally get why this one didn't make it in, because it was kind of over the top. Like, Ryan trashes their office. Well, what actually made it in the episode is that they just return. They're very just down in the dumps. And Michael starts calling clients and saying, you know what, actually, we need you to give us more money. Could you imagine? No. Could you imagine if you bought something from a company and then they called you later in the day and said, will you pay me more for that? Because I'm actually going out of business. Yeah, that is such a weird phone call. I know. And Pam has that great talking head. She does. She says, when a child gets behind the wheel of a car and crashes into a tree, you don't blame the kid. You blame the 30-year-old woman in the passenger seat who trusted the kid and said, go ahead, drive, kid. Yeah, you something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, she's like, you got this. You got this, kid. Yeah. Lady, should we go back up to the conference room for a scene that I couldn't get enough of? I enjoyed the scene so much. You guys know that Jenna and I watch these episodes 2 to 4 times before we record. This was a highlight every single time. Mm-hmm. One of my absolute favorite moments in the entire episode is when Dwight suggests, getting all of his bees and putting the bees in the office. Watch Idris as Charles turn and just look at Dwight as he's giving his bee speech. Everything going across Idris's face of like, holy crap. Yes. Who have I attached myself to in front of David Wallace? I also love the attention to detail in this scene visually. I don't know if you noticed, but Jim and David Wallace are both wearing blue shirts with kind of blue ties. And on the other side of the table, Dwight and Charles both have on kind of like a white or a light yellow, canary yellow. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. So cool. It's almost like teams. They have on their team colors. Yes. Also, I noticed in the scene at 8 minutes 56 seconds, a Fiji water bottle. I saw that too. And once again, with the label turned away from camera. I was like, what is this? What is that? Because it showed up back in Wallace's office. He had a water bottle. Remember, my son did the whole water bottle break. Yeah. Fancy water bottle for David Wallace. Randy about it. Yeah. What? Why the Fiji water showing up in scenes all the time? Were they giving us money? No, the label is not facing camera. I know, but everybody knows it's Fiji because they're the square bottle. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Get to the bottom of it. We haven't seen a lot of Jim and Pam together in this episode. Or in any of these episodes. I know. Yeah. Well, they're working at rival paper companies. I guess so. They do have this great scene in the hallway where Pam tells Jim that they have about a month before they're going to go out of business. And he tells her not to worry, but then his phone starts ringing. Yes, I have an audio clip of it. Idiot, idiot, idiot. That's Jim's ringtone. Yes. Now, to create the ringtone, they recorded Rain saying idiot, right? And then our post-production supervisor, Jake Ost, put it on a loop. And then our sound engineer actually put a speaker on the set next to us. It was not actually coming from the phone. In post-production, they put a filter on the sound to make it sound like it was coming from the phone. But that was like a whole fakey ringtone thing we had to set up. So nowadays, obviously, you can get customized ringtones for your phones, and you can actually get this ringtone over on officetally.com. No way. Yeah. I love that. Well, when I watched this moment, I started laughing so hard because I remembered years later into the show, Kenneth Paul, who did my makeup, who also did Rainn Wilson's makeup, had Rainn do like a voice memo, and he made that his ringtone. So Kenneth Paul's ringtone was Rainn Wilson doing this. Ring, ring, ring. It was so annoying. And whenever KP's phone would ring, I'd be like, oh my God, Kenneth Paul.
Have you ever had a personalized ringtone?
I haven't. Me either. Maybe we should.
Should we make it the Office Ladies theme as our ringtone, or is that too narcissistic?
Maybe. I was going to just have Keanu Reeves maybe be my ringtone. Like, you know what? What if
I'm fainting with excitement over this idea.
What if my ringtone is just surfs up, bruh? What if that? Or my ringtone could be I know Kung Fu.
All I know for certain is that when we're finished recording today, I will be looking up Keanu ringtones.
Yes!
This I know for sure.
Okay, where are we?
We are back down in Michael's Scott Paper Company, and Michael is on the floor. And
They're so mopey.
they're so mopey. Michael says he always thought that the day Steve Martin died would be the worst day of his life, but he was wrong because it's this.
Pam's like, you know, Steve Martin's not dead.
And he's like, I know. I have to say something.
Yeah.
Have you watched Steve Martin's new show on Hulu, Only Murders in the Building?
I haven't, and so many people are telling me to watch it. I know you love it.
Okay, absolutely loved it. Amy Ryan is on it. She even talked about it on our podcast.
Yes.
She's so good. You know, the premise of the show is that this guy in their building named Tim Kono has been murdered, and these three residents come together to try to solve the crime while doing a podcast about it. In episode 2 of Only Murders in the Building, this show that Steve Martin is in, that he created, I want you to hear what they say.
Okay.
What if he hit him with a dick?
What's a definite angle? I mean, I wouldn't want him to be dickier than Steve Carell in The Office. I still care if Steve Carell in The Office got murdered. Or would I? Thinking, visualizing. We need to find someone who knew him.
How about that for full circle?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
So Steve Carell references Steve Martin, and then on Steve Martin's show, they reference Steve Carell.
Yes.
I think we need to discuss, there's some big revelations that happen in this scene.
I was going to say, Pam says that she's applied for a job at Target, Old Navy, and Walmart, and none of them even called her in for an interview.
Ryan confesses that he didn't even go to Thailand.
No, just Fort Lauderdale.
That is so perfect. I thought that was so brilliant. Of course, Ryan lied about going to Thailand. Of course.
And this is when Michael pretends that he loves pad thai, because Ryan said there was a great pad thai place in Fort Lauderdale. But then Ryan's like, you've never had pad thai. Michael's like, I haven't done a lot of things. This was a fan catch by Ella W. and Abby W.
What'd you
The
catch?
W's.
What'd you catch?
They said in Diversity Day, Michael wishes aloud that he had some pad thai because he loves pad thai.
Oh my gosh! Great catch!
So they wondered, has Michael been telling people that he loves pad thai for years and he's still never tried it?
That's also
possible.
It's also believable that he thinks that maybe it makes him seem well traveled or something.
Yeah, right?
Jenna, after the scene, the expense report deleted runner would have continued. Andy is determined to get an extension on his expense reports and goes to talk to Angela.
These expenses are legitimate.
Which I denied.
Right. Would you please respectfully reconsider these?
Why would I do that?
Because I'm very certain. Both romantic and thrice sexual.
Twice. Resubmit with proof of business. Names of who you were with, what you talked about, phone numbers I can call to verify. You get a 2-hour extension based on our history.
Righto. Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Scandalous. Scandalous exchange. So yes, Angela's going to give Andy a 2-hour.
To help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Have Cinnabon at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G. Clean nose, healthy life. KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. Uh-oh. has ever been on television. Ever. And by a long shot. All right, back we go. Bill Handle here on a Wednesday morning, January 17th. And we continue with the handle on the news. Anything Neil, I see his last name here and up on the screen, and it's not what he says. My last name. Yes. By the way, I applaud Tony for the goodbye goal there. He's playing a little music. Yeah. By the way, I didn't mention that it was recorded in 1929. Okay. Let's move on.
California wants Shohei to pay his fair share. California's controller, Malia Cohen, has asked Congress now to change the tax code
That Cohen's my bitch.
deferred payment. Of course, you recall that our new pitcher for the Dodgers is getting a $700 million 10-year contract, but $680 million of that is going to be deferred until after the contract is over, so it'll be due, like taxes on it, will be due from 2034 to 43. If Otani's not living in California when he gets that money, he could potentially avoid the state's 13.3% income tax and 1.1% payroll tax.
Yeah, so let me throw something at you. California is really upset about deferred payments that they're not going to get their taxes on $700 million until way out there in Portland land. Same thing happens with your pension. You defer payment, you're not getting your pension until you're after 65, and you're only being taxed on the money you physically receive. And what if this is considered a pension? But what if you move? Well, like California doesn't care. Well, but let me tell you how weird baseball is and the IRS is. The IRS taxes ball players in the state that they are playing in. So in some states they have income tax. Ball players pay income tax when they play in that state. So you have someone making $1 million a year, let's say, and it's playing 200. That's just a figure I'm throwing at you. We're $10,000 a game. Well, in California, if 20 games are played, you're only taxed on those 20 games in California. In Texas, you're not taxed because there is no income tax. Now, federally, it's the same, but California is saying we want our 13.5% no matter what. Oh, my brother is a Broadway producer, so if that show goes on the road, he's got to do taxes in every state. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, again, at this point, it's California saying, show hey the money. That was very strong. No. Okay. Oh, good. No. Beautiful. Yeah. Never mind. I'm trying to do this. Never mind. Costco. But everybody's cracking down. Costco's no different. If you don't have the membership, don't try and go in there anymore. They're cracking down. If they notice non-members,
What type of you guys want to transfer?
you remember they were catching people doing this in the self-checkout. Well, they're talking about how to get now. They're talking about being asked for ID to match it up. Except, you go to Costco, and by the way, you're talking to an expert here again. You go to Costco, they're supposed to check your membership. They do 1% of the time check your membership. You walk right in. And so you're not supposed to. Now, I do self-checkout half the time. You have to put your card in the scanner so they know it's you. No one actually looks at the card and looks up at you to determine ID. They're saying that might change. Yeah, no, it is going to change. Which means if you're going to have, you can't have friends, family use a card unless they have a card. Like an executive membership, you can have 6 people on it, and they're in those things, and they have to take a picture, and other people can't. It's only membership. Although, I don't understand where they're going with that, because that just means without membership, where people can use other people's cards, it's more sales. Yeah, but they're saying that their model is so built upon that membership. Yeah, I know it is. Prices that you're going to have prices go up, and then that screws everybody. Amy gave me that book about Costco, and one of the things is a philosophy. And I'll also this, I go to therapy for Costco. I talk to the clerks when I'm really screwed up. They're going to actually no longer allow MSWs, masters in counseling. All the clerks going to have to have doctorates in psychology before they'll let them do therapy for me. Now, since you don't drink, you don't go to the bartender, you go to the Costco checkout line. That is correct. Hi, Mr. Handel. How are you? Oh, don't get me started. Today was a chore. Pretty much. Take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to finish up Handel on the news on this Wednesday morning, January 17th. Let's check in with Amy King, live to KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Police and businesses in Seal Beach have teamed up to try to cut back the number of retail thefts. Seal Beach police say several operations over the holidays resulted in about 25 arrests and the discovery of stolen vehicles and merchandise. The city says the number of retail crimes is up. Officials estimate retail businesses in California lose $7 billion a year to organized retail theft. California is taking its fight against flavored tobacco products national. Attorney General Rob Monta is joining AGs from 21 states to urge the Biden administration to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. Half of American cities could lose up to a quarter of their populations by the year 2100 if current trends continue. Researchers at the University of Illinois Chicago say people are moving out of cities and fertility rates are declining and have predicted the U.S. population could start to decline by the year 2080. We'll check some problems on the 5 with the KFI in the Sky next.
For over 20 years, I have owned and recommended the likeforlike house water filtration system, which delivers highly filtered and delicious, that's important, delicious water from every single tap in the house. You never run out. Tap water, just doesn't taste very good, to say the least. And the likeforlike system filters out chlorine and other contaminants that tap water has. And the system needs absolutely no maintenance. So-called 800-WATER-99, likesourcewater.com, 800-WATER-99, likesourcewater.com. Likesource, you can taste and feel the difference. Warranty limitations apply.
Areas of low clouds and fog this morning, otherwise it's mostly cloudy with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. There's a crash in Commerce on 5.
Yeah, not a lot of traffic, travel, or commerce going on in Commerce because of this crash. The 5 northbound at Garfield, we have a crash in the 2 little lanes there. One injured motorcycle rider, unfortunately, as a result of this crash. So they're working on that right now. You're going to be on the brakes back from the 605. That's slow. Another slow one is Anaheim Hills. The 91 as you head westbound, right before Lakeview Avenue. Stalled vehicle there with fast track lanes, traffic bad. Hit some canyon, but really overall the story starts well before the 15. And headed through Sherman Oaks, a new little problem on the 405 southbound at Valley Vista. It's a disabled vehicle, some sort of stall there in the center lane. It's slow from Sherman Way. Well, Cole Troy, KFI in the Sky.
Shop citrus savings at Whole Foods Market. Get Decapon citrus for $3.49 per pound with time through January 23rd. Try a taste of that ambrosial sweetness and you'll never go back. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply. This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Visit new and exciting places across the U.S. on Amtrak. It isn't just about the destination, it's about the journey. Without busy airports or cramped car rides, with no middle seats, extra legroom, and first-class private rooms, new adventures are just an Amtrak away. Look now at Amtrak.com.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working around the clock, with getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com. I've got the Rosetta in my head that it's bread. Now your top reasons to visit Romano.
Download our app and get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Number 2,
R&B sensation Lunch Ball, live February 16th.
and the number 1 reason.
Come play with us because we're going off at all our bars with draft beer specials for the biggest pro football games of the year.
Morongo, good time.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief
from that awful joint pain for 2024.
Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or your shoulder. Call QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief.
Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
This is the future of pain treatments. QC has tens of thousands of satisfied patients all over America. People with back pain or hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or an injury.
This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again. Get your life back, and listen, it's non-surgical.
If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today.
Call QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and now in Costa Mesa, 213-997-PAIN.
That's 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
Ad paid for by the Central Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. The passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again, 800-917-1181.
Oh, I gotta pay. How much? Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the car service at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even on difficult jobs for them. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like DCS, a commercial-free station featuring 3,000 tracks from my iconic artists. And just search DCS and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
What was your favorite video game?
Galaga.
Galaga.
Sort of Space Invader-y, but also...
Galaga's great. I love Galaga. Galaga was fun.
Yeah.
It was kind of like the beginning of Snood. You ever play Snood?
Billy and Janet.
Snood.
That doesn't even ring a bell. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM on 640. Bill Handel. Wednesday, update, January 17. And let's finish up Handel on the news on this lovely Wednesday morning with Amy King. Neil, there it is. Name is up on the board, otherwise I'll mispronounce it, or I will not go to Neil, I'll still go to Lane. Neil, Saavedra, and me.
Well, this was particularly gruesome. Could have been like a scene from Fargo. Remember the wood chippers? Yeah. Poultry processor in Mississippi has been fined more than $200,000 after a 16-year-old sanitation worker was pulled into a chicken deboning machine and killed. was the second worker killed in just over 2 years at the plant. The same facility was cited for unsafe working conditions after someone was caught in the machine in 2021. So Federal safety investigators found that comprehensive safety procedures were not in place to disconnect power to the machine and keep it from unintentionally starting during cleaning.
There was a 60-minute piece that was done. I don't know about this plant, but about plants in general, and they have to clean the machines every night, according to the FDA. They have to sanitize the entire plant, and that's done by an outside company. It's not done by the plant itself. They outsource it, and it is brutal, horrible work. And their $212,000 fine. You know what? Look at the size of that plant. Look at how much money goes into that plant makes, or the revenue. I don't know if $212,000 is really going to be a big hit for them. And that may be, by law, the biggest hit there is. There should be insane fines. I mean, crazy fines. To where, I'm talking about in the millions of dollars, where a judge, or in this case it would be the FDA, for example, Department of Labor, or no, this would not be the FDA, this would be the Department of Labor, basically shut them down. I mean, you can't have people fall into machines that chop them up. And it's a gruesome death. And you're right. It's horrible. I'm just waiting for you to make it taste like chicken joke. But I'm proud of you that you did it. I know, I was about to say, what's happening is the chicken plant is now playing chicken with the U.S. Department of Labor. But I'm not going to say that. But it is impressive, though. I have been and done walkthroughs through some of these fabrication plants for animals and the like. And the way they have to clean them, they have drains and everything at the bottom. And everything gets hosed down. Everything has bleach and disinfectants and all that stuff. Pretty impressive. All right, so Venice now is going to be like, I don't know, visiting an amusement park. So Venice, you will have to pay. They've been talking about this for some time, having an entry fee for day trippers coming to Venice, not here, obviously, in LA, but in Italy. And this is not if you're spending the night or...
Every day on your steps would be plucking another Rabbi ROTHSCHILD account.
Doing their day trip. They're coming on cruise ships to spend the day, and the cruise ships have 6,000 people. My question is, it's only $5 thereabouts to spend the day. Who's not going to pay that? You're on a cruise ship, and you hit Venice for the day. You're not going to pay $5. Yeah, Venice is beautiful. It is also, I was there either last summer or the summer before, try to remember, because I have no memory. But I do remember that Al Jolson sang Toot Toot Tootsie in 1929. That I remember. But I was in Venice, and you could not walk. It was so crowded. It was like the busiest day you've ever seen in Disneyland, where the most narrow part of Disneyland, we go from one land to the other, where literally you just jam. That's what Venice is like during the holiday season. It's been years and years, but I thought it was absolutely stunning. Oh, of course it was fantastic. No, it was fantastic.
Not a great time. The Boeing stockholder report came out in Wall Street Journal called FAA Audit Opens Up a Whole New Can of Worms. And it says Boeing's quality control and engineering problems have been ongoing for years. Of course, this article came out in the wake of the 737 MAX 9 jet that had part of fuselage pop up while it was on about 16,000 feet. So Boeing stock took a tumble yesterday.
Yeah, 8%. You'd be surprised it's only 8%. And here is another factoid, and that is, and here's the problem, the FAA has so few inspections. Actually, these plane manufacturers and maintenance, they certify themselves, and then the FAA clears it, where a FAA inspector comes out, oversees it, then does a random check. And I think those days are going to be gone. Boeing is going to get nailed. And I've talked about this before with Boeing. It used to be a company that safety and engineering was the most important thing by a long shot. After McDonald's Douglas bought them, it was the bean counters. Let's get going as quickly as possible. Let's cut down with the oversight. Let's cut every corner we possibly can. They were the standard. They were the standard. They were the world standard, and no longer. I always thought it was weird that a plane company would name themselves after the sound something makes when it hits the ground. Oh, very strong, Bowie. By the way, you know what's also fun? You get on an airplane, and you know when you open a car, you have that little metal, like that little metal, what do you call it? Little placard, I guess, that tells you the VIN number and what year it was made. Oh, on the side of the door. Yes. Yeah, right inside the jam. Yeah. You can do the same thing with an airplane. I always look at that and find out what year that plane was manufactured and the serial number. It's right there on the door. It's got a little Valvoline sticker on it. That was one of the little things. Yeah, it's really terrific. There's the VIN number of the plane, although it's not a VIN number, it's a serial number. And they don't have a sticker that you register it on the tail like we have on our license plates. Okay, guys, we are done. Coming up, more about the immigration debate and where California sits. And we are kind of an outlier state considering our politics and immigration. I'll share that with you right here. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Perfect for AD indecisive minds. KFI's cooling info gel quickly relieves ignorance and with the 50 fresh scent.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A deadly discovery. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4 men have been found dead at a home in Palmdale.
2 of the men were found inside the home and 2 were found outside. Firefighters responded to a medical call yesterday and found the men down. Firefighters say there were signs the men have been dead for a while. LA County Sheriff's investigators were called out, including members of the Overdose Response Task Force. Officials say the men's ages range from being in their 30s to their 50s. The cause of the men's death remains under investigation. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
2 men have been rescued from a house fire in Hollywood that also injured some firefighters.
We have a total of 4 firefighters that were transported to the hospital. One had burn injuries to his ear. The rest are all going to be okay, and they've all been released at this time.
Fire Captain Adam Vanderpen says firefighters had to force their way into the home early this morning because of a locked security gate. Officials say the fire kept growing as the 2 men inside were pulled out. Both were taken to the hospital. One is said to be in grave condition. Jury selection is set for a second day in Van Nuys in the trial of Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman. She's charged with killing 2 young brothers in a crash. The boys were in a crosswalk in 2020 when they were hit. Grossman is charged with murder and vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence, along with a felony count of hit and run, resulting in death. San Clemente has waited 2 decades for a sand replenishment project and now has to wait another 2 months more.
Beach erosion's been tied to recent landslides, damage to the OT rail corridor, and other issues. San Clemente Councilman Chris Duncan says what the $14 million Army Corps of Engineers project used up hopper dredge that sucked up and spit out gravel, rock, and other cobble on the beach instead of fluffy sand. This is not new information, but it's the first time we're understanding that the equipment that's here is probably not the best equipment for our viruses. He says hopefully the project can still dump about 400,000 tons of sand, widening the beach by 50 feet by summer as promised. In San Clemente, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Police in Ohio are investigating a raid that allegedly injured a 17-month-old boy. His mother has accused police of mistakenly raiding her home last week and hurting her son by using flashbangs. This is the toddler was already on a ventilator. The police department has denied the allegations. The mayor of Elyria says he has ordered a complete review. A federal judge has sided with the Biden administration and blocked JetBlue Airways from buying Spirit Airlines. ABC's Alex Stone says the judge ruled yesterday it violated a century-old antitrust law.
The ruling has sent Spirit stock price tumbling. It would have been a $3.8 billion deal and would have created the nation's 5th largest airline.
The DOJ has sued to block the merger, saying it would cause airfares to go up. The judge said getting rid of Spirit would have hurt cost-conscious travelers who rely on the airline's low prices. President Biden has invited top congressional leaders to the White House to talk about $106 billion in supplemental foreign aid for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and the southern border. Republicans have insisted any package that includes foreign money to Ukraine also has to include changes in border policy. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate is working to get a short-term funding bill to the House by Friday's spending deadline. Pakistan has recalled its ambassador to Iran over an airstrike in Pakistan that killed 2 kids. Iran claims it was targeting bases yesterday for militant Sunni separatists. A militant group known as Army of Justice says the homes attacked housed the children and wives of its fighters. A flight on its way to Seattle from Tokyo had to turn around about an hour into the flight this morning after officials say a man bit a flight attendant. Crew members restrained the 55-year-old passenger after he allegedly attacked the female flight attendant and was taken into custody when the flight landed back in Tokyo. He told investigators that he had taken a sleeping pill. He doesn't remember fighting the flight attendant. We'll check the 210 with these nearby in the sky next.
18 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds. I know how difficult it is to be, really obese. It's just not fun. So I underwent bariatric surgery, and it literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, let me suggest the team at West Medical. They have changed the lives of thousands of patients, and bariatric surgery is as close to that magic bullet as you can get. West Medical works with most PPO insurance to help cover the cost of the weight loss. Call 800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for a consultation. 800-WEST-MED, visit westmedical.com. Your results will vary depending on the procedure selected and adherence to the program.
Southland weather from KSI, mostly cloudy, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA, and inland OC, also low 60s for the valleys, mid 60s in the IE, 50s and 60s for the Antelope Valley. Morning low clouds and partly cloudy tomorrow, a couple degrees warmer with highs topping out around 70. Mostly cloudy again Friday, chance of rain after midnight as the storm rolls in. Good chance we're going to get wet Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. It's 55 in Costa Mesa, 55 in Long Beach, 51 in Ladera Ranch, 54 in Whittier. We're going to check the market report and I try to get those numbers up. Oh, here they are. The Dow is trading down 63 points. The NASDAQ is off 215. The S&P 500 is down 34. Got a crash in Glendora. It's on the 210.
And just like that, it cleared. The 210 freeway westbound before Grand Avenue. This one is out of there. But traffic's still really slow back from Rose Hill Avenue. That crash taking its toll. It'll take some time for that to empty out. The big slow spot is in Commerce. 5 freeway northbound of Garfield Avenue crashed in 2 middle lanes. There was a motorcycle involved, and unfortunately some injuries to that rider. Traffic stopped all the way back from Imperial Highway. In the Moreno Valley area, got a little crash there on the 60 westbound before Gay Street. It's on the right shoulder, more of a distraction than anything. It's slow from Peacock. And in Silmar, new problems for the 5 southbound before the 210. Crash there in the center divider. 3 vehicles involved. It's slow from Town Road. Will Holschreiber, KFI in the sky. Witness the extraordinary events in the final week of the life of a legend. The Reno Center for the Performing Arts presents the 50th anniversary tour of Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar rocks the Reno Center for the Performing Arts on January 19th at 8 p.m., the 20th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., and a matinee on the 21st at 2 p.m. Tickets start as low as $39. For more info, visit SerritoCenter.com or call 562-916-8500. That's 562-916-8500.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy supply stick and it breaks back, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family. Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapor Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. Don't you need more comfort for yourself? Try Vicks Vapor Shower with skinny Vicks Vapors. Correct. Vapor Stick represents for a Vapor Shower. Also, this new year, take a trip to your Stater Brothers meat counter. We offer custom cuts, free grinding, seasoning, and more. This week, pick up fresh, boneless, skinless chicken breast for only $1.99 a pound. And keep your slow cooker ready for a delicious beef roast. Trim tri-tip and chuck roast are on sale at $4.99 a pound. And for a healthy, vitamin-rich snack, grab
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
Bang, bang, bang.
Hey, 5 AM 640. Bill Handle here. It is Wednesday, January 17th.
Bang, bang, bang.
And a lot going on today. Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary, remember he didn't tell the president, not even the president, that he was in the hospital. Well, it turns out that he had a setback coming back from the hospital after his prostate cancer surgery, and he's going to make a full recovery. And the person who made a 911 call saying he's in trouble told the ambulance people, hey, don't say anything. Let's keep it real low. Don't use a siren. Don't use blinking lights. And they're trying to figure out, well, we know that
Straight dope
he
would
didn't
be
want to
good.
tell anybody, and he didn't. And why we don't
Did
know.
it a long time
All right,
ago.
immigration, which is a huge issue, and it's going to be one of the major issues in the presidential coming up in November. And here is where the Republicans really score. We're talking California now. The Republicans truly score, and the Democrats don't. And this issue may actually cost Biden the entire presidency, among other issues. So there's a UC Berkeley Institute of Governmental Studies that just came out. It was a poll. And it's real simple. Immigration, border security issues unify Republicans, divide Democratic voters in California. California, the Democratic stronghold, as you know, registered voters by 62% to 30 say our borders are not secure in preventing people from entering the country illegally. And the majority who say the border is not secure is even larger among likely voters. First poll is everybody. Likely voters is even bigger. Now, voters who support President Trump, who are conservative or who consider themselves Republicans, are basically unanimous in saying the border is not secure. 88%. Among those Republican conservatives, 8%. 88 to 8%. 8% say, yeah, the borders are fine. Now we go to Democrats, liberals who support Biden. 54% say the border is secure. 30 say it's not. That is a big jump. That is not unanimous at all. And that is the problem with immigration in the border, along the border, and considering the border. And among Democrats in California, the issue is not clear-cut. Why is that? We are a sanctuary state with sanctuary cities, and virtually every Republican is saying no. Now that kills Biden, because if Biden doesn't get some Republicans, he is not winning the election. He is done. Now, on the presidential, it's one thing, but I'll tell you where it really makes a difference, and that is the congressional elections. You've got Representative Katie Porter, who's running for the Senate. Her seat is up, and that is, among other seats, where you have Democrats are saying, well, the border isn't that bad. You have Republicans saying, yes, it is, and vote for me, I'm going to be doing about it. And let me give you some numbers. No, not even numbers. The number, I'll give you a number. The number
Because resolution is really very high, I will pin my previous art, because last art I decided to burn.
Who are completely overwhelmed by illegal migrants coming in. Completely overwhelmed. They can't deal with it and are begging the Biden administration, send us money, do something about it. So you have Greg Abbott, who is the governor of Texas. He's just throwing them on a bus by the tens of thousands. Matter of fact, I think over 100,000, and just shipping them and dropping the migrants off in those cities. And
the migrants are welcome in those cities. And here's a place to stay. And here's some food. Every hotel room that is empty in the city is being used for the migrant population. And it is very, very tough, because here's what happens. They come across the border, illegal aliens, and they claim asylum, because you can do that. We don't have a law that says you cross the border illegally, you don't claim asylum. That's it. We don't have that. So they come across the border and ask to be picked up. Literally, they walk towards a border patrol agent and throw their hands up and say, handcuff me and take me. I'm claiming asylum. And they're entitled to a hearing. There are 500 immigration judges. 2 million have brought illegal aliens across the border last year, and expecting at least as much this year. So what the process is, the vast majority, because there's no room to keep a tiny percentage of them in centers, immigration centers, the vast majority are released and given a court date to come back to hear their asylum claim. 10 years. In many cases. Matter of fact, most cases, but certainly years. 10 years it can be before a judge, an immigration judge, hears their case to grant asylum. By the way, the vast majority of them are not granted asylum. It is not easy to get asylum. The problem is they are here. So you have 500 judges. This year it's 2 million. Next year it's 2 million. The year after that is 2 million. Then you have 2 million. Then you have 2 million. And if it keeps at these numbers, by the end of 10 years, you now have 20 million. 500 immigration judges to hear these cases. And Democrats are divided. There's all kinds of politics. You've got Republicans who won't even pass a budget. The far-right Republicans won't even allow the government to function unless immigration reform takes place. And also aid for Ukraine. And Biden is willing to do some negotiation, but they have to blow up the immigration system to start from scratch, and Biden is not willing to do that. Okay, coming up. Streaming service. Don't want to watch this TV anymore, right? Just wait for the political ads on TV. And hopefully some right here on KFI. The more the merrier. We love crazy politicians here. And we'll come back with that. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
ABC News has canceled its Republican primary debate in New Hampshire because the candidates won't commit to participating. It was supposed to happen tomorrow, but Nikki Haley said she would only be involved in the debate if Donald Trump is there. He has skipped all the Republican debates for the 2024 race so far. About 11,000 people are going to be hired to build the rail line between Rancho Cucamonga and Las Vegas. The workers will come from both California and Nevada. The Biden administration approved $3 billion in funding for the 218-mile stretch of tracks last month. Work's expected to start soon and be finished in time for the 2028 Summer Olympics in LA. Lana Del Rey, Doja Cat, Tyler the Creator, and No Doubt have been named as headliners for this year's Coachella Music Festival. Organizers say pre-sale passes go on sale Friday at 11 a.m. at Coachella.com. We're going to check some problems on the 101 with the KFI Skynet.
For over 10 years, I have owned and have recommended the Light Source Full House Water Filtration System, which delivers highly filtered, obviously very safe, and delicious water from every tap in the house. We never run out of water. Now, tap water just doesn't cut it. I mean, it tastes horrible. It has chlorine. It has contaminants. The Light Source system filters all of that out and needs absolutely no maintenance ever. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com, 800-WATER-99, lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, you can taste and feel the difference. Warranty limitations apply.
Mostly cloudy with highs in the 50s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s at the beaches, metro areas, and valleys, mid 60s for the IE. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. We've got a crash in Tarzan on the 101.
You're heading for the San Fernando Valley, the 101 as you head northbound or westbound. Some of the signs actually still say westbound, but they like us to refer to
Nibble prices on blueberries at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 2 pints of blueberries for $7 from now until January 30th while supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Big Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Get $20 off your print purchase of 100 or more, 50 off your print purchase of 200 or more, and 100 off your print purchase of 300 or more. Hence, 21024. See staples.com/link for details. Print more, save more at Staples.
Looking for a vehicle that combines power, performance, and style? Then kick off the new year with a great deal on a new Toyota. The Wheelers and Easy sales event is going on now at your Toyota dealer. Drive home a new Camry, Corolla, or RAV4, a powerful new Tundra, or legendary 4Runner. Ready to show a brand new you in this brand new year? We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you suffering from back pain? Pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping? Pain when you walk? Numbness, prickling, or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story. What keeps me up are the things that I know, the war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
PRIAM 640 for stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here. It is a Wednesday morning, January 17th. Hump day! And a lot going on. I mean, a lot. First of all, federal judge just blocked JetBlue Airways' proposed acquisition of Spirit Airlines, saying that there's not going to be enough competition. And finally, a deal has been cut between Hamas and Israel, but only as to medicine coming in to the hostages, and at the same time, more aid, especially medicinal aid and medical aid to Gaza in general. But last year, and we knew this, is that streaming surpassed broadcasting cable TV viewing. First time. All right? Which is, streaming is it. So, we look at the presidential election cycle now of 2024. The mantra is live TV. Wait a minute. People aren't watching live TV. And
Hour extension. What is he going to do with that? You'll see.
Okay. Oh, I'm so glad.
I have the clip. I'm glad that pays off. Oh, I'm very sad this runner was deleted. I know, it was really fun. Now we're going to find out that Dunder Mifflin is going to offer Michael Scott Paper Company a buyout. Yes. So Jim is going to go into Michael Scott Paper Company and give them this news. And Michael is like, what? Why would they want to do that? We're totally like, Jim's like, another one of those amazing moments where he comes to a realization very slowly. The three of them are going to go upstairs now to meet. And Ryan and Pam are like, Michael, you cannot say that we are broke. You cannot do it.
Are we clear? We are not going to mention that we are broke. And he's like, I got it. They get in the elevator. The doors open on the next floor. And he's like, I don't got it. I can't do it.
I loved it so much. It made me laugh out loud. That's a whole fakey elevator, as everyone knows. We got in the elevator. The guy with the pulleys pulled the rope, shut the doors, and then we relocated to a completely different building, to the Dunder Mifflin elevator, and we got out, and it is seamless. It looks so good. That was funny. And then we walk in, and Michael has his line that I have seen quoted so many times, where he says, well, 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 how the turntables.
Okay, I had to know how that was scripted. So I went to the shooting draft, and that line is not in the script.
Oh my gosh, we got a fan question about that.
Yeah, I don't know if it was pitched on the fly. You know how sometimes writers would have some pitches, or if Steve improvised it. I don't know, but in the script, this is what it said. Well, well, well. Oh, how the meteor's fallen. And I love the turntables so much better.
Turntables is so funny.
I know. Because Michael gets all of his phrases slightly off. And Michael, you know what? I can relate to that. And you still sell Friday Day. For years, I've been saying Friday Day. I've been saying lots of things.
I love that when they get into the conference room, Michael immediately rejects their first offer, and he says, just give me your second offer.
Yeah.
And their second offer is a buyout of $12,000.
Kelly and Angela are trying to eavesdrop, and Kelly has her ear to the door with like a coffee mug. Mindy and I kept laughing.
That was so funny.
It was so ridiculous. We're so invested in what Charles is doing. We have to be eavesdropping. And you know, I remember Mindy tried a few different things. In the script, I asked Kelly, what do you hear? And she actually responds and says, the ocean.
Oh,
but in the episode, we have this wah, 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 wah.
She was so good at it.
She was doing Charlie Brown's teacher, right?
It was so funny.
We were tickled.
Well, Michael is going to reject this offer of $12,000. And this is when he is a brilliant negotiator.
I could not believe it.
Do you see the look on Pam's face?
I do. Pam is all of us in this moment.
Exactly. So he gets David to give them an offer of $60,000.
Yes, he's like, listen, here's how I see it. You're up for approval by the board. And they're probably not going to be too happy that you are losing customers to Michael Scott Paper Company. So you actually need me.
Yes. So they say, we'll give you a moment to discuss it. And now we're going to have a scene out at Dwight and Jim's desks. But did you notice behind them? No one is in the conference room and the door is open. It's a total continuity catch. Ryan, Michael, and Pam should have been in the background there, and they're not.
Oh, good catch.
Yeah. But Dwight gets this phone call from a client saying that Michael Scott Paper Company called them and asked them for more money, and they'd like to come back to Dunder Mifflin. And Dwight's going to run into the kitchen and tattle. He's going to tell Charles, Michael Scott Paper Company is going broke.
And normally Charles would take that information from Dwight and go right into action. But Dwight's been acting so strange to Charles all day, and then Jim capitalizes on that.
Yeah, he kind of baits Dwight into bringing out his full weirdo by sort of heckling him about his ability to solve cases.
And Charles is like, you're both morons. Don't go anywhere near the conference room.
Here's what I need to bring up about this scene on a practical level. Did you notice where Charles is standing in this scene?
By the counter?
Yes, but very close to the fridge.
Yeah.
And through the entire scene, he's got his Saticoy steel coffee mug.
Yeah.
And he's got a full coffee pot. Each hand is holding one of these items. why did he walk so far away from the coffee maker to put his coffee in his mug? Because the coffee maker is over by the door that leads to the office. So this man is saddled with these two coffee items. And I'm just like, why did he drift? In my mind as an actor, I'm having to make up a reason why this happened. So I'm imagining he got the coffee pot and he's starting to pour and he notices something on the fridge. He wants to get a closer look. And then Dwight comes in and he's now stuck with his two coffees. I don't know. It was an odd staging for me, and I became distracted.
I love that, like, this moment pulled you out for a minute. Like, as an actor process, you're like, that makes no sense.
I'm like, I need a reason. I need a motivation.
Back in the conference room, Michael says no to this very lucrative offer.
Yeah, and Pam is like, can we have another minute?
Yeah.
And this is when Michael, again, makes perfect sense, and he says, what we need are jobs. We don't need a buyout. That money's not going to last forever. We need employment, and everyone agrees.
Yes, this is his teach a man to fish moment.
Yes.
Right?
So when they come back in, that's what Michael is going to say. You have to hire all of us back. And also, in addition to jobs, Michael wants his Sebring again.
And his old parking space.
But Charles says they don't make Sebrings anymore. Is that true?
Lady, you know I had to know.
Oh, I'm so glad you looked this up because I didn't look it up and it has been bothering me.
All right. Charles is wrong. They are still making the Sebring. This episode aired April of 2009. According to the internet, they made the Chrysler Sebring from 1995 to 2010. And in looking up this fact, I ended up watching several Sebring commercials over the years.
Oh,
they have
you
made
really
I did.
were invested.
I think I watched half an hour worth of commercials. Oh my gosh, they made some really interesting choices in their commercials, but there's one I really needed you to hear. It is from 1995. It's the year the car debuted. Can we please play that Sebring commercial?
The new Chrysler Sebring was built upon something called the Goldilocks principle. It occurred to us that while most luxury cars were too big, most sport coupes were too small. We wanted the Sebring to be, well, just right. It not only has a sporty 24-valve engine and a race-inspired suspension, but it also gives you the luxury of an actual backseat, which means there's enough room for Goldilocks and 3 or 4 other friends.
Okay, I have to say, so Sam is not with us this week. He's on vacation. Jordan is filling in, and it is like laughing. I can see her, I know, laughing at that commercial.
Thank you guys. When watching my half an hour of Chrysler commercials for the Sebring, I'd had a glass of wine. And when we got to this one, I literally did a spit take. I was like, what? And the whole time the car is driving through the woods.
Okay. Oh, because of Goldilocks.
The 3 bears.
Yeah.
But when they were like, to fit a few of her friends. Who are these people?
That Jordan doubled over.
Oh my gosh, I had to share that. So yes, they still had the Sebring. They could have given Michael a Sebring in April of 2009.
By the way, I want to say, you know my friend Stacy, who I invented the tan baster with?
Yes.
She drove a Sebring.
Oh,
and it was a lovely car. I have to say, it was kind of like, they're right. It was a really nice combination of a sporty coupe, but also roomy.
But with a comfortable back seat.
I don't know. I never sat in the back seat.
Well, Goldilocks would have been happy with
She
it.
could have sat back there. Also, since we brought up Jordan did our song parody, Total Eclipse of the Fart.
Yes, that was Jordan who sang that.
We're very happy to have you. Thank you for filling in for Sam today.
Yes, Sam, I brought cake today, so you missed out on that. I also got it on my sweater as I walked in.
Yeah, I noticed it right away when you walked in, and I thought, I don't know, it's ketchup or something.
You thought I had a messy breakfast.
I guess I did.
I guess I did.
I thought it was left over maybe from the last time you wore it.
Jenna,
What?
I wouldn't leave food on my hoodie and hang it back up.
If you didn't notice, you might. Have you never not noticed?
It's a pretty big mark right on my boob. I love that my husband, though, didn't say a word as I walked out. Josh, come on. All right, so back to this episode. Would you like to hear how the expense report finished?
Yes, please.
Because in the script, this is where it would have wrapped up. Angela and Andy, their final scene about the expense report.
And now, with no further ado, my revised expense
The
report.
deadline's passed.
When?
When you were saying red-at-do.
It's ado.
I know, I've always been such a fan of it.
Do. What the fuck?
Wow! Isn't that so delicious? I'm really sad that got cut. Me too. Oh, and as soon as he was like, I just turn around and I don't look at him anymore, and he has to walk away. Well, I have some news for Angela. This power that she's had is going to go away because Michael, Pam, and Ryan get their jobs back. Yep, that's the buyout. The buyout is that they are all now re-employed by Dunder Mifflin. And I guess, is Charles fired? That was never clear to me. No, I don't think he was fired. He's going to show up in company picnic again. Yeah, no, my understanding, and I reread the script, so sort of what I inferred is that he's just getting reassigned. Well, he's going to be out of Scranton, right, obviously. But originally, Michael says, I want him fired. And David's like, I'm not going to do that, Michael. Yeah, no, he's a good employee. He's maybe not a good fit right here in the Scranton branch, but he's going to still have his other branches. To manage. To oversee. That's right. That's how I saw it. Okay. Because the whole thing kind of ends with Charles trying to say goodbye, but Michael says, no, you're done. And that's the same line that Charles said to Michael in 2 weeks. Oh. So this is some good Michael sass. Yeah, Michael held on to that. He really did. And then there's this talking head by Michael that kind of ends the episode where he's just sort of wrapping up this whole storyline of having had this paper company. And Randy shared with us that this was added later. It was not in the original script. They even shot it about 2 weeks after we shot the rest of this episode. Do you want to know what was in the original shooting draft? Yes, please. Well, there were 2 final goodbyes to Charles that got cut. Any guesses who would want to make sure they said goodbye to Charles, Jenna? I'm imagining it was the ladies who had their ear to the door, who fought over a scarf in the rain. Yes, Angela and Kelly. So in the script, there was this tag. As Charles is leaving, Angela approaches him, and she says, it was an honor. And Charles says, okay then. And he leaves. Dwight looks out the window as Kelly waits for Charles, sitting on the hood of his car, sexily. Oh my gosh! As Charles approaches, we see Kelly is sitting on the wrong car. She runs over to Charles, but doesn't get there in time. She bangs on the window as he drives off. Charles talking head. Never sleep with coworkers, man. What? Wait, what? That's what it ended with! Wait. Co-workers? That's what it said. Never sleep with coworkers, man. Okay. What the heck? That was the ending to this episode. Angela walks up to him, says it was an honor. Kelly tries to sit on his car before he leaves. I don't know. Wow. I know. I was like, I have to share that. Okay, well, listen, I'll have you know that in a very early draft, like one of the earliest outlines for this episode, there was another tag. Now, this one didn't even make it into the shooting draft. Okay, because I don't know about this one. Listen to this. My lady, where did you find this? Randy Cordray. Oh, Randy. Here's what it would have been, and I am so bummed that we did not get to do this. You were going to see Pam, Michael, and Ryan packing up Michael Scott Paper Company, and before they go, Michael is going to give them each a Scotty, which is the Michael Scott Paper Company version of a Dundee. Oh, with a little Scotty dog? No, because Michael Scott. Oh. I thought instead of the man with the briefcase, it was a little Scotty dog. I got really excited. It didn't get far enough to know what the statue would be, but they were going to be called Scotties instead of Dundies. And Ryan was going to win one that said great style, and Pam's said boobs. Oh, Michael, so good. Pam got a Scotty. Man, I have my Dundies, both my whitest sneakers and my longest engagement, and I so wish I had a Scotty that said boobs.
I have my Dundies right next to my Emmy and my SAG Awards.
I'm so jealous you have a real Emmy.
I know. Angela won an Emmy for the webisodes, The Accountants. Me and Brian and Oscar won an Emmy, you guys. It was really amazing. But what sits right next to my Emmy that more people want to point out when they come to my house are my two Dundies. Titus ass, and she's kind of a bitch. I've said this before. I am really bummed that I did not win an Emmy for Pam. I wanted our gal Pam to win that award. I'll tell you what award Jenna wants to win. What? A Tony Award. So my plan, after my kids are grown, I am going to retire in New York City, and I am going to work hard to get myself in a great Broadway show. I'm going to give the performance of my life. I will vote for you even though I'm not a registered Tony voter. Thank you. And I want to win a Tony. That's the award I want on my shelf more than any other award. I want that for you so desperately. I hope it can happen. I want a Grammy. Ooh, you aren't a singer. I know. Oh, I know. I want a Grammy because, guys, Jenna and I recently found out that with our book, we'll be doing an audiobook. We're very excited about doing the audiobook. And we found out if you really, really crush it, you can get nominated for a Grammy for your audiobook. Amy Poehler got nominated for a Grammy for her audiobook. That's right. That's right. I want a Grammy. All right, let's get that effing Grammy. Let's get the Grammy and then get you your Tony. We're going to get those awards this year. You get an award and you guys get an award because you're badasses and you get an award and you get an award. Awards all around. Awards everywhere. This was a great episode. I'm going to make you a Scotty. Oh, will you? Is it going to be a Scotty dog? What's it going to be? It will be my interpretation of what a Scotty would be. And I'm going to make it myself. So get ready for a second grade skill set of art and crafting coming your way. I will treasure it. I'm going to get out my glue gun. I'm not kidding. I'm going to make this myself. If we gave out awards for our business of office ladies, which is actually... I know what it would be called. Ramblies? Oh, I was going to say Ramble. A lady. Oh, you get a lady. You get a lady. Should we give out ladies? We could give out ladies. Okay, Cassie and Jordan are nodding yes. We'll give out some ladies. Oh, let's do it. All right. All right. You guys, thank you so much for listening. We just love you all, and thank you for sending in your comments and your questions and being here every week with us. We hope you have a great day. We'll see you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
10 years ago, 2012,
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody. Hello. Are you in your comfy pants? Do you have on a t-shirt, maybe some flip-flops? Why are you saying these things? Because see me. I'm talking to you guys out there. Oh, because it's Casual Friday. Because it's Casual Friday. Oh, yeah. Why didn't I dress more casually today? I don't know. You look real spiffy. Well, I know why. Because we have a special guest. We do. Let's start by saying that Casual Friday is Season 5, Episode 26. Dang. It was written by Anthony Farrell and directed by Brent Forrester. Little tidbit. What is it? Editor was Claire Scanlon, and our DP was Matt Sohn. Hey, I like this team. I do too, and it was the first time this team had worked together on an episode. Wow. Yeah. They did a good job. They did. Here's your summary. It is Casual Friday at Dunder Mifflin. Finally, been reinstated. Michael is back. He's the manager. It's Casual Friday again. But some of the employees are taking a few too many liberties with their outfit choices. Like, Angela's not happy. Angela doesn't need to see a grown man's feet. Probably ever. I'm surprised that we didn't see bare feet on Kevin as well. Well, yeah. But here's the thing. The sales team is resentful that Pam and Ryan came on as new salespeople and that they get to keep the clients that they stole from everybody else while they were working at Michael Scott Paper Company. I mean, that's just awkward. Yeah, so there's a bit of a rivalry that's going to happen on this episode today. But first, there's a pretty big thing that kicks off this episode.
This is an epic cold open.
It's the chili spill cold open.
Oh my gosh, Kevin's recipe, the pride he takes in it. He tries to make it up the stairs, he does, and what happens?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Well, we felt like this was the perfect opportunity to speak to the man behind the chili, Brian Baumgartner.
That's right. Brian is our Fast Fact 1, 2, and 3 today.
Yes.
We can't wait to talk to him.
All right, here he is. Brian Baumgartner. Hello.
What is happening? I'm so happy to be with you guys.
You, buddy, you have a plant. I love that you have a plant.
I was told that brings humanity and warmth.
Oh,
so
what is the award that's over your shoulder?
You know what? No one has ever asked that in all of the Zooms I've been doing for a year and a half. Truly, it always made me laugh. I don't have my college diploma, but I'll read. I have Penn Foster College, a certificate of completion, which I always thought was a good joke, for Kevin Malone in accounting.
Oh, that is awesome.
And certificate of completion, maybe all diplomas say that, but I thought, they're doing a little funny joke. Like, it's not really a degree in accounting. He took a weekend course.
He has a piece of paper for participating. Well, listen, we are here to talk about The Office with you and obviously about this amazing cold open. But Brian, we always ask our guests, how did you get your job on The Office?
I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard. No.
I like the start of that.
No, I feel like my story always seems like a humble brag or something, but my truth is I moved to Los Angeles. And I considered it my job to just watch television. And so I started watching television shows because I was like, well, if I get an audition on this show, don't I need to know what's the style? What's the form? How do the characters generally behave? So I started watching television and I watched this show called The Office, the British version of The Office. And I started working with a manager and I called him and I said, if there is a show that is going to be on television, because they announced they were doing a pilot, I was like, this is the show for me. And I had an agent at the time, and the agent who I called and said the same thing to said, well, they're looking for unknown people, but not like you unknown. Not like totally unknown. I was like, all right, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
But my manager called Allison Jones, and I went in and I met with Phyllis, and I read, and then she passed me on to Allison Jones, and I read with her, and I got an appointment for the role of Stanley, and I knew that was not the part for me. I knew that the part for me was, in the British version, his name was Keith, and I was like, I get that comedy. So I went in to this big call and I read the role of Stanley as though I were Kevin.
Oh, wow. So smart, Brian.
Well, or it could have been like,
Smart now.
But right, so I went. I was there at the same time. Oscar Nunez was there, and Leslie David Baker were there. I can't remember who all else, but I know that they were there. And so I did it. They said thank you, and I left and thought, well, that was a failed experiment. And Allison Jones ran down the hall and she said, hey, you know, they actually want to look at this other character. And in my head, I went, bingo. And went in, read that, and that's how it happened.
But you never said, Allison, I think I'd be a better fit for Kevin. Would you give me a shot at it? You just took this risk of reading Stanley like Kevin.
Yes, because again, I was totally unknown, right? Yeah. Like I didn't have the experience. I mean, now of course that's what I would do, but yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't. I was, happy to have an opportunity. I had just moved to Los Angeles a few months before.
Wow. I knew that.
life.
I knew that because the first day on set when we got to know each other, just briefly chatting, Oscar and I were sort of commiserating about how many years we've been out here plugging away, and we're like, "What about you, Brian?" And he was like, "I've lived here like 8 weeks." We're like, "What? I've been here 2 months." We're like, "Holy crap!" Well, the thing that's like standing out to me are the number of people who came in for a role other than the one they wound up in. Angela, you first came in for Pam, but then also Ed originally auditioned for Michael Scott. John was brought in to play Dwight. Yeah. And Rain auditioned for Michael Scott as well. I know, that's crazy. A lot of people. I feel like on the set, you and John Krasinski were pretty good buds. Yeah, you guys became good pals. And the four of us, I would say, you and John, me and Angela, we could often be found in John Krasinski's trailer during lunchtime. You guys had some heated Madden football matches. I mean, for years.
Now I hear people talking about, what a family we were, and the crew and the cast, and all of that, by the way, is true. But then undoubtedly someone will mention like lunch, and at lunch, you would sit with this person. I didn't sit with anyone. John Krasinski and I played Madden football in his trailer essentially every single
That's
day.
right. It was weird. It was a obsession. If we walked past the trailer at lunch, you could literally hear like, "Oh, come on!" Sometimes you would let Rain play, but it seemed like begrudgingly. You'd be like, "Oh, I guess we have to let someone else play." But it was the two of you, and I would like to know: are you willing to go on record and say who was better? Because I have a memory of who was better. Who do you think was better?
Well, if I say that we were even, that sounds like I'm hedging. But we both had teams that if we were allowed on that day to play those teams, the other person couldn't beat us. Mine, I wasn't a fan, was the Chargers. And so, this is so great. I call it the Gates play. Listen, if you ever play old Madden and Antonio Gates in the seam, it's a touchdown every time. So, yeah, there's a pro tip for you, old Madden players. That's what I would say. He would get mad when he lost. I will say that. He would get way more mad than I would.
Oh, yeah, and then grumpy. Because I was going to say, Brian, I think you were the better player. My memory from the lunches where I watched you guys play was you winning and then John getting pissed. That's what you held on to. Well, I remember you guys doing the Dunder Mifflin Fantasy Football League, which is still going strong. I have been told this week's standings are that John is in 4th, Rain is in 5th, and Brian, you are in 9th.
So here's the thing. I played Rain this week. And by the way, when you all hear this, the standings will be different. Spoiler alert. I lost to Rain this week by a point, and it flipped everything. So yeah, I'm in trouble. But I think I'm 4-4. Rain is, I think, 5 and 3. So like it literally flipped everything.
I was going through our fan mail, Brian, and a frequently asked question was about your voice because you very much do not sound like Kevin in real life, and people were curious, how did you develop this voice for the character of Kevin?
Well, look, okay, so going back, and my manager and I, who I'm still with now, all of these years later, we still have this joke. So the casting notice about Kevin was the following. And I know it's true because I've said it so many times. The only thing remarkable about Kevin is that he is remarkably unremarkable. And so our joke is always like, my manager saying to Allison Jones and everyone, you've got to meet this guy. He is so unremarkable. He is just the most unremarkable. So that's really where it started, which again really came from the character of Keith in the British version. I was like a theater actor, right? Like for me, the construction of character, that's what I feel like I did, right? So I wasn't really an improv guy. It was for me about the character, and so for me, it's not like putting on a voice, but it's really about the body, the way the body moves. I know this, many people are turning off the show
Jenna is right now. You should see Jenna.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
You are speaking to her theater nerd heart.
Yes.
I love it.
Well,
I'm hearing you. You created your character in your body, and that body placement informed your voice. So it came from the whole body. It didn't start just in your throat.
Correct. And the way and the way of speaking sort of becomes sort of a manifestation of that, right? But for Kevin, my idea was two things. One is that he's not aware of his size in space. So hence me like bumping into Angela, right? There's no that was one thing. And the second thing was that if you imagine my torso, right? He didn't rotate his hips side to side. So if he needed to look in one direction, right, his whole body then would have to turn like shuffle step to go in that direction. But let me be clear, there was a progression to the development of the character too, right? And so I get asked sometimes like, your voice kind of changed from, season 1 and through the show. And so my justification was in season 1, Kevin was very, very nervous and scared of the cameras. And so when the cameras were around, he retreated into his shell like a turtle. And then as he became more comfortable, or became even friendly with some of the crew, more of his true
this shit's the best.
Oh, I like that. I like that too. I think that's very good. Well, listen, should we talk about
How many famous
chili cold open? I mean, Brian, we have got to. I brought my Kevin's chili mug. I am here for it. I made chili for lunch today.
Did you really?
I did. If you can believe it. That's how on brand we are today.
So many people wrote in about this cold open, Brian. It is so beloved, as you know.
But it is also only 36 seconds long. I clocked it. And here is how it is described on Dunderpedia, which I thought was kind of amazing. It says, the cold open with Kevin's chili has become one of the iconic moments of...
One of the downsides is you don't have the social interface. You don't have the connection with workers, with co-workers. And once again, the pandemic and how it has affected us across the board. And it's changed everything. I mean, it has changed everything.
It says, the cold open with Kevin's chili has become one of the iconic moments of the show. It takes a low-status character, offers him a high-status moment, and then mercilessly takes it away. People relate to the moment of private embarrassment and the desperation of trying to rescue something that cannot be saved. The scene teeters between comedy and heartbreak.
In 36 seconds.
Yeah.
you know, people come up to me all the time. That's the moment that more often than not is referred to. And there are now for me two types of people. There are some people who are like, oh my God, that is so hilarious. I love it. And then there are people who say like, I can't watch it. It breaks my heart. I feel so bad for Kevin. Now, I think in truth, it's somewhere in the middle. Like I think that there's both. I think you know, there's some physical comedy, but I think with a heartbreaking moment. I never knew. I mean, never could have imagined that one moment that was shot alone with nobody else around would become what it has today.
Well, we got a fan mail flurry of emails. I dare say blizzard.
By the way, this is Jenna terminology. She has a few.
I've coined some phrases.
We both have. But the fan mail flurry / blizzard.
Mail flurry.
What can you tell us about shooting this? Because it is just a voiceover with your action of carrying this big pot of beloved chili up some stairs. You're bringing it into the office. We're told this is an annual event. You've brought in your chili. And then it spills everywhere, and you try desperately to clean it up. How did you do it?
I'm tremendously proud of this now. The actual main portion was one take.
The spill, that's what we heard. One take.
The spill was one take. So they had done obviously some prep, right? Because this was going to be a mess. There was no question this was going to be a mess. And we rehearsed it, how it was going to go. Obviously, it was all about the moment of spill, having that look and feel as realistic as possible, right? And that it happened in you know, we didn't have marks on the show, but it happened in generally the correct place for the cameras to be able to pick that up, right? So Phil Shea came to me like kind of like a secret, like back channel meeting, and he says, all right, so just so you know, we only have 3 pieces of carpet, so we can't do any more than that. And the carpet, in case there was an accident, was from the front door around, let's call it Pam's reception desk, all the way to the Dwight and Jim clump. I mean, that was a huge piece of the carpet that replicated the carpet that existed there, and that they laid down and tacked in and made it appear as though that was the carpet. And they said they had 3 pieces of it, and that was it. So we needed to go. So what I have said to many people is that was all planned for. Cleaning me wasn't really, no one had any idea what would happen. Because I was stained, like I was burnt.
Your hands were like orange.
And I remember probably my last public shower, but there were like, it felt like 14 people in the shower with me, like peeling off clothes and handing me towels to get it out of my eyes and hair and everything. But yes, it was the actual spilling of it was one time.
And did it smell? Because Phil Shea said they just used a gazillion cans of actual chili. I mean, it was spicy chili. Did you like put your head on the pillow that night and still smell chili?
I can tell you he smelled at dinner.
That's what I was about to say.
Hear that.
So Angela and Oscar and I did regular dinners where it was like, okay, let's dress up a little, like let's look like real people, take off our Dunder Mifflin clothes, and let's go to a nice dinner. This particular night we had, and it was planned for months ahead. We were going to Mastro's in Beverly Hills, very nice steakhouse.
That's very fancy.
We did not mess around with these accountant dinners. Yeah.
No, we did not mess around. And so, of course, because that was the night we were filming this, so everybody else got to leave early. That they were Angela got to curl her hair or whatever. And so I
That's
show
what
up.
Angela does with free time. If I get to go somewhere fancy, I'm curling my damn hair. Brian knows. That's Texas for you.
That's the thing. I show up and no, Oscar is the one, because I think you and I are a little more. I don't want to hurt Oscar's feelings if he's listening, but there's always a seafood tower.
Oscar orders it every time. It is obnoxious. It takes up the whole table. Three-tiered tower of like seafood and like oysters.
Oh yeah, he gets the whole. He's like, yeah, we should do the tower.
It comes like, and it's like steam or smoke is coming off of it because there's so much dry ice and sand there.
Yes, this is true. So this is 100% true. So I sit down and my hands, I couldn't not smell chili. So now here's an appetizing
fingernails
for you.
were orange, Brian, because you had gotten it a little bit off your hands, but my memory was your hands were still tinted this weird color, but your fingernails, forget it, they were orange.
Done. So imagine that going into a crab leg and then you bring it to your mouth and you're smelling really bad canned chili. Let's just put it that way. It was probably there was probably some tint for a couple of days, but the smell for sure at least 24 hours.
Well, I have another question about the cold open. Is it true that the choice to try to clean up the chili with various paperwork was an improvisation in the moment where you're grabbing stuff? I mean, that's amazing. I love the desperation.
The folder thing.
Yeah.
Once I was on the ground, I got to play a little, right? And so I just sort of started trying other things. And look, there are a lot of fans who have fallen in love with Kevin through watching the show. And I attribute that to everyone's innate desire to win one.
Yes.
And how difficult it is to find those little successes.
Brent Forrester also said that he thinks they have about 8 minutes of footage of you on the ground in the chili. 8 minutes? Think about that, you guys. 8 minutes is a long time to be rolling around in some chili.
It was a lot. I know that I tried a variety of slips, which people thought was funny. I remember trying that. But you have to remember, again, I remember standing by a monitor as like clothes were beginning to be taken off me to watch it, right? And again,
oh yeah, because you could do that. You could like rewind the tape and watch it back and decide, did we have it or not?
Correct. They didn't use that capability on a daily basis, but on a major scene where you needed to, there was going to be a huge reset.
Yeah.
And so I remember even, watching it and me feeling good about it, but me feeling good about it doesn't really matter, right? And I remember going into the showers not knowing if, because, right, like Laverne and Debbie are great hair and makeup people. Like, they're all standing by ready to try to totally reset me to go again. And, they had obviously multiple of the same outfit, etc. So, yeah, I remember that moment about like, please, I think we have it. I think we're good.
All right, Brian, we also ask everyone this question. What did you take from the set when you left?
Well, I took a few things, right? So I took the diploma, Kevin's birth certificate of completion. So my first ever joke in the show, when Kevin is described by Michael Scott, he says something like, he's not a great accountant, but a pretty good entertainer. And they cut to a B-roll shot with me with my giant pencil, which sat on my desk then for all the years, which most people don't know is a piggy bank. And it's still empty. But I took that and I I took my nameplate and I.
You had a nameplate? All these years, I didn't realize you had a nameplate.
I had a nameplate.
I didn't know that. I didn't have a nameplate.
Well,
What did it say?
Crazy.
Does it say Kevin Malone?
And here's the crazy thing, right? My desk was in a clump.
You couldn't even see it.
No, it faced me. Like, why
To
would I
remind you.
It faced
To remind you of your name.
Last night for dinner. Although this morning we were talking about Houthis, and Neil has said Houthi. How's the song go? Houthi. That's right. Right. And I said, you know where that came from? And I said,
my desk was in a clump.
You couldn't even see it.
No, it faced me. Like, why
To
would I
remind you.
It faced
To remind you your name.
Because it's not announced. You know, usually you have a nameplate. Like if you have an office and someone walks in, they can see immediately what your name. Like if you go into a bank, it's like, oh, this is Susie Marshall. Hi, Susie. No, it was a nameplate that faced me for 10 years. It makes no sense.
Behind a piece of glass.
Behind it, yes. But what I'm saying is, you would have to sit in my lap to see the nameplate.
This is why we didn't know we had one.
It makes no. I know there was no thing. So yeah, I took the nameplate, I took the pencil, and I took the jar.
Oh yes, I love that. This has been so awesome. It's been so wonderful to talk to you, Brian. Yeah, thank you for letting us interview you. You make your living interviewing people, and now you have a book out. Tell us about your book.
Welcome to Dunder Mifflin. I mean, we're out in time for the holidays.
This is prime holiday shopping moment.
That's
everyone.
right.
Listen up.
This is stocking stuffer material.
Brian, I've
yes,
seen
welcome.
the book. You're not getting that book into a stocking.
Well, it's thick.
That's what she said.
There you go.
It's a thick gift.
It is.
With two C's.
All right.
Okay. So tell us about it.
Welcome to Dunder Mifflin. It is, you know, gosh, now a couple of years. I have been working on constructing a full oral history of the office and what happened. And specifically for me, it was about a question, right? And the question was very simply, we were a big show when we were on, right? We were the #1 scripted show on NBC for most of the time that we were on the air. But what has happened since, as you all know, the huge success of your podcast, that the show is so much bigger now than it ever was. And my question was, why now, 7, 8 years since we filmed the scene, why is this show now the undisputed champion of viewers in the world? Why are more people watching this show than any other show? And so for me, it was about going back to look at what happened. Why did this happen? Was it about the construction of the cast? Was it about the aesthetic that was chosen originally by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant and through Greg Daniels and Ken Kwapis? So it's really sort of a macro version of what happened. So I'm super excited and proud of the book and can't wait.
And is it like an overview? Is it like a collection of interviews, like from your podcast, The Oral History of the Office?
It's a little bit of everything. Yeah, it really goes back and traces my journey of me attempting to answer this question. So it goes into today as well and the legacy of the show. And but I went back to Scranton like a real journalist. Went back to Scranton and met with a lot of our old friends from there to talk about how, you know, the show was influenced directly from them and how the show has really changed that town. So it's a comprehensive look, but I think fans will really enjoy it.
I think that's fantastic.
I'll make sure you get a copy.
Well, thank you. Signed, I hope. Can I get a signed copy? Yeah. You're not saying yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Brian, you have another announcement.
well, listen, I have a podcast, The Office Deep Dive, and next year, January 4th, coming up, I'm going to be extending and transitioning to a new podcast, Off the Beat, with Brian Baumgartner, coming in January. So I love talking to all the folks on The Office, right? Having lengthy discussions, but really talking about the moments in between the moments that is mostly covered by other press. So starting next year, I'm going to be talking to your other favorite stars from TV, like Modern Family, Cheers, Seinfeld, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, whoever. And we're going to be focusing on important moment in these stars' lives that happen off the beat. I had a French director who told me, which is really applicable to The Office, by the way, you can steal this, that comedy, real comedy happens off the beat. And so for me, the moments that I want to talk to people about are the moments that happened in between the important moments, the things that lead to those big moments that everyone else is covering. So I'm super excited to be expanding from The Office. Obviously, we'll keep checking in with The Office, but talking to people from your other favorite television shows.
That is fantastic, Brian. We can't wait to hear
It's going to be great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Bombers, we love you so much.
Thank you again, Brian, for this generous interview. Thanks for coming on Office Ladies.
Thank you so much for having me. Congratulations to everything that you guys are doing. I'm so happy and proud of you both, and I love you so much.
Love you, B.
It's going to make me cry.
I know.
We love you, Brian. Well, I loved our interview with Brian.
I loved every second. It just made me miss us all hanging out.
Now, listen, in our interview with Brian, we talked a lot about his chili cold open, but if you can believe it, there are a few more things that we can share about it. So, first of all, it was written by Aaron Schur, and it was originally supposed to be the cold open for his script, Michael Scott Paper Company. But it ended up getting cut and moved to Casual Friday. And there was a lot that our crew had to do to pull off this chili stunt.
Yes, our first assistant director, Rusty Mahmood, shared in an interview, and I found this so interesting, Jenna. He said when he would read a script that had a cold open that was very prop intensive, it was immediately stressful for him.
Oh no.
So while everyone else is laughing, he could appreciate, right, the humor, but he also saw the hard work that was going to go behind it.
Sure.
He said his thought process in particular for this moment was, how do we drop a huge vat of chili without destroying our office?
Mm-hmm.
So they had a prop meeting. They had to discuss how big the vat was, where it was going to fall, all of that stuff that Brian talked about.
Yeah, Randy added that on a practical note, they deliberately made this the very last scene of the week. So they could have time to clean it up before Monday, basically.
Right, because they didn't know how bad it was going to be.
Oh my gosh. So even though they had done all these rehearsals, their concern was that it's a vat of chili falling. It could hit at some weird angle
And splatter across the wall.
all over everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, just like think about the medicine ball that was never supposed to pop unless you hit it on the seam and the right space. And sure enough, that happened.
Exploded.
So they had to be prepared for everything. Randy also mentioned that the part where Kevin's just carrying the vat of chili up the stairs, they could not afford for a spill
On the
to happen.
staircase.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
So for that, they filled the pot with some sandbags because they did still want it to feel heavy.
Right. And Brian, as you know, classically trained actor.
Yes.
He has said numerous times that he didn't want to fake carrying something heavy. He wanted to feel carrying something heavy.
Yes. And then another little cheat they did was with the actual pot of chili, they thought they could make a fake bottom on that vat so that like the bottom third was filled with foam, and then there would be a fake bottom to the pot, so it wouldn't be as much chili falling out. That would help avert a disaster.
Yeah.
Also, Rusty said that if they filled the whole thing with chili, it probably would have weighed over 50 pounds. So they needed something that Brian could carry through the door. And in the end, Rusty shared that it took about an hour to clean everything up and replace that carpet. One last thing I would like to share about this chili cold open is some of the dialogue that was part of Kevin's voiceover that didn't make it in. Oh, this is in the shooting draft. And I guess it would have bought him more time to do different things. Sure, right? But they trimmed it down. Here are two things Kevin would have said. Spiciness is to chili what makeup is to a woman. I don't need a lot. I've got a sexy pot of chili. Okay. And now for the next one. Parsley is a tricky little beast, but it will tolerate some shade. I don't know. It's just funny to me. And you know, the writer Anthony said they had so much fun coming up with spices and ingredients for Kevin to say. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that was a fun writer's room pitch. Well, now I think we can get into this episode, which has a great opening that was so fun to shoot. Pam and Ryan come in with this big circle thing with a question mark on it. Wait, hold up. Before they even come in, you have got to go to 1 minute, 1 second. There is no plant at reception. Well, of course not. No plant. We know who's responsible for those plants, and it's Pam. I know, but Erin hasn't brought anything in. I just couldn't believe it. It didn't even feel like front reception to me. Oh, that means a lot. You're welcome. Also, can we please note Pam's khaki pants and taupe, kids? Is it taupe? Beige? Really? Mm-hmm. They're not white? Nope. Scandalous. Very scandalous. As you were saying, they're holding this piece of paper with a big question mark on it. Who's behind it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Well, it's someone trying to bust through. It takes him several tries. I was cracking up at you and BJ, not Ryan and Pam, but I could see you and BJ when he was trying. There was real resistance. You guys were really like having to hold it steady. Well, people wanted to know, was it like scripted that he would have a hard time breaking through this paper, or is that just what happened? Yes, it was scripted. Director Brett Forrester actually shared that this idea was based on something that I guess the writers had seen on YouTube of a high school cheerleading squad trying to bust through a paper banner, but they wouldn't rip and they end up in a pile or something. There's so many. There's so many. This clearly is a thing that happens. I have kind of witnessed this a little bit, like live, yes. And then sometimes what happens is the team is running behind the cheerleaders. Oh, no. I know. And then you hit that resistance, and that, yeah. Phil Shea made 6 of those circles for Steve to bust through. He used butcher paper, which is heavier than regular paper, so it would actually be kind of tough. What was the circle, like a hula hoop or something? Yeah. We only had to do the scene twice, though. So there's 4 extra circles sitting backstage that day. Of course, Michael is going to announce conference room 5 minutes. Oh, he's been in the office for 40 seconds, and he's already calling a conference room 5 minutes. In this conference room, he really invites the employees to say whatever's on their mind. He wants an apology, desperately. And this starts for my character at just a delightful storyline, which is every single person in the office loves Casual Friday, but Angela Martin hates it. And that tracks for me. And finds it inappropriate. It is also in this meeting where Michael will let everyone know that Pam and Ryan are staying on in sales, and they get to keep the clients. And people are not happy about that. One of my favorite lines of the episode is when Auntie says, "I call foul, sir." Well, Michael says people can file their complaints into the trash can, the complaint department, Jenna, did you notice in this scene that Pam is completely covered by her purple sweater and Phyllis is only in the plaid shirt? Mm-hmm. That was intentional because they don't want to mess up the reveal. Yes, and it's a bit of a cheat because you have to imagine that just because the audience hasn't seen Pam and Phyllis standing in their identical outfits, surely Pam and Phyllis have seen one another as they went into the conference room. Exactly, they've been there for most of the morning. But that brings us to the kitchen, where Pam and Phyllis discover that they are in fact wearing the exact same outfit that they both liked on the mannequin at the mall. Pam says they got it at Bosco's at the Steamtown Mall. Mm-hmm. So you know I had to know. Is it a real store? Is Bosco's a real store? And is it at the Steamtown Mall? Well, let me tell you, Bosco's is a real store, and there is one at the Steamtown Mall. And I had to know a little bit about what the store is, because they're very East Coast. I'd never heard of it, right? Me either. On the Bosco's website, it says it is a family-owned department store for over 100 years. And it is, in fact, America's largest family-owned department store. Oh! Yes, Jenna, are you ready for this? A little bit of background info on Bosco's. And this is on their website. At only 18 years old, Solomon Bosco left his family in Russia, immigrated to the United States in 1914. He settled in Reading, Pennsylvania. With a pack on his back and a few dollars he had, he began peddling household goods to the farm families in the surrounding area. Like a door-to-door salesman? That's right, and he got a reputation of being very fair and very honest. The business grew, his reputation grew. He was able to buy dry goods and provide merchandise, and the first Bosco's department store was established. And it's still going strong today. Lady, hear me out. Mm-hmm. Next time we're in Scranton, we go to Bosco's at the Steamtown Mall and we buy matching outfits. Done. And then we go bowl and go to Poor Richard's. I mean, we have a lot of places to go. We got a lot of places to go. Well, we got a lot of mail about these matching outfits. So many questions on how they were chosen, and also if I felt at all that this outfit was a little out of character for Pam. Well, I reached out to Alicia, our wardrobe designer, for this episode, and she shared with me that this storyline was a very late addition to the script. She had very little time to figure out what this matching outfit will be. She said she normally would have made something from scratch because that's her. I mean, this woman is amazing at building clothing. Yeah. But because of time, she had to find existing pieces. So Alicia started by going to the stores where she would buy Phyllis's wardrobe. And she was really concerned about Phyllis feeling comfortable in this outfit. She shared that she had color palettes for all of our characters, and she looked at the color palettes for Pam and Phyllis, and she saw that we had a few overlapping colors. And our overlapping colors were mauve, mint, cocoa brown, navy, and purple. I would dare say that purple was an overlapping color for the majority of the office. I think Alicia likes purple. Well, I had a purple breakdown of a whole scene. I think when we have Alicia on the podcast, we're going to ask her, what's your favorite color? Let's see if she says purple. I think she's going to say purple. So she said the first item she found was the plaid shirt, and she thought that was a good place to start. She said also our characters both tended to layer our clothes. Mm-hmm. And she thought, though, that there needed to be something that wasn't too Phyllis or too Pam about it. So she thought the little sweater shrug was another good crossover item. So that was her first choice of outfit. And then she bought it in both of our sizes. And then she found two other outfits that she thought might work. Well, this is all happening at 9 p.m. as the mall is closing the night before we had to shoot this. Oh my God. That's how little time she had. She's like sprinting through the mall. Yes. So the next morning, Phyllis came in for her fitting, and Alicia said the plaid shirt was the clear winner. I came in for my fitting. I thought it was really cute. They altered the top a little bit for me. You might notice that my version is a little more fitted in the chest. I will say, looking back, this is not a fashionable outfit. It is not. Here's the thing. The plaid shirt is fine. It's the sweater. I don't know what you call that thing. It's not
shrug.
Shrug? She called it a shrug. Well, guess what? Just listen to the word shrug. Is that something you want to wear? Listen, back then, those shrugs were a thing. They were. You can look it up. And capri pants were a thing. Oh, yeah. So I think maybe this outfit has just not held up great over time. Really. But at the same time, Pam has never been a real fashion forward gal. You know, she saw something on a mannequin. She tried it. I do like looking back, trying to imagine, like, how did Jim handle this back at the house when she's like, what do you think? Jim is like, it's great. It's different. Have you had that moment? Okay. Jim wore a knit tie for years. He also at his parents' house that had a clown mounted to the wall, a clown painting. I don't know that Jim has his finger on the pulse of fashion. I guess you're right. I think he probably thinks Pam looks cute and everything. Yeah. Lee has tried that for me when I'm like, okay, what do you think of this outfit? He'll say, I think you look beautiful and everything. I'll say, well, obviously I'm not getting this outfit because if I looked good, you'd just tell me I looked good. He'd be like, no, I'm telling you, I think you're beautiful and everything. I think you're beautiful. I love you. And I'm like, okay. Take a picture of me. I'm going to send it to Angela. I need a real opinion.
This is true. I get, whenever Jen has to buy an outfit for anything, for years, this is like over a decade now, I get a little photo shoot spread texted to me.
Yes.
And you ask my thoughts.
What would you say if I sent you this outfit?
I would say skip the purple shruggy thing.
Keep the shirt. Khaki pants are fine. You know, given when this episode aired. Okay, fair enough. Well, Phyllis has a ton of sass in this episode. Oh my gosh, she tells Pam that she looks like a trout. She says, close your mouth, sweetie. You look like a trout. This is an epic insult. I am telling you, that is like amazing. Could you imagine saying to someone, you look like a trout? No. I think it's like, you know how in your mind you have like a fantasy argument with someone who you've always wanted to tell off, but maybe you're like me and you're not confrontational? This is a fantasy moment. Close your mouth, sweetie. You look like a trout. This is going to take us to a scene where Angela is complaining to Toby because Oscar has worn sandals and you can see his feet. Jenna, the scene was so much fun to do. I had so much fun yelling at Toby. And as I exit, I say, excuse me, oh, you're so educated, aren't you, Toby? So trained to deal with a hysterical woman. I had an improvisation that made it in. I yelled, I don't want to look at his feet. That was improv. Very good. Thank you. But you guys, let's think about this for a second. Do you really want to look at men's feet at work? Or on an airplane? You guys that wear flip-flops on airplanes, I get it. Maybe it's your vacation. You're going somewhere tropical. I don't know. When I see feet on a plane, it's weird. Do you take your shoes off on a plane? If you have on shoes and socks, will you take off your shoes if you have a long flight? I mean, it has to be a pretty long flight. I'm always cold, so I don't take my shoes off. You know what I bring? What? Slippers? Bring little, like, slipper socks. And so I'll take off my shoes and put on slipper socks. Just, I don't know. Just because I think it's rude to just be in, like, sock feet on a plane too. Yeah. But you don't space. You don't wear your slipper socks into the bathroom though. You put your shoes back on. Yes. Oh yes. Gross. Right? I'm certain men are pissing all over the bathroom. Oh my god. I wipe that sucker down. I wipe it. I do like a cleaning before I go to the bathroom. For sure. Anyway, I'm just saying, is Angela... Oh, and just for the record, I do wash my hands when I exit an airplane washroom. Oh, I feel like I have to tell people now. Thank God. Every time. Well, listen, even if I just pee. Listen, we all know that Angela is the office bitch, but I think, you know, maybe open-toed sandals for men on Casual Friday, maybe I would agree with her. I didn't disagree with her. There you go. Well, this leads Toby to have this talking head where he reveals that he was in the seminary for a year, and there's a photo of him that we've never seen before. No, Randy shared that that was like a green screen photo. They took a picture at the church where Phyllis got married, and then they superimposed Paul onto that picture for that seminary photo. But he says that he dropped out to have sex with a woman named Kathy. He followed her to Scranton, got a job in HR, but now they're divorced. Now, this is very much at odds with that deleted scene that you told us about from Local Ad, where he says he worked in advertising for 3 years before joining Dunder Mifflin. I know, but that was deleted. So we decided if something was deleted, it didn't really happen in the world of The Office. That's how we're saying it. Yes. I want you guys to know, in the background of this talking head, over Toby's shoulder, I saw Leslie eating. What? If you watch it, go to 5 minutes, 1 second. I mean, Leslie had to be in the background for so long during all of these talking heads. He was such a trooper. I think he just got hungry. So Stanley's having a snack at his desk. It works. So next up, we're going to start to see a little bit of how Michael might be giving preferential treatment to Pam Ryan. Well, he goes and gets Ryan a soda, and then Jenna, what does he get Pam? He gives Pam a Fiji water. I am telling you, they were sponsoring the show. How are they not sponsoring the show? How many episodes now is this? This is the 3rd Fiji water bottle spotting. Once again, the label is facing away from camera, a deliberate move by Steve Carell as he sets it down. I asked Randy about it. Did you? Were we getting some secret Fiji dough? No. He says he has no idea why these Fiji waters are showing up on set. He said he was going to investigate it. But he said we did not have a deal with Fiji that he knows about. However, he did say this, which I thought was really interesting. He said anytime he ever is line producing something that takes place on a boat, they always use Fiji water because it doesn't roll. Yeah. Well, I feel like for me, this Fiji water on the set of The Office is like that Starbucks coffee. Remember in Game of Thrones? Yes. There's the Starbucks coffee. I do remember. I'm like obsessed with like, what's up with this Fiji water? Dwight is going to notice the special treatment that Michael is giving them. Mm-hmm. It's time for him to pass out a secret memo with invisible ink. Yes. Where did he get the invisible ink? You might like to know. He says it's urine. Yeah, I'm guessing his urine. Yes. He's very frustrated because people don't know how to reveal the invisible urine message. Right, they're not savvy to the invisible ink thing. Well, this got me wondering. Oh no. I Googled, can you use urine as invisible ink? Oh my God. Really and truly, at the end of this podcast, I want to print our search history and put it in a frame. Please do. Well, I'll have you know that yes, urine can be used as invisible ink, and I discovered the most fascinating story of people using urine as invisible ink, and I'm going to share it with you now. Oh, okay. I'm reclining and getting my cup of tea. I'm settling in. All right. During World War II, there were a group of Polish prisoners who were taken to a Nazi death camp, and they used their urine as invisible ink to write letters detailing the horrific experiences that were going on at the camp. They were a group of young Polish girls and women who had been part of the Polish underground resistance to the Nazi regime. And they were captured, they were imprisoned, and this group were called the Rabbits of Ravensbrück because, and this is horrible, they were subjected to extreme medical experiments like rabbits. That's why they got this nickname. However, they were allowed to write letters to their families back home once a month. But the letters were heavily censored. One of these women remembered that when she was a child, her and her brother had read this series of books where people were writing messages in invisible ink. So they used their urine to write these secret messages. And due to a reaction with the paper, the urine loses its color and becomes invisible, but then if you heat it up, it reveals what was written. And in her first letter to her brother, she wrote about these books that they read as kids, and he figured out the code and knew how to reveal the hidden messages. So they came up with this code with their families, which was, if the hidden messages were revealed, the families would send back a letter with a little piece of blue string. And that's how they knew if their messages were being received. So eventually, the contents of these letters and the horrific details of the camp were broadcast on the radio, and the camp was liberated by the Red Army, and the 4 women who wrote the letters all survived. Their letters were used as evidence to prosecute the guards.
Wow.
And 77 years later, these letters can still be read because 27 of them are still readable and on display in a museum in Loveland.
Oh my gosh. That is an amazing story.
Amazing. I was completely riveted. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I'm just sort of speechless at the gravity of that story and how it's amazing. I think we should take a break.
Yes.
And when we come back, we find out yet a new detail of Toby. What is Toby? Toby's like this onion. We're just peeling layers back about him. We're back, and there was this snippet of a scene. It's just a tiny moment where Toby is trying to get Oscar to take his socks, and he says they're clean. He was going to wear them to volleyball practice. Who the heck is Toby? Who is this person? What, was he in a weekly volleyball game? Like, he plays adult volleyball?
All right, we got some fan mail that had a few theories on this. One of them being that, you know, it's going to be revealed in Company Picnic that Pam likes volleyball.
Oh, is he trying to get good at volleyball to impress Pam?
That is what people were saying.
That is so
that
cute.
This volleyball game is coming up, and maybe he wants to have something in common with Pam.
Oh, I love that.
Well, Dwight's secret message is not received, so he is going to just tell everybody who is a salesperson who isn't Pam or Ryan, go down to the warehouse.
I love the scene in the warehouse. I thought it was such a great ensemble scene. It reminded me of how when Michael has to lead a conference room scene and everyone keeps getting him off track. It was much longer than what you see in the actual episode.
And I really wanted you guys to hear the rest of the scene.
And I believe that, in my opinion, is the ultimate luxury.
That's a really great technique for getting that booger. But I know since you can't teach that. Can't teach the technique.
No, obviously what's happening at the meeting is not annoying. Only certain people in it are annoying.
Can I take one of these candles home?
Gentlemen, it's time to put our balls in the guillotine, as they say. Who has ever said that? Original expression. I'm talking about going to Michael and telling him that we are ready to quit.
Oh boy, I don't know.
Yeah, Dwight, what we called our bluff when we are gone. Because if we do nothing, we fail. And failure is not an option. Well, now let's think this through. If we do nothing, at least we'll have our jobs. If we do nothing, we fail, and failure is not an option. Well, to be clear, it is an option. Not in my book. My book, the cover is failure is not an option. It is an option. Not in my book. Literally. What book? What are you doing?
Can you write it? I could have watched that all day.
That's when they would just let us keep talking in character.
Yes, it's sort of like a long form improv exercise.
Well, while all this is happening in the warehouse, Pam, Ryan, and Michael are like best friends. They're up in Michael's office and they are giggling over this photo collage Michael has
I
made.
mean, Ryan and Pam hated each other in Michael's Scott Paper Company, and now they're just like, it's like they're old war buddies or something.
I loved it. I loved this dynamic. We had a fan question from Adrian M. on the memory board that Michael makes. When were the photos taken? Was it done while you were filming the Michael Scott Paper Company episodes? Yes, Adrian, they were. We knew ahead of time that we were going to need these photos because Randy Cordray, he would get the scripts early so that he could anticipate sight gags and props and locations and all these things that go into planning an episode. So he knew that for this episode we would need these pictures. So while we were filming Broke,
somebody be like, oh my
we
god, I
took
love
all
calling
these
you
pictures for the
Lady,
collage.
calm down. I'm just
A
kidding.
storyline
It's
is about
all right.
start that I love
Then she'd be like,
so
oh,
much, Jenna.
that
And
is so
it is Jim
sick.
and
I'd be
Creed.
like, thanks,
I
big
loved
cat.
it so much. I
She'd be like,
loved
oh,
how
baby, you
like
want to see a big
Creed
cat? I'll
is
show you a
being
big cat right
so
now. Hey,
normal
Lock.
that
Look at
it
it, baby.
makes you more suspicious of him. I loved just whenever Jim and Creed were in scenes together, and as you know, John Krasinski was always just like completely disintegrating into laughter. Well, John loved doing scenes with Creed. So I called Creed. So I was like, Creed, you have this hilarious storyline with Jim in this episode, and I sort of reminded him of it. I had the shooting draft, and we went through it together, Jenna. Aw, I know. And one of the things that cracked us up, it was a line that Creed loved, and it didn't make it in. I want to share it with you. So the scene starts that Creed is in the corner, and in the shooting draft, Jim gets a soda, and Creed says, "You're going to be happy with that." And Jim says, "Hi." And then Creed says, "I come here to take a break." And Jim says, "Yeah." Here's the line that got cut. Creed says, "The restroom." That's what I call it. Creed calls the break room the restroom. And then the rest is scripted. Let's talk about this storyline because eventually Creed is going to suggest that they play a game. Yes. And that game is going to be chess. Uh-huh. And not only that, Creed is a very good chess player. Yeah. Well, I texted with John Krasinski about this because I wanted to know, is John a good chess player? Because I knew you were reaching out to Creed, so I was like, I'll get John's side of this. John said he knows how to play chess, but very poorly. Well, this is what Creed said. Creed said, yes, I can play chess. I'm not an aficionado, but I have basic skills. And he said he's actually looking forward to playing chess with his granddaughters. Oh, he wants to share it with them. Oh, you know what? Lee's dad plays chess with my son, and it warms my heart every time I look over and see them playing chess. It's like his thing he does with his grandpa. Yeah. And then what's so fantastic is this chess runner ends with Jim's talking head that says, "I'm just hiding out until all this stuff blows over with Creed, playing chess at work. He's winning." I feel like I'm describing a dream I had. Yeah, exactly. So listen, when the gang comes back from down in the warehouse, Michael, Pam, and Ryan are like, "Where have you been?" And they claim that they've been at lunch. And we're like, it's very early in the morning. What all did you have for lunch? Because they're trying to trap them. Andy very quickly shares this. "I had a salmon salad with water, no ice. I was going to get a soda, but the waiter talked me out of it. Her name was Flo. She had black hair." And immediately, this is like the art of lying, okay? Like, he thinks by sharing a ton of details, right, that's going to make him seem normal. But let me tell you, whenever someone gives me an answer like this, I'm like, suspect. Yeah, you want to have the detail, but you don't just lay it all out at the top in one big blob. No. Michael, Pam, and Ryan are like, "Oh, well, if you guys, went out to lunch, then I guess we can eat what's in the fridge here." Yes. And then the three of us go in the fridge and we start eating everybody's lunches. Please watch this in the bloopers, you guys. Well, I remember it. Steve took a huge bite out of a cold salmon fillet. You're shoveling potato salad in your mouth. It was egg salad, lady. Oh my egg God, salad. Gross. And people asked, was it really egg salad? It was. Like, it was making us laugh. You laughed so hard with a mouthful of egg salad that, like, there was, like, egg salad spittle. It was so gross. Oh, my God. I remember it like it was yesterday. Well, we got a fan catch from Nikki S. about all this food. She says, when Michael is taking the sales staff lunches out of the fridge, he takes a green wrapped sandwich, and it's from a gas station chain called Sheetz. They are known for their food, commonly called MTO, which stands for made to order. So I looked it up, and there is this string of gas stations called Sheetz in the area, and they make made to order food. Here's their commercial. I am starving. Stuff at Sheetz.
Get good food at a gas station.
Really? You couldn't have just agreed. See, so in this moment, they turned into donkeys. You know what that does to you and
I'm sorry.
makes an ass of you. See?
Don't assume you can't get fresh made-to-order food at a gas station. Cheats. Feel the love.
Yeah. Ding, dong, ding, dong, ding. So here's what is that ad? What is happening in
It's
that
two
ad?
people driving in a car and they want some food, and as soon as he assumes that you can't get made-to-order food at a gas station, they turn into asses and they start hee-hawing. But here's the thing that got me, that I was thinking. Do you remember in The Injury when Michael wants some yams?
Yeah.
Ryan says you can't get yams at a gas station.
Yeah.
I just wonder, does Sheetz sell yams?
Can I get a yam on my sandwich?
I looked at their menus. It seems like each location sometimes has slightly different items. I could not find one that had yams. So I guess Ryan is still right. But Sheetz, I think you should consider, I don't know, for all the Office fans out there, if you started selling yams at your gas station, it might be a hit. Maybe it's a holiday item.
Yeah, it's a holiday item. I have a question for Sheetz. Is that bread for real? Because that bread was like the size of a Buick.
I don't know.
Seriously, that bread was the size of Steve's head. Here's an interesting tidbit that Brent shared in the DVD commentary. This entire third act was written in a breakout pod of writers of Mindy, BJ, Gene, and Lee in about 12 hours.
Wow.
Entire third act.
I remember Brent sharing with us, and Alicia supports this, that this whole script came down to the wire. That, like, this is the end of the season, they're backed up, they're running out of time,
We're on fumes.
we are. Randy noted that this whole episode takes place just at Dunder Mifflin, and that the production had requested that because they were getting ready for our big 100th episode season finale company picnic. They were prepping, and he said we just couldn't afford to be going on location. We needed an episode that happened right on our set. So maybe that contributed too to some of these rewrites at the end.
I also want to give a shout out to, our unsung hero a little bit, Phil Shea, who every week had to do so much. If you go to deleted scenes, there's a scene where Jim is welcoming Pam to the desk pod of Jim and Dwight and Pam now, and he gives her this little island, and on the island it's Jim and Pam and Dwight. Okay, it's like a little figurine.
Why do I not have this item?
You should own this item. In the script, it was supposed to be Jim, Pam, and Dwight, and deleted scenes sort of like a makeshift of that. But I guess Phil Shea spent tons of time getting this thing made.
Of
And
course.
it didn't even make it in.
Yeah. Well, now we're coming up to a scene that is very famous as well. Perhaps famous as our chili cold open, for sure. I mean, I've seen people do this scene as a Halloween costume.
So many people.
It's the scene where Toby has to confront Meredith about her casual outfit, saying that it's a bit revealing. So when she tugs on her skirt, it flashes her top. When she pulls it back up, then it flashes the bottom. It's a lot.
It has two standout famous lines that are quoted quite a bit to Kate Flynn. Meredith, your boob is out. And damn it, Meredith, where are your panties?
Well, when we talked to Brent Forrester about this episode, he told us this. He said when he joined the writing staff of The Office in season 3, he noticed that the writers were sometimes having a hard time writing for the character of Meredith, who he personally loved. And he said everyone knew Kate Flannery was really funny, but they just hadn't cracked the code of this character. Brent shared that one day he was at lunch and he happened to be sitting next to Kate, and so he just asked her, Kate, what makes you funny? And apparently Kate said something to the effect of, Brent, I'm the daughter of an old Irish bar owner. My comfort zone is loud and filthy. So he went back to the writers and he told them this, and he said it revolutionized the writing for Meredith. He got credited with cracking the code. And he was like, all I did was just ask the actress. He said it was actually a good lesson. Like, go ask the actress. Like, What are you really good at? What do you like to do?
Right.
What's your thing?
And then the writer's room can lean into that.
And you mentioned this to Kate, right?
I did. I was talking to Kate on the phone this week, and I said, Kate, we are coming up on Casual Friday. Also, you guys, when we're recording this, Halloween has just happened. Kate is constantly tagged in photos of people dressed as Meredith in this purple dress.
Yes.
With sort of a pixelated boob.
Yes.
You know?
I've seen them.
Yeah. So I asked Kate about this scene, and here's what she had to share.
Hey, Office Lady podcast fans. I have to tell you, when we did the table read, I knew exactly how well this was going to pull. It was so well written. The scene where Toby tells Meredith to pull up her dress. It was just brilliantly written, and kind of like jumping out of an airplane whenever I'm topless or more. Yeah, because you just got to do it. You can't even judge it. You just got to go. And luckily, Paul is a great. He's a great partner in a scene because he plays it very small and real. So it reminds me to keep it small and real, and not always easy for me. But yeah, it's so much fun. And there was talk of a merkin at one point. A merkin is a wig for down there. Yeah. Luckily, the pixelation and NBC. And also, credit must be given to Alicia for creating this amazing dress that was so easy to hike up or hike down and have a problem. So yeah, great wardrobe malfunction dress from a great wardrobe designer, Alicia. So thank you for that. And it's one of the few things I wish I'd kept and I did not. I do have a longer version. Someday I'll wear it in public. Yeah, but well, I'll just say the date, you guys. Hold your breath. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Have a great day, and I hope it's casual day.
Okay.
Did you notice that her dress was also purple?
I did notice that. I talked to Alicia about this dress. It was actually a bubble skirt.
Yeah,
It was not actually meant to be a dress. It's meant to be worn at the waist.
Yeah. I love that Kate brought up the merkin. That is like a word I forgot I even knew.
Same.
Oh my gosh, a merkin is like the fake.
It's fakey hair down there.
Fakey hair down there. Oh my gosh. You know, Kate and I went on to talk on the phone about this, and she shared with me that doing these nude scenes, they were definitely not in her comfort zone, you know? And every time she did them, she had to really step out of her comfort zone, but she would just go for it. She told me, she was like, Ange, I never really got used to doing these.
You know, I've had to do scenes in movies where I'm wearing very little or a love scene or whatever, and it always feels awkward to me too.
Yeah. Well, I also asked Kate, what was she wearing underneath this purple dress?
Oh, we got a lot of fan questions about that. What was it?
She said she was wearing a flesh-toned moleskin.
Yeah, you know, I used to use that when I did ballet to wrap my toes. Yeah.
You know, guys, it's like that sort of...
It's like a fuzzy felt thing that sticks to your skin.
Exactly. In fact, they've made it for blisters, but they use it to cover your boob area. And then the other thing she was wearing was a thong.
Well, we spoke to Randy Cordray about this a little bit, and he said that he did insist on a closed set. And what that means is that normally when you're doing scenes, those scenes are broadcast backstage for the hair and makeup people to observe, to make sure everything's okay, different crew members. Anyone backstage can sort of see on a live feed what is happening on the set. Those get shut off when you ever have a scene like this. No monitors backstage. And then similarly, no guests are allowed on those days, and no photography, of course, and only the people who need to be in the scene or on the set are allowed on the set.
That's right. If you're not part of the scene, you're not there.
Exactly.
The next scene made me laugh because Ryan is fielding a complaint, but it's Dwight's former client. Dwight has had this client for 10 years who's never had a complaint, and now this client wants to leave. Did you catch the client's name? No. They say it over and over. I don't know why. It just tickled me because I never noticed it before. Because you and I are truly rewatching this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Bart.
Mr. Bart.
Mr. Bart.
Oh.
They're very sad about losing Mr. Bart, but it builds to this crescendo where Phyllis ends up tearfully saying to Michael, you know, Michael, you thought you were attacking corporate, but we were the ones who got hurt. You should be apologizing to us. And she says, Michael, you always said we were a family, and then you went after us. Well, they talked in the DVD commentary about this moment, that it was a very pivotal story moment because it had to flip Michael.
Yes.
So they needed Phyllis to really perform in this moment. It all came down to her.
Mm-hmm.
And on the commentary, there was a little bit of a debate between Brent and Mindy. Mindy was like, was Phyllis being calculating?
Right. Was she manipulating Michael?
Right. And then Claire Scanlon, who was also in the DVD commentary, was like, no, I think she was being sincere.
I read it as sincere. I think she played it sincere.
I thought Phyllis performed it as sincere.
The thing that surprised me about this whole scene was that Ryan even had a client.
I know, that's so true.
I don't know. I guess I thought maybe he has one.
He has one, but that one's leaving. But I think big props to Phyllis because I think she really delivered in that moment. And you see how Michael reevaluates everything because he does see this office as his family.
Dwight's gonna write another letter in invisible ink, and fan catch from Carla J, who says, "Oh my gosh, can we please talk about how Dwight is using Ryan's cup from Kelly's America's Got Talent party to paint the secret urine messages onto the memos?" I noticed that as well. I thought it was very funny. Clearly, Dwight has peed in that cup. Listen, in the end, Michael is gonna apologize to the sales force, and he's gonna agree to give them their clients back.
But this means he's going to have to fire, reassign one of his Michael Scott paper company employees.
Yeah, he can only keep one of them on as a salesperson, and he's going to have to decide if it's Pam or Ryan. Jim is going to try to help Michael by telling him maybe he should make a list of pros and cons about each person. That doesn't go very far because Michael tries to get Jim to say some cons about Pam. And I guess what they settle on is that I have a shrill voice. Sometimes when those moments wind up in the script, I'm like, does someone in the writer's room find my voice awful?
Oh, 100%.
Only sometimes, they said. Only sometimes her voice is shrill.
I guarantee you, someone was like, well, what can we say? I don't know, maybe her voice gets grating.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, all you podcast listeners.
I had an audition one time for a national campaign for bananas.
Go on.
Yeah, you had to eat a banana in the audition. And I didn't get the part. The casting director, as I was delivering my lines, she said, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you. Can you lower your register? And I said, okay. So I have to take a bite of the banana and then say the line. Whatever the line is, these bananas are great. Whatever it was, I can't remember. But so I went, I guess I was going like, these bananas are great or something. And so then I took a bite of the banana, and you guys take a bite of banana and then try to say a line. Then I'm like, these bananas are great. I didn't get it. But for the rest of my career, I thought, oh my gosh, is my voice shrill and grating? And I asked my agent when I didn't get it, I was like, was it because she wanted me to lower my register? Did she say something about my register? And my agent said, no, she actually said they thought the way you ate the banana was awkward.
How do actors make it? How do you come back from that? I don't know. How does that not give you a complex?
I don't know.
In two areas, your voice and your banana eating.
I know.
That was always such a tricky thing. You'd go to an audition and then you wouldn't get it, and you would just want to know anything. You would say, was there any feedback?
Any feedback.
And that was
desperate for feedback.
Oh my God.
So you could do it better next time, so you could learn. And then you find out You sound like a banshee, and you eat a banana like a idiot.
Exactly. And then when are you going to use that information? What's your next banana eating role?
Never.
You can apply
I
that
will
to.
never eat a banana on camera. Let me tell you.
All right, can we talk about this scene where everyone is ganging up on Toby about Casual Friday? Because it's delightful.
All right, when you guys watch it, when Toby says it's canceled, everyone is like, boo! And Angela, full smile, jumping up and down.
So
Yay!
But Dwight starts to take over this meeting, and he says that you could still have Casual Friday, but he's going to give a few rules. Like earth tones only. And did you hear this one? At 18 minutes, 13 seconds, women are forbidden to wear pants. Huh. Who has Dwight been talking to? An executive at NBC, perhaps? I wonder where that one came from.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, boys. Once they start wearing pants, they're going to want things. Like,
Equal rights.
I don't know.
Which, by the way, I'm sorry, soapbox moment. Can you believe that there is still not a ratified equal rights amendment? That in our Constitution, the fabric of our nation, women are still not seen as equal legally? What the F is that? Now, the states have finally, there's enough that have ratified this amendment, but I guess they did it a little bit too late. They missed the deadline because it took, like, how many years? Over 20, 25 years? 30 years? So anyway, I guess they're trying to fix that loophole and say that we should ratify this amendment already. I say about time. And women can wear whatever they want on the bottom. And we can show our panty lines, and we can have pockets, and we can have equal rights under the law. Thank you. Oh. Call your representatives. Ask for all of them. They'll be confused by the pockets and panty lines, but just doesn't matter.
Okay. Clearly, we're going to Washington.
Could you imagine me in Washington testifying before Congress?
I would love it. I would love it. I would want you to wear the biggest, baggiest pants.
I would have pockets from my waist down to my effing ankles.
When one of the old men that's on Congress asks you a question, I would want you to stand up in your pants and say, 1 second, and you pull a full laptop out of one of your pockets.
And you know what? Here's the thing. In the back, they sit really tight, so you can see my panty line.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be the harshest panty line you've ever
your
seen.
Target laundry day undies.
100%. And then I'm gonna say, ratify that amendment already.
And then when it's ratified, you're gonna say, see, he gave us pants and we took over. Your fear about us in pants, it came true.
That's right.
All right.
All right. Michael is going to call Pam into his office, and we are going to find out who got the sales job. Was it Pam? Was it Ryan? Michael,
he's got to prank you first.
This man loves a fake fire and a fake hire.
He loves it.
What is that about him? He tells Pam he's really sorry that he gave Ryan the sales job.
Yeah.
And Pam is disappointed.
And then he starts to giggle.
Yeah, he's joking.
She's like, Michael.
Yeah. He offered Ryan his temp job back. And Pam is going to get this sales position.
She's so happy about it.
She is.
As she's leaving the office, Michael says, send Aaron in.
Oh, no.
So you know he's about to do some prank on Aaron. I want you guys to know that that is where the scene ended. In the shooting draft, he says, send Aaron in. There's no more dialogue.
Oh, yes. Brent told us this. Brent said that this scene coming up was Ellie Kemper's first one-on-one scene with Steve Carell.
But it wasn't even supposed to happen. It was all improv.
That is amazing.
So basically, they just let the cameras keep rolling. He says, send Aaron in. Aaron walks in. And then Steve and Aaron do this little improvised scene. And they loved it. And it made it into the episode.
That is amazing. That closes out Casual Friday. I loved this episode. I loved this podcast.
I loved this episode so much too. And we have some shout outs and some thank yous.
We really do. Thank you, Brian Baumgartner, for being our guest. Everyone, remember to check out his book, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, and his new podcast coming out next year, Off the Beat. We need to thank Randy Cordray, Alicia Raycraft, Kate Flannery, Creed Bratton, John Krasinski. Thank you for letting us hit you up all the time for your scoop on these episodes. Seriously, God bless you guys, because as we share a lot with you all listening, we text these guys and call them all the time. I know, I'm like, hey John, how's it going? Weird question. Are you a good chess player? Yeah. Hey Credo, how's it going? Listen, I left some limes on your porch. Also, can you play chess? I know, they must be like, what is happening? And finally, thank you to Brent Forrester, our longtime writer in the office, who also directed this episode. Guys, you know, Brent teaches comedy writing classes that anyone can take, and you can find him and those classes over at brentforrester.com. We highly recommend. If you have a creative idea that you want to turn into a comedy show, this is a good place to start. Yes, and check out Kate and Creed. You guys, they both have some wonderful shows coming up. You can find them on Instagram at The Real Kate Flannery and at Creed Bratton. And we will see you next week. Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. It's important that we do this in 4 days because this episode filmed the week right before Easter, and we were already meant to have Good Friday off for Easter weekend. And if we hadn't finished, we would have had to come back the Monday after Easter and pick up our 5th day. But that would have really thrown off our 100th episode company picnic, which was happening the next week. Which was a huge company move. That would have been, that would have been really hard. Yeah, that's what she said. So that leads me into fast fact number 3. While there were no locations for this episode, no expensive stunts or props, there was a lot of music. And to get the rights to all the music that was in this episode was a very complicated thing to pull off. Randy shared that there are 2 kinds of music rights. There are sync rights, which is where you're going to play a song by the original artist, and that's all. You're just going to hear their song. Okay. But then there are master rights, and that's what you need if a character is going to sing or hum a song, sort of do their interpretation. Yes, the artist. And Randy said that they wanted us to be able to sing along or hum along as we were dancing, and so we had to get both sync and master rights to every single song. There was only one song that appeared in the script. If you read the script, different scenes will say music is playing. Right. Aaron presses play, but it doesn't say what song comes out except for one time in the script. What did it say? The one song that appears in the script is Everybody Dance Now. And it's the song where Michael is playing it through the vents to get everybody to come down. And that song cost $40,000. Wow. And so Randy had our post-production supervisor, Jake Oust, reach out to Universal Music, because our show was made by NBC Universal, right? And see if they could get a list of songs that we could license for either free or for not that much money. And then he gave that list to Warren and Halstead. And he said, what do you think? So Warren and Halstead made a list of their dream music list, right? And then next to it, they would put a free alternative. And Randy sent this list over. It was really fascinating to look at. I'll just give one example. You know that opening scene when Michael's kind of dancing alone? Yeah. Their first choice was Disturbia by Rihanna. Okay. Their free alternative, which appears in the show, is Car Wash. All right. For the most part, we had to go with their free alternative.
I was gonna say, I'm sure.
The ultimate music budget for this episode was $85,200. Wow. Most of that money paid for Everybody Dance Now and YMCA. But Randy said that another perk of not having that fifth shoot day was that they were able to allocate some of that shoot day's budget to music.
That makes sense.
And that's how we were able to pull it off. But I mean, that is all Randy's job. He's just like a spreadsheet and he has to move things around.
Numbers.
Yeah, and make it all happen.
Well, milady, those were some great fast facts.
Thank you. Did you feel like they came from a person who had improved blood flow? Or maybe had a connection between their brain and digestive system?
100% I did.
Thank you.
100%.
I felt like that too.
That's why I gave you the milady and not just lady.
Oh,
Yeah,
now we know.
you got a special one. Well, I think we should take a break, and when we get back, someone has won an art contest, and it's not Pam.
I know. Snark. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip,
You know what?
it's like
I don't have
too
to
much
pee,
water 'cause I'll have to
and
pee.
I like it when
And
I
find
hike.
myself so dehydrated, so I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes.
Well, I like
Here's
it for
what is.
hikes.
You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
We are back, and before we dive into this episode, we have an exciting announcement.
We do!
Office Ladies was nominated once again for the iHeartRadio Podcast of the Year Award.
We are so stinking excited. This award is based on votes from the public. That's you guys. It means so much to us. We won last year thanks to you. And I'm not going to lie, I'd really like to win again.
Lady,
Yeah.
I want back-to-back wins.
I do too. I want bookends. Bookends.
Oh my gosh, yes, I'm going to put my books in the middle of my
Oh
award.
my gosh. All right, so here's the deal. The voting is open now. Basically, you vote using Twitter, okay? You just have to tweet with 3 hashtags. Hashtag Podcast of the Year, hashtag iHeartPodcastAwards, hashtag Office Ladies.
Yes, that's the most important one.
Yes, and we'll put the instructions, in our show notes, on our website, and on Instagram. And you can find more information at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
I want to win so much.
I know.
Is it tacky to say that? It's my truth.
I don't think it's tacky.
I love making the podcast so much.
I do too.
I want to win an award for something I love doing.
I know. And you know what? You don't want it to be an award that I make you. Because I did try to make you a lady.
I know. It was a good effort. Thank you.
You're welcome. You know what? You take one of your daughter's old Barbies and a hot glue gun and a little piece of wood you found. Maybe it looks like an award. Maybe it looks like a cry for help.
Okay. Should we get into this episode?
Let's do it.
How does it start?
Well, we are in the Dunder Mifflin bullpen when Erin, the new receptionist, squeals that she's won an art contest. Pam is not amused.
Jenna was not amused. I had totally forgotten this cold open, and I was like, oh my god.
Dwight is such an ass in this cold open.
He really is.
And he's so tickled. He's so pleased with himself. I do want to point out, while Pam is exchanging looks with Dwight in their desk pod, Pam's plant is on her desk, as well as the little candy dispenser with jelly beans.
Lady, we got an email from Audrey L., who also noticed Pam's little candy dish. Audrey also mentioned that she really liked my hair in this scene. She thought it was super cute. Did you notice my hair?
Yes.
It's one of those ponytails where you do ponytail, and then you, how do you explain it? Then you flip it through itself.
Like a French.
Oh my gosh, I 100% did my hair that way for one of my school dances. Like back in the day. Do people still do that hairstyle?
I don't know if we still do the hairstyle, Jenna, but it's clear to me we were meant to be best friends because I once went to a high school dance with a side ponytail, and that was my choice. I styled it like that on purpose.
Well, we often did ponytails when there was a standalone cold open. It was a way to differentiate Pam's look and hair from the actual episode. So something, if you feel like it, you can track it and see when Pam has ponytails. It's usually the cold open.
We did a lot of that with Angela Martin too. Just something different. It wasn't always a ponytail, but just something a little different for a cold open.
I remember, Angela, early in the series, you did a lot of buns. And then they started to give you headaches.
Horrible headaches, guys.
But then I remember you were like, you know what? I'll do a bun for the cold open.
Yeah.
You didn't want to like get rid of this hairstyle for Angela completely because it had been so established. But if you did a bun for a cold open, you only had to wear it for like 4 hours.
Exactly. Our one full day, maybe.
Yes, but not 5 days.
Not
all
5
day.
days for 12 hours.
I guess I just have one more question about this, which is, did you ever wear a bun to a school dance?
No, but I did wear an updo the year we won the SAG award and I was super pregnant. I had an updo.
I liked that on you. That looked nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just so pregnant. I just was like, do I have to get an evening gown? But no buns at high school dances.
I don't think I did either.
It's a bold choice.
It is.
In high school.
True. Yeah. Well, this episode starts with Michael dancing by himself to car wash in what was Michael's Scott Paper Company.
All I could think about when I was watching him in there dancing was look at all the stuff Phil Shea had to get. He had to get an espresso maker, then the little espresso coffee cups and saucers, napkins, espresso coffee, the boombox, a lava lamp, a little desk lamp, a lei, all kinds of coffee accessories, an empty cheese puff container, a couple of chairs, and then eventually he'd have to get a tiny disco ball and some kind of I don't know, were they red chili pepper lights?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Phil Shea, once again, simple episode, but he had all these little things he had to get.
A lot of details.
Yeah.
Michael comes up to the office now, and he would like to have lunch with someone.
Yeah, he really loved lunches at Michael Scott Paper Company.
You know, I have to say, why did the camaraderie between Pam, Michael, and Ryan have to end? I was loving it. Now it seems like, you know, their relationship is just kind of back where it started.
I think that happens sometimes.
I guess it does. They've sort of returned to their old roles, their routines.
Well, then Michael has this kind of depressing talking head where he says, at Dunder Mifflin, there is a very strict no lunch with the boss policy, and I don't know who instituted it. That broke my heart. I know.
You know, Ryan says he can't have lunch with Michael because he's doing 5 small meals a day. That was a really popular thing. you ever done that? I think that's just how I naturally eat. I thought of you when he said that. That is not how I naturally eat. I just sort of snack all day. Here's what I need to get through a day. I need 3 full meals. I also need a snack, and I'm going to need a dessert. I forget to eat until about noon, and then I'm crazy hungry. And then I don't understand forgetting to eat. I wake up, and the first thing I think of is, when am I eating? It's like constantly on my mind. I'm already thinking about the yogurt that I brought for our snack the next time we take a break on the podcast. I'm like so food centered.
Well, no one wants to have lunch with Michael. They say they have a lot of work to do. Michael starts doing his robot. Pam has to take the battery out, or he'll just keep going, I guess. During this scene, at 3 minutes, 3 seconds, there is a shot of my outfit. I have to point it out. I noticed it. I'm wearing a gray cardigan, a gray blouse, a gray skirt, and Jenna, I'm wearing gray tights. I am wearing something on my legs. I never wore anything on my legs. I don't know why in this episode, but I do.
And I wonder if it was really cold, because we were shooting this in what sounds like March, early April, if it was around Easter. And that is cold in LA. That's like our cold stretch. I know, I just got excited, guys, because I would never wear the pantyhose they put in my trailer. I was anti-pantyhose. Also, maybe did you notice my shoes? I'm going to bring them up later. I didn't. Okay. But you're going to make me wait. Yeah. Okay. At 3 minutes, 10 seconds, Erin finds a map of Youngstown, Ohio in the printer. And she brings it to Dwight. And he says, this is a map to the Superior Court, and the only reason to go there is if you've been charged with a crime or if you want to try to get a learner's permit at 14 and a half. But the scene starts with Erin saying, hi guys, how you doing? And then Dwight is like, Erin, how many times do I have to tell you it's not necessary for you to ask us how we are every time you interact with us? We got a fan question from Lloyd C. in Australia, who said, I recall in a previous podcast, it was mentioned that Rainn Wilson made a big announcement about not needing to ask how his weekend was at the start of each week. He said, just assume it was good. Is this bit at Rainn's desk between Dwight and Erin maybe based on Rainn's weekend question rule? I don't know, but I will tell you, the minute I saw that, it was the first thing I thought of.
Same here. I was like, that just feels like Rainn.
Yes. Yes. We also had a fan catch from Samantha R., who said that Dwight mentions one of the reasons you would go to the courthouse is to obtain a learner's permit at age 14 and a half instead of 15. However, you have to be 16 to obtain a learner's permit. This has always stood out to me. And then Hannah W. said, I'm from Ohio and the minimum age for a learner's permit is 15 and a half. Well, I had to know. Okay, here's the deal. You must be 15 and a half to obtain a learner's permit to drive a car. However, you can get a learner's permit for a motorized bicycle at the age of 14.
All right, that's next year for Isabel and Jack, and I cannot imagine those two, my kids, with anything motorized.
Well,
I don't want them on anything that moves faster than a bicycle.
If you were in Youngstown, Ohio, they could get a learner's permit. My gosh.
Dwight had a really funny deleted talking head here.
Oh, I can't wait.
I'm going to read it to you. It cracked me up. Very sarcastically, Dwight says, oh no, I love Ohio. Next time you're there, say hi to my cousin Emil, and then kick him in the groin area because he's a cheat and a ball hog. And if he's still married to Clarissa, kick her in the groin area too, because she's a heartbreaking tart and a ball hog.
Oh my gosh!
What were they playing? They play like basketball and Clarissa and Emil like hog the ball? What is happening in Ohio?
Dwight's family is a mystery and very complex. Who knew he had relatives in Ohio?
And also, apparently from this talking head, if Dwight were in Ohio and saw Clarissa and Emil, he would kick them in the groin area. Both of them.
Incidentally, I am currently reading a book about Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
It's by this amazing writer, this guy, David Giffels. he lives in Ohio, and he and his wife decided to put a lowball offer on this like broken down house mansion. Like literally, when he describes it, there's like sunshine coming through.
Right.
Thing.
It's like the money pit.
100% the money pit. And the book is just a memoir of them fixing it up absolutely by themselves while they lived in it. I don't know. It's just this amazing book, and I'm loving it. I had thought of it for my dad, who's a big like DIY fixer person.
Yeah.
I gave it to him for his birthday, and he loved it. So I like Ohio, at least through the eyes of this book, for sure.
Are you and I gonna get a fixer-upper in Ohio?
No, I bought a fixer-upper in LA and spent a year, and so maybe that's also why I am relating to it. But yeah,
Same. You and I love a home project, man. I got a fixer-upper too, and I'm still fixing it up.
Pam and Jim are going to have this talking head where they say there are other reasons to go to Ohio. And the reason they're going is because they're getting married, and it's the closest place that they can get a marriage license without the 3-day waiting period. This talking head is so cute. I mean, my gosh, we are so cutie pie in this.
Jim and Pam at peak cuteness.
Yes. They just feel like, you know, the wedding planning, it's getting really complicated. It's getting really expensive. And Jim said at breakfast, I want to marry you today. So they're going to go for it.
It's so sweet. It's very much young love to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also remember in wedding planning having that moment where you get overwhelmed and you're like, why are we doing this?
I know.
So I can relate as well.
I mean, Josh and I, we went to the courthouse in Santa Barbara a month before our wedding. And we're like, just get married. Let's just take that off the plate, you know?
Then I guess the wedding is more of a celebration.
Exactly.
You can separate those two moments.
Yeah, we did that. I loved it.
We had a fan catch about this bit of info about Youngstown, Ohio as well. Carrie C. wrote in and said, I've lived in Youngstown, Ohio all my life. I got married in Youngstown, and you cannot get a marriage license the same day here. It takes 10 to 14 working days, but I do love the Youngstown reference.
You can get a same-day marriage license in Las Vegas.
Well, Mary L. wrote in to say that there is no waiting period, that it's true. And then Andrea V. said, I did a little deep dive, and there is no superior court in Youngstown, Ohio. So a lot of mail about these Youngstown, Ohio
Who calls it
details.
Youngstown?
Yes.
It's
So
Youngstown.
here I'm going to clear it up for everybody. Andrea is right. There is no superior court.
Okay.
But there is the Youngstown Municipal Court.
Okay.
And as far as marriage licenses go, I went to the city applications, frequently asked questions, and it says that while there is a Youngstown Municipal Court, that's not where you go for your marriage license anyway.
No.
You need to apply for a marriage license at the Mahoning County Probate Court. And even if you're out of state, you can get a marriage license there as long as you have your wedding ceremony in Mahoning County. You need to be 18 years old. You're going to need your social security card, 2 forms of identification. You're going to have to state your place of birth, your parents' names, no blood test, and it costs $43 cash. 43 cash. No Venmo, not PayPal, no cash only.
Not in Mahoning.
Nope. How long is your marriage license valid in Youngstown, Ohio?
Are you asking me?
The website asked.
Oh.
And answered. It is valid for 60 days. And here it is. There is no waiting period before you can use your marriage license in Mahoning County.
There it is.
There it is.
Everything you ever needed to know about getting a marriage license in Ohio, specifically Mahoning County.
Correct.
During all of this Ohio conversation, Michael is on a dance break, guys. And Aaron is going to bring him some messages. And he's like, no work here. They have espresso. They come upstairs, and Michael decides to tell the group about the downstairs room.
Yeah, he and Aaron entered. They both have their little espresso cups. And by the way, I just noticed that you say it the way I used to say it.
Oh, I put an X in it.
You say espresso.
I know, it's espresso.
But a lot of people say espresso.
I know.
And I think it's okay. I think we should let it go.
It's espresso.
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 We had a fan catch from Hannah C. who says, in this episode, Aaron drinks an espresso, but in season 9, episode 11, The office gets an espresso machine, and Erin says she's never had one before.
Oh, good catch.
I thought that was good. Yeah. Michael's going to give a big speech now.
He is, and I absolutely love this runner. To me, this is classic The Office bullpen back and forth, where everyone is chiming in. Where it really gets funny to me is when Dwight does his Jack Nicholson impression, which I thought Rain did a really good job.
I thought so too.
And this takes us down this road where Meredith is like, wait, it's a haunted coffee house? Michael's like, no, Dwight's confusing you. It's more of a disco. And then Andy says, a haunted disco. Michael's like, with coffee, but without the haunted. And then Phyllis is like, it's a combo dance house coffee bar. And Michael says, it's a daytime disco on the ground floor of an industrial office building. And Aaron goes, it's a cafe disco. Michael's like, exactly. And then Kevin says, so like a disco cafe? And Michael's like, no, not even close. These were my favorite kind of scenes to shoot. And immediately after this scene, there would have been a Stanley talking head where he says this.
How did I end up back in Crazy Town?
And then immediately after that would have been an Oscar talking head, and Oscar said this. It still seems really confusing as a concept.
That would be Oscar's take on it. He's very practical and literal.
Right. Like what is your business plan? This seems confusing. Then Michael tries to entice everyone to come. He offers them all the espresso you can eat.
Ooh, well done, Angela.
Thank you. And this is when this awesome runner would have started that I'm calling Kevin's Bacon Runner.
Kevin Bacon Runner?
Kevin Bacon Runner. It's in deleted scenes. Kevin sees Lynn at the elevators, and they have this exchange. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Lynn. Did you have bacon for breakfast?
No.
Because you smell like bacon.
I didn't think I did. How's everything going?
Tight. I'm going down the hall to this office to see Michael. There's 3 espressos. I would invite you, but I remember that you just want to be friends.
We can still.
Are you sure that you didn't eat bacon?
Yes.
Whatever it is, I like it.
Okay. So then he walks away, and Lynn has a talking head.
Did she eat bacon?
You gotta hear it.
Yes, I had some bacon this morning. I just didn't think it was anyone's business.
Isn't that funny? But wait, it gets better. Kevin just can't get Lynn and the bacon smell off his mind, and he asks her out.
I love the smell of bacon on a woman. Hey, Lynn, it's Kevin. I was thinking about going and getting a coffee at the Cafe Disco. Wondering if you want to go with.
Wow. Yes. So later when you see them slow dancing and then when they have a full-on makeout, it all started with this bacon scene by the elevators.
That was amazing. What a find.
I know. I so enjoyed it.
Well, when Michael is kind of describing his inspiration for this disco and how it's going to bring people together and it's going to make people happy and kind of break them out of their funk, I have to say that he is right on about disco in general. I was reading a bunch about disco and listening to disco music when I was prepping this episode.
This is very you.
I know.
This
I
is
like
your
the
sounds
theme.
of Scranton.
It is.
It really is.
And here is what I found out. And I pulled a couple of quotes because I loved them. So disco in general is just a very inclusive and accepting culture. It was very communal. It was more than just music. It really was a cultural movement. And there's this book called Turn the Beat Around by author Peter Shapiro. And he called disco, quote, the embodiment of the vision of peace that the 60s yearned for. An article in Timeline.com went on to say, disco was created by Black and Latino musicians in the early 70s and popularized by mostly gay DJs for a mostly gay crowd celebrating new freedoms earned by the gay rights movement. And finally, Nile Rodgers, the guitarist for the hit disco band Chic, said, this was the world I wanted to live in, where everybody was cool with everyone. That was because of the music. That was disco.
That was disco. I mean, I'm a kid of the 70s, you know. My mom and her friends were so excited because they got to go see Donna Summer in concert.
Queen of disco.
The queen of disco. My mom said it was a phenomenal show.
How cool that your mom got to see her perform live.
I know. I would have loved to have gone with my mom. I was too little because I love disco. But Angela Martin, of course, is not a fan of Michael pulling everyone off of work and taking them down to his disco cafe.
Cafe disco.
His cafe disco. And you'll see that Kevin is there very messily making his espresso. And it's because he's waiting for Lynn. Had you seen all of that deleted runner, you would know he's hoping Lynn will show up. In fact, in the shooting draft, the scene is more extended. And Kevin tells Michael he's waiting for Lynn.
Wow.
Before Angela enters. And this scene, when I enter, I could barely get through, Jenna. I think you can tell I'm breaking if you watch it, because whenever Steve as Michael offers Kevin the fake cookie in his hand,
Yes.
I start smiling when I talk because I'm having such a hard time not laughing.
It's so absurd and wonderful, and a lot of that is Brian Baumgartner's performance.
Yes.
His like immediate belief that there's a cookie in a hand that clearly didn't have a cookie 1 second ago.
Yes. Well, the three of us improvised the whole last couplet of dialogue.
No way.
Yes. So in the script, I mean, the script was phenomenal, but as we started doing it, Steve, as Michael, just kept messing with Kevin. He kept showing him the cookie, but then pulling it a little out of reach, so Kevin had to walk further into the room. And that was just stuff we were making up on the day. Well, in the script, it was just a little cleaner of an ending, right? It was a little simpler. It was like Michael said, "Kevin, stay." Angela said, "Kevin, come." And then Michael's like, "Kevin, cookie." And then Kevin's like, "What? There's a cookie?" And then I drag him away. We just had so much fun with this fake cookie. We just improvised this little couplet at the end where Kevin's like, "Wait, is there a cookie?" And Michael's like, "Mm-hmm." And I'm like,
These three.
"No, for goodness sakes, Kevin, there's no cookie. There's no cookie. Come on." And I kind of like show him. I'm trying to pry Michael's hand.
Yes.
And Kevin's like, "I wanted a cookie." And then I look back at Michael and I'm like, completely unacceptable. It was so fun. We had a blast. And somewhere out there, there's just footage of me laughing every time Kevin looks at Michael's hand and is like, "What is there a cookie?" It's so good. Well, now Michael is alone. He really wants people to come. So he is going to blast music through the bit. Yes. And people up in the bullpen can hear it. And everyone kind of starts, you know, moving and grooving a little bit. So much so that Phyllis decides she's going to go. Yeah, she says, "To heck with it." But first she's going to stop
By Advanced Refrigeration to invite Bob, where she runs into Bob's younger yet sort of look-alike secretary.
This is how this character was described in the script. As Phyllis walks in, Bob's busty secretary, Jessica, is coming out of Bob's office and closing the door behind her. She wears a low-cut top. Phyllis looks her up and down.
Oh, wow. So it doesn't mention that she's meant to sort of be this younger version of Phyllis. Because they dressed her just like Phyllis dresses.
I know.
And I felt like even like their little noses were similar and everything.
Their hairstyles.
Yes.
She's clearly like what Phyllis would think Bob would want in a younger woman.
Yes. Which I thought was such a great casting choice. The woman who played Jessica was Alyssa Preston. And according to her IMDb, this job was her first television credit.
Oh, she did so great.
Do you remember your first television job?
Oh, God, I do. I think
was
I was
it?
horrible.
What was it?
Oh, my very first line on a television show was a TV show called Step by Step. The big stars were Suzanne Summers and Patrick Duffy.
Was it a 3-camera show?
It was a multi-camera show. In the episode, they think their daughter has run off to elope. And I was cast because I was the same height and same hair color as the young girl playing their daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And they burst into this wedding chapel, like in Vegas or somewhere. They burst in, and I'm up there saying my vows. So Suzanne Summers whips me around at the altar, and she goes, "You're not Dana." And I say, "No, I'm Simone, and thanks for ruining the best day of my life."
Wow.
Is that crazy that I remember that? And I auditioned for it, and it wasn't for like 2 months later that I shot it. And I said to the director that day, I said, how do you want me to do it? And he said, just like you did in the audition. I couldn't remember how I did it in the audition.
Oh no.
And then when I did it, they were like, can you tone it down? Because I guess I was like, but thanks for ruining the best day of my life.
Well, that's the worst when you have 1 or 2 lines on a show and there's no like entrance ramp to your performance. You just have to deliver this one line exactly right. And you're on this new set with new people and there's all this just adrenaline running through
And
you.
Suzanne Summers, hi. I've watched her my whole childhood, whips me around. And while I was waiting to do my scene after the director gave me that note in rehearsals, I literally was in the wings going, thanks for ruining the best day of my life. Thanks for ruining the best day of my life. Thank you for ruining the best day.
That's the other problem when you have one line. You way overanalyze it.
Oh,
So much.
I was horrible.
Well, Alyssa Preston was amazing.
She was.
Her first TV job. She has gone on to work steadily in television and film. She was in Grey's Anatomy, Modern Family, Jane the Virgin, the movie Horrible Bosses 2, No Monk, No Law and Order. Comedy. She's a comedy gal.
Comedy gal.
Back to the story at hand. Phyllis has decided to go down and start dancing with Michael while she waits for Bob to join her.
Yeah, and she's really getting into it. So much so, she does kind of this pony move and throws out her back. That gasping, sort of bleeped mother effort that she says is not in the shooting draft.
Really?
Yeah, it says that she lets out a yell, you know, but I think that they had fun with that on the day.
Can I just say that Phyllis is very good at fake injury?
I so believed it. I was worried for her.
I know. I mean, she gets her like whole face to turn red and stuff. And like everything she does as a person with a back injury was so right on for me.
She's great at physical comedy.
I've got a side story.
What?
I know we just had one.
Uh-oh.
I threw out my back once, just like Phyllis. And it was while I was talking to Christy Brinkley.
What?
Yeah. Christy Brinkley.
How do you throw out your back while talking? Phyllis was dancing.
Well, I was backstage. I was doing this game show, and Christy Brinkley was in the waiting room. She was going to be a guest on the next version of the game show, you know, the next episode.
Sure.
I was just so excited. I mean, to maybe meet Christy Brinkley.
Did you run up or something?
I threw my arms out in a gesture where I was like, "Hi, Christy Brinkley!" And in throwing, just gesturing my arms open, I threw out my back. It was like a pop. It felt like something popped in my back, but I was trying to hold it together because she smiled and she was talking with me. And I don't know if she could see the pain like washing over my eyes and my whole body. And like I said, you know, if Phyllis gets all red, I felt hot. Like I felt that. And then it just seized up. Like I couldn't even move. They brought the medic in.
On the game show?
Yes. They gave me some ice and some Advil. And from there, I had to get loaded in a car to go to this movie in Canada with Ben Stiller and Mike White. It was my dream job. My dream job. I'm playing Ben Stiller's wife in a Mike White movie.
And you couldn't move.
I couldn't move.
All because you wanted to show Christy Brinkley
That I was a silent gesture.
Hey!
Yes. When I got to the airport, they had to have a wheelchair load me onto the plane. I mean, I really couldn't walk. When I got to Canada, they had a doctor meet me at my hotel.
This is crazy.
And the next day, it was a driving scene. My character was supposed to drive, and I couldn't do it. And I was mortified. I was mortified because, of course, when everybody was like, "How did you throw out your back?"
And you were like, I just made a hugging gesture.
Yeah,
And
then I seemed like a Looney Tune. But anyway,
you can throw out your back very easily.
yeah,
Just
a
ask
lot of
Anna.
stories for me today.
Okay.
Is this what the shower has done to me?
Yes, the
It has
shower.
opened up my vault of stories.
It has. Well, I want you guys to notice while Phyllis is being lowered to the ground by Michael, that black pipe on the wall by the shower
Yeah.
does not have any lights on it, but that will change.
Oh, it's not lighted now, but it will be.
That's right.
Michael calls Dwight down to help him get Phyllis back up into the office.
Or is it Philip?
Is it? He gets gets a text. Goes, you said something happened to Philip, and then he looks at Phyllis and goes, "Did Philip do this to you?" They are hilarious, the two of them. Well, this is going to start a whole runner where Dwight is going to be tasked with taking care of Phyllis in the conference room. They're going to wheel her in there. He's going to shut all the curtains. Yeah. And then there's a huge commotion. He comes out in just his tank top. I love moments like that because we don't know what happened and they're clearly something. Halstead shared that in addition to being tasked with creating a storyline that used the old Michael Scott Paper Company set, they also needed a storyline that they could cut away to. They needed somewhere to go. But that story also had to take place in Dunder Mifflin because we did not have the budget to go anywhere. Right, and we only had 4 days. So this story of Phyllis throwing out her back and Dwight helping her was the solution. And I love how scripts and stories sometimes evolve out of that just necessity. Everyone is concerned about Phyllis. There's like moaning sounds coming from the conference room. And Angela has a line to Michael where she says, "Can you please go back to work instead of masterminding these situations wherein we hurt ourselves?" This is so hard for me to say. Why? Because I don't speak like that. I don't say, "Stop masterminding situations wherein we hurt ourselves." Yeah, but Angela had a very formal way of speaking. She did. And it was something that was really important to the writers. They carry it through the whole entire series where she has sort of this clipped formality in her voice. I'm just pointing it out because I had a hard time saying it. To me, a sentence like that is very similar to being a doctor on like a show, but you're not really a doctor and you have to say medical jargon. I never make it. Grey's Anatomy, I'd never be able to do it. No, I can't do it. Can't do it. Well, somehow Aaron and Kelly are going to wind up down in Cafe Disco. Aaron presses play on some music and the ladies start dancing. Yeah. Do you know what the song was? Was it Boyfriend Hangover? Yeah, it's called Boy Hangover. Boy Hangover. Do you know who wrote it? No. Our writer, Lester Lewis. You are kidding me. No, I thought it was so catchy. It's sung by this woman named Bonnie McKee. She's a Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter. She has written #1 hits for Britney Spears, Katy Perry, and Tao Cruz. I thought we should listen to it. Here's Boy Hangover. How great is it that Lester wrote the lyrics to that song? It's so good. I loved the song. I thought it was catchy. I downloaded it and now I have it. This was one of the songs I was listening to, because I like to stay on theme while working on an episode. Yeah. Well, maybe we should take a break. I want to go eat my yogurt. It's been on my mind. Honey, I know it. I'm okay with that. I saw you eyeing your snack bag. I know. It's time. It's time. We'll be back after I eat my yogurt. Okay, we are back. My yogurt is great. Yay! And speaking of eating, Michael is eating his lunch alone. Might as well be dinner. Broke my heart. I know! So sad. Michael. Meanwhile, Phyllis is in the conference room. Dwight has started working on her back, and Jim is outside collecting flowers. Yeah, it's very sweet. He's making a little bouquet for Pam. Jenna, this is on the side of the writer's building where the warehouse was. So automatically I was like, is this 3:30 p.m.? Yes, because we learned last week we filmed there at 3:30. Also, those flowers weren't there. No, they had planted them just for the scene so that he could then cut them. There have never been flowers there. And some weeds, kind of. Yeah, and a giant bug. But that's it. Yeah, and then the big bunch of parrots that we had for a small period of time, and that one rooster across the way. But not flowers. So they would plant and then replant these flowers so that Jim could collect them. So those were some fakey real flowers. Meanwhile, Cafe Disco is poppin'. Aaron has invited a friend, Ashley. I loved the exchange between Oscar and Aaron when he's like, wait, you invited someone? And Aaron's like, yeah, is that not okay? And Oscar's like, I mean, I've worked here 8 years and I never, and then they just run off and he goes, rude. I just loved it. Ashley doesn't have any lines, but she was played by Alexis Teague. And now begins what looks like a dance-off between Kelly and Andy. Yeah. We had a fan question from Gianna W. The dance-off runner between Andy and Kelly is so great. I personally think they would have made a good couple. Did the writers ever think of doing that?
So I asked Warren about this, and he said the writers' room pretty much discussed every possible dating scenario for Kelly. But Andy and Kelly never made it on one of those note cards, and he said, you know what? That would have been great. I wish we would have gone there.
I thought they had great chemistry.
I did too.
They seem great for each other.
And I would like you to note at 13 minutes 54 seconds at the beginning of the dance-off, red chili pepper lights on the black pipe by the shower.
Where did those come from?
I don't know. Did Aaron and Kelly start decorating when they went down there?
Did Ashley bring them?
No, Ashley didn't bring them.
Were they
They
there?
were there.
Oh yeah, Ashley just got there.
They weren't there when Phyllis was dancing, but now they're there for the dance-off. And Michael is missing all of it. He's up in the kitchen being a sad sack.
But he can hear it. He says, I can still hear the music in my head. Well, Creed is going to exit the bathroom,
The men's room.
while eating chicken. I really love that detail. Halstead mentioned it was one of the little jokes that he loved as well.
He's full on eating a chicken leg
Yeah.
coming out of the restaurant.
And Creed's like, I hear it too, Michael.
Creed says, I hear it too, boss.
Oh, yeah, I hear it too, boss. So Michael's like, oh my gosh, something's happening. And sure enough, he gets down to the cafe disco and it's like happening. It's a party. There's a limbo pole.
Yeah.
And I have questions.
Okay.
Because it's so great. You see two people walk in and they have to
Yeah, Meredith.
limbo under.
Yeah, Meredith does a shimmy,
Your character walks in and just walks under it.
just straight under it.
No problem.
Didn't have to bend at all.
Who wrote that joke?
Well, I asked Warren and Halstead, and they both were like, it was Warren. Warren was like, yeah, that was me. Well, it's hilarious to me. This is my ex-husband's joke because he clearly knows I'm a short stack.
Well, how did you do it? Did they bring you down and measure you to set the pole?
Oh, yeah. They duct taped that pole to the wall, right? And everyone walked under. It's like a broom. It's meant to look like a broom handle,
Right?
and I had to practice walking under it. On purpose, this episode, I wear flats. My character never wears flats. My character is always in 3-inch heels. This entire episode, I had on little tiny flats.
Wow, this is the shoe thing you were mentioning earlier.
Yes, I'll put it in stories. I took a screen grab of them. And I did ever so slightly, guys, have to tilt my head, just very tiny. But I could walk right under that pole.
So funny.
I'm the person, guys, when your plane lands and everyone stands up and they're waiting and everyone has to duck because the overhead compartments, when you
Yeah.
still at your seat, you haven't been able to get in the aisle because there's so many people getting their stuff.
Yep.
I can stand fully upright on the overhead.
That must feel so good.
Yeah, I just look at all these people hunched over while they're waiting to get off a plane. I got no problem.
But don't ask you to get something off the top shelf.
No. Why would I put anything on the top shelf?
You don't. The only reason Angela is there is to get some signatures on a piece of paper, and Michael says he's only going to give her one signature per song. And Angela, you have this line where you say, I don't like the general spirit of music.
My character says, look, I hate to be that person, but I just don't like the general spirit of music.
Renee from Fargo, North Dakota would like to know who wrote that line. She loves it.
So we asked Warren and Halstead this question, and Warren said it's probably his favorite question because he loves that line too. He shared that he and Halstead were writing together on a short-lived show for the WB called Modern Men, starring James Seymour and Max Greenfield. And in one of the episodes, one of the guys is trying to break up with his drab girlfriend, played by guest actor Arden Mirren.
Oh, I love her.
She's hilarious.
She's so funny.
Warren said she was amazingly funny,
And Halstead and Warren had pitched a line that she hates music. And what Arden's character said was, not a fan, like about music. Yeah. And they said that Arden killed it, and it was really funny. And when they went to write this episode, they really could see Angela identifying with that, and they borrowed their own line and added a little tweak.
I think it is such an amazing character trait for a person to just be like, I don't get music.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I'm not a big music person myself.
I know this about you, Jenna, because when we went on our writer's retreat, we were very concentrated on our meal plan. What were we going to be eating?
Yes.
And I said something like, what about a playlist for the car ride? And you're like, yeah, I don't care.
I don't know if this is why, but the car that I drove out to LA, it had no air conditioning and no working radio.
Oh my gosh. You were driving in a car with no music on a road trip?
Yeah, and I also had this car in college, and my college was 3 hours from my hometown, and so I would often drive very, very, very long distances in silence. Or I sometimes did bring like an old-fashioned cassette player
and hit play, I hope.
Yeah, I could play off of that. But I got really conditioned to driving without sound, and now I listen to news or podcasts, but I just never kind of got into playlists or music. I find it like, I don't know. I do like music. Like I have whole albums. I have Sounds of Scranton, you know, like I use music a lot when I'm formulating a character, which is so interesting because if you had to formulate the character of Jenna Fisher, you would have no music.
You have no music but good food. Yeah, I mean, I love a combo. I love a playlist for a road trip, but then I like to turn it off and talk, you know, and chatty. My mom always says the best place to talk is in the car.
That's why I love to do school pickup and drop off. I feel like my kids are super chatty.
Yeah, talking about
right
their
after
day.
school. Yeah.
But my husband loves a playlist, and he makes a playlist for every road trip we take, and it's really cute because the kids now are so connected to it. So we were listening a lot to the Red Hot Chili Peppers when we went up to the mountains in Big Bear, and Jack will say, whenever they come on now, he's like, that's Big Bear.
You know, my kids and Lee are very connected to music, and they do the same thing, and we have those same things.
Well, like Vampire Weekend for us was like the summer of 2019. That's Vampire Weekend.
White Stripes, Seven Nation Army.
Love it.
Listen to that song as we were driving up to go skiing in Santa Fe.
Oh yeah.
So whenever I hear that song, I just feel the snowy mountain.
I'm going to Wichita.
Yeah, it's so good.
So good.
Oh, can I take us into the conference room with Dwight and Phyllis?
Where he's treating her like livestock?
And he's rubbing otter oil into her back?
Yeah, and giving her a carrot.
I thought for sure this otter oil thing was made up.
Is it real?
Lady, otter glands can be purchased.
Oh, how do they get them?
Well, from dead otters.
Okay.
They take their anal glands,
Oh, Lord.
and they grind them up, and they age them, and then they preserve them.
Who thought of that? Who thought of us like, save that otter's ass?
I don't know.
There's some stuff in there I need to grind up.
You can get 1 ounce for about $8. On another website, I saw you could get it for $6. So if you're in the market, shop around.
What do people use it for?
That's what I wanted to know. I guess you use it to lure an otter. Which
You
then made
lure
me
an
wonder.
otter with their own anal glands crushed up?
Yeah, with the scent of their own anal glands.
Why?
Exactly. Why am I luring an otter? I guess hunting. But it's just for sport because you don't really use them for anything. You don't use their fur or you don't eat them. You just, I guess, sprinkle their anal glands and then kill them. Why?
This is horrible.
Well, there's a whole market for this sort of like,
Surely there's something we don't know.
I don't know, but there's like a lot of gland. You can buy a lot of glands of different animals for this purpose of luring them.
So basically, these animals smell their own.
And I guess they think it's another otter and they come out to say hi. Terrible.
This is like Bambi all over again for me.
I know.
And no references to rubbing it into someone's back for an injury. I just want to say, if Phyllis went out to the woods, she would be very popular. It'd be like a Snow White moment for her. She would have a lot of otters coming to say hi.
So Dwight and the Shreds could kill them.
I guess so. But that is some information I found.
I am confused by all of that information, but thank you for sharing it.
You're welcome.
Okay, there is a full-on dance competition happening now.
There sure is. And we got mail from Alexis W. in Australia, who said, I have to know if the dance competition between Andy and Kelly was freestyle or scripted. Lady, I went to the script. And guess what? It is fully scripted. I'm going to read you the descriptions. Here is Andy's dance-off description.
Okay.
Andy takes a chair and hops over the back of it, turns around, does a Fred Astaire walk over it so that the chair's back falls to the ground. He picks it up, sits on it, and spins on it in a Bob Fosse fashion, flashing jazz hands. He then throws one leg over the back of the chair, gets up, picks up the chair, and pretends that the chair is attacking him, and then pretends to be killed by the chair. He gets up and eyes Kelly like, try to top that. Kelly's description is this. Kelly walks over to the shower area. She pretends to turn on the shower and mimes getting wet and lathering herself with soap.
Oh my!
She then walks to the chair, which is next to where Andy stands. She stops at the chair, turns like a runway model, winks at Andy, picks up the chair, and walks back to the shower area with it. She sits down, arches her back a la Flashdance, and pretends to be drenched by the shower. She whips her hair around her head in a frenzy. Then Kelly starts crunking.
Okay, that's a dance move. She's putting all her best stuff out there.
She is. Well, you might notice that the way it is described is not exactly how you end up seeing it in the show. And that is because Randy did hire a choreographer. And the choreographer's job was to interpret the script and then work with the actors to come up with their moves.
Randy said our choreographer's name was Mary Ann Kellogg, and she came to us via recommendation from our first AD, Kelly Cantley. Randy said she was absolutely superb and really got this scene. And Warren said they had to use a good choreographer because if the actors had just freestyled the whole time, it would have been impossible to edit. So although Mindy and Ed brought a lot of ideas for what they would do, this was a planned out dance-off.
Yeah, sort of based loosely on the script, it seems. But it morphed, it evolved in this rehearsal process.
And Halstead said he definitely remembers them pitching that flash dance moment, and that made it in.
You know, something else that Randy shared with us was that we were not listening to music during this. They were using what's called a thump track. Again, for editing purposes, they would just have this speaker that would play like the sort of baseline beat of the song so that the actors would be on tempo. But for editing purposes, they put the song on later.
I know.
So these guys are doing this whole thing. You were there. Was it so crazy?
It was so crazy. And also, this is not about the dance off, but I could always really tell when there was no music when Ellie was dancing. Because Ellie just kind of does these jabs and kind of runs in place, like not at all to what the beat of the song was that's playing. But there was one little moment in the background. I start to tidy up.
Yes.
And Michael tells Angela to stop. And this cracked me up, Jenna, because I do this in real life. I often, at a party at a total stranger's house, will start stacking plates, bussing dirty cups, putting napkins in the trash bin, you know.
Well, this is where we're similar because I do the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, someone did that to me once. Like, I had thrown a party and one of the moms went around and was like tidying kind of near the end.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh, that just took up like 25% of the cleaning. And it was such a nice gesture. So now I like to do it too. When I leave a party, I'll first do a sweep.
Yes.
And get rid of all the empty cans and glasses.
Stack the plastic cups.
Yes, put stuff by the sink.
I know.
I related to Angela in that moment, but I love how she's like, am I not supposed to have any fun?
Yes, because tidying is fun for her. We should probably check back in on Phyllis.
Yeah, Dwight is still trying to work out this kink in her back, and then Phyllis just blurts out, I think Bob's going to cheat on me with his new secretary. And then she starts laughing. And then her back is better. Yeah. And Dwight's like, why are you laughing? And she said, oh, just saying it out loud. It just sounds so ridiculous. And she was able to let all that tension and stress go. We had a fan question from Liz B. in Columbus, Ohio. She said, in this episode, Phyllis mentions that Bob might be having an affair, but then no one mentions it again. Was there more to this storyline that got deleted, either from this episode or future episodes? No. We asked Warren and Halstead about this, and they told us that their idea here was just that the cause of her back pain was this stress. And they thought it was a funny way to end this storyline of Dwight trying to heal her. Like, Dwight's treatments weren't the cure, and the dancing wasn't even the problem. Like, she was going to throw her back out anyway from just holding on to this little stress, and then she cured herself.
And then Dwight had to staple her blouse back together.
He did. So now we're about to see Jim and Pam. And Pam's going to come out of the bathroom.
So cute. She looks so sweet, Jenna, in your pink dress and your hair up.
I have to say something though.
What?
Did you notice throughout the whole beginning of this episode that I had this pink dress on underneath my sweater?
Well, it looked like a pink sweater with a pink skirt, so I thought it was a good fakey sale. But then that tells me you wore the dress the whole day.
Why?
Yeah, but why
She went and did her hair all different, put flowers in her hair. Why couldn't she just bring her dress to work?
I know, but also why did she drive to New York to start art school in a pencil skirt?
I don't know.
Pam's a mystery when she comes to some of her wardrobe choices.
She really is. She really, really is. I feel like people in the office would have clocked this strange, poofy bubble skirt coming out of her bottom half. I clocked it in the very first scene. Like, I was sitting in my chair and I was like, what is that? You know what I thought it was? I thought I had a blanket.
Because you were cold.
Yes. And I was like, oh my gosh, they caught my blanket. And I was going to do a blanket catch, proof of cold. And I was like, oh no, that's my wardrobe. Well, as they're walking out of the office, they hear the music playing. And they're like, I think we should pop in. We should go just for a minute before we head to the courthouse.
I think Jim says it would mean so much to him.
Mm-hmm. Michael is thrilled.
Oh my gosh, he's so happy. The whole gang is there. And now everyone is dancing. I mean, except Angela.
And Kevin and Lynn, who are making out.
Full on makeout, which is the end of the Kevin Bacon's Runner.
We got some mail about the dancing here. We're dancing to YMCA.
Mm-hmm.
Monica A. and Jennifer P. said, were Jim's dorky dance moves choreographed, or is that John Krasinski's own true style?
I don't think your dance moves were choreographed in the background.
Sarah Lassen, 89, said, please address the fact that John Krasinski seems to only have one dance move, jumping up and down. He does the same thing in the lip dub cold open of Nepotism.
Oh my gosh.
I will tell you, John and I met with the choreographer.
Did you really?
We did. Because we had this discussion, like, what is Jim and Pam's dancing going to be when they get there?
And also they say they like cheesy. So what does that mean?
Well, we had all these conversations, and one of them was, is there any reason why Jim and Pam might be slow dancing to YMCA, where they're making kind of a wedding moment out of it? We discussed, we were like, I don't think so. I think we need to lean into the kind of like, they like cheesy, you know.
It's part of the reason they want to make weddings, so they can be dorky with their friends on the dance floor.
Yes. And so the choreographer just was like, well, let's see how you two would do it. I just remember, I feel like you could hear a pin drop. We're like, okay. I mean, that's really pretty much just us.
That's what I thought.
Me and John.
I was shocked when you said you met with a choreographer.
But they liked it, and so the choreographer was like, yeah, just do that. That's good. Perfect. Good. Maybe she was like, I don't even know where to begin, so just do what you're doing. Well, I'll say I loved shooting these dance scenes. I was so happy to finally be down in the disco. But lady, I love a dance party.
I know you do.
And I will stay on the dance floor the whole time at your wedding. I want to be out on that dance floor. You know, for my 30th birthday, I had a dance party and I danced the whole time. And my 50th is going to be coming up in a few years, and I want a dance party again.
You should have a dance party.
And I maybe should put on the invitation,
Wear comfy shoes.
and I may not talk to you because I'm going to be dancing the whole time, and that's what I want for my party. But for my 40th, I was 7 months pregnant with my daughter, and so Lee and I just went and had a little baby moon / birthday. So it'll be like 20 years since I had a dance party.
Well, I can't wait because I want me, you, and Oscar to recreate what we did for years, which was we did all the single ladies by Beyonce, the three of us.
I want all the single ladies. I want Sexy Back. I want Gold Digger. I want some Lady Gaga.
Oh yeah,
I want them all.
I just rewatched my wedding video because for my anniversary this year, my husband finally edited together all the footage from our wedding.
Really?
Yes. He said it took him a year because he just had to work on it a little bit at a time. It's almost 30 minutes, and we sat down with the kids and watched it. And it was so fun to see all of us dancing, Jenna. I mean, there were so many elements that were great, but it just warmed my heart. Like, there you are on the dance floor. We're like dancing our hearts out. It's just so great.
Well, I want it.
You're going to have it. You're going to have a dance party.
Okay, good.
We painted hummingbirds for my 50th, and by God, we're going to dance on your 50th.
Good. Yay.
I'm going to make sure it happens.
Well, there's one person who refuses to dance in cafe disco, and that is Angela. But she's gonna sway her foot a little bit to the music. She's gonna tap her finger.
Yeah.
And Halls did share that this whole storyline of Michael starting a cafe disco was always going to end with this moment.
I did not know that.
He said that their litmus test for whether or not Michael could pull off his cafe disco dream was Angela, because she thought that hanging out at a disco all day was completely unacceptable. She was the lone holdout through most of the show. And Michael, if you notice, keeps checking in with her, trying to engage her. So in the end, that little tap and that little foot sway, that is Michael's victory. That's his big win. And Warren shared, by the way, that in his mind, he thought that this moment actually is the beginning of an evolution for the character of Angela. That this moment that shows how severe and closed off her character can be, but it's a baby step toward her maybe opening up to new possibilities.
Oh, I like that.
So this moment was very rich in their outline and their writing of this episode.
And very thought out. Well, I went to the script. I wanted to see what was in the shooting draft for this moment. There was a Michael voiceover. Here's what it says in the script. Michael sits with Angela. He looks around the room and takes in all of the dancing couples. Jim and Pam, Phyllis and Bob, Kelly and Andy, and Kevin and Lynn, who are furiously making out. Michael notices Angela is tapping her foot to the music, and he smiles to himself. And this is the voiceover that would then play. They needed me. I left. I will never let them down again. I will always be there for them. I will be at every important moment of their lives. Their births, their deaths, their babies, other hospital stuff, no matter where or whether they want me there or not.
That actually made me get a little choked up.
I know, isn't that so sweet?
I really wish that had been in.
I know. I thought that was really sweet. One other thing I want to share is that when we were filming in Cafe Disco and trying to figure out this moment of how Michael would see my foot swaying, my finger tapping, we shot just a quick little tag that didn't make it in. And everyone has left Cafe Disco, and only Angela Martin is in there cleaning. And Michael walks by, and she is dancing as she cleans.
Why do I remember this?
We just shot it really quickly, and just as an alt, just in case.
Yeah, like you actually respond to the music when everybody's left.
Everyone's
But it's
left.
still that victory. He still got you.
Yeah, but that didn't make it in. It's not in the shooting draft. It's not in deleted scenes. But that was an alt that they shot.
I wonder if we were all like waiting in the hallway while you did that or something, because I have such a memory of it.
It was really quick. We just sort of grabbed it in the moment. But of course, the actual tag that made it in, which is so great, is Kelly piercing Andy's ear in the restroom.
This really lends itself to that idea that they could be a couple.
I know.
Because this is a very cute coupley thing.
It is. And Halston said that they actually did a take where Mindy, as Kelly, fully pierces Andy's ear, and it was painful and bloody.
Oh my
And a
god!
mess, but they cut it for time.
Well, that's it, guys. That's Cafe Disco.
It is, and it was so fun. I loved rewatching this. Thank you so much to Warren Lieberstein and Halstead Sullivan, Randy Cordray for giving us all kinds of fun behind the scenes details.
And lady, before we go, you know how at the beginning of the episodes we always say, like, when do you listen? Where do you listen? You always say good morning, and then you remember that people might not listen in the morning.
Yes.
Well, we got a letter from Katie C., who is 14 years old, lives in the UK, and she said, I listen to Office Ladies whilst delivering newspapers every day, and it makes it so much more fun. When it's raining or way too warm for my ginger jeans, I know I have the podcast to keep me going, and I never give up.
I love that.
Well, hi, Katie.
Hi, Katie. Good luck today on your paper route. Be safe. And Jen and I are sending you big hugs.
Thanks for listening to Office Ladies. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in
Imagine being
seconds.
able to see
Because
like
the home
this,
with
like,
Dunkin' is where you
I
want to
know
be.
what's going on.
Ho, ho, ho! Camp.
Yankee swap!
Oh, that can only mean one thing.
It is time for an Office Christmas episode.
Yes, it is. We are taking it back to the beginning with the very first Dunder Mifflin Christmas party.
Yes, we are off this week to be with our families for the holidays, but we thought Christmas party would be a great episode to reshare.
Lady, before we break down the episode, I have to tell you about a fun Creed moment that I missed the first time around. All right, so we learn about another chapter in Creed's life. It's in deleted scenes. You've got to hear it. Oscar is going to ask Creed what he eventually got in the Yankee swap exchange. Here's what Creed has to say.
What you end up with? Your shower radio. You like music at least? Actually, used to have a radio show back in the 70s. You're kidding. What was your DJ name? Wacky Weed Creed.
Oh my gosh. That sounds real. Was Creed a DJ?
Okay, I thought the same thing, so I texted him. I said, hey, Creedo, were you ever a DJ? And if so, was your DJ name Wacky Weed Creed? He said, no, haha, I only wish.
Oh.
Creed, there's still time.
Still time. Well, we should probably get into this episode, but first,
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Angela Kinsey.
Jenna Fisher.
I think I have a meta moment because today, in the world, the 100th episode of Office Ladies podcast came out.
Yes.
And now here we are recording our podcast about the 100th episode of The Office.
That's very meta.
And our ages almost equal 100.
Oh, well, why'd you have to throw that in there?
I don't know. I was looking for more hundreds.
All right. Well, we should get into this episode. We have so much to cover.
We do. This is going to be a long one. That's what she said. It's Company Picnic, Season 5, Episode 28, written by Jen Salata and Paul Lieberstein, directed by the dearest man on the planet, Ken Kwapis. Summary, it's the Dunder Mifflin Company Picnic.
All of them are there. All the branches.
Yes, in their own special t-shirts that have their branch name on them.
Oh, I have it, lady. We'll get to it.
Well, the Scranton branch is going to compete against the other branches in a company-wide volleyball tournament. Meanwhile, Michael and Holly reunite to perform a comedy skit where they accidentally reveal some confidential information to the crowd.
David Ross, why would you tell Michael Scott anything of that magnitude and expect him to keep it quiet?
When David introduces their skit, one of my favorite lines is when he says, I have not seen this.
I have not seen this. Yeah.
Finally, Dwight is going to defend Angela's honor to Rolf. Yeah. And ultimately, an ankle injury is going to send Pam to the hospital where she and Jim get some surprising news. So sweet. I love this episode. Fast fact number 1, Company Picnic was the 100th episode of The Office.
Yes.
This was a very big deal for the network because it meant our show was now eligible for syndication.
Which I didn't even know what that meant.
I thought maybe we should explain it.
Okay, do. Because I remember when we hit 100, I was like, what's all the hullabaloo? Yeah, sure, we hit 100. That's cool.
I know.
Maybe, we'll
Big
all go out to dinner or something.
No. For the network, super big.
They all showed up to the set.
They did. They brought a cake.
It was as big as like a poker table. It was. That's what
She said. They brought champagne,
but we couldn't drink it.
No, because we had to
go right back. We actually only had 15 minutes with the cake, all said and told. It was on our lunch break. So if you wanted to eat, we had 30 minutes, photo with the cake, and then we had to run out the door.
Well, I remember Greg gave a very nice speech about what the 100 episodes had meant to him. Entertainment Tonight was there. All the press was there. I mean, this was a super big deal. Let's tell you why. When a show hits 100 episodes and goes into syndication, it means that the network can now start selling the show in a package to different places where they can rerun it. So it doesn't just run on NBC anymore.
It gets on all the cable networks.
Like Comedy Central, how it reruns on Comedy Central.
Right. And guys, remember, this predates all streaming.
Yes.
So this was all kind of a cable thing.
But this meant big money for the network.
I didn't know that, but it makes sense because these other places pay them to have it.
Yes. But what I think a lot of people don't know is that the actor actors do not cash in on this unless they are what is called profit participants.
Oh yeah, and guess what? We weren't.
We were not. Now, our union, SAG, does negotiate a small fee for syndicated reruns. So it's very fun. You get checks, and they're great.
They're great, but they have you guys this like cascading tier. So you get a check and you're like, woohoo! And the next one's a little lower, and it's 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 a little lower.
Yeah.
And then it's for like $2.
Well, you know that bar that they have called Residuals in
Yes.
Burbank?
This is a famous bar, you guys.
Yeah, so there's this bar called Residuals. And if you're an actor and you bring in a residual check that's under $1, they'll give you a free drink and then they tack your check up on the wall.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine who saved a residual check for, I think it was 17 cents. And I put it on his bulletin board.
Lady, I got one for 21 cents. It costs more money to mail it to me. Probably and to print it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, they were able to make a lot of money selling the show to cable, and then eventually, you guys, I mean, you know, they were able to sell it to all the streamers.
Yeah, I guess we should probably say the actors don't get a big payout for that either. That money goes to the profit participants.
See, the word profit participant is something I had never heard of, and as it turns out, if you're one of those folks, that is the shiitake.
It sure is. Angela, you found out the inspiration for our 100th episode while listening to the DVD commentary. Will you share?
I will. I'm officially part of Fast Fact number 1, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing. If you love really good DVD commentaries, this is one not to miss of the Office box set because Kim Pappas and Paul Lieberstein and Jen Slata share so many great details. They are the only 3 people on this commentary, and I really enjoyed it. Paul shared that the idea for the company picnic, they had it at the very beginning of season 5. They always knew that they would be working towards this episode.
Wow.
And Jen shared that they wanted to bring all of the branches together. They researched company picnics. This delighted me, as I just imagined Jen Googling company picnics.
She was a lady who Googled.
I was going to say, like, that would have been us. We would have been like, wait, let's research what people do. And one of the things that came up was a volleyball tournament. So they thought that would be fun. And Paul said he thought it was a great way to bring everyone back together, all the different branches, all the different characters for this big 100th episode. The only characters you don't see that were in the world of the show really were Jan, but it doesn't make sense for Jan to come back.
Yes.
And Karen.
Yes, we got mail about that. Where was Karen? And Jen Salata did an interview where she said Rashida Jones was filming Parks and Recreation and they couldn't get her for a whole week of work to be at this picnic. And then they realized, wait, she would be on maternity leave. So they tracked her story-wise as being on maternity leave, and that's why she wasn't there.
Well, that worked out perfect. While the volleyball was a great idea, Kim did share that it was a logistical nightmare because they started filming and they were trying to keep with the rules of volleyball.
Okay.
Which means the teams trade sides depending on the score or whatever, but they just had to bail. They had to bail because it just got too complicated. And Jen said she had this memory of looking over at Ken, and he had a clipboard, and he had a little quarter, and he was tracing this coin, with a pencil, and placing it and mapping out where everyone was going to stand and who was serving and who was playing what position, because it was so complex to shoot.
I thought it was interesting that they chose volleyball. Any company picnic I've ever been to, it's usually softball. But I do see how that people are really spread out in softball. So I guess that makes sense to me.
Right.
But I mean, I can't even imagine.
Jen and Paul shared this other thing. Jen said that her and Paul, as they wrote this episode, they thought that each team had 9 players. So they wrote the whole script with each team having 9 players. And then they got to the production meeting. And in the production meeting, someone was like, on volleyball teams, you have 6 players on the court, not 9. And Paul and them were like, what? Oh my gosh. But yeah, so they had to change that like immediately. And I have more fun tidbits from the three of them in the commentary I'll sprinkle through the episode.
All right, Angela, great job on that fastback.
Oh, thank you.
Really enjoyed that.
So
You told me, you were like, Jenna, there's some great stuff about the inspiration behind the episode. And I said, I'm holding a spot for you up in fastbacks, lady.
You did.
All right, fastback number 2 is a location breakdown. Now, the signs hanging in this episode say that this picnic is being held at the Meadows in upstate New York. I could not find any information on this or if this is a real place.
Fakey place.
Perhaps. Does anyone know? Please comment on Office Ladies Pod if you've ever been to a park called the Meadows in upstate New York. I'd love to know. Fan question. Rayon for Pakistan would like to know, where did we actually film this episode? Well, we filmed at Calamigos Ranch in Malibu Canyon. It is a beautiful location. It's kind of nestled into the side of this canyon in the Malibu Mountains. Did you know it has its own water source from a spring on the property?
I didn't know that, but I know a lot of people get married there. I've been to a wedding there.
You know what? Randy Cordray knew about this location because he had been the best man at a wedding there. And when the script came up, he remembered it and suggested it to our locations manager, Kyle Alexander. And they scouted it, and they all agreed it was perfect. So now, Angela, you mentioned how Ken Quapis said, like, this was a logistically difficult shoot. Randy said this was a very difficult episode to pull off logistically from a production side because we had so many people.
So many people, and we were in the middle of a canyon.
He said we had to hire additional crew, including multiple medics. And we had hydration stations and sunscreen stations. And Sergio and Alan, our caterers, they had to triple their staff. They had 3 lines to serve lunch, like 3 buffet lines. And then Peter and Barton at Craft Service, they also had 3 stations instead of 1. There was a lot of concern about being able to feed everybody because all the background food people were told not to eat.
Yeah, it was fakey food.
It was real food, but it had been at various temperatures that made it sort of unsafe to eat. So if you watch the episode, you might notice no one eats anything off of their plates of food. Check it out.
Ken said there was probably like 250 people there.
Guess what my fastback number 3 is, lady?
What?
I'll tell you. We had 14 guest actors, our regular cast, and 185 background performers for this episode. Also, I thought this was interesting. Some of the background performers were called special business performers.
Special business?
You know what their special business was?
Volleyball?
Yeah, playing volleyball for hours on end. Lady, were you ever a background performer?
You know it.
That's how I earned my SAG card.
Yeah,
same. Did you have any special business listed on your background performer resume?
Yes, I did.
What was your special business?
That I can speak Indonesian.
Oh, my special business was water skiing, bowling, and animal handling.
Oh, I can play tennis and roller skate.
Yeah, those are a big deal.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I was on 90210.
Did you have to do any of your special business?
I didn't. I was one of Troy Spelling's sorority sisters, but I did pass the ballots of the voting, the sorority voting session I handed them to Tori.
Oh, you got to interact.
Yes, briefly. I said nothing. I just handed some paper to her.
I was an extra on the movie Pleasantville, starring Reese Witherspoon and Tobey Maguire. And I had to play a teenager, and that was really fun because I got to dress up in old-timey clothes the whole time. But check this out. They came into the extras holding area because they needed 3 couples to make out in the backseat of a car. They were going to like pan across all these different couples making out until they got to the car with the lead actors.
Were you part of the makeout couples?
No, you would have become a featured extra if you did it. You got a bump in pay, but I felt too shy, so I didn't volunteer. But lady, we had a very special background performer on this episode of The Office, and it was Jenny Tan, who runs the fan website OfficeTelly.com.
Yes.
We had all become friends with her, and She was invited to spend the entire week with us, getting an exclusive look at the finale, and they asked her to be an extra. And lady, she documented all 5 days of shooting this episode on OfficeTally.com. It is still there, and she has tons of photos. Amazing. She also gave this amazing breakdown of what it was like to be the background performer for the picnic.
Oh my gosh, are you going to share?
Yes.
You guys, Jenny was sort of someone who made a community for The Office online before anyone was doing that.
Before social media.
And she was there for the show, providing this community in our earliest days when we didn't even know the future of the show. And it meant a lot to all of us.
And we would reach out to her and give her like exclusive tips or content or photos that she would post on the website. It became kind of the hub.
Yeah, and this was before networks did any kind of social media or website for any of their shows. And our show had this presence because of Jenny.
And so her documenting of our show is very extensive, and it's all still there on OfficeTally.com. There's all these exclusive interviews. It's amazing. She said you could really tell the people who were professional background artists because they would bring tons of gear, like rolling luggage filled with what she said, quote, outerwear for every possible weather condition, chairs, water, snacks, something to read. It's like, you know, when you go to the beach and you see people like come with the wagon full of stuff, or at the soccer game, that's a professional background performer.
Oh yeah, I remember doing background work, and there was a guy that had a backpack that was a chair.
Yes.
And you could open the backpack and there was stuff inside, or you could unfold it and sit in it.
Because background performers do not get trailers. You mostly are going to be directed to a holding area with some folding chairs in it. But my experience was there were never enough chairs for each person.
Never enough chairs, and they're usually outside.
Yeah. So Jenny said that when she first went to the wardrobe tent, she was given an apron to wear, and she said she would be a grill cook. But then about an hour later, production pulled her aside and made her a Buffalo Branch employee. And then they winked and said, "You're going to be part of a special branch." But she didn't know what that meant yet.
Oh.
And get this, Jenny talked to a bunch of the background folks, and she said that most of them were not Office fans, that they had never seen the show, and that a few of them did not know who Steve Carell was. She said they were thrilled to be working on our show because we had a reputation for treating background performers very, very well and for providing great food. She said one person told her from a work perspective, to be able to be an extra on The Office for an entire week, I feel like I won the lottery. So that made me really proud that our show did a good job, because as a person who did a lot of background work, it meant a lot. Usually the background performers were like the last people who get to go through the lunch line, and it's like what's left, almost nothing, and you were not allowed to go to craft services. But on our show, we had a whole buffet set aside just for the background performers and a whole craft services table that they kept full, and it was awesome.
Well, you know, that's Randy Cordray. Randy took care of everyone. However you were a part of our show, he was going to make sure you were taken care of.
That is absolutely true, lady. All right, lady, those are all my fast facts. I mean, it's a lot.
Well, it's a huge episode.
I know. All right, should we take a break and then start breaking down this episode? Just heads up, it's going to be a long one.
That's what she said. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests, and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own HelloFresh.com/getYourOwn. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman.
Chi-Town Custom
cover.
Cornhole
This
West
brand has
Side.
been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
so
fucking
weird.
cray in a good way.
Your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less,
I need somebody else to say, who is this RivalRabbi? Who is Rabbi
Yes,
Rothschild?
you guys,
Somebody,
I
somebody.
love HelloFresh. Jen
Come
and
on,
I both
baby.
love it. You know why we love it.
Somebody
And
say,
guess
who
what
is
I made the other
RivalRabbi?
night?
Make my goddamn.
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes.
Come on,
I know
baby.
it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like,
I bought
made a shepherd's
62
pie.
this
I'd never
morning.
made one
Fuck
before.
that one.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious
Hundreds
year yet with fresh ingredients,
Hundreds
chef-crafted
of
recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree
Hundreds
and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast
block.
for
Good
life.
One breakfast item per
All I
box
got
while
to say is
subscription is
see you.
active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com
GFL.
/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. We are back and the phone is ringing at reception.
The lights are out.
Yeah. Erin takes the call and she says that Michael is not in right now, but he'll call this person back when he gets back.
When he wakes up, gets back.
Right. Well, guess what? Michael's sleeping because he had chicken pot pie for lunch.
Not just chicken pot pie. Jenna, he had the whole entire chicken pot pie.
A
Not
family
I love
size.
chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot
And he's going to
pie.
sleep, as
Yes.
one would do.
Well, the whole office is going to prank Michael into thinking that it is 5 o'clock when he wakes up so that they can all go home early. And Dwight does not normally condone leaving early, but he does have that appointment with his horse doctor today, so he's in. Fan catch from Marcy G in Connecticut. There is a small detail that tickles me every time I see it. In the cold open, when they're tricking a sleeping Michael into thinking it's 5 p.m., they have to change the time on his watch. Pam has her shoes off so she doesn't make noise in his office. But if you notice, Dwight also has his shoes off while he runs outside to change the time on Michael's car.
I saw that. Jim also has his shoes off.
Yes.
I don't know. Did everyone just take their shoes off?
We had another fan catch from Lloyd C. from Australia who said during Jim's talking head, when he goes to turn the clock forward, the time starts on 12:50. But when Dwight goes to Michael's car to change the time, it starts at 12:10. He said, was this a continuity gap, or did Dwight's panther speed turn time backwards outside of the office?
I think it was probably just a continuity catch.
You know, maybe they had originally intended to see Dwight running outside to the car first and then have Jim explain it in his talking head. And then maybe they just swapped it in editing.
I bet that's right, because Veda would have been all on top of this. She had everything meticulously time-coded. Every time we had a clock, she was very, particular. So I feel like that was a change-up in editing.
Jenny Tan, who was there that day watching us film, noted that John had a really hard time winding the clock backwards and delivering his monologue and timing it out perfectly.
I thought so watching it. I'll tell you why. John is so effortless as Jim, but in this moment, I could see him concentrating on that clock, and just for a split second, I thought I saw John.
Well, she said that the knob on the back was really, really tiny, and that John kept overshooting the time. Like it kept ending on like 5:15 or 5:10 instead of right before 5. But she said they finally got it perfect on the last take, and then they stopped. They were like, "We got it."
Yeah, done. Well, this whole elaborate ruse ends when they all collectively, on the count of 3, just erupt into laughter. And this wakes Michael up. He laughs too because he always wants to be in on the joke.
Yes, but you had to be there.
You had to be there. It was a geography joke. And then Michael sees the clock and does exactly what they hoped for. He's like, well, let's all go home.
I had a teeny tiny catch on Pam's desk at 1 minute 33 seconds when we're all laughing. I noticed, and I had forgotten this, that she has a Pratt mug on her desk that is what is holding all of her pens and pencils. And then she has her pink mug that she's drinking out of. But I spotted that Pratt mug. That's a great detail from our set decoration crew.
Well, I love that. I was way in the corner back by Stanley's file cabinet, and that was just trying to get me in the shot. Ken Quappas had me come out from accounting. Once again, I'm standing. And that's how we could all be there.
Well, now we have our super short opening credits. They are like 10 seconds. Jen Salata did an interview with Office Tally, and she said they cut the credits down to get more time for the episode. She mentioned that they had gone back and forth about maybe making this episode an hour, but she said they didn't feel like they needed it. There were other season finales like The Job or Goodbye Toby where they had like tons of plot points to wrap up and huge moves they were going to make. But in this episode, she said they didn't have that much. They just had kind of the one big move with Jim and Pam and a little bit of a move for Michael and Holly.
And then the rest of us just little nods to our storylines.
Yeah, but she said they did need to steal that little bit of time from the credits.
The day has arrived. It is the Dunder Mifflin Company picnic. Here's a breakdown of all the different branches and their t-shirts.
Oh,
thank you, Dunderpedia. I started making notes and then I saw you had it. So I'm going to read what you have. Corporate, black t-shirts. Akron yellow, Albany light blue, Buffalo orange, Nashua green, Rochester dark purple, Scranton red, and Utica dark blue.
Lady, I'm calling this episode the Plain Hats Club.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this because I have some lingo I made up for this episode as well.
Everyone in this episode is wearing a plain hat. And that is because if you wear a logo anywhere on your shirt or your hat, the production has to get it cleared with that company first. So I have a breakdown of everyone's plain hat.
Like the plain baseball hats?
Yes. Jim is wearing a plain black baseball hat. Pam has a white visor. Dwight has a tan fishing hat, which I Googled and I learned is called a bucket hat. Kevin is also wearing a tan bucket hat. Angela has a floppy sun hat. Andy has a tan Panama hat. Aaron has a sort of light purple baseball hat. Creed has a light tan baseball hat. Ryan has a white visor. Stanley has a straw sun hat. Phyllis has no hat while she's playing volleyball, but she has a straw sun hat on the sidelines. Meredith has no hat. Oscar has no hat. Charles Minor has a black Nike visor.
How did we get away with that?
I don't know.
Because it's interesting. We're just like, let Idris do what he wants to do. We're just glad to have you back.
I don't know. Toby also has a yellow baseball hat with a logo. It has little trees, but I couldn't read what it was.
Well, you know, part of the hat strategy was because it got so hot during the day.
We needed it. We needed it when we were playing volleyball as well to kind of create a shade on our faces so that you could see our expressions. So we weren't completely blown out by the sun. Also for sun protection. But you might notice that Michael and Holly do not wear hats. They are mostly in their cutesy little, like, love
shady
area.
location.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Jenna, I also did a little bit of tracking. I want you to know that I feel like this episode really brings out some of our characters' other traits. Oh, I made a list. We have Sporty Pam, Saucy Jim, Petty Charles, Trash Talking Andy, Snarky Michael, and my most favorite, Vacation Stanley.
I love Vacation Stanley.
So the the picnic starts with Pam and Jim. They're walking up and they share a little bit about what last year's softball company picnic was like.
Jim had that spider in his mitt, but that's not what Pam is talking about. She's talking about the guy who grabbed her boobs to keep his balance.
And then Pam points at her chest and says, yeah, you don't grab these for balance. And Jim goes, well, and this is Saucy Jim.
Well, next up, Dwight arrives with his friend, Rolf.
His best friend.
Who they met at a shoe store when Dwight overheard Rolf asking for a shoe that would increase his speed but not leave any tracks.
These two are made for each other.
We had a fan question from David H. in Pennsylvania. Who played Dwight's friend? Was he somehow related to the show already? Guys, Rolf was played by the amazing James Urbaniak. And get this, Ange.
What?
He auditioned and was called back for the role of Dwight.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me.
Doesn't it? He and Rain knew each other from their New York theater days. And after Rain read this script, he called James and gave him a heads up. And he told Greg, you need to bring in James Urbaniak for this. Well, they knew him because they had auditioned him. So he went in to see Allison Jones, he read for the role, and he got the part.
Ken talked a little bit in the DVD commentary about just how perfectly cast James was, and that for a guest star to come in on such a big episode, James just fit in so seamlessly, you would have never known he had never been on the show before. That is just how organic his performance was, and that he just crushed it.
Well, he's one of those guys who's been a working actor for a very, very long time, and I feel like he's one of those people where you recognize him immediately from his body of work. He's a pro. We got this interesting letter from Jana M. in Westport County, Mayo, Ireland.
Oh, wow. We have letters from everywhere. This is so exciting to me.
You know, we added a feature on the website where you can say where you're writing from.
I love that.
I know, me too, because it's really fun to see how international the show is.
I know. Well, when we get mail here to Earwolf that I open, I can always see where people are from. But before in emails, we weren't always sure.
Here is what Jana said. Fun fact, James Urbaniak, the actor who played Dwight's best friend Rolf, whom he met in a shoe store, also played a shoe store employee with a foot fetish on Sex and the City. What is it about James Urbaniak and shoe stores?
That's really funny.
I think that's fun. And now Christine B. from Mississippi asked this. I've heard that Rolf was introduced because Mose was busy on Parks and Rec. Is that true?
Oh, savvy question.
It is true. You guys, originally Mose was supposed to come to the picnic with Dwight, and they called up Mike Schur, who is now running Parks and Rec. And the week we shot Company Picnic, he was directing an episode of Parks and Rec, as well as running the show. And he was like, you guys, I can't do it. And I guess they begged him, like Jen and Paul, they were like, please, you have to come be Mose. And he's like, you guys, I can't do it.
I am running a whole other show now.
Yes. And then, you know, we're going to have Mike on the show.
I can't wait.
And he's going to tell us a little bit about how he also truly hated playing Mose. Hated it. So I think he was like really happy that he had a good excuse to not be out in this field in his wool clothes for 4 days.
It also made sense to me that Dwight wouldn't have brought Mose to the company picnic.
And I love this twist that he's got this best friend.
Yeah. You know, there's a deleted talking head that made me laugh, but also sad, where Michael says he usually brings the guy from his condo with him. But this year he came by himself. The guy from his condo.
Yeah. Well, Rolf is going to appear in 4 episodes of The Office. This was his first. We loved you, James. He was really fun to work with.
So fun. Now enters Holly. Oh, and Michael, Caesar, and Kevin's like, there's Holly. And Michael's like, oh, you know, we're just friends. There's a whole awkward greeting between Holly and her boyfriend AJ with Michael. And Jenna, this begins. Snarky Michael. Steve does this thing as Michael I love so much where he lets his hatred for someone just barely poke out. So he says, hey, I could get you guys some lemonade. Holly says, lemonade sounds great. Michael goes, okay. AJ says, love an iced tea, actually. And Michael goes, you can go to hell. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You'll get him the best iced tea in the world.
Yeah.
First of all, Rob Hubel is back as AJ,
Uh-huh.
and he's so good. He's being so nice to Michael.
I know, and
The
you're
whole
like,
episode.
the whole episode, you're like, oh my gosh, this guy must really love Holly to be that patient, Michael.
I want to point out in this scene that Kevin is having a beer.
Yes.
Holly asks for a lemonade. AJ wants an iced tea. According to a big banner in the background, you can really see it over Michael's shoulder in his upcoming talking head. There is a breakdown of everything the Dunder Mifflin Company picnic is serving.
Oh,
Food was hamburgers, turkey burgers, hot dogs, corn on the cob, salad. Listen to the beverage list. Pina colada,
Charles drinks one of those.
Mai Tai,
Stanley drinks one of those.
Josh.
hurricane,
Oh, wow.
tequila sunrise,
Dang.
sodas, water, no iced tea, no lemonade.
Lots of food. You know, Michael has a talking head where he says, I liked Kevin. Holly and I could never just be friends. And he wrote a whole list of points why they should be together on like a receipt, on some kind of receipt.
He didn't use eggs. And then he tries to justify it by being like, I think it's because when we have soup.
And then he's like, no. Soulmates.
Well, we had a fan question from Tracy C. in Georgia who said this. I have been holding on to this fast fact for so long. Please include it in this episode.
What is it?
Mindy describes her and BJ's relationship as soup snakes because she loves the scene where Michael misreads his own handwriting, and instead of saying that he and Holly are soulmates, he says they are soup snakes. You guys, this is true. In Mindy's book, Why Not Me? Here's what it says, quote, we're soup snakes. BJ and I are soup snakes. And then she added, soulmates is what you aim for, but soup snakes is what you get sometimes.
Aw,
Is that so sweet?
Yeah,
They are soup snakes.
they are soup snakes. Pam and Jim are going to say hi to Charles, who right out of the gate says, nice day, huh? Jim says, yeah. Charles says, must be nice to get a rest from all your rest, and walks away. I call this petty Charles. I want you to know Charles was way more snarky in this episode, but a lot of it got deleted.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, Jenny Tan said that when she was kind of going around talking to all the actors, she said both Rob Hubel and Idris talked to her about what it was like to have fans hate on them.
Oh, really?
Yes, because Charles was always mean to Jim. But I have to say, lady, he's not wrong on his read of Jim. Like, Jim is very charming, but he slacks off. He is a slacker. He gets his work done ultimately, but he could be more ambitious with his time. Well, yeah, that comes for him later in life. He will become more ambitious in later seasons. All right, lady, it is time to play volleyball.
Yeah.
Dwight is assigning positions to the Scranton team.
Andy is like, Romico. But Aaron next to me, all of Andy's ridiculous sayings, Romico is pretty great.
Well, guess what? The Scranton team is not doing well. Aaron misses the ball. Andy starts screaming at her, are you blind? And then he catches himself and he redirects the question in earnest to the man on the other side of the net wearing sunglasses. He's like, no, I really are you blind. Guess what? Sunglasses Man was played by our very own editor, Dave Rogers.
Yeah.
But the game continues. Kevin is not great. Phyllis sits down in the middle of the game.
Ryan is on his cell phone.
Yeah.
And now it's time for Pam to serve. And Dwight is like condescending. He's like, are you left-handed or are you right-handed? Think about how you hold the phone. And Pam's like, you know what, Dwight? Back off. I got it. This is sporty Pam.
Oh, she spikes that serve.
She does. And then she's like, maybe I played a little in junior high and in high school, maybe a little in college, and went to volleyball camp most. And you do this really cute thing, Jenna, where you go, summers.
Well, this created a fan mail flurry, lady.
It did?
Oh, yes. You know, Rose G from Colorado sums up all the letters nicely by saying, in season 4, Pam says that she used PMS as an excuse to get out of volleyball gym class. But here, Pam is real good at volleyball. What is up with this plot inconsistency? Now, we did discuss this when we broke down Job Fair.
You had your theory.
Yes, there was a fan theory that Pam wanted out of the non-competitive gym class volleyball.
This is a very
Because it
kind
bored her.
theory. This is like, I mean, this is a very kind, like, let's just make any excuse.
Well, Jen Salata did an interview for Office Tally, and she admitted they just forgot about that line when they wrote this.
Of course they did. They didn't strategically plot out, like, you know what, Pam was so competitive. She didn't want to do PE volleyball.
Right. I still like that theory.
I know.
Pam continues to dominate. She wins the game for her team, advances them to the next round, because I am just that good.
Yeah. Well, I have a kid catch.
What's the kid catch?
So my kids rewatched this episode with me. They could not get over at 7 minutes 43 seconds. There is a full-on face body plant. This must have been someone with special business as volleyball. Because when Pam serves, you've got to look at the person who misses the ball. They throw themselves, they fly through the air, and they land in one clump, face down. I was like, is this a stunt person? I mean, Jenna, I have to show it to you. I'm going to put it in stories. This is how this person lands.
Oh my gosh, that person did not even break their fall with their arms.
I know.
That is intense. Well, I have a tidbit to share about that.
Okay.
But first, let me do some fan questions. Peyton H. from Vermont said, Jenna, I know there was a stunt double for you in some of your volleyball scenes, but my question is, how much was you and how much was the stunt double? And Megan B. from Jerome, Idaho said, have you played much volleyball in real life? All right, I'm going to break down all the volleyball.
I love all these questions, you guys. I love them because you know I know the answer to some of them, and others I'm intrigued.
I have played a lot of volleyball.
You don't say.
I have.
When?
In like grade school,
Your youth.
high school,
Okay.
my youth at the beach. I know how to play volleyball. And I have a really great underhand serve.
So do I. Very consistent.
Yes.
Nothing fancy, but we'll always get it.
Same. They didn't want that for Pam. I offered to do it. They weren't interested. They wanted overhand serve.
Because you know in varsity high school, you have to serve overhand.
I did not know that. I did not play varsity.
I know this because my daughter's playing volleyball.
She is.
In junior high, she can still do underhand, but they're wanting them already to do overhand.
Well, here was the problem. I have a shoulder injury. I have tendonitis in my right shoulder, and it's really bad. And I have a sort of like lack of range of motion. And doing that overhead swooping motion, it's even a little sore. I'm doing it now. It's even a little bit sore if I'm holding nothing in my hand or if I'm not hitting a volleyball. What? Why are you laughing? What is so funny? What?
No, I was just gonna say. And alias.
Oh my God. You're still tracking why I can't be on Alias?
I will for the rest of my life. How can you swing on a rope and like do a cartwheel and like throw a grenade or whatever she did?
You're making a good point.
Okay, go
I
on.
hadn't thought about that. You know, they didn't ask me in my audition how my overhand range of motion was.
Well, that might have ruled it out.
They shouldn't have even auditioned me for that role. There's no way I could have swung on a rope. All right, well, listen. They had to get me a stunt double. Her name was Nancy McCrum. And Randy was kind enough to send me her photo, which we'll post in the Office Lady Pod stories. And he sent me her resume. On her resume, it shows her height and her weight, which I just want to say, I can't believe I used to weigh that.
Oh,
I was so
touched.
touched.
They matched her height and weight to you.
Yes, when they find you a body double or a stunt double, they have to match the person's height, the weight, the general hair color, or they'll put a wig on the person or color that person's hair. But it's more than that because I was on this one movie and they had to get a body double for me. And the woman showed up and she was my height and weight, but her like weight distribution was totally different from mine.
So walking, and
She didn't look like me.
she didn't look like you. This happened to me, Jenna. I did a movie called Struck by Lightning, and there was this long tracking dolly scene that started in a room and ended up on the sofa that I was sitting on.
Okay.
And they had a body double for me for all the lighting setup because it was going to take a really long time to get this set up. So after an hour of them setting this all up, using the body double, it's time for me to report on set. We do this long, intricate tracking shot. The camera's coming down this long track, lands on me on the sofa, and it cuts part of my head off. What they found out was she was my exact height. They immediately called for her because the director of photography had set up all this time for the shot. And he said, "Are you 5'1"?" And she said, "Yes." And she came and stood next to me. We were the same height. And then he said, "Sit side by side." We sat side by side. I had a longer torso than she did.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. So they had to like measure her. Like, did we have the same waist? The circumference of your thigh, like all of that. And Nancy McCrum was just an exact body double for me.
Well, I could never tell that there was a body double there, so they did a great job.
Well, here's what I did. She was also very good at volleyball, and she taught me how to do the motion, how to jump up, how to serve it, and all of that. And I did a whole bunch of takes, and we used a CGI ball.
So that you didn't have to actually make the contact.
Yeah, Randy reminded me that the very first time I tried to do it by making contact with the ball, and I like winced in pain, and he was like, no more ball, we're never having her do that again, because like we said, he was so good at taking care of us. He was like, we're gonna do a CGI ball. But he said while the serving and putting in a fake ball was not difficult, it was really difficult to have people dive for a fake ball.
Yes.
So that person that is diving in that video you just showed me is diving at nothing.
Well, that
commitment.
that might make sense a little bit. On the DVD commentary, Ken was very complimentary, saying that Jenna, you did great fakie arm motion.
Yeah, well, I have to give credit to Nancy because she was such a good teacher. We became a little chummy on this episode. And they did shoot with her a little bit from behind with a real ball. And that was really helpful for the people on the other side because then they were diving for a real ball and they used some of those shots. But I'm not sure if they ever ended up using any of her serves. I think they were mostly my fakie serves that made it in. But I do want to say one more thing, which is that over on OfficeTelly.com, Jenny Tan took a bunch of amazing photos of me surfing with no ball.
Oh, really?
And they're really cool, and I grabbed them so that we can put them up on Office Ladies Pod.
Your story about Nancy, Jenna, just reminded me of an amazing run-in I just had. For years, Steve had a body double named Eric Sulky. And Jenna, Josh and I were in the wine country for our anniversary, and I hear Angela, and I turn around, and there is Eric and his wife.
No way!
He is still working with Steve. It's been like 16 years they've been working together. They're working together on a movie right now. Look at that.
Oh my gosh! Yes, I remember him.
I know, he was so lovely. And I said, Eric, it's so crazy to see you outside of a suit because he was just in casual clothes.
Yeah.
But sometimes when Steve needed out for, something, they had to get him to a talk show or whatever, Eric in a suit would sit in the office there in the background in Michael Scott's office.
Mm-hmm.
You could catch his shoulder or the side of him, and they are still working together now, 16 years.
I love that.
Me too.
Well, listen, ladies, should we take a little break? And then when we come back, we will talk about Michael and Holly and what they're up to.
Yeah, I think we need to come back and talk about some chair pans.
Great. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
We're back. And also, Snarky Michael is with us.
He gets a big piece of news here.
He really does. Bless his heart. They tell him that they're designing a house.
And he says, for who? And AJ says, for us.
And then Michael says, well, wow, I'm designing a chair. It's part of your pants. You sit down, you're supported. Holly lights up. She's like, I remember your chair pants idea. And AJ's like, I like that. Put me down for a pair. I'm a size 34 waist. Here comes Snarky Michael. He can't take it anymore. He says, all right, Fatty, I will do it. You know what? You should actually rehearse. He wants to get Holly away from AJ. And AJ says, you guys are really going to do this? And Michael says, you bet your fat ass we are. Because he can't contain, like, how much he's freaking out that this guy has just swooped in and is taking the love of his life
to build a house,
to build a house, to build a home, to become a family.
Well, we have this really sweet talking head where Michael and Holly together explain that David Wallace has authorized them to perform a presentation on the history of Dunder Mifflin.
Again, David Wallace, what are you thinking?
I don't know. Well, Holly and Michael are going to find a nice little quiet place to rehearse. They brought her chocolate-covered strawberries. When I rewatched this with my kids, they were like, wow.
Because I think they associate this with Valentine's. When you go to the grocery store, there's always a big chocolate-covered strawberry display for Valentine's.
It's a very romantic gift.
It is. What snacks do you bring to a picnic? You bring like potato chips, some salsa, chocolate-covered strawberries.
By the way, I love that your picnic items are potato chips and salsa. I have never brought potato chips and salsa.
You don't like chips and salsa?
But don't you eat corn chips or like
tortilla chips? Okay, I'm
and
sorry.
salsa. But also, I've never brought salsa to like a picnic blanket. It's so messy. Like the chips, but like I don't bring dips to a picnic. I don't think dip when I think picnic.
Lady, when my husband first came home with me to meet my family, my mom said to him, we're dippers and chippers.
Okay.
We always have some kind of dip and something like a chip to eat it with.
Even on your picnics.
Most definitely on a picnic.
Okay. It just seems like a mess waiting to happen.
Give me all the dips.
All right.
And bring some paper towels.
Well, I have something crazy to share about this location where they shot these Michael and Holly scenes.
The tree, the little shady tree.
Yes. Randy said that this shaded location was the most troublesome of the whole shoot.
Why?
He said first off, they really wanted a romantic private area where these two could sneak off to, but they still needed to feel the picnic in the background. And it was really hard to find the right spot. The one that they settled on drove Randall crazy. I guess there were these overhanging trees, and then there was like a muddy creek where his lighting equipment needed to go. And we usually shot our show with just 2 cameras. But for this, they had to add a 3rd camera. And it's because they just couldn't cover it with these over the shoulders. They looked good, but they really wanted a 2-shot of them from the front. Listen to this, and I barely understand how they did it, okay? It was so tight in this area that the only way that they could do it was they had to set up a mirror, and they shot the camera into the mirror, and then in order to make it match the over-the-shoulder shots, they reversed them in post. Because when they shot in the mirror, they were on the wrong sides. It was this like special mirror called like an optically correct mirror. I barely understand this, but it was a huge ordeal.
Well, it sounds like a huge ordeal. I'm also very curious. Could Steve and Amy see their reflections as they did the scene? Because that would be weird. I don't want to watch myself because then I'd be like, "What are you doing with your face, lady? What is that
I
expression?"
would be so distracted.
Yeah.
So I don't know. My question was like, did they just have this mirror on standby? Like, is that part of their kit? They have an optically correct mirror in your camera kit.
Order, lady.
It sounds like a special order, but it also sounds like they kind of had to figure this out on the fly. But I don't know. Maybe it was part of their planning scout. Get that mirror in case we need it, and get a third camera.
You would have never known it by watching that scene, though. It was so beautiful and effortless. I would have never known there was a mirror or a third camera. There's this great moment between Holly and Michael as they're brainstorming their ideas, right?
Yeah, they're gonna do this skit, but this is the first time they've met to figure out the skit that's gonna be going up soon.
And Michael has no script. He just wants to wing it. So they start spitballing like movie spoofs, right? To get out this information about how Robert Dunder and Robert Flynn met. Only part of it was scripted, Jenna. Steve and Amy just improvised, and Ken said they loved the improv. They just let the camera keep going and going. Really? Yes. Here's how the scene started as written. Holly's like, "What about Back to the Future?" Yeah. That was scripted. The rest of this part was not. Ready?
What?
Yeah. How about Back to the Future? Steve improvises, "Can we get a DeLorean?" So funny. Amy improvises Jaws. They swim in the ocean and they terrorize the whole community. And then at the same time, like this sort of group mind, they both start going, "Dunder, dunder, dunder, dunder." That's all improvised. And then they both start cracking up at 9 minutes 44 seconds. Go to that time code. The two of them are laughing, and I think it's because they're just cracking up, like they're just having a good time.
Wow.
I think they're both genuinely tickled that they came up with the dunder dunder in the moment.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. And then they go back on script at the very end when Holly's like, "We haven't found our great idea yet." And Michael says, "But we're circling it."
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow. That was an improv in the middle of a scene.
Yeah.
Usually our improvs happened at the end.
Yeah. And Ken and Paul said that the two of them were just magic together. You just see it. You really do.
Ladies, should we go back to the volleyball game?
It's getting heated.
Pam scores another point.
They're going to move on to the finals. Phyllis is like over it.
Yeah, she twists her ankle.
And then trots over to Bob Vance.
Yeah, she has no problem running over.
And then there's classic Vacation Stanley, where he's like, "You just had to be part of the group." And he's got his cocktail and his hat. I'm telling you, this is setting up Florida Stanley.
Oh, you're so right about that. Well, now we need a replacement for Phyllis, and Rolf is going to call up Meredith, even though Angela volunteers.
Rolf is so intense.
Yeah, Rolf says he didn't hear Angela volunteer because he doesn't hear cheaters, tramps, or women who break my friend's heart.
And then there's this look between Dwight and Angela.
I have two tidbits to share about this scene. Number one, okay, so you know the part where I bumped the ball?
Yeah.
Okay, that was not a CGI ball. That was me. That was real. And then when Phyllis is running to the sidelines, I spotted a man in a Yankees baseball hat. We took all of the trouble to put the whole cast in plain hats, and then they just let a guy sit in the front row with a Yankees hat on? What is that? What is that?
That's a lot of people. Someone's going to fall through the cracks.
You know what they would usually do if someone showed up with a hat or something with the logo on it, they would have tape in different colors and they would just tape over it.
Oh, yeah.
Someone did not tape over Yankees guy.
Or maybe they did. Ripped it off. Scandalous.
Oh my gosh. We did. We had a group mind Dunder on Scandalous.
Well, Jim is going to score a point, and some trash talking starts. David Wallace says, "We're still going to crush you, though." Charles is like, yeah, we are. Mom comes out of nowhere.
Oh my gosh, we could not get through this.
Yes, we were all cracking up. He said, you suckers are going down. They're going to wipe their asses with your serves and piss all over your faces.
Every time he said piss all over your faces, we would lose it.
Yeah, and Raina's flight had to be like, whoa, come on. But we kept laughing.
Well, now we're going to go to this little tidbit, the HR folks. And I love it so much, lady. John Hartman is back as corporate HR Kendall. Toby is wearing his logo hat. And they are discussing the HR convention last year. I could have watched the two of them talk for 20 minutes.
Ken shared that Greg had this idea that David Wallace would hate Kendall the same way Michael hates Toby.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. Well, listen, one more point, and Scranton is going to move on to play corporate. Jim makes it. I mean, Dwight hugs Jim.
Yeah,
so excited.
I know. Oscar's like, settle down, guys. Relax, fellas. Jonah, Scranton was so good. Is that your memory that you guys were good at playing volleyball?
I guess that's my memory.
That Scranton, Dunder Mifflin was good.
That we were good.
That's your memory.
Yeah, like, are you saying in real life? Yeah, like, fictionally and in real life. Yeah. Why? Why are you smiling? Because I feel like this is a trap.
Because that is not how Ken, Jen, or Paul remembered it. And Ken talked about a lot of the ways the volleyball scenes were logistically difficult. And one of them was because you guys were all terrible. And they all three talk about it on the DVD commentary. Can we hear that?
Volleyball is hard to direct, especially with people who don't have a clue.
Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. They were terrible, I will say. Corporate, every other team that was playing against them is so much better. I don't know why our people were not good volleyball
I was
players.
editing. Paul and I were alternating days on the set, and Paul was like, "It's going really well, but our team is terrible. I don't know what to do." And I was like, "Well, maybe the other teams can be made to be worse."
I know there was one point where I said, I think Scranton was playing Nashua, maybe Utica. And I just said, let's just play for a while. Let's just play some volleyball as we get warmed up. And Utica killed us. and I can tell looking at our cast, they all look so sad. This is a terrible idea. Let's just go back to the scene.
Oh my God, you guys were the worst. The worst group there.
Hey, to be fair, the other teams were filled with special business actors, okay?
So after I listened to the DVD commentary, I thought, oh, I've got to watch Scranton and Utica play. Ken said that Utica crushed you guys. So I went back and watched the episode, and I never saw you guys play Utica. It's in the deleted scenes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it features some major trash talking Andy.
Send it back. Yeah, send that ball back. Don't mess with Scranton. No. Utica. More like you sucks the cup. Who sucks the cup? You sucks the cup. Who sucks the cup? You sucks the cup. Who sucks the cup? You sucks the cup. Sorry.
Jim comes up to Andy and Dwight, and he's like pinching their arms so they stop. But yeah, Andy starts this whole chant about you sucks to cup.
Oh my gosh. But in reality, they were crushing us.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Don't mess with Scranton. That made me laugh so hard.
It's time for Michael and Holly's presentation.
Oh gosh.
This is what David says. I have not seen this.
Oh.
He announces that they're going to sing a song, and they're like, no, it's a sketch. I mean, like, David, you should already be worried.
Yeah, and then they say, introducing Slumdog Millionaire. So Slumdog Millionaire was a hit movie that came out in 2008. According to IMDb, and this is a very brief synopsis, this is what it says. A Mumbai teenager reflects on his life after being accused of cheating on the Indian version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Well, I saw this movie. It was fantastic.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good. Everyone was talking about it.
Yes, it was huge. It's just a great film.
It won a gazillion of awards, including the Academy Award for Best Picture in 2009. But of all the movies to parody, to tell the story of Robert Dunder and Robert Mifflin coming together, no one knows what they're doing.
Well, they're also going to get some facts wrong. Fan catch from Casey K in Orlando, Florida. In Michael and Holly's sketch, they say that Dunder and Mifflin met in college
At Dartmouth, which incidentally is where Mindy went.
but in Dunder Mifflin Infinity. Robert Mifflin said he knew Dunder through the Rotary Club. So
I caught it too.
yeah,
Ken shared that they really just drove home with the crowd watching to please not react in any way. Even the children. Don't crack a smile, nothing. And Ken was so happy with how the scene turned out because everyone really just looks at them so deadpan. And Ken said that Steve and Amy pulled him aside after the first take and they're like, this feels really uncomfortable. This is like so awkward. Amy was like, I'm rattled by it because it truly felt like they were bombing on stage in front of everyone.
well, I guess the sketch took like hours to shoot. And in addition to being told not to laugh, the extras were not allowed to move from their spots for continuity reasons. So we would bring waters around and things like that, but they had to stay right there. And Jenny Tan had this tidbit in her breakdown from her visit. Andy Buckley, who plays David Wallace, would get on the little stage during the breaks and he would entertain the crowd with stories and jokes. She said he even sang a song.
Oh my gosh.
But he was like the entertainment. And she said it was just like the sweetest, most thoughtful thing. And you know what? That is Andy Buckley right there.
Yeah,
I was like, of course he did that. Of course.
that is so sweet.
Yeah.
Well, the only person that's enjoying this is Stanley. We have some classic vacation Stanley when he has his cocktail and he says, I usually don't enjoy the theater, but this is delightful. I think he's had a few cocktails by this point.
Yes, he has. There's a lot of booze being offered at this event. Now, Michael and Holly are going to do something. They're going to announce that the Buffalo branch is closing. And then they take a bow. This is news to the Buffalo branch. They are ticked off. Well, there are two especially very angry Buffalo branch employees. They were played by Brian Stack and Marla Garland.
Brian Stack was a writer on Conan, and I've known Marla for years. She is just delightful.
Also seated in the front row, who's very upset about this branch closing, is Jenny Tan.
Yes.
And she revealed that she was in the front row with a real-life husband and wife couple, Dan and Aaron, who were booked together to play extras on this episode. They gave them 2 fake babies, and it's really great. You can see Dan sitting next to Jenny, and when Brian Stack, as the angry Buffalo man, is yelling, he's shushing his baby. He's like, shh, shh, shh.
Don't let the angry man upset you, baby.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
David Wallace is furious. This is not how he wanted the Buffalo Branch to find out.
No, he says one little boy just asked him if Daddy will have his job at Christmas. And Michael's like, well, he's just thinking about his own gifts.
Not helping Michael. The Scranton group huddles up. They're over by the picnic tables. And Meredith is like, I think we should forfeit the game out of respect. And Dwight says people need volleyball now more than ever. Oscar agrees with Dwight. Now they have this rallying call. They want to kick corporate's ass.
Yeah, and they're doing great, especially Jim, which we get a little bit of
Petty Charles.
Yes, Petty Charles.
Petty Charles says, look who just woke up. And then scores a point and says,
okay, so now Dwight is going to stand up to Rolf.
He is. And Jenna, I had one of those moments where I think I thought I heard something that's not in the script. It's not in the titles, and I need you to tell me what I heard.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Kevin says it's 6 to 6. It's a nail biter. Angela says, Kevin, no, it's 7-6. Or is that too much accounting for you? Rolf says, here's an accounting question for you. What does one fiance plus one lover equal? Answer, one whore. Dwight says, okay, knock it off, Rolf. Rolf says, what? She is sitting here casting aspirations. And Dwight goes, Rolford, please. Jenna, I swear I hear Dwight say Rolford, please.
Meaning like Rolford is Rolf's full name?
Yes. It's not documented anywhere. I'm probably just losing it. I need you to hear it. I'm going to play it. Ready?
Okay.
Okay, knock it off, Rolf.
She's sitting there testing out for please. I'm asking questions.
Oh, okay. Ralphford, please. I'm telling you. Okay, here's the first thing I need to know is this. Is Rolf a name?
That I don't know.
Did we make that up or is it a name?
Is Rolf short for Rolford?
Well, there's a restaurant in Manhattan called Rolf's. It's in Gramercy Park.
Rolf's.
Oh, here we go. Wikipedia.
Athletic.
Rolf.
Rolf.
It is a male given name and surname. It originates in the Germanic name Rolf.
Oh, which word?
Interesting. But now, Rolford. Rolford.
We need background music for ladies who Google.
We
Like
really
Jeopardy.
do. Okay, I will tell you, there is the Ralford Leather Company in the UK. They are a supplier of fine quality leathers. Also, just from Ancestry.com, Michigan had the highest population of Ralford families in 1880. So I think you might be right. Both names seem to be names.
I mean, just come on.
Okay, knock it off, Rolf. She's sitting there testing out for please.
I think you're right. I think we have broken a big case here. Mom detectives, we declare Ralford.
Put it on your calendar. That this is the first time Rolford is being documented.
Yes.
In the office canon.
Angela, I'm clapping for applause for you.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you. And now to whoever does subtitles, change it to Rolford. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say that that was a combo Mom Detective, Two Ladies Who Ruled. You see how both of those came together
It's beautiful, really.
in that moment.
I do.
I'm proud of us.
Ken shared that he really liked seeing Dwight softening to Angela. Angela's clearly moved by this. And then, right after the scene, there would have been an Angela talking head. It got
battery.
deleted, but I wanted you to hear it. Today, for the first time in months, Dwight nodded at me. And I have to admit, it made my heart sit up just a little straighter in its chair. I know I seem hard and cold on the outside, but on the inside, I'm as warm as porcelain. I'm sorry for catching on like this. Just must be the apple juice talking here. It's very sweet. She is as soft as porcelain on the inside. Apple juice is not on the drink menu. I knew you were going to say that. I also now like this expression of saying, it just made my heart sit up a little straighter in its chair.
I loved that too. Thought it was cute. The game is going, and Pam is gonna fall. Lady, I did my own falling stunt. That's all me.
I believed it.
I'm very proud of it.
It's not the first time you fall in this episode. You fall twice.
I do.
Yeah, you had a spontaneous fall while you were playing fake volleyball earlier in the episode.
Oh,
I clocked it. You went down to your knees to get a ball.
huh. I'm a pro.
You are sporty, Pam.
Well, there had been a lot of discussion about using my double and shooting the fall from behind. But Ken said to sell it, they really needed to see my face on camera.
And it wasn't the shoulder rotation.
Yes, there was no reason why they couldn't just have me fall. It was not going to affect my shoulder. Randy told me that sometimes in movies, they will use a stunt double from the front, and then they do CGI face replacement.
What?
Yeah,
This is Face Off.
kind of like the movie magic version of Face Off. He said we could not afford that. So there was no putting my face on her face.
Okay.
So, you know, at the end of this, when Pam is going to leave to get her ankle checked, Dwight has to start stalling for time. And the first thing he does is he like kicks the volleyball really far away.
This reminded me of like the butthole kid growing up, like when you played kickball, you would have a tantrum and kick the ball real far.
Totally.
Someone had to go get it.
Well, we had a fan catch from Emily H. in Ohio who said, I have a background catch in 16 minutes, 55 seconds. When Dwight kicks the volleyball away to stall the game, there are some weird face cutout board picture things in the background, and I think there is a person sticking their head through one of them.
Really? I saw those things. They look like something from a carnival.
All right, I don't know if this is related, but Jenny Tan wrote this in her diary for the day. She said, during the first few takes of Dwight kicking the ball, there was a background performer hiding in the shack. And whenever the volleyball was kicked near it, this person would wave his arm outside the shack and ruin the take. She said Needless to say, this person was asked to leave the set and was told not to return for the rest of the week. No, what's happening? I don't know. I was like, could that be the person whose face was in the little, like, picture thing? Well, you know I'm going to go back and look. I know.
Well, not in the shack, waving their arms, are Michael and Holly. How's that for
That was a wonderful transition. I like that.
We should share with you guys. We often wonder how to transition.
We are trying so hard not to have every transition be lady.
Lady are well.
Yes. Oh, the wells.
The wells. We do a lot of
Dr.
wells.
Peter Thibodeau, please don't count the wells.
Oh, don't. Oh, I have Dr. Thibodeau a few times, and it was staggering. Anyways, Michael and Holly are going to reflect on their skit and on their mistake of mentioning the buffalo thing, and they have this very sweet couplet of dialogue. Holly says, well, I'm glad we did it. Michael says, me too. And there's a long pause, and he says, we have a lot of good material for next year's sketch. And she lights up and says, I can't wait. Well, this was a really beautiful performance by Steve and Amy. They shared in the DVD that everyone at Video Village, where they were watching the playback, was crying. They said Jenny was there, Jenny Tan, she was crying. And then Ken said something I just loved about this scene between Steve and Amy. I wrote it down verbatim, and I want to read it to you. Okay. Ken said, it's the toughest kind of scene because in a way everything is happening and nothing is happening all at once. There's a gigantic shift that takes place, but it's all under the surface, and the challenge is to find it over and over again, take after take, as if they've never been there. Yeah, I just thought that was really well said. Because every time they did it, they had to have that discovery of knowing that something just changed for both of them. It's a beautiful scene. And then they say goodbye. And then Michael has this fantastic talking head where he says he didn't find the perfect moment that day to share those things with her, but it's okay because they're going to be one of those couples who have a long story, and he's just going to be patient.
Yeah, Jen said in an interview that they loved setting up this idea that Michael was going to find a way at this picnic to try to make his move with Holly. But then, over the course of the day, as he spent time with her, he was reminded that they have something really special. And he gains this more mature way of looking at the relationship. And it's very different than how he would behave if this were Jan or any other woman from his past. And that she said, quote, he was calm and confident and quieted by this thought. And I loved that. And this talking head right here is why you know this is his soup snake. His soulmate. 100%, right? Yeah. Well, Jim is going to take Pam to a local hospital, and for whatever reason, they have this belief that Dwight can stall this volleyball game. I mean, for how long? Have you ever gone to get an ankle checked or anything checked?
Even just the commute and finding parking and getting inside and signing up and getting your insurance information. And
I don't know. Jim is feverishly filling out some hospital form while a sassy nurse is wheeling Pam away. The sassy nurse was played by Allison Martin. She's in a ton of television comedy, most recently Grace and Frankie, and she did an episode of Law & Order. Oh. We had a fan question from Christy H. in Maryland who said, my 13-year-old son thinks the hospital that Jim and Pam go to is the Scrubs Hospital. Is he right? He's a huge Office fan. And Sam O. from Milwaukee, Wisconsin said, at the end of this episode, you guys are clearly in the hospital from Scrubs. Do you remember anything about working there? Was the cast of the other show around at all? Well, I tell you what, Christy, your son is right. Sam, you are right. This was the hospital that they used on Scrubs. It is a former hospital. It's not even around anymore. They've torn it down. But at the time, it was an abandoned hospital. It was the Riverside Community Hospital in Sherman Oaks. The Scrubs cast were not there that day, but Randy told us that their production graciously allowed us to use some of their pre-dressed corridors and examination rooms. And something I'll tell you is that we shot all of this hospital stuff on Monday. It was our very first day of shooting. It was before we ever went out to the company picnic.
So all of that emotion was just day one.
Day one.
Wow.
We started with the cold open, and then we relocated to the hospital. And Jenny recalled that she was not allowed to observe the hospital. She knew that we were going to a hospital, but she didn't know why. And we'll tell you more about that in just a little bit. I don't know how much longer Dwight can stall. The corporate team is insisting that Scranton put in their subs. And Dwight is doing this really long roundabout thing of like, well, how many people must get hurt before a lesson is learned? 1, 2, 3, 4. He's doing a horrible job of stalling. But Jim is like, Dwight, keep stalling. And then he gets called into the room where Pam is. And they get some pretty big things. You can't hear it. But I think we know what it is. Yes. We got some mail to know why was this scene silent. Obviously, they're being told that they're going to have a baby. Why couldn't we hear it? Well, this was partially inspired by the British show. There is a scene in that series where Tim is going to tell Dawn how he feels about her, but first he takes off his microphone. And Jen and Paul thought that this made that moment even more intimate. It's one of those things, kind of like the teapot note. There's nothing that you could write that could ever meet people's expectations of what it needed to be. So if you leave it for people to fill in themselves, it'll always be the perfect note.
I agree. And I feel like Randall Einhorn shared with us that the further you were away from the moment, the more intimate it feels to watch.
Yeah, and so removing the sound makes you pretty far away.
Yeah.
Well, this idea was something we had been toying with for a long time. On casino night, there was a whole conversation about whether or not we should hear Jim tell Pam that he has feelings for her out in the parking lot. We ultimately decided to keep the audio for that. But, you know, we're going to do this again when Pam says goodbye to Michael. Every once in a while, it was a trick we could use because of the moment. So Jim is going to run into the hallway now. He's going to call Dwight, and he's going to say, send in the subs. We got mail. Annette E. from Minnesota said, Jim's face when he finds out he's going to be a father gives me goosebumps every time. He is acting goals in this scene. And Abby M. from Utah said, what were the directions given to John for when he finds out about the baby?
So, yeah, John Krasinski, man, why he didn't win an Emmy, why you didn't, why the whole freaking cast didn't win more awards, because the show is delivering right here. Ken shared on the DVD commentary a note that he gave John for this scene, and I thought it was great, and I want you guys to hear it.
The one thing I told John to remember is that over the course of this series, he's developed a relationship with the documentary camera operator. And so when John emerges from the room to make the call to Dwight, something about seeing his pal, the cameraman, kind of suddenly got him very choked up.
Wow, what a great note.
It's like,
cool? Yeah, this look.
because we debated whether or not he should be so wrapped up in the moment that he should ignore the camera, but in fact it was the
This
opposite.
look right there. That look.
It was almost like, you know, the cameraman has been sharing so much of what's going on with Jim that, you know, that became very important to acknowledge him.
So the look he is talking about happens at 20 minutes, 50 seconds. And you guys know these moments in your life where you're feeling all of this emotion and then you see a good friend and it just comes pouring out of you. It's that person that says, are you okay? When you're not okay. And I loved that. And I'm so glad that they had John as Jim look to camera and look to his friend.
It's a brilliant note. It's great directing by Ken Kwapis and a great performance by John.
And you too. Aww. I loved this moment. Made me tear up again watching it.
Well, we got a fan question from Kaylee in Auburn, New York. Jenna, did you have any idea before this episode that the writers were going to make Pam pregnant? And what were your thoughts when you found out? Well, I barely knew. They did not warn us like weeks or months ahead. I found out basically right before the table read. And I remember sitting in that table read, and Ken Kwapis read the stage directions, and there was like an audible gasp in the room. Everyone was like, So here's what the script said. This is what Ken read. The tells Jim something, and we see Jim's face light up. Pam is also grinning. Jim and Pam hug. Jim walks out with a big smile on his face. So the script did not even say that Jim and Pam were going to have a baby, but everybody knew, oh my gosh, Jim and Pam are going to have a baby. But that was just for the table read. If you read the shooting draft of this episode, those scenes are omitted. It just says scene 51, 52, 53, see production for details.
Yeah, they immediately took it out of all documentation, all scripts, everything.
It was a huge secret.
Yeah. They shared on the commentary that our producers made a huge effort to keep this a secret. They didn't want it to get out to the audience. They didn't want it to be ruined. They could not let NBC know.
So crazy.
So crazy. So none of the scripts had the final scenes, just like you said, right? And then the scripts that went out, they were omitted from those. And then every day, you guys, they would send NBC the CDs of the dailies
Of what we had shot that day.
That's right. It was deleted from that. And then the final master cut of the whole episode that the network gets to review before it goes on the air, they had deleted it from those as well. And then Jim said that all of the scripts, every single disc that was sent to NBC, they were all watermarked so that you couldn't copy them in any way. And Jen said, in hindsight, if she was someone at NBC, she'd be like, they don't ever watermark our CDs or scripts. Like, what's going on? Like, what's all the hullabaloo with the watermarking?
That is so crazy.
She said, and thinking about it, they watermarked scripts and CDs that didn't even have a scene to copy. So true. But they were just, I guess, so paranoid.
Wow.
But it didn't get out there, and it was a true surprise.
It was. I guess when they finally had to, at the last minute, send the deliverable, airable version, they finally put the scene back in.
That's right, but it was too late, for anyone to ruin the surprise.
Or to even make promos. I think that was always their big fear, was that in order to
Sell
tease
the episode,
audience, that they would reveal, like, big plot points. And Greg was always so protective of that.
All it would have taken is one, NBC teaser of you and Jim in a hospital.
Yes.
That's it.
And they'd have an announcer being like, Jim and Pam get the news of a lifetime on tonight's finale, Thursday in DC. We got more mail about this scene, and I'm just gonna run through them real quick. BBT from Indiana would like to know if I was actually pregnant or if it was just for the show. Phoebe, it was just for the show. I was not even married to Lee yet, though we were dating and we were getting a little serious, but we weren't at baby yet.
No, we weren't there yet.
No.
You were still in what I call the sexy life.
We were in sexy life, and I will be wearing a fakey belly in the upcoming season, and I'll tell you all about it. And then Louise from Washington said, why did the writers decide on Pam and Jim having a baby before getting married? You guys, that's just Greg. He liked to keep people on their toes. He liked to surprise the audience. And finally, Liz B. from Columbus, Ohio said, what ended up happening with Pam's ankle? Liz, I love you. I love that in this whole episode, we have left you hanging about Pam's ankle. I feel you. This is how I feel when I watch a John Wick movie. He has lots of injuries, and I need those. I need them to be resolved. So, Liz, it was just a slight sprain. It's just going to be a little rest, a little elevation, a little ice. She's going to be fine. And that, my friends, was Company Picnic.
I have one last thing to say. Is this goodbye to Charles Minor?
I believe it is.
Idris, you were fantastic. We really enjoyed rewatching all of your episodes.
It's really fun.
You were fun to work with. You sure were. Happy Company Picnic Day, everybody.
And Happy New Year.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
This was a great way to kick off the new year, I think.
It sure was.
We will be back next week, and we will be starting season 6. We are now officially halfway through our rewatch. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
It's flown by.
It has flown by. We hope you have a great week. We hope you have a little bit of vacation Stanley in your day. And we'll be here next week.
See you then.
See you then.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hi, you guys. I hope you're having a great day.
Today we're going to talk about gossip. It is the season premiere of season 6.
Holy moly, we're at season 6.
Yeah. We're going down the other side of the mountain. We hit the peak at 100 episodes. Now we've got one
downhill all the way.
No, that's not how I meant that metaphor to be. I just meant we're halfway to our destination.
We're halfway there. Oh, no.
Oh, and now I heard it. I go. No? Okay, I'm liking this. Listen, this episode was written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Paul Lieberstein, and here is your summary. When Michael regretfully reveals that Stanley is having an affair, he sets out to cover his tracks by spreading a bunch of lies about basically everyone in the office. But what he doesn't realize is that one of his lies turns out to be true. Before we get started on the fast facts, Angela, we have some gossip. Or maybe it's not gossip. Maybe it's true.
Maybe it's the one true thing.
Okay, it's totally real. It's not gossip. Guys, our book cover for Office BFFs is out.
It is out. It's official.
Right now, you can see it.
It's so cute. Can I say that? I can say it's cute, right?
I mean, I hope we think it's cute. We picked it.
You guys, I think you know this about me by now. I love a photo booth.
This is true.
If I walk by a photo booth with you, you're going in it with me. And Jenna and I went to a photo booth at the mall one day.
This was years ago.
10 years ago, maybe?
More than that.
Maybe more. I saved the photo strip from this mall photo booth. It's been on my bulletin board for a number of years. And it's the photo of our book cover.
I'm realizing now that we chose a 15-year-old photo for a book cover, probably because we didn't want to pose for a photo. But actually, the point of it was to show the depth of our friendship, the length of our friendship, because so much of the book is going over the growth and history of our friendship.
It is, you guys. It is our life through the office and beyond. Best friendship journal with the backdrop of this amazing show, and just a lot of our stories that we can't get into as much in the podcast are in the book.
Also in the book are 400 of our personal photos.
Can I just take a minute? 400. That was so hard to narrow down because we had like 2,000 and they were like, you guys, your book cannot have 2,000 pictures. They told us we had to narrow it down to like 200. Jen and I were like, we got it to 400.
Yeah.
Can we call it even?
So these are truly our personal photos taken on our personal cameras, even back then when you had the old-timey cameras with film.
Yes, and you had to go to the mall to the kiosk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those pictures, all the way back to the pilot of The Office. The book is available for pre-order now. We would appreciate it if you pre-order it because it makes us look really good to our publishers.
I wish you could see Jenna's face right now because she's doing that really cute face that your kids do when they really want something at Christmas. So yeah, pre-order would be amazing. Thank you in advance.
I know the Midwesterner in me gets very shy asking people to do things like that, but you can find a link to order the book on officeladies.com. We will, of course, put it on all of our social media platforms as well.
Yes.
So check out the cover.
Office BFFs, check it out. We can't wait to share this book with you. We're super excited to take it out in the world and meet you all and sign copies and do the whole shebang.
And I will wear a fake flower, you mark my words.
I don't doubt it for a second. Should we get back to the episode?
Let's do it. Fast fact number 1. Gossip, as I said, was our season 6 premiere episode. It aired on September 17th, 2009, and it was seen by 8.21 million viewers.
Wow, that seems like a lot.
It was a lot. However, our viewership was down 18% compared to the season 5 premiere of Weight Loss.
Oh,
so I guess we took a little dip here with our premiere episode, but The Office was still the leading comedy on NBC at the time, and we were sort of the anchor for the other shows. I found an old promo.
Oh, I love an old promo.
That was kicking off the whole fall season, and The Office was very prominent in it. Will you guys play it?
Here's why summer being over is a good thing. Because now we get new comedy on NBC Thursday. That's cool. We'll finally confirm the big baby news on The Office.
GPS. I did. But it was inconclusive.
We welcome back Parks and Rec, 30 Rock, and SNL in prime time. Plus the new comedy Community, a perfect fit on Thursdays.
Ready, Megan?
And it always ends with Jay. All your favorite comedies are back on one great night. Thursday, September 17th on NBC.
Oh man,
I
I miss
love those.
promo
Same
guys.
here.
Those guys, they crack me up every time. They're like, all your favorites in one place.
Yeah,
They kind of do a breathy thing.
when I saw this promo, it made me think of something.
What?
Well, they say summer is over. We're back.
Yeah, yeah.
Why did the documentary film crew stop filming us every summer? There's always a time jump.
Lady, because they're a fakey film crew.
I mean, why not film us in the summer? We jump ahead in time. It's been several weeks since Pam and Jim got their pregnancy news. And now, she's quite far along by this episode. I'm like, why? Why did they take a break? All right, fast fact number 2. Gossip was the first episode to feature Ellie Kemper as a full cast member. It was also the first episode of The Office to air since the release of The Hangover, starring our very own Ed Helms. This movie was a huge hit. Yeah, huge. If you don't know it, it's the story of these 3 guys who go to Vegas for a bachelor party, but they lose the groom. And they wake up from this night of intense partying. The groom is gone, and they have to retrace their steps and try to find him. And Ed was one of the stars. This movie made $469 million at the box office.
What the heck?
Bradley Cooper, Zach Galifianakis, Ed Helms became superstars. Ken Jeong was in this movie, superstar.
I went to the Hangover DVD release party in Las Vegas with Rachel Harris.
You didn't.
I did.
Because Rachel Harris was in the movie.
Yes, she played Ed's girlfriend, the sort of persnickety girlfriend. I went as her +1. And lady, guess where this big party was in Vegas?
I don't know.
Caesar's Palace.
Oh, of course, because the movie.
Club Pure. I found some red carpet photos.
No, you did not.
From this evening, and I cannot wait to show them to you. Hello.
Angela has on boots that go up to her knees.
Black leather go-go boots.
Oh, wow. Look at you. I was in Vegas. You gotta like bring out your boots for Vegas. So yeah, I went to the Hangover DVD release party. Well, we want you guys to know that Ed was a horrible person after he became a big star. No, he wasn't. He was just even more Ed. He never changed. What a sweet guy. We were so happy for this big success. Yeah, he went on to make more Hangover movies and more movies
And develop TV series, but he's still the same old Ed.
He is. Fast fact number 3, I have titled, What Did You Do Over That Summer? Because he had traveled with me all the way from Kirksville, Missouri, all the way to Hollywood, and he was my love. I know. Really and truly. So also that summer, though, Angela, Lee proposed to me.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
Yes, we were in Paris. Paris. And he proposed by the river. We were having a little picnic with wine and cheese. We were so Parisian.
Is this a rom-com?
Well, then it got even more rom-com because Lee and I were like, oh, maybe we keep the engagement to ourselves for a little while. I mean, we told all of our close friends, we told our family, but we thought like maybe we don't go public with the news for a while. I don't know. Yeah. Just keeping things private. Well, someone in this little Parisian restaurant overheard us telling another couple that we had gotten engaged. So while we're flying back home, it hit the news. I mean, talk about gossip. Oh my gosh, this is so on theme. You were gossip. All the gossip magazines. We land to like this crazy amount of emails and texts. We were on like Entertainment Tonight. My extended family is calling me. It was so bonkers. But yeah, it was a big summer.
Well, my story isn't that great.
Oh no, I'm so sorry if I like. I'm sorry if I was like, we're gonna share what we did that summer, and I guess I didn't give it the context.
You didn't tell me what you were going to share. Well, oddly enough, I also spent part of that summer with Ken Jeong.
Oh my gosh!
This is when we did that movie Furry Vengeance.
Oh yes.
Yes, where I play his, sidekick. We had so
Yes.
much fun.
You shared about your crazy adventure for his birthday, walking to P.F. Chang's.
Yeah, exactly. We filmed outside of Boston, and I never spent a lot of time in that city, and I just fell in love with it. 2 things that I remember that I loved is that I took my daughter to the Boston Children's Museum. It was so fun. They have so many cool interactive things in this children's museum. And there was also a tall ship festival.
Tall ship?
Yes, Jenna, they were like ye olde ships, that like the explorers had, that like people came over.
When they're like, is the world round or flat?
Yes,
Ships.
Yes, like the Mayflower, those looking like ships.
Right.
And there were antiques. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But they call them the tall ships because they have those really, really, really tall masts, right? For the
Okay.
sails. And there were like 45 of them in the harbor. 45. And they do this transatlantic regatta. It begins in Spain, continues to Halifax, Canada, from Boston before finishing in Ireland.
On the ye olde ships?
Yes.
They still sail?
Yes.
Are they replicas or are they oldie ships?
Well, I don't know, Jenna.
Well, I mean, I just think they could be real oldie ships because, I mean, the way they built those, I've read books.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
I've read books.
I have read books.
Maybe they're replicas, but I will tell you that it was 16 countries represented and about 1,800 cadets.
Wow.
So yeah, tall ships, Boston Harbor. I made Ken walk around and look at them with me. I have a picture somewhere of me and him standing next to one.
That's one of my favorite things about our job is the places I get to go and the things I get to experience that I wouldn't normally get to experience. Growing up in the middle of the country, I was never close to an ocean. I didn't see the ocean until I don't even know when. I think we did like a road trip to the Gulf of Mexico one year. It was just like, I don't know. Sometimes I just pinch myself when I think about all the stuff I get to see and do because of our job. Oh, so cool. Tall ships.
Tall ships. Me and Ken walking around tall ships. You know what? I think we should take a break. And when we come back, you and I should try some parkour.
Oh boy, yes, okay. Parkour.
In Montana.
I tried to put my foot up on the desk and it hurt my back, so I didn't do it. Parkour! Are you ready? Are you gonna parkour? I'm gonna parkour. Wait, are you gonna do something visual on a podcast? I'm gonna do something visual. You? I'm gonna parkour. Let's do it. Don't really do it. Don't! Oh my God! Don't! You shook the whole table. Jenna, stop. Parkour! Oh my God! Oh God! Stop! 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 You guys, she pushed off from the table and shook all the microphones. Then she ran over to the wall, and I want to say about 2 feet high, put her foot on the wall and jumped. I'm out of breath. Well, Michael and Andy and Dwight are taking their parkour skills in the office to a much more destructive level than what Jenna just did. They're just jumping off everything. Jenna, do you remember the guys? They literally wrecked the office. I do remember. Stuff went everywhere. Yeah. You know, we had a fan question from Alice R. in Italy. How much of the parkour scene was scripted and choreographed? Well, I reached out to Paul Lieberstein, who wrote and directed this episode, because in the script, it really just says they parkour through the office. And he said that the direction he gave Steve, Rain, and Ed was just a basic route to move through so that the camera could capture everything. He said, obviously, none of them had any parkour skills. They did no parkour training whatsoever. What? I'm shocked. It was not choreographed. He just told them, you can't do anything wrong, and your goal is to just mess up the room as much as possible. Achieved. Yet, he said the first take was really kind of underwhelming. So they reset the office, and he said on the next take, he told them all to shout parkour as they went. So whenever they attempted a move, they were supposed to shout parkour. So they would do like a sloppy somersault off the back of a desk and go, parkour! Yes, and he said that ended up being the thing that gave it this really kind of weird energy that was very funny. So yeah, I thought that was great, actually, because I thought a lot of the comedy came from the dichotomy between their very confident parkour and their horrible skills. Well, Jim has a great talking head that sort of explains what's happening. And he's like, you know, this was this internet sensation of 2004. It was in one of the Bond films. Lady, I think it was in Casino Royale. Hear me out. I love Daniel Craig. Yeah, same. And he had this great scene with an actor named Sebastian Faucon. Okay. And I mean, it was so cool. Talk about a choreographed fight scene. Well, is it so much of The Matrix kind of rooted in parkour? Am I crazy? What part? What part? They're leaping all over stuff. No? Is it because in true parkour, you're really doing it? You don't have cables and stuff. Yeah, and you can't suspend time as a bullet goes past you. Right. That's not parkour. Well, I talked to Randy Cordray about this, and he said that that video that Jim is playing, that was a clip of an actual amateur filmmaker student from UCLA doing parkour. No, they licensed it for $300. And then we had a new graphic artist for season 6 named Ryan Cosgrove, and he built a fakey YouTube-esque computer background. And so that's what you're seeing. He built that video into like a fakey video player. Nice. And that's what plays on Jim's computer. I think that kind of stuff is so cool. I clocked a bunch of props in this episode. I feel like Phil Shea was busy. In the cold open alone, we have the Apple laptop that Jim is using. We have the handheld camcorders that Michael, Dwight, and Andy are using. Meredith's deodorant spray. A wooden ladder, boxes, wooden pallets, dumpster, trash bins in the parking lot. And then as we get into the episode, there's so many more. Well, you mentioned that handheld camera. We had a question from Chris W. in Liverpool, England, who wanted to know if that camera was actually recording. Yes, it was recording. When Phil Shea bought that camera, he first consulted with our cinematographer, Matt Zone, and he got a broadcast acceptable, I guess, format for this camera. It was 1080 progressive at 24 frames per second. So anything they recorded on that camera was suitable for broadcast.
1080p.
1080p. Yeah, I see that on my TV sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. That's what that is. Okay. Ultimately, we only used 2 images from that camera. One was at 1 minute 10 seconds, which is a close-up of Ed Helms when he's on top of the Vance refrigeration truck. And then one at 1 minute 14 seconds showing the back of quote-unquote Andy as he jumps off the truck.
So good. These are the little details I love. I loved that camera was actually recording and they used some of the footage.
I know. We had more fan questions on this parkour opening, and Leah B. from Raleigh, North Carolina said, "Hi, Office ladies. I'm Leah B. and I'm 11. I've watched the Office series 3 times, and I was just wondering, did Ed Helms get a stunt double for the shot where he jumps off the delivery truck and lands in the refrigerator box? Was there padding in the box, and how many shots did they do in order to get this scene?"
Well, there was most definitely a stunt double.
There definitely was. Our stunt coordinator for this whole sequence of jumping off the truck, because that, by the way, was completely 100% planned and choreographed.
Also, just those 3 guys being on top of the truck was like a safety thing. There was like safety meeting.
Oh, for sure. Our stunt coordinator was Wally Crowder, and his son, Sean Crowder, was Ed's stunt double. Eric Solke was Michael's stunt double, and Scott Leva was Dwight's double. But until they were up on that refrigerator truck, it was all our guys. Even that scene when they're running across the cars in the parking lot, yeah, those were our real guys. And in fact, I guess they dented some of the hoods of those cars. They had to be repaired. But it was Sean Crowder who jumps off that truck into the cardboard box. The box was full of foam rubber. I guess they had enough supplies to do 3 takes. They only did 2 takes, and they used the first one in editing.
He nailed it.
Nailed it.
Leah, I loved that question. I love always finding out the behind the scenes of how they did all the stunts. So thanks for sending that in.
So listen, one more thing about parkour before we get into this episode. Paul reminded me that after we shot this cold open, do you remember this? Our camera assistants, Chris and Ed, and some of the other crew guys would walk around the stage and shout parkour from time to time. Like when he told me that, I was like, oh yes, I remember that. It was just like parkour.
I remember we all were doing it.
Yeah.
Like we would open the fridge and go, parkour!
Yeah. Okay. That's all my parkour stuff.
I liked it. Well, this episode starts with a little bit of hazing.
Yeah, we have interns, summer interns. We didn't film them all summer, but here they are on their last day.
Yeah. We're going to get them on their last day. Dwight asks them for a cup of water, which he then chugs and then says, okay, see the files behind Kevin's desk? I want you to put them all in random order and then come back for your next assignment concerning their order.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you that this hazing continued throughout the episode, but it was deleted?
Oh.
Yes. As it continues, you see Ryan having them make a bunch of photocopies for him.
Mm-hmm.
One of the interns is like, you know, you're not supposed to talk to us. And then it cuts to Dwight saying, yes, I've been managing the interns since Ryan's incident. And then we find out that Ryan's incident is he had him go to the bank and get a couple $100 in pennies and made them spread them all out on the conference room table to have them search for rare old coins. So then Dwight gets put in charge of them.
That feels like something Dwight would make them do, actually.
I know. Ryan's like, how is that any worse than what Dwight made them do? And here's what Dwight had them do. He set up an inter-office messaging system where if you had a message, he would write it on a note and then he would make the intern walk it over, let's say to Andy or to Phyllis. And so these interns were just standing by waiting for Dwight to write a note that then they would have to walk over to whatever department. So there was a lot of intern hazing. It's deleted. It's on the DVDs.
Well, I can give you an intern breakdown.
Oh,
actor breakdown. So we have Maury, who is played by Kelly Igniata. Angela, he was born the year I graduated from high school.
Oh, well, there's that.
He's now 30 years old. He's a youngin'. Yeah, I found that humbling. Well, Megan was played by Elvie Yost. She goes by just Elvie now. She has been in the TV series Resident Alien and Mildred Pierce. And then Eric was played by Max Carver. Now, Max would go on to play a recurring role on Desperate Housewives as Preston Scavo. Oh, you love Desperate Housewives. Oh, yes. He was on with his twin brother. He has since been on The Leftovers and the series Teen Wolf. When I saw him on Desperate Housewives, I was like, it's the intern! I know him! I was so geeky that I had a connection to someone on Desperate Housewives. So I slid into his DMs. Did you really? I did. And he was nice enough to send in some audio clips about what it was like to be an intern on our show. And of course, we had to ask, how did he get his job on The Office? Here's what he had to say.
Hey, it's Max Carver here. I'm super happy to be on the show. I remember I went in for casting for The Office, and I'd never had any experience with comedy at the time. I just read it and thought, just go in and be an intern. And the casting process was fun. Allison was so sweet. And we just had a laugh. I read it a couple times, and then I was so excited I couldn't believe I got the job. It was one of the first jobs I ever did. I was well aware of the show. A huge fan of both the British version and the American version, so it was a dream come true.
So, Angela, when I hear his voice in that audio clip, that is exactly how I remember him on set. He was just kind, and they were really sweet. All really nice. They were just young, nice, sweet folks. Well, I also asked him, did he have any memories from his time on set? Here's what he said.
One memory that I have from him on set is that everyone there is just an improv master. So there's just not enough time on TV for all the amazing stuff and stuff. I think we probably shot an hour worth of content, and unfortunately we only did 22 minutes. But at one point I remember Dwight was lecturing us interns about an experience he had with a lobster, which is a lobster for the record. And I could not keep a straight face. I don't think that scene ever made it there, just because every time the camera panned over me, I just couldn't keep a straight face. But Joy was so funny. Ray just knew exactly what would make me laugh. So at every take, he just turned it up another notch, and another notch, and another notch. I was even cared if we got the same. He just wanted to make me laugh. So I will never forget that.
That scene is in the deleted scenes on the DVD, and it's very funny. You know, Dwight is basically trying to impart his wisdom to the interns. And he has a huge speech. I'm going to paraphrase it, but he's like, I'm going to tell you a story about a young salesman who went out to a restaurant, and he ordered a lobster because he had never had lobster before, and he mispronounced it and called it a lobster. And he goes on and on to tell this story. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Well, the last question I asked Max was, does he ever get recognized for being intern Eric on The Office?
In terms of being recognized, yeah. You know, I think fans of The Office are probably the most hardcore fans in the world. I've worked on a number of other shows, but The Office is the one that keeps coming up, and some people are like, I know you from season 6, episode 1, which just blows my mind. But it's fun being a small part of that canon, and yeah, people remind me about the names of Sheets and Alan Thicke, so thanks for that.
Max, thank you so much for sending in these audio clips. You made my day. It's great. Well, you know, Jenna, I read the shooting draft of this episode, and the interns actually had some different names. Oh, so Maury, who is Maury, was actually spelled M-O-R-I. Okay. And then in the episode that aired, you'll see it quoted as M-A-U-R-I-E. But it was actually spelled M-O-R-I in the shooting draft. Okay. And then Megan's name was actually Maria. Oh, and Eric was Eric.
Oh, so all through the shooting draft, I was reading it and I kept being like, who is Maria?
Well, the interns are going to spark some gossip.
They are. And I have two background catches in this scene. We have Oscar, Meredith, and Kelly speculating about this relationship between Eric and Megan. If you go to 2 minutes, 34 seconds, I am calling this the green scene.
Oh,
Because Kelly has on a green sweater, Meredith has on a green cardigan, Megan has on a green blouse, and there is a turquoise green lunch bag on the table.
oh, green scene. Great scene. Green in the break room.
Green in the break room. And then at 2 minutes, 34 seconds, Megan and Eric are at a file cabinet by this back door, sort of on the other side of the partition by Kelly's desk clump.
Yes.
That file cabinet has never been used.
Are they using it for the first time?
Groundbreaking moment, everyone.
Wow.
First time file cabinet usage.
So what happens here is that people are speculating if Eric and Megan are going to get married.
And if they're hooking up.
Right, yeah. And Michael starts to feel very proud because he introduced them.
Wait, can I just say I had my favorite line of this whole entire episode in this scene?
I can't believe it's in this scene because I have a favorite line and it's later. Okay, go on.
Well, Kelly is like upset at the idea that they might get married before she would, right? Michael walks in, says, "Who's getting married?" Pam says, "Nobody." And here's my favorite line. Michael says, "If somebody doesn't tell me, I'm going to start screaming."
Oh, that is good.
I was just like, who says that? If you know, they know he will.
Ultimately, Phyllis says, Michael, there's nothing really to know. It's just gossip. Well, of course, Michael is now going to tailspin that
He's been left out.
yeah, other people know gossip he didn't know. But before we move on to that, I have some background catches in the break room as well.
Okay.
It's called What is Everyone Eating?
Phyllis is having a salad.
She's eating something with a fork. I am definitely eating a salad with a side of grapes. Oscar's food is blocked, but I think it might be a sandwich. Meredith is eating yogurt. Stanley has a very substantial sandwich and chips and a Fuji water bottle with the label facing away from camera.
You're obsessed.
I'm obsessed. But the food I want you to concentrate on is John Krasinski's food.
Did you screen grab
When
it?
I first saw it, it looked like a container of shredded chicken.
What?
But it's not. There's no fork. So I really zoomed in, and what it is it is a sandwich that he has picked out the middle of and left the crusts. It's like he ate it from the inside out. It is the weirdest thing.
Are we finding out right now that Jim is actually the person that eats like a squirrel and not Angela Martin?
I think so. But you know, for a scene like this, it would just say in the script, they're in the break room having lunch. And Phil Shea would have to go around to all of us and ask us what we wanted to eat in the scene. And for me, depending on how close it was to actual lunch, I would either pick a substantial meal or something small. So I'm eating a salad and some grapes. That is not a meal to me. So we must have shot this after lunch because I was like, you know what? I will have already eaten. Just give me something light.
They were always very mindful that my character was a vegetarian. So I often would be eating fruit or a salad or some kind of veggies or chips or something. I'm going to need a picture of that Jim sandwich. Thank you very much. You got to take a picture of it.
I'll show you. It's so odd. We're gonna now have a Pam and Jim talking head, where basically what we're doing here is we are confirming that what you knew from the season finale episode, that Pam is pregnant. But they're also gonna let you know they have not told anyone in the office.
Yeah, I loved it when Jim was like, you know, the yakety yaks in this office, they'll have a field day.
So this is true, but they're keeping it to themselves. That's what you need to know.
Michael's determined to get to the bottom of this gossip. He goes to Dwight, and Dwight knew all of it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to make Michael spiral even more. He has this great talking head. And Jenna, Steve could not get through this.
The one about the poop ball.
He couldn't get through it.
Ugh.
And Steve rarely broke. Here's the blooper. It just makes me laugh hearing Steve, and you hear Paul Lieberstein laughing.
I hate being left out. Whether it's for a sport or like not being picked for a team or being picked for a team and then showing up and realizing that the team doesn't exist or that the sport doesn't exist. I should have known. Poop ball.
That's so great. They're like little kids. I know. They couldn't get through the word poop ball.
I loved it every time Steve got tickled like
Me
that.
too.
Michael is now going to corner Maury in the kitchen. Maury is making coffee. He has to know about this rumor about Eric and Megan. So he's like, was it hard to be the third wheel on their group date? And Maury's like, no.
And Michael's like, you know, my mom said the third wheel is what makes it a tricycle. Oh, Michael.
So basically what happens in the scene is that Maury is going to reveal that Stanley was also at this club with his wife and that Maury tried to wave at Stanley, but Stanley didn't wave back. Well, this is new information. Michael is thrilled. He knows something. Stanley was at a club.
Yeah.
Big news.
Big news. Not just any club, but Tink's.
Yeah, Tix.
Tink's Club. Michael would have had a talking head here that got cut. It was in the shooting draft where he says, I know Tink's. I go there every Friday night. Well, I wait in line there. You meet a lot of fun people online. I've never been inside, but I wouldn't
Online or inline? Sorry.
Online.
Online. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. You meet a lot of fun people online. I've never been inside, but I wouldn't want to. It's for people half my age. Part of me just wants to give up online dating altogether. I really hate when Friday night rolls around.
Wait, there's so much there.
He thinks online dating is you go and stand in a long line at a nightclub.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, isn't that so good?
That is so good.
Between Maury talking about Tinks and me reading about this deleted talking head where Michael talks about Tinks, I had to know. Is Tinks a real place? And by the way, it is. It was a total hotspot, Jenna. But here's the thing. While I was researching that, I got so fascinated with the history of the building that Tinks was in. I have to share about it. I took a picture. I'll put it in stories. Look at this place, Jenna. Right there in the middle, that's where Tinks would have been.
This looks very, I feel like I'm looking at a picture of London.
I know, it looks old, right?
It looks Old English to me.
I found a great article on the Scranton Times Tribute's website written by Brian Fulton. Brian, I loved all your info. Here's some of it, okay? The location of Tinks is 519 Linden Street in Scranton. It was constructed in 1909.
It looks old.
I know. It was the Courthouse Square Garage, which sold Studebakers and EFM automobiles over the years. It would be a series of dealerships. It went on to be an electric appliance store, sporting goods stores. In the mid-20s, it became the Scranton Recreation. It offered a bowling alley, a billiard room on the third floor. 30 years later, in the 50s, Renee Dress operated on the building's second floor. Then the Linden Dress Corporation bought the whole building, expanding to the third floor with retail and dining establishments on the ground floor. In 1988, it was going to have an open-air cafe, a new banquet hall that could seat 150, and the creation of a dinner theater. Oh, yes. The first dinner theater production to take place was called Nifty Fifties, a musical review. Then they started offering live music on Tuesdays and Sundays. In 1994, they sold Tinks to John, Paul, and Angela Cooper, operators of Cooper's Seafood House in Scranton.
Oh.
The venue remained a popular night spot in Scranton. It was a hub for live music for years. All these amazing bands would come through. And then in the fall of 2015, it became Levels on Linden, and they closed March of this year. But it started out
as a car garage selling Studebakers.
I'll tell you that I got really stopped. You know when someone's telling you a story and you hear a part of that story and then your brain kind of goes in another place? When you said Nifty 50s musical review,
You could only think of Andy Bernard.
no, I could only think of you and I doing the Nifty 50s dinner theater musical review. And I'm going to be honest with you, I went off on that for a while in my head. But I made it back to hear that the Cooper's people bought it.
And then it was a series of nightclubs, and it closed this year.
Okay.
So I guess it's available.
It's available!
Angela Jenna's musical theater review.
I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh. Nifty 50s.
Nifty 50s. I mean, has anything been more made for us?
Well, I just turned 50. I think we wait for you to turn 50 in a few years.
Yeah.
And then we go do the Nifty 50s.
Yes. That's all I've been thinking about since you said it.
I love the history of old buildings. I absolutely love it. I love to think about the different people that came in and out of that space.
Yeah.
And the memories that were made, whether you were buying your very first car and it was a Studebaker, or you were doing dinner theater,
Or you were getting a dress made.
yes, or you were meeting your lady love for a rendezvous, Stanley.
Well, when Stanley leaves the office, Michael is so excited to share what he thinks he's learned, which is that Stanley is having a midlife crisis. Yeah, because he was out at this club. But Dwight says, no, Stanley is way past the middle of his life. And Phyllis is like, Michael, what you're saying isn't true because Terry is out of town and Stanley hates crowds, he hates music,
He hates kids. You should check your facts. We got some Phyllis sass.
Well, Michael's gonna march up to the interns.
He's fired up. Jenna, I want you to know, this scene started differently in the shooting draft.
Oh,
Michael is still going to march up, but the interns are gossiping as he arrives.
oh,
It says interior break room, Maury, Eric, and Maria, because that's what she was called in the shooting draft, are in an assembly line style unstapling and collating and stapling. Michael barges in. Maury says, you see what Aaron's wearing today? Eric, I'm more of a Pam kind of guy. Maria, the warehouse guys were saying she's dated like everyone in the office.
oh my gosh!
And then at this moment, Michael says, you stupid son of a bitch, you set me up.
Well, this is when it finally occurs to Michael, after much explanation, that perhaps Stanley was there with someone other than his wife.
The amount of time it takes Michael to clue in on something, oh my gosh, is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Well, now Michael really has some gossip, and he is so excited to share it. He does not at all understand the gravity of what he's sharing and the damage it could do to multiple lives. He's just giddy to have a little tidbit of info.
He runs over to the biggest office gossip, Kelly, and he says Stanley's having an affair. She's like, what? We had a fan catch from Sarah G. in Ottawa. At around 6 minutes 30 seconds, when Michael tells Kelly about Stanley's affair, there's a whiteboard behind her desk that reads people's names and numbers. It says sales, quarterly sales, and HR performance. Sarah notes, one, Pam is not on there, even though she is a salesperson now, but Creed is. Sarah wants to know why is that? Sarah, I do not think that this whiteboard has been changed in like 2 seasons.
For sure.
Because I remember seeing this whiteboard in season 3. Andy is at the top. And I don't think I've seen this change in years.
Well, to be fair, we were rarely over in that corner, so it might have gotten overlooked.
Michael is determined to keep spreading this information.
He is now trying to get Kevin to guess.
Yes, he's playing that word guessing game, Hangman. Yeah, Kevin's not getting it.
No, Kevin's not getting it.
Lady, this reminded me of Wheel of Fortune. Because Wheel of Fortune is based on this game. You guess a phrase. My family was obsessed with Wheel of Fortune. we had the home game, the Wheel of Fortune home game. And my mom, bless her heart, was a horrible guesser. Just horrible. Our favorite family example, you know when you have those things that happen in your family that go down as like your family lore? Sure. Okay. We were playing this game. My mom's trying to guess the phrase. And she screams out of nowhere, I've got it! Gold-toothed tiger! Gold-toothed tiger! We're like, Mom, gold-toothed tiger? What is this famous phrase, gold-toothed tiger? I don't remember what it was. It was not gold-toothed tiger.
Of course not.
So anyway, now that's like my
catchphrase.
Yeah, my sister and I can be like, gold-toothed tiger, Mom. But my sister and I became obsessed, and we researched the most common letters in the English language.
Wait, isn't one that you're always supposed to guess like S or T?
T is one. Okay, T. I'll tell you, here are the 12 most commonly occurring letters in the English language, from most to least. E,
Okay.
T, A, O, I, N, S, H, R, D, L, U. So if you're ever on Wheel of Fortune and you're going to buy a vowel, buy an E.
Okay.
If you're going to guess a consonant, the first one you should guess is T, and the second one is N.
I didn't know that, but I feel like some of it just mushed into my brain because my grandmother faithfully watched Wheel of Fortune every single day. It was one of her favorite shows. She was so good. She could guess way before everyone else. We used to joke, Grandmother, you've got to go on Wheel of Fortune. She's like, oh no, I am not going to be on television. No. And she loved Pat Sajak and Vanna White. They could do no wrong.
Oh,
And she knew everything about them.
yes, same. My family was obsessed.
I love it.
Just to close this out, I can also tell you the most difficult words to guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This was according to a 2010 study conducted by John Nicloon for Wolfram Research.
Ooh.
Why Wolfram Research decided to conduct this survey, I don't know.
I don't know, but I appreciate it.
But the 5 most difficult words to guess in a word guessing game are jazz, buzz,
2 Z's.
Hajj, fizz, and fuzz.
People are not good at guessing Z words.
I guess not. Yeah, I guess you can use that information if you want.
Yeah.
It will not help you to guess ETANSHRDLU.
I mean, if the caption is like hot fuzz, zhuzhing jazz, you're like,
Well, no one's going to be able to guess that.
no,
Make that your phrase. That's your gold-toothed tiger right there.
that's your stumper. Michael is going to try to intercept Stanley as he's on his way to meet with a client. He asks him if he knows a beautiful woman who can dance for a movie Michael is casting. It's going to pay $5 million. Some nudity required.
Stanley leaves, and then Jim comes to the window, and he's like, Michael, you need to stop. You have to stop this. You have no proof that Stanley is having an affair. You might be ruining Stanley's life.
Yeah.
We had a fan question, Angela, from Alice R. in Italy, who said, at around 7 minutes, 10 seconds, when Michael is talking to Stanley and then Jim through the side window of his office, Aaron is sitting in the background
The whole time.
And then Allie W. from Canada said, is there a deleted scene that explains why Aaron is there?
There isn't one on the DVDs, but I can tell you in the shooting draft at the end of this scene, Aaron had one line.
What was it?
As Michael considers and runs out, passing by Aaron, Aaron says, is that the end of the letter?
Oh, so she was in there.
Possibly he was dictating a letter to her to write to someone.
Oh, so good. Lady, I think we should take a break because the scene coming up when Michael runs out, gets in Stanley's car, I have a lot to say. It's so good.
It's so good. We'll be right back.
Michael runs into the parking lot He stops Stanley from driving away by throwing himself in front of Stanley's car, and then he says, "Are you having an affair?"
Cut to, now he's in the car.
Right. And believe it or not, Stanley admits he's having an affair with Cynthia, his nurse. They had long walks on the treadmill together. You know, Terry's been traveling so much, he's been lonely.
Michael is still not getting it.
But then Stanley is like, "I'm actually on my way to break it off with Cynthia right now." And Michael's like, "Wait a second, you said you were going on a sales call. Do people do that all the time? Do they tell me they're going on sales calls and they go somewhere else?"
Oh, Michael.
And then Michael is like, "Wow, it's true."
He finally gets it. And Stanley's like, "Listen, you cannot tell anyone about this, please. I'm counting on you."
So in the shooting of this scene, Angela, I counted 4 cameras. We usually only have 2 cameras, but I counted 4 different camera angles
Give it to me, lady. Where'd you see him?
to cover this scene. So the first one is shooting from up above, out of the office, down onto the parking lot. Then we have the bulk of the scene, which is shooting either through the window on Stanley's side or the other side shooting through the window on Michael's side. So that's 3. But then for 1 second, right around 8 minutes, 27 seconds, there is this spy shot that is straight on. And it's sort of through some leaves. Well, Randy told me that this was a trick. There's nothing there.
Fakey tree?
Fakey tree. Yes. They took a leafy branch and they put it on a grip stand, and then someone would shake it a little bit to make it seem like there was a breeze. And Matt composed his shot to include some of those leaves so that it would look like a spy shot.
Why in my brain do I hear someone like on a walkie-talkie going, "Shake it.
Yeah, right, if I can move that, too much shaking. Shake it up higher. Shake it lower." Now, I don't know if Randy was teasing me, but he told me the technical term for this is called a branchiolorus.
Come on."
He said it's often used in outdoor shooting.
Come on, is that true?
I don't know.
Randy, a branchiolorus.
Is he listening to our podcast? He's like, laughing on it. Branchiolorus.
That's so fun.
If I'm ever directing Randy and I call for a branchiolorus and people don't know what I'm talking about, I'm calling you.
Well, Michael is going to promise Stanley that he won't say anything, but we already know it's too late for that. So now he comes up with this crazy idea that what he has to do is diffuse that one piece of information by just throwing out all kinds of rumors.
Yeah.
He finds Kevin in the kitchen making cookies.
Yeah, he's making cookies in the toaster oven.
Michael says, "Have you heard about Angela dating an 81-year-old billionaire who owns a Quiznos?"
Then he goes up to reception and he tells Aaron that Kelly is an anorexic.
Did you notice at 10 minutes, 25 seconds that Aaron's little desk area has a Keystone College little banner?
Yes.
And a teddy bear with a red hoodie.
I got real interested in her reception desk, Angela.
Oh, did you?
You and I obviously were thinking the same thing, because when I saw that Keystone College banner, I was like, hold up, I want to know more about Erin. What will her desk reveal?
What did you find?
Well, Keystone College is a real private college in northwestern Pennsylvania. And not only does she have a stuffed dog with a little sweater, that little sweater says J-Rob. And then she has a pink ski boot mug that she has put her pens and pencils in, and that also says J-Rob.
What is J-Rob?
I Googled it, and it is a wrestling camp in Pennsylvania.
Get out.
I don't think this is correct. Why they would sell a ski boot? I looked at all their merch for this wrestling camp. I don't even think the logo is the same.
Did Aaron go to wrestling camp?
I am very stumped on this one. I don't know. But Aaron also has a candy dish with some individually wrapped lifesavers in it.
Phil Shea, what is J-Rob?
What is J-Rob? And then I was like, is it like J-R-B-B? Or is it J-R-O-B? I Googled both, but there is a wrestling camp in Pennsylvania called J-Rob.
Okay. Michael's going to continue his rumor mill. He's going to tell Kelly that Aaron isn't a very good worker and may not last long at Dunder Mifflin, and that Andy is gay.
He tells Meredith that Pam is pregnant. So he's really throwing a lot of stuff out there. Of course, we know, oh my gosh, Pam is pregnant.
Yeah. Well, now the rumors are just traveling all crazy throughout the office.
Yes, and now people are going to start hearing the rumors about themselves.
Yeah.
Andy hears this rumor that he might be gay.
From Kevin, and he's like, was this broccoli Rob?
Yes,
Was it someone in high school?
this sends Andy on an existential crisis. And he's going to confront Oscar in the break room.
Oscar has such a great talking head after that scene with Andy where he's like, what, it's my responsibility to comfort the insecure heterosexual men? That can't possibly fall on me. I'm paraphrasing it, but it's something like that. It's so good.
When Andy is describing this scenario where Brad Pitt is like coming on to him
At like a beach cabana.
Yes, and Brad Pitt is trying to kiss him, and Andy resists, but Brad Pitt keeps coming for him. Oscar has this amazing line where he says, so if you resisted Brad Pitt a little bit, he would still need to get to you. Lady, the mention of Brad Pitt made me very randomly think about how I have had recurring dreams about Brad Pitt making me soup.
What?
He makes me soup.
What does this mean?
A recurring dream.
Like over your life?
Yes, like since college.
What?
And Brad Pitt would make me a warm, comforting bowl of soup. And it would make me happy, and he was my friend in my dreams.
Was he fully clothed?
Yes, it was just a wonderful gesture. So I looked up, dreams and meaning of dreams.
What does it mean if you have soup in your dream?
Well, what a celebrity in your dream is that the celebrity is you. It's like a version of you.
So you are Brad Pitt and you're making yourself soup?
I guess so, but more than that, here's what I determined it to be. Okay, Brad Pitt is from Missouri. He's from where I grew up. So I think
He was the big local celebrity when you were growing up.
he went to Mizzou, which was the college about an hour and a half away from my college. He didn't finish, but then he went off and he became a big star. I've never met him. I've never been able to geek out with him about our Missouri roots. But it was a big deal. Like when you're from Missouri and someone else from Missouri is super famous, like everybody knows it,
Oh man, I can never meet him now.
Why?
Because I know me,
You're going to say something.
and I know if I meet Brad Pitt,
Yeah,
I won't be able to. It'll be like a Michael Scott moment. I'll say, my friend Jenna dreams that you make her soup. It'll just come tumbling out. I can never meet him. Well, how can I ever meet him now when I know that my best friend since college has dreamed that he makes her soup?
Here's what I think it is. I think he represents, like, whenever I felt homesick, I'll have a dream where, like, my hometown is making me soup. Like, that's what I think it is. I think it's like a homesickness dream.
I have never had a dream about Brad Pitt.
Well, his soup is delicious. I just want to say, it's homemade, and it's very, very good. And it's always, the soup is different. I remember very distinctly, there was a vegetable and another time a cream of potato.
I had a dream after I saw The Matrix that I could, that I was like a badass with Keanu. I was like, I could do all that stuff. Like I could fly a helicopter. It's not quite the same.
It's not quite the same. I don't know what that means.
And I also have never had it again.
I don't know. I haven't had this dream in a long time.
Amazing. Amazing.
Where were we?
I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. Brad Pitt makes you soup. Okay, we are at the point where now rumors are really spreading.
Oh, here we are. I know where we are, lady. We're in the conference room and we're giving the interns their letters of completion. And they're going to get some school credit.
And there's cake.
Fan catch from Sophia M. from Louisiana. Dwight is handing the interns a piece of paper to give them school credit, but in job fair, Michael says they cannot offer credit. Can you explain this? Sophia, I cannot explain it. I don't know.
Maybe once Michael put Dwight in charge of it, it actually got done.
Perhaps. I love that Dwight gives them his business card. He says you can call me day or night. And then one of the interns says, why would I call you at night?
Eric does, yeah.
And then he says, no, you can't call me at all.
And Jim's like, well, good luck next time you're stuck between a moose and a bear.
Between a moose and her cubs.
Oh, and her cubs. Well, the rumors are coming out because people start commenting. For example, Aaron says to Kelly, "I'm so happy you're eating again."
Yeah. And then Andy congratulates Jim on little baby tuna.
Little Toro.
Jim pulls Pam aside and he's like, they know. I don't know how they know, but they know. This brings us to my favorite line of the show.
What is it? Is it? I know what it is.
When Creed says, someone is saying the rumor about Creed is that he has asthma.
Yeah.
And if that gets out, they're not going to let him scuba. And he has a talking head where he says, if he can't scuba, then what has all of this been about? What has he been working toward? I love it so much. I love the scuba talking head.
I'm pretty sure I remember John breaking though when Creed said, "They won't let me scuba." just Creed saying the word scuba. I would like to point out one thing in this scene. Many of you probably didn't catch it, unless you've ever had a really horrible time growing out your bangs. If you go to 15 minutes 07, you'll see my hair awkwardly trying to be a ponytail, but it can't really be a ponytail because I decided to get bangs, and it took forever to grow them out. Look at this sad ponytail.
I mean, I have to say that looks like Pam's hair from seasons 1 through 3. The little swoop that we used to do with my half bangs is what that reminds me of.
Oh, bangs.
Well, Oscar wants everyone to know he is not the voice of the Taco Bell dog. Toby is not a virgin. The conference room is abuzz. Everyone is trading rumors about themselves. Jim is like, guys, has everybody heard a crazy rumor about themselves today? And Michael is like, you know what? Let's just forget all of them.
Well, they start tracing it all back.
And guess where every rumor came from? Michael,
Who runs to the elevator because he knows.
but the entire gang stops him, confronts him. Dwight cannot believe that he told people that Shroot Farms uses store-bought manure when Dwight showed Michael where his manure comes from. Eventually, Michael is going to admit that he started the rumors.
I actually love that Michael's like, "Hey, I'm a victim here too." I mean, people were saying I was a J. Crew model.
Exactly. But Michael says he had to start all the rumors because one of the rumors is true. He's not going to say which one. He starts going around, and Jim and Pam realize pretty quickly what the real rumor is. Yeah, that Stanley's having an affair. But everyone's insisting that Michael say what the real rumor is, and he's about to reveal that. So Jim jumps in and says, the real thing is that Pam is pregnant.
And right away, Angela's like, "I knew it."
I know. And then Kevin is like, I knew it because Pam's boobs were bigger.
Jim's like, "Okay, buddy, okay."
We had a fan question from Renata P. from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. What are your thoughts about Jim's revelation to the whole office that the rumor about Pam being pregnant was actually true? I know he was trying to protect Stanley, and it never really bothered me before, but in rewatching the scene yesterday, I was like, hey, maybe he should have had a conversation with Pam before telling everyone. What do we think?
I actually think Pam and Jim were on the same page in this moment because the way Pam's body language was and your dialogue, it's like the two of you both knew, oh no, he's about to destroy Stanley's life. Oh no, we've got to do something. I felt like I saw that internal dialogue between the two of you.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Angela, because that was our intention. The intention was that Jim and Pam were going to both come to this realization, and this is like they share a brain thing. They're a couple. And so
it's couple
brains. So I totally get where Renata is coming from. Our hope was that you would see Pam's permission in that moment,
her participation in the moment,
in how we're sort of giving each other eye contact was our intention.
Of course, Michael though is like, no, that's not it. And you guys are like, oh, will you stop it? Like, just like, oh.
So she has to go out and get her sonogram photo.
One of my favorite things is when you go get your sonogram photo is that Kelly says, well, are we just all going to wait here? That's just Mindy. That was just Mindy.
Well, we had a fan question from Ella R. in England. Is Pam's sonogram real? And if not, how was it created?
Good question.
Our graphic artist, Ryan Cosgrove, he made this for us. He repurposed an existing sonogram from his friend's wife.
Oh.
So somewhere out there, there's a little baby
who got some screen time.
Yeah.
Well, when Pam presents her sonogram, Michael says that's the inside of her vagina.
Yeah, it's a picture of the inside of her vagina.
Very quickly, Jim and Pam talking head, where they're like, now it's clear. It's clear why we didn't want to tell these people.
Well, now Jim and Pam are going to be like in the principal's office. Michael is devastated that they did not tell him first, that they did not tell him sooner.
They only just told their parents. In the shooting draft, the line read like this: did you piss on a stick? And I guess on the day they changed it to pee. But when I read that in the shooting draft, it was so jarring. I'm like, why would he say, did you piss on a stick?
Well, Michael has done something, guys. He has called Stanley's wife.
This scene is so brilliant. When Aaron says Terry Hudson's on the line, you guys, your faces are like, you called her? And Michael's like, I got this. I can do it. I'll tell her I'm redecorating my condo. And they're like, no, Michael, don't. You guys are like, don't.
But he has this whole thing. It's going to have to play out over months where he's redecorating the condo. They're going to get quotes, but then they're going to get an argument about the cost of things. And eventually he's just going to have to call it all off.
And he literally is like, I've got this. And Pam is like, Michael, please don't. Michael picks up the phone and says, hey, what up, Cynthia? I mean, just amazing. Jim starts to walk over and Michael's waving him off like, I got it. And then he goes, hold on a second, Cynthia.
And then Jim just hangs up the phone. We had a fan question from Kelsey S. from Chandler, Arizona, who says, this is my absolute favorite episode of all time. This is my comfort episode. I watch it all of the time. And I need to know if the scene where Michael answers the call from Terry, was it all improvised or was it scripted? Everything from Steve's reaction to his hand movements on the phone is hilarious and I love it. This entire scene played out exactly as scripted.
Minus the piss.
That's the only thing that changed.
100% on the page.
Guess what? Terry was already suspicious about this affair. And this, I guess, proves it. Stanley is going to vandalize Michael's car.
Stanley takes a crowbar to Michael's car and destroys it.
We had a couple of fan questions about this. One from Rohit R. in Norman, Oklahoma. How much did the scene of Stanley smashing Michael's car cost? And Monica F. from North Carolina said, it's so funny to me that Stanley had enough time to put on his sunglasses before smashing Michael's car. Well, guys, Leslie did this smashing. Randy said he had a very good time. I would too. He said that they had to establish him wearing the sunglasses earlier in the episode so that during this scene he would have eye protection in case anything flew up in his eyes. Randy said he smashed the heck out of that car. It was a oneer, just one take. It cost over $4,000 to repair.
I don't doubt it. When he called up and started to mess with the convertible top,
yeah,
I was like, oh no, that's some cha-ching.
Well, guys, that's basically the end of this episode. The interns have a little talking head at the end where we find out that Michael just called them Jet Li, Julia Stiles, and Alan Thicke,
and that Eric never really learned how many pieces of paper were in a ream of paper. In the very end credits at 21 minutes 34 seconds, Randy Cordray pointed something out to us, and I want to share it to you. We see the name of our new unit production manager for season 6, Steve Burgess. Steve was a very old and dear friend of Randy, and I loved Steve Burgess so much. He went on to be our line producer in the last seasons. We adore him. And it was so fun to finally see his name. Randy said when he brought him on board that Steve's contributions behind the scenes were immeasurable.
Yes, and we are still in touch with Steve today. So when we get to those episodes where he was the line producer, we're going to get to hear from him.
Yay!
Well, that's gossip. Do you think I'll end up in the gossip magazines because of my soup dreams with Brad Pitt? Would that be so weird?
That would be such a full circle moment.
I know.
Who's going to write about it?
I don't know. Maybe no one. No one cares about my soup.
Your fake soup?
My fake soup
with Brad Pitt.
Listen, if we ever hear from Brad Pitt about the fake soup, I will be so excited. If we ever hear what?
Oh my gosh. What if one day? I'm sorry, I'm having a dream.
I'm so sorry for anyone listening. I probably then scared you.
What if one day we are doing Office Ladies and we get some soup delivered and it's
From Brad Pitt. Come on.
Could that happen?
And you know what? Guess who's going to deliver it? Keanu. If Keanu Reeves delivered soup made by Brad Pitt.
And then all of a sudden, Idris Elba is gonna like bring some music into it, and we're gonna just have like a souping party.
What has just happened?
I don't know.
Well, save it for Nifty 50s.
Musical review.
And you guys, we hope you have a fantastic week. Once again, thank you to Randy Cordray,
Max Carver,
and all of you guys for sending in your questions and your comments. We hope you have a great week. We love you.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bradley. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
LA City Fire is commemorating 30 years since that deadly Northridge earthquake. The 6.7 magnitude earthquake shook Southern California 30 years ago today, killing at least 57 people and devastating freeway overpasses. LA City Fire Captain Eric Scott says if another major quake hits, firefighters will have to call on the community.
What does that mean to your listeners at KFI? It means that they need to be prepared themselves because we're going to the biggest and baddest stuff first.
Scott says people can contact their local fire departments to become certified emergency response team members to receive disaster training and preparedness the professional first responders can rely on. In Northridge, Chris Atwood, KFI News. A judge has denied a Marine veteran's motion to dismiss his involuntary manslaughter case over the chokehold of a black man on a subway car in New York City. Daniel Penny says he acted in self-defense last May when he allegedly put Jordan Neely in a fatal postal.
Penny pleaded not guilty to second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide, while his lawyer sought to dismiss the charges altogether, claiming Neely was acting aggressively, putting other lives in danger, and that Penny had to intervene.
ABC Sheriff Dennis says the judge ruled the charges will not be dismissed, meaning a trial is likely. Penny is due back in court in March. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is proposing a rule that would stop excessive overdraft fees charged to customers of large banks and credit unions. ABC Elizabeth Goldie says those fees typically cost $35 per transaction.
Under the proposed rule, the CFPB is looking to decrease overdraft fees to as low as $3. It says that the proposal could save consumers $3.5 billion every year.
The suburbs have already voluntarily lowered and eliminated overdraft fees. The new rule would apply only to banks and credit unions with at least $10 billion in assets. The U.S. has declared the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen as a global terror group. ABC's Karen Chopper says it's in response to attacks on ships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden.
President Biden took the Houthis off the U.S. global terrorist list in 2021 due to concerns by humanitarian groups who feared the restrictions that come with that designation would make it nearly impossible to give aid to Yemen's impoverished civilians. Last week, the president said it was, quote, irrelevant whether the Houthis were officially labeled a terror group.
The White House says U.S. airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen will continue if the rebels keep up the attack. And Kensington Palace says King Charles III will be getting a corrective procedure for an enlarged prostate next week.
Condition is said to be benign, and his engagement will be postponed for a short period of recuperation.
ABC's Tom Rivers says the king is 75. This is assumed the throne 16 months ago. The news came an hour and a half after the palace announced the Princess of Wales is in the hospital recovering from abdominal surgery. The KFI financial update: the Dow is closing down 94, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ down 89. Stockland weather from KFI: cloudy, highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, the valleys, beaches, Inland OC, and the IE. Low 50s to mid 60s for the high desert. Right now, 60 in
Field, 61 Buena Park, 54 in Florida Hills, and 59 in Sherman Oaks. Pulling your trash on the 215 in Riverside. 215 at southbound, right before you get to Fox Bench Road, involving a semi here. A couple of semis, actually. They are blocking the right lane. It is going to be slow on that 215 southbound anyway, coming away from Barton Road. Also, Reno Valley, 60 eastbound before you get to Redlands Boulevard. Got some debris in that carpool lane. Also in Riverside, on the 91 westbound before you get to Adams Street. Got that accident cleared over to the right shoulder. Still not slowing down. In Loma, 15 southbound before you get to the 60. Still got that crash clearing from the right lane. I see delays coming away from the 10. In Fontana, on the 15 north of Duncan Canyon, got a stall in that center divider area. And in Upland, 10 westbound just past Euclid Avenue, you're definitely reporting some debris in the right lane. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
You want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process? That's a hassle. Well, look to Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers, and they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they'll close in days, not weeks or months, because they're not going to be waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp. So wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. If you're ready to go, you call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, don't happy with Seller's Advantage. DRE number 01961658. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at techethos.com. That's techethos.com. Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I think ZQL.
ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products that fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQL Night. Explore our products at ZQL.com. Use it directly without a free store. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. The John Koval Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're on the radio from 1 until 4. And then after 4 o'clock, John Koval on demand. It's the podcast version of the show, same show. And you can pick up on what you missed. We got really interesting stuff coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. There's two stories out there. One, the Wall Street Journal has that it says the Chinese lab mapped the coronavirus 2 weeks before the Chinese Communist Party told the world. So for 2 weeks, researchers had isolated and mapped the virus, the genetic mapping, in late December 2019, before Beijing told the rest of the planet. We'll talk about that. And even bigger, and this is terrifying. China is now studying a 100% fatal COVID strain.
You don't have COVID, do you?
No, but if you get this one, it's 100% that you're going to be dead. We're going to talk with NewsNation's senior national correspondent, Brian Enton. He's investigating this. They are experimenting with a mutant COVID-19 strain known as GX22V. They have, and by the way, the Chinese are actively creating and injecting this virus into humanized mice. I don't know what a humanized mouse is, but the brains are engineered to reflect genetic makeup similar to people to see what happens. And what they found is 100% 100% definite. In 8 days, off the mics. This is what the Chinese are working on.
The nice.
Yeah. Now, I know that your other grade. Oh, I actually cover all 3 grades here. Infectious disease, 30th anniversary today. Were you here for the?
I was not, but I'll tell you, I was in the Bay Area and I was doing mornings at the time, and the wire service was flashing, and it said something. Huge earthquake, this Northridge, and I had a lot of family members in Northridge and in San Fernando Valley, and here I was in the Bay Area trying to get a hold of my family members, and of course the phone lines were not working. It was really scary.
But I can't tap into a trauma from personal experience.
Well, I came to help with the cleanup, and let's just say my family's home.
Oh, were they really wrecked? Yeah, because you lived in that park. Yeah.
It's terrifying. That's why I worry. Look, 30 years, we are due. That was a 6.7. I'm assuming we're going to have a 7.0.
No, there's been like 3 big LA quakes. There was one in Long Beach, I think, in 1933, and then the one in 1971 in the San Fernando Valley, and then the Northridge quake in 1994. Actually, Eric, you were even born for that quake. No, my mom was pregnant with me when it happened. Oh, so you did get shook up a little. Yeah, bang your head, and my aunt though was for an aftershock. She was in Brent's Deli, and the way she knew an aftershock was happening was all the salami came and would start to sway. Pretty funny, yeah. So I was watching her sleep, right? We already moved to LA. We hadn't been here that long. Quickly realized Los Angeles was an insane place to be. And so the shaking started at 4:31. I remember looking at the clock, and it was shaking hard. We were in bed, and I felt like scrambled eggs being shook around in a pan. It was that kind of thing. I was going back and forth, back and forth. We had this huge, heavy framed mirror right over the bed, the head of the bed, and my wife grabbed the back of my hair, right, pulled really hard, snapped my head back. So I thought she was going to break my neck, and since she pulled my head back so hard, I looked up and I saw this big, heavy mirror shaking and grabbing over me, and I said, I'm dead. Either she's snapping my neck or that thing is going to come down.
Oh, I thought maybe she was snapping your neck to get your head away from the mirror so it didn't come down on you.
No, it was just a reflex she had because she was panicking. But then I'm looking at it, I go, well, I actually remember this thought. What's going to kill me? Her yank on the back of my head or that mirror coming down?
But look, a miracle, you survived.
It was a miracle. One of the two should have killed me.
So were you terrified? Because you always make fun of me being afraid of earthquakes.
No, I wasn't. I actually thought, oh, this is cool.
Being shaking around like scrambled eggs is cool.
What can I tell you? Look, we just felt one a couple of weeks ago in the station. Remember that, bro?
Yes, I do remember. It was on, I was just about to do the news on the Gary and Shannon show when the earthquake hit, but that was a 4.2. This was a 6.7.
6.4, that's a whole, that's a whole different feeling. I also remember looking out the window. We were living in a townhouse right on the edge of the LA and Beverly Hills. And looking out the window, and I saw all these green explosions because the transformer boxes on the utility poles were all exploding, and there would be a green flash and a green flash. I think there were 3 of them. And as everything was shaking and we were getting, the electricity grid was getting disconnected.
Did you have a lot of damage,
No. Just a wicker bookcase. All the books fell off of that. I think there was a small table, like a decorative table in the corner of our landing staircase, and that had a tile top, and that broke. The thing is, I went to the closet. It was pitch black in the closet. And I'm trying to find clothes, and I ended up like putting on, I don't know, like pajamas and a suit jacket, something ridiculous like that. Because we went outside because we were getting immediate aftershock. So we stood outside with all the other people, and I hated that because everyone's buzzing about, and now I got to to talk to people, and I got to make small talk.
At 4:30 in the
4:30
morning.
in the morning, it's like I don't want to see people. But then the program director here at the time, David Hall, called me up, asked me if I wanted to go up in a helicopter during Handle show. And okay, I'm not doing anything. So I got into the helicopter and then reported live on the air over the university. Yeah, and I think we went over the 10 freeway too. So that is fun.
Wow.
And what I remember, that was the last time I was in a helicopter because I remember feeling terribly nauseous. I hadn't eaten, right? Because in the panic, we ran outside, went back inside, it was cold. I get in the car, I go I went to Van Nuys to get to the helicopter, and I didn't eat. And then all the motion sickness that morning in the helicopter without eating, I just wanted to open the door and retch all over Northeast guys. And decided I'm not going to those things anymore. So it was you see, that feeds into my need for excitement. That's why I didn't get scared. I thought it's like, oh, this is exciting.
So let me ask you this. If your roof collapsed, would you have been scared? If there's a 7.2 tonight, universal.
You just sent it out into the universe.
I know. Can I retract that?
No, it's too late.
Let's put it on here now.
They're already working on it. They're already working on that 7.2 that Deborah proposed.
No, that was just a figment of your imagination. No, but seriously, if you had more damage, if you saw things just flying all over the place, if you flew to the other side of the room, you wouldn't be scared.
I suppose I could be scared, but there was nothing in this that was really scary to me.
Because I talk to people who, seriously, they have panic attacks.
No, I'm not trying to minimize it. I realize I have weird reactions to things. Probably why I do the show. I know. I thought I wanted to. I'm always been fascinated by nature and weather and earthquakes and just anything. So I've always wanted. I wanted to see a tornado up close. It's that kind of thing. I'd probably be one of those guys chasing tornadoes if I grew up in Oklahoma. Get in the car and see how close I could get. You know, I'm fascinated by guys who fly planes inside hurricanes. You know, when I see those kinds of documentaries.
Yeah.
It's
we're very different.
Yeah. Yeah. So to speak. All right. When we come back, Gavin Newsom, here's a sign that another sign he's running for president because he's decided to block the tackle football ban. We'll talk about that next. So your kids can play tackle football still in the free state of California. Devin Marsh. Live the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The California Association of Realtors says the median price of an existing single-family home in LA County was $853,000 last month. That's down from the $897,000 in November. Orange County's median price is unchanged at $1.3 million. LA Mayor Bass is in Washington, D.C., taking part in the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting. She is speaking this afternoon about efforts to reduce homelessness. Burger King's parent company is buying out its biggest franchisee in the U.S. for about $1 billion. The company says it will acquire all of the issued and outstanding shares of Carroll's Restaurant Group Incorporated and renovate hundreds of its locations. Carroll's runs more than 1,000 Burger King restaurants in 23 states. We're going to go to the 605 next.
Keep the music playing there. You want to sell your home? Well, the market's changed. Yes, 7% interest rates, 8% interest rates recently, which means trying to sell a home, that's a slow process until your buyer gets the mortgage. Before you call a real estate agent, call Seller's Advantage, because Seller's Advantage is a great and fast alternative to sell your home. No dealing with agents and their commissions, no paying for repairs and waiting months to sell, because Seller's Advantage will make you a competitive cash offer and will close in days. And boom, like that, you're out of here. No agents, no commissions, I said. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy. Sellers, that's you, walk away happy and see what other sellers have to say. Check out their reviews. If you're ready to go, you call Seller's Advantage. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. You Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 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 sellersadvantage.com. GRE number 0961658.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 605 in Whittier. 605 northbound right at Beverly Boulevard. They are clear in that wreck from the left lane. In the Riverside, 215 southbound of Hot Springs Road, that crash clearing over to the right shoulder. In Moreno Valley, on the 60 eastbound before you get to Redlands Boulevard, getting stable to Big Rig, it looks like that is going to be blocking the carpool lane. In this area, 15 south just past Bear Valley Road, another disabled Big Rig. This one's blocking the right lane. You're on and off the brakes from the Squally Road all the way down to at least Oak Hill. KFI in the sky, they'll get you there faster. I'm being honest.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting to visit photooftheday.com for an office near you.
Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and food ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
Business owners, large and small. Hey, it's Dean Sharp, and I want to talk to you about emergency backup power. You know it's no longer a question if your power is going to go down, and you know with your power, so goes your business. It now happens in the festive year, so with El Nino driving this coming winter season, there may be some serious challenges ahead. Fortunately, for emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know: Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California business has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations: hospitals, high-rises, data centers, school districts, restaurants, and retail. Every form of business, big or small. Whether it's time for a new generator or Duffy's legendary 24/7 repair and maintenance services or emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered anytime, all the time. To learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUPHIE Power.com. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even on difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. Citywide, 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, The Stones, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Deep Cuts, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. Teamsters want to make sure that they have some control over the rollout of autonomous vehicles to make sure it doesn't upset the employment balance, locally, and also the revenue balance of these cities. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Chuck Cobell Show, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And here's more money for you. Now, your chance to win $1,000 when you enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bank. That's bank. B-A-N-K. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Bank. Bank. Go to KFIAM640.com/cash and enter the keyword bank. If you win, you'll get an email telling you that. Check your junk and spam folder for think so. Is now I think the political term they use is pivoting. He is pivoting away from some of the invasive state left-wing progressive, I want to control your life policies. The idiots in this legislature, all these progressive fools, as if they haven't had enough bad ideas that have wrecked the state, they wanted to get rid of tackle football for kids age 12 and under. And they were hell-bent on rushing this through the legislature. Shockingly, that seems to be the most important thing on their plate right now. For all remember last year, how long did we have to fight to get the legislature to pass that sex trafficking bill for underage girls, to turn that into a felony that sticks? Remember that whole battle? That went on for months. Actually, I think years. I think the legislator who wrote the bill originally was pushed it 3 years ago. So for 3 years, there was this life and death battle so that young girls can't be sexually trafficked in California without a felony being charged that gave you real prison time. But banning tackle football for little kids, wow, that was on the express train. So it looked like it was going to hit Newsom's desk very quickly. And Newsom released a statement saying, I am deeply concerned about the health and safety of our young athletes. But an outright ban is not the answer. My administration will work with the legislature and the bill's author to strengthen safety in youth football while ensuring parents have the freedom to decide which sports are most appropriate for their children. Well, I'd like to hear him say that. I want to hear those words come out of his mouth, not just in a statement. While ensuring parents have the freedom to decide? What? It's not such thing anymore in California, freedom to decide. Yeah, right. But apparently Fox News was going to run a segment the next day featuring a longtime youth football coach who is the main opponent of this bill. And also, a Democratic strategist in Los Angeles pointed out that football is the number one thing on TV. It's an economic driver across our economy for advertising dollars and teams and athletes and coaches. This is going to make California conform to the stereotypes that everyone wants to have. So their political strategists were saying, don't do this because the country loves football. Moms and dads love their kids playing football, and they're just not. Parents are not the nervous ninnies that the media is. The media is made up of real. They're like the worst kind of helicopter parents, except they're not my parents. They're not my kids' parents. They're media people. They're progressive. They're left wing. And by their very nature, they want to interfere in people's freedoms and their private decisions. And they've always got a study. They've always got an excuse. There's always some kind of injury they want to prevent. Right? They want to control what you eat, what you drink, how much you eat, how much you drink. You know, you have all these bells going off in your car every 30 seconds. I don't know about your car, but my car just will not shut up. There is constant warnings because I'm sure they want me to live, right? I'm sure they really care whether I live or die in an accident. No, it's the control freak aspect of government. And it's completely out of control. It's insane here in California. And also some of the legislators started pointing out that, for example, Daniel Robinson was a coach with the Sacramento Youth Football, and he was part of the protest. And he said that football provides a safe and structured environment for kids. And why should the government choose what sport a kid plays? And one black legislator said football is really good for a lot of black kids who need something to do after school. And, sports is a great way for young men to get out all their excess energy and aggression in a controlled way. And So why are you going to take these kids, because they've done studies, and boys and girls who are regularly in sports and are practicing every afternoon are much less involved with all the bad stuff, much less likely to be involved in crime, get arrested, much less likely to be involved in drugs, alcohol, early sex, pregnancy, you name it. And it just makes sense. If you're, 3 hours in the afternoon, which is when most of the trouble happens, because parents aren't always home from work yet, and if the kids have too much free time, especially during that time period, that's when a lot of trouble happens. And one, the co-founder of the California Youth Football Association, Steve Palmiano, said it was all over national news. I think it puts a black eye on our state. We're kicking off the 2024 legislative year with this. I think a lot of us as Californians were embarrassed. Finally, people got embarrassed. Finally, you know what the California approval rate is around the country? They test out states and polling. Only 44% of the country has a positive viewpoint in California. Because all the stuff that we talk about every day here is broadcast nationally in all the news. And we look like the biggest, most dangerous, most intrusive joke in the entire nation. Because they see all the videos of smack and grab robberies and all the homeless people dying in the streets and the drug addiction and that the felons are running loose. And here's the first legislative story of the year out of California, and they want to keep little kids from playing tackle football in the afternoon. Well, there's some best away from it, because you can't run for president. Can you imagine in the Midwest or the South running for president, you're banning football? Deborah Martin is live at KFI 24-hour news.
Several sexual assaults in Southern California have been tied to one man from Anaheim. OC Sheriff investigator Austin Jones says the first case linked to Leon Daya is for an alleged assault in 2018.
The incident in Long Beach, then fast forwarding to 2021, an assault case out of Los Angeles. 2022 was my first case, which was in the city of Stanton.
Another case in Stanton in 2023 made 4, but Jones says there are likely more women out there who the man allegedly assaulted. Daya was arrested and booked last week for kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, and multiple felony sex assault charges. The California Association of Realtors says home prices dropped across Riverside County in December. The median price of a single-family home was $607,000, down from $620,000 in November of 2023. Statewide, the median price of an existing single-family home was $819,000, which is down from $822,000 in November. The state's highest median home price last month was San Mateo County at $1.8 million. Apple is now the #1 seller of smartphones, beating out Samsung as the world's leader.
That's according to new numbers from the International Data Corporation. Samsung had held the top spot since 2010.
ABC's Mike DeBuski, Samsung's S-series phones are largely seen as the default iPhone alternative. International Data Corp says Apple ended Samsung's 12-year run as the largest seller of smartphones after commanding a 20% share of the market in 2023. A private company's failed moon lander is headed back to Earth.
NASA has been tracking it and trying to work out its trajectory. The prediction is that it will return sometime tomorrow and burn up in the Earth's atmosphere.
ABC's Jim Ryan says the lander suffered a critical fuel leak shortly after liftoff early last week. The malfunction doomed the spacecraft's chances of landing on the moon. The lander is carrying the ashes of Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry and several of the actors on the TV show, among dozens of others. Some people paid more than $12,000 to send their loved ones into space. And Golden State Warriors assistant coach Dejan Milojevic has died following a heart attack. The Warriors say he was taken to the hospital yesterday after suffering a medical emergency during a private team dinner in Salt Lake City. He was 46. We're going to the 91 next.
Here's a special offer because you're a listener. You need to diversify your retirement savings. There's no question about that, right? Because you can have a bad stock market period, you can have a bad real estate period, and you don't want to see your net worth suddenly shrink dramatically. you hedge your bets. And what we've done at our house is we have bought gold and silver from gold. Precious metals is one of the best ways to go to diversify your assets for retirement. And Gold Co. is a 7-time Inc. 5000 winner. They're really nice people to work with. They've helped people like you and me to place over $2 billion in gold and silver. And they're offering my listeners up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. You should call them at 855-GOLD IRA. Tell them John Cobell sent you. Tell them I sent you. And see if you qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver. This is what you ought to be doing, is diversify your retirement. 855-GOLD IRA. Call 855-GOLD IRA.
Southland weather from KO5, cloudy highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, the Valley, beaches, Inland OC, and the IE. Upper 50s to mid 60s in the high desert. Right now, 59 in Laguna Woods, 56 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Corona. The 91 eastbound lane is coming up on McKinley. Brand new accident. It's blocking the left lane and the right shoulder. Also in Riverside, 215 north to the 91 west connector. That is all shut down right now due to some police activity. And all lanes are going to be stopped. It is going to be backed up on the northbound side all the way from Eucalyptus Avenue. And then on the flip side, 215 south on the Fort Blaine Street, the single car in the middle lane there. And in Ontario, 10 westbound, just past Vineyard, get a brand new 4-car crash, the left lane going to be blocked. KFI in the shine, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
The music we listen to all year long.
The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2023.
And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox, April 1st.
Be here as the nominees for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are announced. Let's get it started.
Tomorrow at 6 a.m.
This is Jacob Abramski. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident. Call 844-24-JACOB. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators. High school students and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment. Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. New Year's, new yards. Hey, it's Deborah Mark. The holidays are over, and now it's time to relax. The best way to do it with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. For over 30 years, System Pavers has been designing breathtaking paving, stone driveways, and walkways, welcoming outdoor spaces, including kitchens, perk lawns, and so much more. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, System Pavers designs, manages, and installs to deliver the space of your dreams. And best of all projects come with an unmatched workmanship warranty. For a limited time, save 10% on your entire project. Call 800-PAVE-004 today or visit systempavers.com/radio. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today.
All orders must be placed by January 31st. Warranties may vary by product condition. See website for terms and conditions. Contractor's license 661575. It's time for the Bart Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center. California's premier outdoor recreation event featuring fishing, boating, hunting, destination resorts, off-road, and overland adventure. Acres of boats all under one roof. Hundreds of outdoor recreation seminars. Family fun at the Mammoth Lakes Kids Fish Free Trout Pond. The Burns Outdoorsman Ultimate Air Dogs. And the Klondike Lake Resort Great American Duck Races. The Bart Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center. Details at hallshows.com. That's hallshows.com. KFI AM 640. John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Something to follow up on. Yeah. Well, we're talking about Newsom backing away from banning tackle football. One guy who made a great point, Daniel Robinson, coach with Sacramento Youth Football. Well, I mentioned him before that he says the government should saying medical professionals have to be at a game, and the amount of full contact practices is limited. Now, that's a reasonable thing to do. Cooper, who is now Sacramento sheriff, says football comes under more scrutiny than other sports, such as soccer or lacrosse, because, quote, those folks that play those sports live in affluent communities. He said kids of color, this is who you're putting at a distinct disadvantage, because football is predominantly played in cities by black people. And so he noticed that the restriction was going to be on a sport that young black people should play. But the sports that mostly whites tend to play, soccer and lacrosse, which can be just as dangerous. Like, Deborah, you mentioned you didn't want your son, right?
I don't want him headbutting playing soccer.
Right. And that's it. And God, I remember seeing a special on NBC years ago about a girl who had headbutted once too many times, and she had some kind of permanent break.
Yeah.
And she was locked in her room in the dark because she couldn't process light anymore. The light made her headachy and crazy every time she wanted to live. And I don't know whatever happened to her. You know, they've been following her for a year at a time now, and it wasn't getting any better. All right, moving on. You may have seen yesterday about the guy who was tossed from his RV. It turns out this guy has worked for ESPN. He's been a sportscaster, and he and his wife bought an RV, and they were coming back from a trip. They live in a real house. But remember the car was grinding up against the divider, and suddenly he was ejected? Dash cams on other cars caught what happened. And he was tossed over the divider and started rolling on the freeway. Here is a report that explains everything from KTLA 5 reporter Carlos Saucedo. Really? It was the Ron original. That's the only explanation Cordell Cather has for being alive. As he lays in his hospital bed with scrapes and bruises. The Afghan video shows the moments after Cordell was ejected from his RV Monday morning. The former ESPN sportscaster was on his way home to Valencia when his wife fell asleep behind the wheel. I just unbuckled my seatbelt. It was only unbuckled for 5 seconds. I noticed my wife was dozed off. So instead of going straight down the 14, we were headed toward the median. And I tried to grab the steering wheel, but before I could grab the steering wheel, we already had impact. The impact threw him out the driver's side window and flew over the divider on the freeway in the Newhall area. He was tossed 170 feet as the RV was going roughly 60 miles an hour. So I'm thinking about, I'm going to get hit by a car. I'm on a freeway. I'm on one of the busiest freeways in LA County. So what's going through my mind is, I'll be dead shortly. In the video, we see how the white SUV swerves out of the way to avoid hitting him. I just dropped myself, and then I leaned up my back against the median until help could come, and help came pretty quick. Good Samaritans like Al Smithy, who pulled over. I noticed the guys laying in the road still. I was just trying to kind of keep cars away from him. He was all the way there. That was the shocking part. Like, I asked him his name, I asked him all kinds of stuff, but he was all the way there. Like, he knew he broke his arm, he knew he broke his leg. Cordell has road rash covering 60% of his body, multiple broken bones, and 17 stitches. His biggest takeaway? If you didn't think there were a higher power before this, something's wrong with you. Because there is. And I'm a living witness, and I've got a living testimony to tell. And somehow Cordell's wife was not injured. They also have the dog of Eagle who survived the crash. Now, as for the RV, it was completely totaled. Cordell says that his RV days are probably over. So the wife was fine. The dog was fine. He takes his seatbelt off for 5 seconds and gets shot out the side window over the divider into oncoming traffic.
He is so lucky.
Did you see there was a white vehicle that swerved around him, being this close to running him over?
I saw an interview with him on TV saying it was divine intervention. And that's what he said. He said he should have been dead.
170 feet? Easy. Onto the 14th freeway. 5 seconds he takes off his seatbelt. Well, it's just... Personally, why is the wife falling asleep?
She was tired. She was tired of hearing him yapping all day long, maybe.
falls asleep, he gets it. He's the one rolling down the street. Yeah, well,
She didn't do it on purpose. I mean, my gosh, can you imagine how she feels?
I don't know.
Well, imagine. How could you feel if you fell asleep at the wheel and your wife was injured like that?
Oh no, it happened the other way around. I would be ejected from the car. Remember you falling asleep at the wheel?
Yeah.
Yes. I used to fall asleep. I had a scary sleep. I don't think I've ever told it.
Yeah, I'd be embarrassed.
But I worked when I was about 20 years old. I worked at a newspaper, and there was a woman, and she was much older than me, but she invited me to come with her family on vacation in North Carolina, because she had a son and a daughter. And I said, oh sure. And it was a beach vacation in North Carolina, and we were driving back from there to New Jersey, where we all lived, and they gave me the night slot to drive, and I fell asleep, and when I woke up, we were headed right to a fork in the road. There was like a cement abutment, a metal sign, and one of those orange, well, it was a metal post and an orange sign on top, which was telling you that the road is splitting. And I was just about to hit that, and I swerved, and everybody else was asleep, and I swerved at the last second, and missed. I might have driven over the abutment, because I remember the car was shaking and rumbling, but I missed the metal post and missed the sign. And
it wasn't your time, John. It wasn't the time for the exit back.
It was middle of the night. Somebody else drove the rest of it.
You think?
That's one of those things that sticks in your mind for the rest of your life, that moment.
And you love to drive, right? So that hasn't happened again, right?
Well, sure. No, I fall asleep a lot.
Then, don't you think you can change things? That's really
I don't know what to do. I fall asleep driving home. Sunflower seeds. Why sunflower seeds? Eat sunflower seeds while you're driving home. Keep you awake.
Really, John, but so fun.
You're gonna have to go vegan to stay awake. Deborah Mark. When we come back, all right, 2 parts coming up about the COVID virus. The Chinese have invented a 100% fatal update of the COVID virus. I am not making this up. After 2 o'clock, we're going to have Brian Enton from NewsNation, the new cable news network, who's got the story. And also, the Wall Street Journal has a piece today that famous Chinese lab in Wuhan, well, they mapped the deadly virus for 2 weeks before the Chinese Communist Party told the whole world about it. This is back in December of 2019. I'm telling you, there's something that's been going on here with the Chinese Communist Party, and they have a new product now, 100% fatal according to their early research. Why are they doing this? Why are they making variants and then testing them and finding out they can kill us all? That's next. Deborah Mark live at KFI 24-hour news.
Winter weather is causing issues again at airports across the country, according to FlightAware. Nearly 1,000 flights within, into, or out of the U.S. have been canceled so far. This comes as more than 2,600 flights have been delayed. Former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy has called on Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley to drop out of the race and endorse former President Trump. His comments yesterday came a day after he dropped out of the race for falling short in the Iowa caucuses. And another Republican presidential debate has been canceled after Nikki Haley's refusal to participate in any forum that doesn't include former President Trump. CNN announced this debate Sunday is off. ABC said yesterday it was calling off its debate tomorrow. We're going to the 10 next.
If you have lousy vision, I had very bad vision. I found my old glasses the other day. Coke bottle doesn't get to describe these glasses. They were thick, they were heavy. I was functionally blind back then. Then I go to Satellite Eye Center and Dr. Charles Manger. Wow, this was magical. Now he has a laser-like LASIK exam. He uses a laser and measures your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. Now he's got the blueprint, and he takes you to the procedure. 20 minutes. No pain. You walk out of there like I walked out of there. Crystal clear vision. 20/20 or better in most cases. works if you're nearsighted, like I was, farsighted, you have stigmatism, or you need reading glasses. Be one of the first 14 callers. They're waiting for your call at Saddleback Eye Center right now. They're good people. There's 14 callers. Schedule the exam, you'll get it for free. Call 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444.
Southline weather can stay up by cloudy. In fact, it is actually raining in some places. Maybe it's just drizzle, light rain where you are. Mid-50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Stand Up to Cancer. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Ontario. On the 10 westbound before you get to 4th Street, trying to clear this from the left lane. You got a little bit slowing coming away from Archibald Avenue. In Victorville, 15 southbound at the Bear Valley Road, still got that broken down bakery with a lock in the right lane. In Riverside, the 215 northbound connector to the westbound 91 is completely shut down with some police activity. Your northbound 215 is jacked up from the 16th, the Moreno Valley interchange, and it's also causing slowing on that 60 eastbound heading into Riverside. You're going to start tapping on those brakes right around Valley Way. Hey, if I'm the sign, helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Joe Martin Johnson welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. He's looking at the cigarettes, but he just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org. This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer. Joe Martin Johnson welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. He's looking at the cigarettes, but he just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Prescriptions for see website for detailed and important safety information. Prescription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternative to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no extensive appointments, and no offered face-to-face consultations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Hey, it's Team Truck for a better you in 2024. Get better water. A Light Source whole home water system will help you be a better you. Light Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, no chlorine showers or baths, just filtered water from every tap. Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply. You know what? In today's workplace, I don't know what you can ask, what you can't. I mean,
Really? Oh my God. You still don't know where that line is, Tim?
It's a little fuzzy for me. I guess that hour and a half of iHeart course that you have to sit through didn't make that clear to you. The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Nothing stuck, huh?
Not really. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, on the radio 1 to 4. After 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on command. On command, on demand. On the iHeart app.
Well, you command people to do your on demand.
Something this week, I'm just a beat off. I'm more so than ever. My words are coming out in diverse.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Gone to the doctor lately? Not in your
I think I need a
blood
break.
work done?
I need a break. Yes. All right, here, I'm going to do one story, which will lead into story number 2 after Deborah's news. Story number 2 is we're going to be talking with Brian Ensign. He's the senior national correspondent with News Nation. This is the latest, hottest cable news network. And he's got a story about China researching a 100% deadly COVID mutation. They're studying this. I don't know. I don't know why they did this. It's called GXP2D. First, they humanized the brains of mice. The brains were genetically engineered to reflect the genetic makeup similar in people. And they have found out that, well, they injected the COVID-19 into 8 mice and found that they all died real fast. And it was a gruesome death, too. It was no fun. So we'll talk about that with Brian Ensign coming up. Now, first story, though. Chinese researchers, according to the Wall Street Journal, have isolated and mapped the original COVID virus in late December 2019. That was 2 weeks before the Chinese Communist Party admitted to the world that this deadly virus existed. This is from congressional investigators. Documents from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, obtained by a House committee, reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, show that a Chinese researcher in Beijing uploaded a nearly complete sequence of the virus's structure to the U.S. government-run database December 28, 2019. Chinese officials at that time were still publicly describing the virus as a viral pneumonia of unknown cause. They had yet to close that Hunan seafood wholesale market, which in that area there was the initial COVID-19 outbreak, and that's why they gave them a cover story to distract people from the Wuhan lab. But China already knew what was going on. They did not share the virus's genetic sequence with the World Health Organization until January 11, 2020. So that was a full 14 days later. This is not about whether the COVID virus came from an animal or a lab leak. But what it tells you is that we lost 2 weeks of figuring out what to do and how to mitigate things. In retrospect, they should have told us immediately, and they should have shut down plane traffic from China that day. And remember when Trump suggested and implemented the travel ban, he was called all kinds of names. Racist. The Chinese Communist Party is evil. That is not a good organization to work. And it's been proven time and time again. With those extra 2 weeks, the world medical community could have figured out earlier how COVID-19 spread and get on offense. And everybody was blindsided. And to this day, nobody in the Chinese Communist Party has owned up to this. I explained it. It's just leaked out in these documents. When they finally published, when the government published the sequence on January 12th, 2020, was nearly identical to the sequence that was originally uploaded on December the 28th. And now we come, and this is what we're going to get into after Deborah's news, the new strain, the new product, GXP2D. And again, they injected this new strain into mice. They all died within 8 days. And what keeps this from, whatever caused the virus to escape from the Wuhan lab the first time, what's going to keep this virus, or any one of 1,000 other things they're working on, from escaping? I mean, anybody believe that they've changed their security and safety requirements in China since this happened? Because the precautions weren't being followed all that strictly the first time, back in 2019. We'll get into this coming up on the John Cobell Show. Deborah Marcus live from Campsite 24-hour newsroom. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Iger
video app.
Hackers have made some students sick. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hackers have bombarded thousands of UC Irvine students with gory content that penetrated online chat rooms. We estimate that about 3,000 students were directly exposed to the app.
UC Irvine online student coordinator Alina Kim says some of the students went to the hospital for excess vomiting, shock, and trauma from the content.
Horses, people, children, animals being mutilated and violated.
Kim says the hackers from last week have been identified but won't be named publicly because attention is what they want, but she would say
One of the suspects responsible is an alt-right hate group.
she says students rallied to build a bot that quickly eradicated the hackers from the chat room. At UC Irvine, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Pasadena and LA County are offering $20,000 in reward money for people who have any tips on copper wire theft. Supervisor Captain Barber uses the money to send a message that wire theft will not be tolerated.
The impact each and every one of us as taxpayers because for every piece of copper that's stolen, they have to purchase more to replenish that to get these public projects done.
Pasadena has had 6.5 miles of copper wire stolen in the last year. The city has had to repair 360 street lights and 2 traffic signals because of the theft. The repairs have left the city with a more than $50,000 receipt. Governor Newsom has promised to veto a bill that bans youth tackle football. Newsom says he's deeply concerned about the health and safety of the young athletes, but an outright ban is not the answer. And he says he will work with the bill's author to strengthen safety in youth football while making sure parents have the freedom to decide which sports are most appropriate for their kids. The bill would ban youth sports organizations from letting kids 6 or younger play tackle football starting next year. It would raise the age on the ban to 10 in 2027 and 12 in 2029. LA City Fire is commemorating 30 years since the deadly Northridge earthquake by encouraging people to be prepared. Captain Eric Scott says if another major quake hits Southern California, firefighters will have to call on the community.
We're going to only be able to go to large infrastructure that's compromised, that areas where there's significant life loss. We want to do the greatest good to the greatest number of people in that time frame.
Scott says people can volunteer to become certified emergency response team members where they will receive disaster training. Families of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza have pleaded with Congress to bring their loved ones home. John Poland's son was taken hostage during Hamas's terror attack in Israel on October 7th.
Every minute that goes by is 1 minute closer to death for our loved ones. I implore you, bring all of the hostages home now.
Because all partners in the region should be making it a top priority, including those who maintain close ties with Hamas. And if you want to feel lonely, well, you may want to move to Washington, D.C. for the second year in a row. The U.S. Capitol is named the loneliest city in America. A recent report from the Chamber of Commerce is nearly half of the households in the city are made up of just one person. The loneliest city for men was St. Louis, while Alexandria, Virginia was the loneliest for women. Birmingham, Alabama, Atlanta, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Minneapolis, and Richmond also made up the top 10. The KFI financial update, the Dow closed down 94, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ down 89. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s for Metro LA, the Valley beaches, upper 50s to mid-60s in the high desert, upper 60s inland OC, around 70 for the IE. Right now it is 61 in Costa Mesa, the same in Fountain Valley, 55 in Fontana, and 59 in Van Nuys. We have some police activity going on the 215 in Riverside.
So the 215 northbound, as you're coming up on the connector to the westbound 91, that Riverside interchange, that transition is completely shut down with this police activity. And it's causing a backup on the 215 northbound. It is stacked up all the way from Alessandro. And your 16 eastbound heading into Riverside is a crawl from at least Valley Way. If you're on that 60 eastbound, your best alternate is going to be Michigan Boulevard to get around it. In Corona, 91 eastbound after McKinley, got that accident in the left lane. It's stopped from Lincoln Avenue. Also in Corona, the 91 eastbound connector to the northbound 71 still shut down, still doing some emergency guardrail repair there from an earlier incident. Good news though in Victorville, 16 southbound at Cadere Valley Road, clear Maxwell Big Rig. And in Baldwin Park on the 605 northbound at 10, got a crash making its way to the right shoulder. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. Donate today at cardsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No time, no problem. Go to cardsforkids.org today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Oh, I gotta pay how much? Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the car service at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 15 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's LA, MCO, transmission, and a whole lot more.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why. I thought it was eco-boom.
Seal word, less paper. It was so you could say it faster. No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare up some prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish. Sounds easy. And it is. And it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Or download the app today.
You have termites? Maybe. Or you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tenting. That is important. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite. Kill termites.
The clean, friendly way. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KMR AM 640. John Cobell Show. KMR AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On the radio from 1 until 4 and then after 4 o'clock. John Cobell Show on demand. That's the podcast. We're giving away $1,000 coming up in about 15 minutes. And if you want to call the voice line and leave us a message that will play back Friday, you could vent at 877-VOICE-86, 877-VOICE-86, 877-664-786. Plenty of them. Plenty of vacancies. People have not really stirred yet for the new year. All right, this is your chance to make your mark. We're going to talk about Brian Ensign from News Nation, which is the hottest, newest cable channel. You should check your cable listings and watch News Nation. Brian Ensign is the senior national correspondent, and he's got a hell of a story. Apparently, the Chinese government is researching a new variant of COVID-19, and it's a 100% lethal to humanized mice. And you're probably wondering, what is a humanized mouse? We're going to talk to Brian about all of this right now. Brian, how are you? Hey, pretty good. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. All right. Well, this seems really frightening without knowing too much more. What is this? Yeah, I've been researching it all day. So I got my story assignment that has the word humanized mice. Like you said, I was like, never heard of this before. But we've been talking to researchers all day. That's actually a thing, by the way. They basically ingest these mice to sort of have them replicate a human immune system so they can do certain tests on them. And they're doing that in China in this lab with this new variant of COVID. And according to the Chinese researchers, their paper is out, these mice, the signs that they had were they lost weight, they were sluggish, their eyes turned white, and then they died. All of them died. There wasn't one survivor, which is obviously alarming. One of the other alarming things about all this is just, with the fact that they are doing these COVID experiments in China. You think back to the way COVID may have originated. It's a bit of a worry. Are they taking the right precautions? Could we see some kind of outbreak again? We spoke with a scientist at Florida International University today. Her name is Eileen Marty. She specializes in all this COVID research. She said basically, not to worry too much at this point. She looked over the research project. She's not even sure that they humanized the mice
Pushback.
Exactly. I mean, 4 years ago, we would have been told by the Chinese that they take all the appropriate precautions, and then we find out, oh no, they didn't. And so it's hard to trust. And I don't know if you heard, but we were talking about that Wall Street Journal story that came out today as well, where the Chinese lab mapped the coronavirus 2 weeks before they told the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger. I mean, I think that's the bigger story today. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns with this research that they're doing with the new variant. I'm not totally sure. I don't think the scientists here are yet what to really make of it.
Pushback.
That Wall Street Journal exclusive they had today, where they got the record that they had mapped it out 2 weeks before, is unbelievable because there are, including people we talked to today, who are already talking about it. There are scientists who say if they had a 2 week heads up, it could have made a real difference. If they had come clean with what they knew 2 weeks earlier, it could have made a big difference for the whole world, which is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, going back to this experiment, now the original COVID-19 virus did come from bats in a cave, and then they were testing that virus in the Wuhan lab at the time that the outbreak happened. This virus, GXP2B, a version of it came out of penguins, which are anteaters.
Right. Yeah, there's a difference. Yeah, yeah.
So this is a cousin of, well, GX 2017 was discovered in the pangolins in 2017. The one that the Chinese are researching now is a cousin of it. It's a mutation. But is this a natural mutation, or did they create the mutation in the lab?
That's one of the questions that the scientists here who we talked to asked today, and we don't really know. I mean, they didn't release all of the information on this. We just know that it's a COVID-19
Pushback.
and what's interesting is they said the mice were humanized, but when we got all the paperwork to our person that we've been using, the researcher at Florida International University, she said based on what she saw, they weren't fully humanized in terms of their immune systems, which again is why I think with this one, like, you might have to wait to see what's really going on, you know?
All the major countries do bioengineering of viruses, right? They have bioweapons, even if they're never going to admit to it. Oh, how do we know this wasn't engineered by the Chinese government?
And we don't know. Yeah, that's what we don't know. We think of everything they don't release. I mean, the stuff that we're getting is stuff that the scientists there are putting in these international databases. But I mean, the example of the Wall Street Journal, they knew about that COVID strain 2 weeks before, but nothing else. There's a lot that we don't know. I mean, that they're not releasing.
What's the next step? I mean, what's the next step for the media here? Because it's really hard to take accurate information out of the Chinese government.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Yeah, I mean, like we had, you know, Congress had that whole study they put together about the origins of COVID, and it still doesn't seem like we got a concrete answer. I mean, you know, the lab leak theory is still very much a possibility. They never said 100% though. I don't know that we'll ever really get to answers again because we're dealing with China. I mean, right. They're not going to tell us everything.
But I think people are comfortable with being at the mercy of whoever the powers are that run the Chinese Communist Party, and that, you know, just a few years after COVID, you've got this new weird mutation, and you know, and it kills every mouse they injected. I mean, that's I don't think anybody wants to hear this, and then we get the story, and then what? The story's going to disappear tomorrow. You know,
Yeah, it's a really good point. Yeah, it's kind of like we're desensitized to a certain point. You also have to wonder, like I was thinking about this today as we were looking into all this, you know, does politics come into play with some of this? Does one side not want to talk about it as much as the other? I mean, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, well, and there's no trust anymore. I mean, people don't want to hear about COVID anymore, obviously. And they also don't have any trust, whether it's the government sources, a lot of media sources, you know, Chinese medical research sources, even and American, obviously, American medical sources. I mean, so many institutions were discredited during the pandemic.
Yeah, look at the World Health Organization. You know, used to be like the preeminent, like you thought you could trust them about everything. And
it's hard to kind of know up or down with a lot of it. Brian, good work. Thank you very much for coming on. And if you learn more, we'll get in contact with you. All right, thank you so much. All right, Brian Ensign from News Station, the news cable news channel. You go look for it on your cable TV listing. So GX Peach and B had infected the lungs, bones, eyes, tracheas, and brains of dead mice. All the mice died next day. By the time it got to the brains, when the brain got infected, that was it.
Can we just shut down all the labs in China?
Yeah, some well-placed, well-timed missiles. The mice quickly lost weight. They started to get hunched over, and they moved very sluggishly. Their eyes turned completely white the day before they died.
Animal abuse.
Yeah, the poor mice, huh?
Rodent abuse. Yeah, I feel really sorry for them.
Now, it's interesting. One professor wrote on the X platform, Francois Ballot, epidemiology expert at London Genetics Institute. He says the whole concept of this research is terrible and scientifically totally pointless. I can see nothing of vague interest that could be learned from force infecting a weird breed of humanized mice with a random virus. Conversely, I can see how much stuff might go wrong. This doesn't specify the biosafety level and the biosafety precautions used for the research. Like we found out at the Wuhan lab, their biosafety protocol was way short of the standard. It wasn't anywhere near what it should have been for the type of viruses that they were playing around with. And he says the absence of this information raises the concerning possibility that part of all this research, like the research in Wuhan that likely caused the COVID-19 pandemic, is being performed recklessly without minimal biosafety containment and practices essential for research with these pandemic pathogens. A Rutgers University professor, Richard Ebright, issued a one-word statement, concur. Third professor at Stanford, Dr. Gennady Glinsky, he said this madness must be stopped before it's too late.
Why don't we have inspectors going to the labs and checking out what they're doing?
The Chinese would never cooperate with us.
I know, but can't we threaten with something else?
And, well, going back to the missile, we need to, I'm not joking, we need to seriously threaten to try to curtail this nonsense because they don't care. I mean, to go 2 weeks without admitting to the COVID-19 virus is absolutely shameful. But, they don't have any shame. It says here, we've had 2 more weeks. It was crucial to the Wall Street Journal in helping the international medical community pinpoint a COVID-19 spread, develop medical defenses, and get started on an eventual vaccine. And the thing is that when they finally shared the virus's sequence with the World Health Organization, remember the World Health Organization was largely financed by China. And the WHO ran interference for China and just dragged their feet on releasing information that would have been useful for the rest of the world. They were covering China because China pays their bills. Now, maybe we should pay their bills. More coming up. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LA City Council is working to improve the city's response to a toxic algae bloom that bloomed, sickened, or killed more than 1,000 marine animals along the coast of Southern California last summer. The Biden administration has relisted the Houthi rebels in Yemen as a global terrorist group. It's in response to attacks on ships in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. And a woman in Chicago who helped kill and stuff her mom inside a suitcase in Bali has been sentenced to 26 years in prison. Federal prosecutors recommended a 28-year prison sentence. She pleaded guilty last June to 1 count of conspiring to kill her mom with her then boyfriend to access a $1.5 million trust fund. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Montclair. Now, before I get to Central, got a crash reportedly making its way over the right shoulder. Good news
is in Riverside. Police activity has been wrapped up, and at 215 North has been reopened right at the Riverside interchange, as well as the 6th Street eastbound approaching that Riverside interchange. In Baldwin Park, 605 northbound at 10, got a crash made its way to the right shoulder. And in Sherman Oaks, 405 northbound to the 101 connector, a bunch of wood debris reported in the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Now that the chaos of the holidays is over, it's time to sit back and relax. It's also a great time to set yourself up for your best year yet with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. For more than 3 decades, System Pavers has created impressive paving stone driveways and walkways, inviting patios and decks, turf lawns, outdoor kitchens, and so much more. By renovating your outdoors with System Pavers, you'll add beautiful, lasting value to your home. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, you can rely on System Pavers to deliver the space of your dreams. From design and project management to installation and beyond, all projects come with our unmatched workmanship warranty. And for a limited time, you can save 10% on your entire project. Start by calling 800-PAY-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. New yards for the new year. All orders must be placed by January 31st. Warranties vary by product and region. See website for terms and conditions. Contractors license 661575.
Brighten up your breakfast with low prices on blueberries at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 2 pints of blueberries for $7 from now until January 30th. While supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
How about a simple New Year's resolution? One that even I was able to achieve. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple 1-day FUE treatment. You're going to feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing back in places that's been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror and witness hair growing where it used to be falling out. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one that I trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are their top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate the new year with a full head of hair, so get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 844-333-HAIR. 844-333-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with before and after photos at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com. I'm attorney Derek Havanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUTS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUTS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUTS. Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to our inspiring story. What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty and the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640. Oh, we're giving away another $1,000 here. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. CASH. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Cash. Cash. Enter the word KFIAM640.com/cash. If you win, get an email. Check your junk and spam folder to see if you won as well. Listen to KFI. There's a winning keyword every hour, every weekday. Starts at 9:20.
Fuck is this?
All the way to 5:20 with Conway. That's a good use of your time. Next chance to win with us is at 3:20 here on KFI. Okay. I'm going to indulge with my daily segment on the failures of electric cars. Because the New York Times has finally done a story on it. You can't find a media outlet this week that hasn't gone to Chicago to show the Tesla graveyards, the charging stations where Teslas are lined up, all their batteries dead because the temperature dropped below zero, and you can't drive a lot of electric cars when it's very, very cold.
the juice just gets sapped out of the battery. So the New York Times weighed in, and let's see. And the thing is, it's not hard to find these people because the lines are really long, and the cars are dead. So it's not hard for the reporters to find people to talk to. They're standing around in 0 degrees, and they're in a bad mood. So they talked to Javid Spencer, an Uber driver, who said all he has done in the last 3 days is just try to charge his rented Chevy Volt. And he's constantly at a dead battery for 3 days. And he said when it's cold like this, the cars aren't functioning well, the chargers aren't functioning well, and people don't function so well either. He started out on Sunday looking for a charging station with 30 miles left on his battery, but in minutes the battery was dead. See, that little indicator on the dashboard of these cars that say 100 miles, 50 miles, 30 miles, it's worthless in the cold weather. It'll go from 30 to 0 and boom. So he had to have the car towed to the charging station. Then he plugs it in, but it wasn't getting any charge. Recharging the battery, which usually takes him an hour, took 5 hours. How many times are you going to go through this? Wait, usually takes an hour is bad enough. That's 20 times longer than it takes me to fill up my gas tank. So it takes 20 times longer on a good day, and on a bad day like this, it's what? 100 times longer. I don't see exactly how this is progress. And by the way, I have a feeling the people in Chicago wouldn't mind some global warming. I'm just guessing that they're not really upset about the planet heating up. Because what's going to happen if it heats up by 10 degrees? It'll be 10 degrees above 0 instead of 0 in Chicago? They never researched that. For the millions and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people who live in cold climates, are they really upset if the planet warms? The people living in the hot desert, well, there's not that many people there anyway to begin with.
You got to hear this first-hand account that I just found on Twitter. I was scrolling randomly during the break, and I came upon this video of a woman in Chicago stuck at a Tesla charging pole where 8 out of the 10 cars are broken.
It is negative degrees out here in Chicago. My car needed charging. So, of course, you look for the closest charger station, which for me was Evergreen. I made it to Evergreen charging station, and of the 10 stations, I want to say 9 or 8 of them are all broken and unable to be utilized. So, of course, as you can see, you have multiple vehicles that have died and are unable to be charged. You have people who are stuck out in negative degree weather. You have proposers who is telephone support. But again, all of these charging stations no longer work. So you have basically deadlocked a bunch of charging stations. You have a bunch of people with nothing that they can do.
Well, she hasn't been happy. No, she's not one of that. It's breathing. Yeah, you hear her breathing heavy, right? It's all bundled up. You got a scarf over her head, a hood over her head, a beanie, 3 jackets. I spent 2 winters in Chicago. No thank you. It is hard to breathe there when the temperature gets below 0. And here's another guy with a similar story. Nick Sheffy, 35 years old, found his Tesla frozen shut. He spent an hour just trying to open the door to his car. It was -5. He finally chiseled out the embedded trunk handle to open it. So he had to go to the trunk, and I guess he had something to chisel the ice off.
Don't tell me it's climbed through the trunk.
Yes, he had to climb through the trunk. Oh my goodness. He gets to the closest supercharging station. Now, he has an expensive model. He's got a Model Y long-range SUV. He gets there, and there's a long line of Tesla drivers. All 12 charging posts were occupied. And the charging was getting slowed down because everybody was staying inside the car with their heat on high. Steffi says it's been a roller coaster ride. He moved from Dallas to Chicago and got a Tesla. He goes, I'll go through the winter and then I'm going to decide whether I keep it. Then another woman, is there a woman? Yeah. Jocelyn Rivera. She had the heat inside her Tesla Model 3. And she says, if you're waiting in that line and you only have 50 miles, you're not going to make it. And she pointed to a line.
Digital on-screen graphics.
The line is out the parking lot into the street. And they're in line so long, their cars die. They have to call a tow truck. She said she saw one Tesla run out of battery after a driver attempted to cut the line. So what, they cut the line and then they went dead?
Then you're stuck with all the people that you cut, and they're all pissed off with you and pissed off with the situation they're in.
Yeah, somebody's going to die here. The Rivera's car is supposed to drive up to 273 miles on a single 30-minute charge, which is still way too much. See, even the ideal situations are absurd. This week, she woke up and found that a third of her car battery drained overnight from the cold. And so every day, she spends hours every morning waiting in line and recharging the battery. She says, I don't really want a Tesla. I could go on. Maybe tomorrow I'll go on with more. John Kilbell Show, Deborah Mark Live from Campsite 24-hour news.
At least 6 people in Pasadena say they've gotten sick from the oysters over the last few days. Pasadena's Lisa Jaradarian says the cases are being investigated as the norovirus. The impact, the effects, and symptoms take place, a few hours afterwards and can last for several days. The cases were linked to several restaurants, although the city is not naming them. The reports come as LA County health officials say they are investigating more than 25 cases. More details are coming out about a ballot initiative to build a new city on farmland between Sacramento and San Francisco. Billionaire-backed California Forever bought more than $800 million of Solano County land in recent years, saying it wants a new community on roughly 30 square miles in the area. The development would start with about 20,000 homes for 50,000 people. County voters have to approve the move because in 1984 they passed protections against turning farmland into urban space. Promoters are submitting paperwork to qualify for the election in November. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is working from home following statements of prostate cancer. The Pentagon's Pat Ryder says Austin is doing well.
Secretary Austin's prostate cancer was treated early and effectively, and his prognosis is excellent. He has no plan for the treatment for his cancer other than regular prostatectomy surveillance.
Austin's hospitalization was not disclosed publicly for 4 days, and the White House was not told that the top defense official had undergone surgery for the cancer diagnosis. He was released from the hospital Monday. And Costco wants to make sure only members are shopping in its warehouse stores. The company says it's noticed non-members have been sneaking in with membership cards that don't belong to them, especially since Costco expanded self-checkout. Stores recently started asking for membership cards and photo ID at checkout, and they are testing a system that requires members to scan their membership card when they walk in. Costco cards are now non-transferable, but the company lets members give a card to one other person in their household. We're going to the 6:05 next.
If I'm ever hurt in an accident, I'm calling Sweet James, nobody else. Because I know that's the team I want on my side, and you should want this too. The attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win most. I'll give you an example. One of my listeners, injured, got rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000, which seems like a lot of money, but with Sweet James on the case, they were awarded $745,000 instead. They cannot guarantee the outcome of the case, but whether it's car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win. So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James. 800-9-million, 800-9-million for a free consultation. It's an easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait. Waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 800-9-million, 800-9-million, and sweetjames.com.
Southline weather today, a 5 partly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s. For metro LA, the valleys and beaches, upper 50s. 50s to mid-60s in the high desert, upper 60s in Ladosi, around 70 for the IE. Right now, 61 in San Juan Capistrano and the same in Stanton. We're going to the 605 in Baldwin Park. 605 goes down at the 10, got that accident. Minor injuries there, making its way over to the right shoulder in Downey. 605 south at Firestone, got a wreck clearing to the shoulder there as well. You want to get delayed from East to Washington. South LA on the 110 north side of Manchester Avenue, got a partial brush fire starting up over on that right shoulder. New York City on the 10 east at La Cienega, got a minor accident. It looks like most of that activity is on the right shoulder, but your 10 east is already a slow ride, leaving Santa Monica all the way over to the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. For families in poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For emergency backup power, go to duffypower.com, duffypower.com. City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent-controlled properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rents by 4% for your rent-controlled properties. An extra 1% for utilities, up to 6%, can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance ootd written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org. I've got Morongo there in my head, the whole casino's mine, with a tap and it's bread. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Download our app and get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo, Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Number 4.
Winter gift giveaway. Get a heated throw blanket where you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 23rd.
3.
R&B Sensation 112, live February 16th. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
The $36,000 high limit slot rule giveaway. 2 high rollers get $500 cash every half hour. Friday, 6 to 10 p.m.
And the number 1 reason.
Come play with us because we're going off at all our bars with draft beer specials and the biggest pro football games of the year.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. Morongo, good time. Hey, it's Team Shark for a better view in 2024. Get better water. A Light Source whole home water system will help you keep a better view. Light Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good. No chlorine showers or baths, just filtered water from every tap. Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Limitations apply. AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. We're on the radio from 1 until 4, then after 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand. It's the podcast version, and you can catch up on what you missed. After 3 o'clock, we're going to talk with Fresno County District Attorney Lisa Smith-Camp, and she is putting out the word that Prop 47, once and for all, has to be reversed. She said this week, California has gone mad, really. The lack of accountability and responsibility is affecting everything. And they're proposing the Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act to reverse Proposition 47. And we will talk to her about it. I think, you know what? We've all complained for a long time now. Has everybody had it? Could this be the year, since we have a big election year, that we finally rid the world of all this nonsense here in California? We don't have to put up with this. I've actually been thinking about this because, you know, when I go home and I sit staring at a wall or sit in the shower, one thing I thought of today is why do we collectively put up with what we're putting up with? Why are we doing that? I was thinking about that during the story about the frozen Teslas all out of battery juice. It's like, why are people standing in line for 5 hours to charge a battery which basically cannot be charged in the very cold weather? Why is everybody in Chicago? They should be taking their Teslas and selling them or pushing them off cliffs. What's the point of this? Are you really going to do this?
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your...
At around 6 minutes 30 seconds, when Michael tells Kelly about Stanley's affair, there's a whiteboard behind. In the cold open alone, we have the Apple laptop that Jim is using. We have the handheld camcorders that Michael, Dwight, and Andy are using. Intern Eric on The Office.
In terms of being recognized, yeah, I think fans of The Office are probably the most hardcore fans in the world. I've worked on a number of other shows, but The Office is the one that keeps coming up, and it's always people like, I know you, you're from season 6, episode 1, which is just blows my mind, but it's fun to be a small part of that canon, and yeah, people remind me about the reams of sheets and Alan Thicke, so thanks for that.
Max, thank you so much for sending in these audio clips. You made my day. That's great. Well, Jenna, I read the shooting draft of this episode, and the interns actually had some different names. Oh. So Maury, who is Maury, was actually spelled M-O-R-I. Okay. And then in the episode that aired, you'll see it quoted as M-A-U-R-I-E. But it was actually spelled M-O-R-I in the shooting draft. Okay. And then Megan's name was actually Maria. Oh. And Eric was Eric. Oh. So all through the shooting draft, I was reading it and I kept being like, who is Maria? Well, the interns are going to spark some gossip. They are. And I have 2 background catches in this scene. We have Oscar, Meredith, and Kelly speculating about this relationship between Eric and Megan. If you go to 2 minutes, 34 seconds, I'm calling this the green scene. Oh, because Kelly has on a green sweater, Meredith has on a green cardigan, Megan has on a green blouse, and there is a turquoise green lunch bag on the table. Oh, green scene, green in the break room, And then at 2 minutes, 34 seconds, Megan and Eric are at a file cabinet by this back door, sort of on the other side of the partition by Kelly's desk clump. Yes, that file cabinet has never been used. Are they using it for the first time? Groundbreaking moment, everyone. Wow. First time file cabinet usage. So what happens here is that people are speculating if Eric and Megan are going to get married. And if they are hooking up. Right. Yeah. And Michael starts to feel very proud because he introduced them. Wait, can I just say I have my favorite line of this whole entire episode in this scene? I can't believe it's in this scene because I have a favorite line and it's later. Okay, go on. Well, Kelly is upset at the idea that they might get married before she would, right? Michael walks in, says, who's getting married? Pam says nobody. And here's my favorite line. Michael says, if somebody doesn't tell me, I'm going to start screaming. Oh, that is good. I was just like, who says that? And they know he will. Ultimately, Phyllis says, Michael, there's nothing really to know. It's just gossip. Well, of course, Michael is now going to tailspin that he's been left out. Yeah, other people know gossip he didn't know. But before we move on to that, I have some background catches in the break room as well. Okay. It's called, What is Everyone Eating? Phyllis is having a salad. She's eating something with a fork. I am definitely eating a salad with a side of grapes. Oscar's food is blocked, but I think it might be a sandwich. Meredith is eating yogurt. Stanley has a very substantial sandwich and chips and a Fuji water bottle with the label facing away from camera. You're obsessed. I'm obsessed. But the food I want you to concentrate on is John Krasinski's food. Did you screen grab? When I first saw it, it looked like a container of shredded chicken. What? But it's not. There's no fork. So I really zoomed in, and what it is it is a sandwich that he has picked out the middle of and left the crusts. It's like he ate it from the inside out. It is the weirdest thing.
Are we finding out right now that Jim is actually the person that eats like a squirrel and not Angela Martin?
I think so. But you know, for a scene like this, it would just say in the script, they're in the break room having lunch, and Phil Shea would have to go around to all of us and ask us what we wanted to eat in the scene. And for me, depending on how close it was to actual lunch, I would either pick a substantial meal or something small. So I'm eating a salad and some grapes. That is not a meal to me. So we must have shot this after lunch because I was like, you know what, I will have already eaten, just give me something light.
They were always very mindful that my character was a vegetarian. So I often would be eating fruit or salad or some kind of veggies or chips or something. I'm going to need a picture of that Jim sandwich. Thank you very much. You got to take a picture of it for me.
I'll show you. It's so odd. We're going to now have a Pam and Jim talking head, where basically what we're doing here is we are confirming that what you knew from the season finale episode, that Pam is pregnant. But they're also going to let you know they have not told anyone in the office.
Yeah, I loved it when Jim was like, you know, the yakety yaks in this office, they'll have a field day.
So this is true, but they're keeping it to themselves. That's what you need to know.
Michael's determined to get to the bottom of this gossip. He goes to Dwight, and Dwight knew all of it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to make Michael spiral even more. He has this great talking head, and Jenna, Steve could not get through this.
The one about the poop ball,
he couldn't get through it. And Steve rarely broke. Here's the blooper. It just makes me laugh hearing Steve, and you hear Paul Lieberstein laughing.
I hate being left out. Whether it's for a sport or like not being picked for a team or being picked for a team and then showing up and realizing that the team doesn't exist or that the sport doesn't exist. I should have known. Football.
That's so great.
They're like little kids.
I know. They couldn't get through the word poop ball.
I loved it every time Steve got tickled like
Me
that.
too.
Michael is now going to corner Maury in the kitchen. Maury is making coffee. He has to know about this rumor about Eric and Megan. So he's like, was it hard to be the third wheel on their group date? And Maury's like, no.
And Michael's like, you know, my mom said the third wheel is what makes it a tricycle.
My gosh.
Oh, Michael.
So basically what happens in the scene is that Maury is going to reveal that Stanley was also at this club with his wife, and that Maury tried to wave at Stanley, but Stanley didn't wave back. Well, this is new information. Michael is thrilled. He knows something. Stanley was at a club.
Yeah.
Big news.
Big news. Not just any club, but Tinks.
Yeah, Tinks.
Tinks Club. Michael would have had a talking head here that got cut. It was in the shooting draft where he says, I know Tinks. I go there every Friday night. Well, I wait in line there. You meet a lot of fun people online. I've never been inside, but I wouldn't
Online or inline? Sorry.
Online.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. You meet a lot of fun people online. I've never been inside, but I wouldn't want to. It's for people half my age. Part of me just wants to give up online dating altogether. I really hate when Friday night rolls around.
Wait, there's so much there.
He thinks online dating is you go and stand in a long line at a nightclub.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, isn't that so good?
That is so good.
Between Maury talking about Tinks and me reading about this deleted talking head where Michael talks about Tinks, I had to know, is Tinks a real place? And by the way, it is. It was a total hotspot, Jenna. But here's the thing. While I was researching that, I got so fascinated with the history of the building that Tinks was in. I have to share about it. I took a picture. I'll put it in stories. Look at this place, Jenna. Right there in the middle, that's where Tinks would have been.
This looks I feel like I'm looking at a picture of London.
I know, it looks old, right?
It looks Old English to me.
I found a great article on the Scranton Times Tribute's website written by Brian Fulton. Brian, I loved all your info. Here's some of it, okay? The location of Tinks is 519 Linden Street in Scranton. It was constructed in 1909.
It looks old.
I know. It was the Courthouse Square Garage, which sold Studebakers and EFM automobiles over the years. It would be a series of dealerships. It went on to be an electric appliance store, sporting goods stores. In the mid-20s, it became the Scranton Recreation. It offered a bowling alley, a billiard room on the 3rd floor. 30 years later, in the 50s, Renee Dress operated on the building's 2nd floor. Then the Linden Dress Corporation bought the whole building, expanding to the 3rd floor with retail and dining establishments on the ground floor. In 1988, it was going to have an open-air cafe, a new banquet hall that could seat 150, and the creation of a dinner theater.
Oh,
yes. The first dinner theater production to take place was called Nifty 50s, a musical review. Then they started offering live music on Tuesdays and Sundays. In 1994, they sold Tinks to John, Paul, and Angela Cooper, operators of Cooper Seafood House in Scranton.
Oh,
the venue remained a popular night spot in Scranton. It was a hub for live music for years. All these amazing bands would come through. And then in the fall of 2015, it became Levels on Linden, and they closed March of this year. But it started out as a car garage selling Studebakers.
I'll tell you that I got really stopped. You know when someone's telling you a story and you hear a part of that story and then your brain kind of goes in another place?
Nifty 50s.
When you said Nifty 50s musical review,
Nifty
You can only think
50s.
of Andy Bernard.
no, I could only think of you and I doing the Nifty 50s dinner theater musical review and what that might be. And I'm going to be honest with you, I went off on that for a while in my head. But I made it back to hear that the Cooper's people bought it.
And then it was a series of nightclubs, and it closed this year.
Okay.
So I guess it's available.
It's available!
Angela Jenna's musical theater review.
I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh. Nifty 50s.
Nifty 50s. I mean, has anything been more made for us?
Well, I just turned 50. I think we wait for you to turn 50 in a few years.
Yeah.
And then we go do the Nifty 50s.
Yes. That's all I've been thinking about since you said it.
I love the history of old buildings. I absolutely love it. I love to think about the different people that came in and out of that space.
Yeah.
And the memories that were made, whether you were buying your very first car and it was a Studebaker, or you were doing dinner theater,
or you were getting a dress made.
yes, or you were meeting your lady love for a rendezvous, Stanley.
Well, when Stanley leaves the office, Michael is so excited to share what he thinks he's learned, which is that Stanley is having a midlife crisis.
Yeah.
Because he was out at this club. But Dwight says, no, Stanley is way past the middle of his life. And Phyllis is like, Michael, what you're saying isn't true because Terry is out of town and Stanley hates crowds. He hates music.
He hates kids. You should check your facts. We got some Phyllis sass.
Well, Michael's going to march up to the interns.
He's fired up. Jenna, I want you to know, this scene started differently in the shooting draft.
Oh.
Michael is still going to march up, but the interns are gossiping as he arrives.
Oh.
Uh-huh. It says interior break room, Maury, Eric, and Maria, because that's what she was called in the shooting draft, are in an assembly line style, unstapling and collating and stapling. Michael barges in. Maury says, you see what Aaron's wearing today? Eric, I'm more of a Pam kind of guy. Maria, the warehouse guys were saying she's dated like everyone in the office.
Oh my gosh!
And then at this moment, Michael says, you
That's so
stupid
lucky.
son of a bitch, you set me up.
Well, this is when it finally occurs to Michael after much explanation that perhaps Stanley was there with someone other than his wife.
The amount of time it takes Michael to clue in on something,
Oh my gosh.
is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Well, now Michael really has some gossip, and he is so excited to share it. He does not at all understand the gravity of what he's sharing and the damage it could do to multiple lives. He's just giddy to have a little tidbit of info.
He runs over to the biggest office gossip, Kelly, and he says Stanley's having an affair. She's like, what? We had a fan catch from Sarah G in Ottawa. At around 6 minutes 30 seconds, when Michael tells Kelly about Stanley's affair, there's a whiteboard behind her desk that reads people's names and numbers. It says sales, quarterly sales, and HR performance. Sarah notes, one, Pam is not on there, even though she is a salesperson now, but Creed is. Sarah wants to know, why is that? Sarah, I do not think that this whiteboard has been changed in like 2 seasons. For sure. Because I remember seeing this whiteboard in season 3. Andy is at the top. And I don't think I've seen this change in years.
Well, to be fair, we were rarely over in that corner, so it might have gotten overlooked. Michael is determined to keep spreading this information. He is now trying to get Kevin to guess.
Yes, he's playing that word guessing game, Hangman.
Yeah.
Kevin's not getting it.
No, Kevin's not getting it.
Lady, this reminded me of Wheel of Fortune. Because Wheel of Fortune is based on this game. You guess a phrase. My family was obsessed with Wheel of Fortune. We had the home game, the Wheel of Fortune home game.
I remember that.
And my
Yeah,
mom,
travel
bless her
version
heart,
is big.
was a horrible guesser. Just horrible. Our favorite family example, you know when you have those things that happen in your family that go down as like your family lore?
Sure.
Okay. We were playing this game. My mom's trying to guess the phrase. And she screams out of nowhere, I've got it! I've got it! Gold-toothed tiger! Gold-toothed tiger! We're like, Mom, gold-toothed tiger? What is this famous phrase, gold-toothed tiger? I don't remember what it was. It was not gold-toothed tiger.
Of course not.
So anyway, now that's like my
catchphrase.
Yeah, my sister and I could be like, gold-toothed tiger, Mom. But my sister and I became obsessed, and we researched the most common letters in the English language.
Wait, isn't one that you're always supposed to guess like S or T?
T is one.
Okay, T.
I'll tell you, here are the 12 most commonly occurring letters in the English language, from most to least. E,
Okay.
T, A, O, I, N, S, H, R, D, L, U. So if you're ever on Wheel of Fortune and you're going to buy a vowel, buy an E.
Okay.
If you're going to guess a consonant, the first one you should guess is T, and the second one is N.
I didn't know that, but I feel like some of it just mushed into my brain because my grandmother faithfully watched Wheel of Fortune every single day. It was one of her favorite shows. She was so good. She could guess way before everyone else. We used to joke, Grandmother, you've got to go on Wheel of Fortune. She's like, oh no, I am not going to be on television. No. And she loved Pat Sajak and Vanna White. They could do no wrong.
Oh,
And she knew everything about them.
yes, same. My family was obsessed.
I love it.
Just to close this out, I can also tell you the most difficult words to guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This was according to a 2010 study conducted by John McLoone for Wolfram Research.
Ooh.
Why Wolfram Research decided to conduct this survey, I don't know.
I don't know, but I appreciate it.
But the 5 most difficult words to guess in a word guessing game are jazz, buzz, 2 Z's, Haj, fizz, and fuzz.
People are not good at guessing Z words.
I guess not. Yeah. I guess you can use that information if you want.
Yeah.
It will not help you to guess ETANSHRDLU.
I mean, if the caption is like hot fuzz, zhuzhing jazz, you're like,
Well, no one's going to be able to guess that.
No,
Make that your phrase. That's your gold tooth tiger
Stumper.
right there.
that's your stumper. Michael is going to try to intercept Stanley as he's on his way to meet with a client. He asks him if he knows a beautiful woman who can dance for a movie Michael is casting. It's going to pay $5 million. Some nudity required. Stanley leaves, and then Jim comes to the window, and he's like, Michael, you need to stop. You have to stop this. You have no proof that Stanley is having an affair. You might be ruining Stanley's life. Yeah. We had a fan question, Angela, from Alice R. in Italy, who said, at around 7 minutes, 10 seconds, when Michael is talking to Stanley and then Jim through the side window of his office, Aaron is sitting in the background the whole time. And then Allie W. from Canada said, is there a deleted scene that explains why Aaron is there? There isn't one on the DVDs, but I can tell you in the shooting draft at the end of this scene, Aaron had one line. What was it? As Michael considers and runs out, passing by Aaron, Aaron says, is that the end of the letter? Oh, so she was in there. Possibly he was dictating a letter to her to write to someone.
Oh, so good. Lady, I think we should take a break because the scene coming up when Michael runs out and gets in Stanley's car, I have a lot to say. It's so good. It's so good. We'll be right back. Michael runs into the parking lot. He stops Stanley from driving away by throwing himself in front of Stanley's car, and then he says, are you having an affair?
Cut to, now he's in the car.
Right. And believe it or not, Stanley admits he's having an affair with Cynthia, his nurse.
They had long walks on the treadmill together.
You know, Terry's been traveling so much, he's been lonely.
Michael is still not getting it.
But then Stanley is like, I'm actually on my way to break it off with Cynthia right now. And Michael's like, wait a second, you said you were going on a sales call. Do people do that all the time? Do they tell me they're going on sales calls and they go somewhere else?
Oh, Michael.
And then Michael is like, wow, it's true.
He finally gets it. And Stanley's like, listen, you cannot tell anyone about this, please. I'm counting on you.
So in the shooting of this scene, Angela, I counted 4 cameras. We usually only have 2 cameras, but I counted 4 different camera angles.
Give it to me, lady. Where'd you see them?
To cover this scene. So the first one is shooting from up above, out of the office, down onto the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the bulk of the scene, which is shooting either through the window on Stanley's side or the other side shooting through the window on Michael's side.
So that's 3.
But then for 1 second, right around 8 minutes, 27 seconds, there is this spy shot that is straight on. And it's sort of through some leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Randy told me that this was a trick. There's nothing there.
Fakey tree?
Fakey tree. Yes. They took a leafy branch and they put it on a grip stand, and then someone would shake it a little bit to make it seem like there was a breeze. And Matt composed his shot to include some of those leaves so that it would look like a spy shot.
Why in my brain do I hear someone like on a walkie-talkie going, shake it a little less?
Yeah, too much movement, too much shaking. Shake it up higher. Shake it lower. Now, I don't know if Randy was teasing me, but he told me the technical term for this is called a branchiolorus.
Come on.
He said it's often used in outdoor shooting.
Come on, is that true?
I don't know.
Randy, a branchiolorus.
Is he listening to our podcast? He's like,
laughing.
Got it. Branchiolorus.
That's so fun.
If I'm ever directing Randy and I call for a branchiolorus and people don't know what I'm talking about, I'm calling you.
Well, Michael is going to promise Stanley that he won't say anything, but we already know it's too late for that. So now he comes up with this crazy idea that what he has to do is diffuse that one piece of information by just throwing out all kinds of rumors.
Yeah.
He finds Kevin in the kitchen making cookies.
Yeah, he's making cookies in the toaster oven.
Mm-hmm. Michael says, have you heard about Angela dating an 81-year-old billionaire who owns a Quiznos?
Then he goes up to reception and he tells Aaron that Kelly is an anorexic. Did you notice at 10 minutes, 25 seconds that Aaron's little desk area has a Keystone College little banner? Yes. And a teddy bear with a red hoodie. I got real interested in her reception desk, Angela.
Oh, did you?
You and I obviously were thinking the same thing because when I saw that Keystone College banner, I was like, hold up. I want to know more about Erin. What will her desk reveal?
What did you find?
Well, Keystone College is a real private college in northwestern Pennsylvania. And not only does she have a stuffed dog with a little sweater, that little sweater says J-Rob. And then she has a pink ski boot mug that she has put her pens and pencils in. And that also says J-Rob.
What is J-Rob?
I Googled it, and it is a wrestling camp in Pennsylvania.
Get out.
I don't think this is correct. Why they would sell a ski boot? I looked at all their merch for this wrestling camp. I don't even think the logo is the same.
Did Aaron go to wrestling camp?
I am very stumped on this one. I don't know. But Aaron also has a candy dish with some individually wrapped lifesavers in it.
Phil-Shay, what is J-Rob?
What is J-Rob? And then I was like, is it J-R-B-B? Like J-R-B-B? Or is it J-R-O-B? I Googled both, but there is a wrestling camp in Pennsylvania called J-Rob.
Okay. Michael's going to continue his rumor mill. He's going to tell Kelly that Aaron isn't a very good worker and may not last long at Dunder Mifflin, and that Andy is gay.
He tells Meredith that Pam is pregnant. So he's really throwing a lot of stuff out there. Of course, we know, oh my gosh, Pam is pregnant.
Yeah. Well, now the rumors are just traveling all crazy throughout the office.
Yes, and now people are going to start hearing the rumors about themselves.
Yeah.
Andy hears this rumor that he might be gay.
From Kevin, and he's like, was this Broccoli Rob?
Yes.
Was it someone in high school?
This sends Andy on an existential crisis. And he's going to confront Oscar in the break room.
Oscar has such a great talking head. After that scene with Andy where he's like, what, it's my responsibility to comfort the insecure heterosexual men? That can't possibly fall on me. I'm paraphrasing it, but it's something like that. It's so good.
When Andy is describing this scenario where Brad Pitt is like coming on to him
at like a beach cabana.
Yes, and Brad Pitt is trying to kiss him, and Andy resists, but Brad Pitt keeps coming for him.
Yeah.
Oscar has this amazing line where he says, so if you resisted Brad Pitt a little bit, he would still need to get to you. Lady, the mention of Brad Pitt made me very randomly think about how I have had recurring dreams about Brad Pitt making me soup.
What?
He makes me soup.
What does this mean?
Recurring dream.
Like over your life?
Yes, like since college.
What?
And Brad Pitt would make me a warm, comforting bowl of soup. And it would make me happy, and he was my friend in my dreams.
Was he fully clothed?
Yes. It was just a wonderful gesture. So I looked up, dreams and meaning of dreams.
What does it mean if you have soup in your dream?
Well, what a celebrity in your dream is that the celebrity is you. It's like a version of you.
So you're Brad Pitt and you're making yourself soup?
I guess so, but more than that, here's what I determined it to be. Okay? Brad Pitt is from Missouri. He's from where I grew up. So I think
he was the big local celebrity when you were growing up.
He went to Mizzou, which was the college about an hour and a half away from my college. He didn't finish, but then he went off and he became a big star. I've never met him. I've never been able to geek out with him about our Missouri roots. But it was a big deal. Like when you're from Missouri and someone else from Missouri is super famous, like everybody knows it,
Oh man, I can never meet him now.
Why?
Because I know me.
You're going to say something.
And I know if I meet Brad Pitt, I won't be able to. It'll be like a Michael Scott moment. I'll say, my friend Jenna dreams that you make her soup. It'll just come tumbling out. I can never meet him. Well, how can I ever meet him now when I know that my best friend since college has dreamed that he makes her soup?
Here's what I think it is. I think he represents, like, whenever I felt homesick, I'll have a dream where, like, my hometown
is making me soup. Like, that's what I think it is. I think it's like a homesickness dream. I have never had a dream about Brad Pitt. Well, his soup is delicious. I just want to say, it's homemade. And it's very, very good. And it's always, the soup is different. I remember very distinctly, there was a vegetable and another time a cream of potato. I had a dream after I saw The Matrix that I could, that I was like a badass with Keanu. And I was like, I could do all that stuff. Like I could fly a helicopter. It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same. I don't know what that means. And I also have never had it again. I don't know. I haven't had this dream in a long time. Amazing. Amazing. Where were we? I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. Brad Pitt makes you soup. Okay, we are at the point where now rumors are really spreading. Oh, here we are. I know where we are, lady. Okay. We're in the conference room, and we're giving the interns their letters of completion. And they're going to get some school credit. And there's cake. Fan catch from Sophia M. from Louisiana. Dwight is handing the interns a piece of paper to give them school credit, but in job fair, Michael says they cannot offer credit. Can you explain this? Sophia, I cannot explain it. I don't know. Maybe once Michael put Dwight in charge of it, it actually got done. Perhaps. I love that Dwight gives them his business card. He says, you can call me day or night. And then one of the interns says, why would I call you at night? Eric does, yeah. And then he says, no, you can't call me at all. And Jim's like, well, good luck next time you're stuck between a moose and a bear. Between a moose and her cubs. Oh, and her cubs. Well, the rumors are coming out because people start commenting. For example, Aaron says to Kelly, I'm so happy you're eating again. Yeah. And then Andy congratulates Jim on little baby tuna. Little Toro. Jim pulls Pam aside and he's like, they know. I don't know how they know, but they know. This brings us to my favorite line of the show. What is it? Is it? I know what it is. When Creed says, someone is saying the rumor about Creed is that he has asthma. Yeah. And if that gets out, they're not going to let him scuba. And he has a talking head where he says, if he can't scuba, then what has all of this been about? What has he been working toward? I love it so much. I love the scuba talking head. I'm pretty sure I remember John breaking, though, when Creed said, they won't let me scuba. just Creed saying the word scuba. I would like to point out one thing in this scene. Many of you probably didn't catch it, unless you've ever had a really horrible time growing out your bangs. If you go to 15 minutes 07, you'll see my hair awkwardly trying to be a ponytail, but it can't really be a ponytail because I decided to get bangs, and it took forever to grow them out. Look at this sad ponytail. I mean, I have to say that looks like Pam's hair from seasons 1 through 3. The little swoop that we used to do with my half bangs is what that reminds me of. Oh, bangs. Well, Oscar wants everyone to know he is not the voice of the Taco Bell dog. Toby is not a virgin. The conference room is abuzz. Everyone is trading rumors about themselves. Jim is like, guys, has everybody heard a crazy rumor about themselves today? And Michael is like, you know what? Let's just forget all of them. Well, they start tracing it all back. And guess where every rumor came from? Michael, who runs to the elevator because he knows. But the entire gang stops him, confronts him. Dwight cannot believe that he told people that Shroot Farms uses store-bought manure when Dwight showed Michael where his manure comes from. Oh my gosh. Eventually, Michael is going to admit that he started the rumors. I actually love that Michael's like, hey, I'm a victim here too. I mean, people were saying I was a J. Crew model. Exactly. But Michael says he had to start all the rumors because one of the rumors is true. He's not going to say which one. He starts going around, and Jim and Pam realize pretty quickly what the real rumor is. Yeah, that Stanley's having an affair. But everyone's insisting that Michael say what the real rumor is, and he's about to reveal that. So Jim jumps in and says, the real thing is that Pam is pregnant. And right away, Angela's like, I knew it. I know. And then Kevin is like, I knew it because Pam's boobs were bigger. And Jim's like, okay, buddy, okay. We had a fan question from Renata P. from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
What are your thoughts about Jim's revelation to the whole office that the rumor about Pam being pregnant was actually true? I know he was trying to protect Stanley, and it never really bothered me before, but in rewatching the scene yesterday, I was like, hey, maybe he should have had a conversation with Pam before telling everyone. What do we think? I actually think Pam and Jim were on the same page in this moment because the way Pam's body language was and your dialogue, it's like the two of you both knew, oh no, he's about to destroy Stanley's life. Oh no, we've got to do something. I felt like I saw that internal dialogue between the two of you. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Angela, because that was our intention. The intention was that Jim and Pam were going to both come to this realization, and this is like they share a brain thing. They're a couple, and so it's couple brains. So I totally get where Renata's coming from. Our hope was that you would see Pam's permission in that moment, and her participation in the moment, and in how we're sort of giving each other eye contact was our intention. Of course, Michael though is like, no, that's not it, and you guys are like, will you stop it? Like, just like, So she has to go out and get her sonogram photo. One of my favorite things is when you go get your sonogram photo, is that Kelly says, are we just all going to wait here? That's just Mindy. That was just Mindy. Well, we had a fan question from Ella R. in England. Is Pam's sonogram real? And if not, how was it created? Good question. Our graphic artist, Ryan Cosgrove, he made this for us. He repurposed an existing sonogram from his friend's wife. Oh, so somewhere out there, there's a little baby who got some screen time. Yeah. Well, when Pam presents her sonogram, Michael says, that's the inside of her vagina. Yeah, it's a picture of the inside of her vagina. Very quickly, Jim and Pam talking head where they're like, now it's clear. It's clear why we didn't want to tell these people. Well, now Jim and Pam are going to be like in the principal's office. Michael is devastated that they did not tell him first, that they did not tell him sooner. They only just told their parents. In the shooting draft, the line read like this. Did you piss on a stick? And I guess on the day they changed it to pee. But when I read that in the shooting draft, it was so jarring. I'm like, why would he say, did you piss on a stick? Well, Michael has done something, guys. He has called Stanley's wife. This scene is so brilliant. When Aaron says, Terry Hudson's on the line, you guys, your faces are like, you called her? And Michael's like, I got this. I can do it. I'll tell her I'm redecorating my condo. And they're like, no, Michael, don't. You guys are like, don't. But he has this whole thing. It's going to have to play out over months where he's redecorating the condo. They're going to get quotes, but then they're going to get an argument about the cost of things. And eventually he's just going to have to call it all off. And he literally is like, I've got this. And Pam is like, Michael, please don't. Michael picks up the phone and says, hey, what up, Cynthia? I mean, just amazing. Jim starts to walk over and Michael is waving him off like, I got it. And then he goes, hold on a second, Cynthia. And then Jim just hangs up the phone. We had a fan question from Kelsey S. from Chandler, Arizona, who says, this is my absolute favorite episode of all time. This is my comfort episode. I watch it all of the time. And I need to know if the scene where Michael answers the call from Terry, was it all improvised or was it scripted? Everything from Steve's reaction to his hand movements on the phone is hilarious and I love it. This entire scene played out exactly as scripted. Minus the piss. That's the only thing that changed. 100% on the page. Guess what? Terry was already suspicious about this affair, and this, I guess, proves it. Stanley is going to vandalize Michael's car. Stanley takes a crowbar to Michael's car and destroys it. We had a couple of fan questions about this. One from Rohit R. in Norman, Oklahoma. How much did the scene of Stanley smashing Michael's car cost? And Monica F. from North Carolina said, it's so funny to me that Stanley had enough time to put on his sunglasses before smashing Michael's car. Well, guys, Leslie did this smashing. Randy said he had a very good time. I would too. He said that they had to establish him wearing the sunglasses earlier in the episode so that during this scene he would have eye protection in case anything flew up in his eyes. Randy said he smashed the heck out of that car. It was a oneer, just one take. It cost over $4,000 to repair. I don't doubt it. When he called up and started to mess with the convertible top, yeah, I was like, oh no, that's some cha-ching. Well, guys, that's basically the end of this episode. The interns have a little talking head at the end where we find out that Michael just called them Jet Li, Julia Stiles, and Alan Thicke. And that Eric never really learned how many pieces of paper were in a ream of paper. In the very end credits at 21 minutes 34 seconds, Randy Cordray pointed something out to us, and I want to share it to you. We see the name of our new unit production manager for season 6, Steve Burgess. Steve was a very old and dear friend of Randy, and I loved Steve Burgess so much. He went on to be our line producer in the last seasons. We adore him, and it was so fun to finally see his name. Randy said when he brought him on board that Steve's contributions behind the scenes were immeasurable. Yes, and we are still in touch with Steve today, so when we get to those episodes where he was the line producer, we're going to get to hear from him. Yay! Well, that's gossip. Do you think I'll end up in the gossip magazines because of my soup dreams with Brad Pitt? Would that be so weird? That would be such a full circle moment. I know. Who's going to write about it? I don't know. Maybe no one. No one cares about my soup. Your fake soup? My fake soup with Brad Pitt. Listen, if we ever hear from Brad Pitt about the fake soup, I will be so excited. If we ever hear... What? Oh my gosh! What if one day? What if one day? I'm sorry. I'm having a dream. I'm so sorry for anyone listening. I probably then scared you. What if one day we are doing Office Ladies and we get some soup delivered and it's from Brad Pitt? Come on. Could that happen? And you know what? Guess who's going to deliver it? Keanu. If Keanu Reeves delivered soup made by Brad Pitt. And then all of a sudden Idris Elba is gonna like bring some music into it and we're gonna just have like a soup eating party. What has just happened? I don't know. Well, save it for Nifty 50s. Musical review. And you guys, we hope you have a fantastic week. Once again, thank you to Randy Cordray, Max Carver, and all of you guys for sending in your questions and your comments. We hope you have a great week. We love you. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free for the special $97 exam. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, The Stones, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Deep Cuts, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Screen never sounded so good.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello. Hi, you guys. I just want to say I am so happy to be sitting across this recording booth table. Is it
It's a table.
Yeah. From my best friend this morning.
Thanks, lady.
Yeah.
I am super peppy this morning.
That's awesome. I'm really peppy and I got no sleep, which means I'm more loopy than peppy. So buckle in.
What is in store for us today? Would you like an update on my contrast showers before we begin today?
Yeah.
I've taken them to a new level. Okay. I don't shower anymore.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I mean, I shower for cleanliness,
Jenna.
obviously. My way of doing the contrast hydrotherapy shower is now I sit in the hot tub and it's super hot, and then I do a cold dip in our freezing cold swimming pool.
Why, Jenna?
It is so cold. I am on fire about it. I know what? This is unlocking something in me. I'm starting to read books about it.
Wait, does this mean Office Ladies is going to go somewhere like really icy and do a polar bear plunge? Are we going to Finland? Are we going to have a shot of like some kind of alcohol and then jump in an icy lake?
I don't know if I'm at icy lake yet. I mean, I'm at pretty cold. Would you do it though?
No.
Here's the thing. Lee is really into it. Lee wants to talk to Josh about it because Josh, is super healthy guy.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get Josh to start doing it. Lee and I think maybe 2022 we might get you to do it, Ange.
No way. I hate being
I
cold.
want it to be something that you do.
No.
I don't know why.
I don't want to do it.
All right, fine.
I would do it on a vacation. I am vacation adventurous. I am not day-to-day adventurous.
All right.
Take me, somewhere Nordic.
All right.
I'll jump in.
All right.
And holler after I've had a shot of something.
Okay.
Probably not the health routine you want.
Well, today we are going to talk about The Meeting, which is season 6, episode 2. It is written by one of our favorite people, Aaron Schur.
Love him.
And directed by one of our other favorite people, Randall Einhorn. Yeah. Here's a summary. Jim meets with David Wallace about a possible promotion. Dwight and Toby join forces to investigate whether Daryl submitted a fraudulent medical claim. And Pam works to lock down her RSVPs for her and Jim's wedding.
I found that storyline so relatable. Will you just RSVP people? Just RSVP!
When Meredith says, I'll just text you the day of the wedding. I mean, did you get texts on the day of your wedding? Because I did.
Yeah.
I was like, you may not be my friend anymore, person who texted me on my wedding morning to ask me about parking instructions.
I got a text the morning of my wedding about, would this outfit be appropriate? What's the attire again? Is it real fancy or could I wear something casual?
See, now listen, Ange, if you text me the morning of my wedding to ask me a question, that's fine.
But you know what? I wouldn't. That's the difference.
BFFs get a pass.
BFFs do get a pass, but they also know better.
Yeah. Text another wedding guest. You know someone who's going? Yeah. Text your most reliable friend who saved the invitation.
Text the friend you know in the wedding party.
Yeah. That's their job. Leave the bride and groom alone.
Okay, we could really go off on that.
I mean, listen, clearly it meant so much to us. We moved it up to the top of the show.
Yeah.
We didn't even wait to get to that scene.
I know.
All right, let's do some fast facts. Fast fact number 1. This episode is going to kick off a major story arc for Jim, in which he becomes the co-manager of the Scranton branch.
Now, this is also going to signal a wardrobe change for Jim. Did you notice? Wardrobe change. Jim wears a jacket instead of his usual shirt and tie. Not just any jacket, a suit. Yeah, this is going to continue while he is co-manager. I guess jacket means you take things seriously. Look at Pam. When she become a salesperson. They're the jacket couple now. We are. We're so cute. You know how Dwight wore his long sleeves for Charles Minor? Yeah. These are ways that our wardrobe department can really, signal storytelling. I think it's very cool, and I wanted to give them a shout out. Love it. Loved our wardrobe department. I love that fast fact. Thank you, Ange. Fast fact number 2. This episode is a very interesting pairing as part of its B story. This feels like one of those assignments that we've heard about, the taking of the 2 people, Dwight and Toby. When have we had a Dwight Toby huge storyline? I can't think of one. Thing. They were on a card and they got sent off to the writer's pod. Now, this B story was also ranked number 7 on Screen Rant's best B plots. Do you know what was number 1? No. Dwight's concussion. Oh, with Pam. Yeah. I did love that one. So incidentally, while Paul Lieberstein was starring in this very popular B story, he was also our sole showrunner for this season, season 6. In season 5, he shared that title with Jen Salata, but at this point, Jen was starting to develop some other projects, so she took a step back in season 6. She was the consulting producer. She worked 3 days a week. So Paul, our showrunner, was starring in this episode. I don't know. It just amazes me how he juggled it all. I mean, I feel like he was living there for a bit. Do you think he ever slept there? I feel like maybe at least once. We should ask him. We should ask. Now, fast fact number 3, Angela, I am handing over to you. What would you like to tell us? I would like to talk about the deleted scenes for this episode. I am titling this fast fact because I guess I titled my fast facts. Oh, I'm titling my fast fact. Stay with me. Long. Oh, long. Should I be titling my fast facts? No. I think we're all fine not to. You guys, this episode was a very long script. Oh. And a lot of our scripts came in very long, but I just thought this one really highlights how much didn't make it in that was written on the page, and I wanted to share that with you. Okay, it's a little insight, you guys, into the deleted scenes of an episode of The Office. So I was trading emails with Randy Cordray, and he said that there was so much material for our episodes that our editors' first cuts were usually about 45 minutes long. And we had to narrow that down to 21 minutes and 30 seconds to broadcast the show. So they would cut more than half. Exactly. That brings me to this script. Jenna, I looked. The shooting draft was 41 pages. Okay, so it's usually a page equals a minute. We've talked about that before. Right. So they were going to have to edit out more than half the script. I went to the shooting draft, and I read the shooting draft as I watched the episode that was broadcast, and there were 6 talking heads that never made it in, 8 full scenes that never made it, and then 5 scenes were actually extended and longer than what made it onto the screen. And I was trading emails with Randy, and he brought up a great note, which is the whole Dwight and Toby runner, as well as some of the Michael Andy runner, really had to be cut for this episode. And there are elements that didn't make it in that would have really kind of explained a little bit more what was happening. And I'm going to share some of those as we go. Wow. This episode was almost like 2 A stories to me. Yes, exactly. Exactly. But if you think about it, I mean, 6 talking heads, 8 whole scenes. 8 whole scenes. Wow. Right? Yeah. But you're going to give us the dish. I'm going to give you the dish. You're going to spill the tea. Is that what it is? Spill the tea? Do you spill the tea? I think you spill the tea and you serve the dish. And you give the scoop. What else? What's another one? I don't know. That's my fast fact. That just shows you what we had to do every week to trim it to network broadcast. I enjoyed this top of show. Should we go to a break? And when we come back, we will spill the tea and give the dish and tell the things. We'll tell all the things. All right.
Sometimes you'd be like, I just watered $5 and that thing go, and
Well,
it's just great.
folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles
Barbecue?
of coastline. That's
Oh
right.
my
Or if you
God.
like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks,
The food?
and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art
There's
museums,
live music, dog.
cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind
Yeah, the
online
food. Can we
trip
talk
builder
about the
that
food?
allows users to
Tex-Mex?
generate a custom, visually led
Other
trip
one?
matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests, and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas. Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours. That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
Giving us association with Worcester.
I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. All right, this episode starts with a cold open between Michael and Oscar. Michael has called Oscar into his office for advice on an upcoming medical procedure, and Oscar is concerned. He's like, Michael, are you okay? What's going on? Michael reveals it's a colonoscopy and wonders if, in Oscar's experience, there's anything he can do to make it more pleasurable for himself or the doctor. And Oscar, of course, walks out of Michael's office. Yes. Now, I always love scenes between Steve and Oscar. They are so good together. They're a good comedy duo. This scene made me cringe, yeah, but Oscar's performance is so good. Oh my God, Oscar's amazing. I caught an improv moment. Oh, yeah. So it's not in the script. I went to the shooting draft. There's this moment where Oscar says, "What's the procedure, if you don't mind me asking?" And he scooches his chair real close to Michael's desk. Oscar Nunez came up with that sort of physical improv in the moment to sort of, you know, try to bond with Michael, right? Well, what's happening, Michael? I thought that was just smart acting. Well, Steve and Oscar have a very similar improvisation style, and it's based on small details and slow timing.
like patience, pace, all of it. Yeah. Well, I have another background catch in this scene. Okay. I caught Meredith at front reception talking to Pam, and I couldn't help but wonder, is this a Kate Jenna fakey spreadsheet conversation moment? You know what, lady? What? She's talking to Aaron. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, and you know what? I saw Kate at reception, and the first thing I thought was, oh my God, are me and Kate doing our bit? And then I realized it's not me. I thought it was me too. Oh my gosh. It's Aaron. That just shows you, even though we know the show, we're rewatching it, we were there, I will always think of Pam as at front reception. It's true. You know, Pam spends half of the series as not a receptionist, and yet I still think of her as the receptionist, and people regard me as the receptionist when they meet me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I guess I did. I know. I did too. Well, as the episode starts, there is a deleted scene, you guys, that would have set up how truly overwhelmed Michael was. And I thought it was kind of important. I want to share it with you. In the shooting draft, it says we're inside Michael's office. Michael is looking slightly more haggard than usual. He sits in his office with Erin. She is just handing him Post-it notes. We see the perimeter of Michael's desktop monitor is completely covered with multicolored Post-it notes. And then Erin says, Bill Seidman from Buffalo, and hands Michael a Post-it note. He puts yet another one on his computer. Michael says, thank you. And then Erin hands him another Post-it note. And then Erin says, Angela's still waiting for you to approve the new billing rates from Buffalo. And in the script, it says, Michael lets out an exasperated yelp. He stares at all of the Post-it notes. Lady, I have to tell you, at 12 minutes, 1 second, there is a scene between David Wallace and Michael in his office. And in the foreground is half of Michael's computer monitor. And I was like, why are there all these sticky notes on Michael's computer monitor? I took a picture of it to show you. And here you have answered the question for me. Well, here it is. This is what it looks like in the deleted scenes. I took a picture as well. I'll put it in stories. Oh, that's the full monitor. You have full monitor. I have full monitor. And you guys, I took a picture of my own desktop computer. And also, is it very similar to Michael Scott's computer? I'm gonna put a side by side. Mine is not as bad as Michael's, but clearly Michael and I have the same way of keeping track of things. I have Post-its all around my computer, as you know, Jenna, so I couldn't help but crack up. But the scene goes on to sort of explain that Michael is really overwhelmed because of Buffalo closing. They've absorbed all the new clients. And it's part of the reason why David Wallace is there. Wow. Well, I feel like that scene would have been very helpful in terms of setup. Yeah. But instead, the episode opens with Michael walking out of his office with David Wallace. And it's just one line. One line. David is like, can I get the rundown of the Buffalo clients by Sunday night? Yeah, but you don't know that Michael is like being buried in a sea of Post-it notes from all these other new clients. Well, Michael says he will get that rundown done by Sunday night. And David Wallace is like, great. And he's like, well, I mean, I'm going to put it in the mail on Sunday, so you should get it by Wednesday. But I also thought, this can't be an email. You have to physically mail this rundown. Have you seen Michael's computer? Michael's computer is just basically a shelf for Post-it notes. True. It's not a working device. Unless you want to watch a YouTube video. That's all that happens. Well, now Wallace is going to take Jim into the conference room for a meeting to which Michael is not invited. I have a question for Jim. What? Jim, why would you take this meeting with David in Scranton? I thought the same thing. Why not say, David, can I meet you after work? Like, or can I come to New York? Yeah, can we have lunch and make up an excuse like clearly everyone else does at Dunder Mifflin? Make up an excuse at lunch that you're going to see a client. Of course Michael's going to spiral. Come on, Jim, you know better. I thought the same thing too. But it was clear that David came to Scranton because he had a lot of business to do. So he's consolidating, but I think Jim should have been more proactive. Well, I have a background catch for this little scene. Angela, give it to me. I love a background catch.
At 1 minute 58 seconds, there is a book on Michael's credenza, and it is very prominent. And it is titled, First, Break All the Rules, What the World's Greatest Managers Do Differently. Now, I assumed this was a prop book that Phil Shea created.
Is it a fakey book?
It is a really book. Come on! This is a real book, and here is the book's description. In this longtime management bestseller, Gallup presents the remarkable findings of its massive, in-depth study of great managers. Some were in leadership positions. Others were frontline supervisors. Some were in Fortune 500 companies. Others were key players in small entrepreneurial firms. They all excelled at turning each individual employee's talent into high performance. Now, according to a review, this study, this analysis, consisted of interviews with 80,000 managers.
80,000?
Yeah, in order to write this book, they talked to 80,000 managers that were, like, determined to be great managers. Wow. Here are 3 observations from the book, okay? There are many, but here's 3. Number 1, people don't quit their companies, they quit their bosses. Oh, true. All the jobs I've quit have been because I hated my boss.
I mean, I did quit a job just because I hated the job.
But your boss was great?
Yeah, I liked my boss.
Oh,
But I hated the job.
okay, sorry, it happens, guys. Well, number 2, one of the signs of a great manager is the ability to describe in detail the unique talent of each employee, what drives them, how they think, and how each one builds relationships. This also sounds like what it is to be a good partner. I mean, that reminded me of what it is to be a great director. Lee is a director, my husband, and he's often said, like, you have to have a different directing style with each actor because some actors like a lot of notes and some don't, and some need a lot of pep talk and others hate that. He's like, so like the first day on the job, your job is to figure out just like how to talk to each different
Like
person.
learning everyone's strengths and quirks.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, I thought this was very, very interesting. A great manager knows the difference between skills, knowledge, and weakness. Meaning, like, just because someone doesn't know how to do something, that's not a weakness. Maybe that's just a lack of skill or lack of knowledge. But if they have knowledge and they're not doing it right, well, then that would be a weakness. Yeah. So I have to say, I kind of thought that Michael Scott was good at number 2 and 3 on the list. Like, he really knows everybody really well in his company. He knows how to motivate them. I thought maybe he had read this book on his credenza.
He definitely has number 2 because
The way he introduces a person when someone new is in the office, it's very
he
specific.
knows everyone very intimately.
He does.
It doesn't take Michael long to start spiraling about Jim and David in the conference room. He says he's not worried, but he corners Pam pretty quickly.
He does. He escorts her the 3 steps to her desk, but she's not telling him anything. She clearly knows why Jim is meeting with David. This scene was so hard to get through, Angela. As soon as Steve would kneel down next to my desk, I would start laughing. Just the sincerity with which he would kneel. But then when he would say that my lies would pass through my breast milk and make my unborn baby a liar, it was like really hard. It was very, very funny.
I really liked it when he said, "Well, why'd you say good luck?" And you were like, "That's not like me."
I don't know.
I'm not sure why I would say that. I'm
that.
not very superstitious. I was like, "What is Pam doing? She's so bad at lying."
I would like to point out in this scene, I think I'm doing some really wonderful prop work. I am filling a binder.
Yeah, you're
with
very
some
busy.
sheets of paper. Yeah, that was my idea. I thought this would feel like more significant than just carrying some papers from the copier and sitting down. I was like, could you get me a binder? And I could be like making a binder.
Anything to not be answering his questions.
I liked my choice.
I like it too. Well, this is going to start the Dwight Toby runner.
aka, are they mom detectives? This whole storyline is 100% a case that mom detectives would take. 100%. Yeah, a fraudulent workers' compensation claim. Possible fraudulent. Possible fraudulent. Dwight is in the break room and he overhears Daryl telling Toby how he broke his ankle and he's got a doctor's note and, Toby's fine with it. And Dwight is like, no. Red flags, red flags. I'll tell you, the only thing I saw in this scene was a 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Is it a stuffed animal? A stuffed dog wearing a Toby shirt, wearing a maroon sweater. What the heck? It totally took me out of the scene for a minute. I was like, where did this stuffed animal come from? Why does it say Toby? What is happening? But wait, just wait. I have a picture that I took, lady, to show you. Even though you saw this dog too. Did you zoom in on it? Just look at it next to Paul. Just look at it. Look at Toby dog next to real Toby. Look at it. They are frowning the same. They're in the same color scheme. Look at it. Oh my God. Do you think this is like a writer's joke or a Phil Shea joke? I feel like someone saw this stuffed dog and they were like, oh my God, it's Toby. And they put a Toby shirt on it and then they put it on his desk. I mean, what is that? I need the story of that. We need to dig deeper. You have to post this picture. It's not in the script. It's not in the script. This Toby dog. It's all I could see. Well, I guess Dwight brings up enough suspicion that Toby's like, all right, maybe we should check this out, right? And he said, plus, he's always been a fan of these hard-boiled detective novels. Well, we got a fan question from Alice R. in Italy who says, around 4 minutes, 30 seconds, Toby has a sheet behind him that lists all of the HR representatives from all the Dunder Mifflin branches. So besides Toby and Holly, who are these other people? Are these made-up names? Alice also noted that Holly is wrongly associated with the Utica branch instead of the Nashua branch. She was really looking. I am impressed. I am too. Alice, here's the thing. I zoomed in on this and it was a little fuzzy. I found it very hard to read and I really looked at it. I don't know if this is my sign that I need to go get a new pair of glasses. Here's what I could read on the piece of paper. Number one, yes, Holly is listed as Utica. Good catch. Also, her name is listed as Hollis P. Flax. Jenny O'Keefe is one of the names on the list. Oh, Jenny! She was our second AD. That's right. I could not tell what branch she was associated with. It was too blurry for me. But Nick Carbone, Nick, our boom operator, was listed as the Buffalo branch HR representative. And Debbie Pierce from hair and makeup. Hair and makeup. Debbie did hair. Debbie was listed as the Nashua branch HR representative. And then when there were 3 more names, I could not make out their last names or their branches, but they were Shelley, Kim, and Chris. We had several people with those names, and I could not make out the last names. Okay. But good catch, Alice. That was really fun for me to see all those names on that sheet. And that's who they were. I love that. I love how set dressing would put the names of our crew all over the set. I know. Well, Jenna, I had to know what a hard-boiled detective was. Oh, okay. I mean, especially if we're going to be mom detectives, I feel like I need to know the genre. Yeah. So this is what it says on the internet. It's a literary genre that shares some of its characters and settings with crime fiction, especially detective fiction or noir fiction. And hard-boiled means to be devoid of sentimentality, tough, being a detective, or a story featuring a tough, unsentimental protagonist, a matter-of-fact attitudes toward violence, hard-headed, and practical. Oh, very un-Toby-like. Yeah. So to be a hard-boiled detective, this is like Toby's version of being a superhero. That's right. Wow. I know. Well, now Michael is going to interrupt Jim's meeting with David Wallace. He's just going to burst into the conference room while on the phone. I have his fake phone call conversations. Please. His first one, as he walks in, he says, well, if he doesn't like it, you can tell that SOB that he's fired. Sorry, I'm going into a meeting right now. I will. I love you too. Bye. Who's he talking to? And when he leaves, this is his other fakey phone call. Oh, this, call waiting. Yeah. Well, you tell the mayor he just lost 6 votes.
This tactic of bursting into the room, talking on the phone, reminded me a little bit of my strategy of walking up to famous people laughing. I have to say. I thought, maybe this is Michael's way into a meeting. Yeah, meeting people. So now Creed and Michael are sort of peering into the conference room together from some file cabinets. First of all, Creed just always makes me laugh. I love him. I love every time he is on screen. What I also love about the character Creed is that he is the last person you ever want to make you feel better about a situation. True. And so the fact that they partnered him next to Michael while Michael is worried about what's happening in the conference room, yeah, it's so perfect. During this, Steve is flipping through the yellow pages. Oh no, what'd you see? Do you remember the yellow pages? Of course, you used to get a big one in the mail. Yeah, does this happen anymore? I think the yellow pages are online now, but I think in some places they still print them. Yeah, you still get a hard copy, I think. Well, I don't get one. I feel like I got one a few years ago. I don't know. Do youngins know what the yellow pages are? Let your fingers do the walking? Do they know? I doubt it. You know what? We should show our kids a yellow page. Here, guys, for any of you out there who are young and are like, what are the yellow pages? So every year you would get a phone book. First of all, you would get white pages, and that would list everyone and name and address. Yeah, it was like an alphabetical list of everyone in your city. And I remember getting it as a kid and like looking us up and being like, there we are. Mm-hmm. Ours always had like a little star or circle by someone we knew. Like my mom would have gone through and like made little markings. Oh yeah, or you earmark it. Yeah. Well, the yellow pages was a directory of all of the businesses in your area, and they were listed alphabetically by the type of business. Right, like florist. Yes, if you needed an electrician, you looked in the electrician section. And different businesses might take out ads so that their listing was bigger or flashier, like a half page. Yeah, and that's why a lot of businesses would put the letter A somewhere in the name, like Awesome Plumbers. Yeah, because then they would be at the top of the list. Yes. And then there were also the blue pages, which is a government directory. I never got a blue pages. I never heard of the blue pages. Well, they could be at your library. You could look in the blue pages if you needed to contact a government agency, like the water department for your city. Yes. But when I saw the yellow pages, I got really nostalgic. And I was like, as a kid, I would flip through the yellow pages and look at the ads. Like, I would read the comics in the newspaper that we got every day at our house. And yeah, the funnies. The funnies. And like, I would read the back of the cereal box at breakfast because we didn't have smartphones or internet. Right. I would flip through the Sears catalog, circling stuff. Oh, how great was it to get a catalog? I love a catalog. I do still love a catalog. Anyway, well, there you go for you youngins. All the fun you missed out on. Anytime you want a breakdown of some old tech, just hit up these two middle-aged ladies. I'll tell ya. Oh, now we have Pam's storyline. Yes, she's on the hunt for the RSVPs. She starts with Kelly. Kelly wants to know if Ryan is going to the wedding. She doesn't want to RSVP unless Ryan is going, because it would be a waste of time. I mean, wait, that came out wrong. Right. I mean, what she's trying to say is that she would really like it if Ryan went, because then she would go and she'd really like to be there to support Jim. Everything she said to you was like, it's a frenemy moment. We had a fan question from Heather B. in Victoria, British Columbia. At 5 minutes, 48 seconds, when Pam goes to Kelly's desk, there is a sign that says Kelly's Nook. Oh, and there is. And, you know, before she had her little nameplate that said Kelly that she got in the Yankee swap. But this is a new sign. It says Kelly's Nook. I love a Nook. Heather B. wondered if this was an addition from the scene when she told Dwight to get out of her Nook.
Well, this scene is going to take us to a Pam talking head. And Pam and Jim have clearly done that thing, the destination wedding, you guys. If your friend has a destination wedding, it's because they're trying to rule out some people. I think that's true. Because you're allowed to have a smaller guest list if it's a destination wedding. That's right. You don't expect everyone to go with you to like a remote area or like a fancy vacation. I'm getting married on a boat. What? Well, it is revealed that Jim and Pam are getting married in Niagara Falls. Now, when we traded emails with Warren and Halstead about their episode Cafe Disco, Halstead reminded me that in an earlier version of the script, Pam and Jim were going to get married in Paris. Oh my gosh, I forgot that. Isn't that crazy? And they changed it to Niagara because they felt like Paris, number one, they thought it was a little bit too kind of on the nose, romantic, maybe too much of a stretch budget-wise, and they thought Niagara Falls was perfect. I agree. I think that Paris just seems a little too big and too far away for who Jim and Pam are. I agree. Now, also speaking of Niagara Falls, we are not that far from these wedding episodes. And Randy shared with us that they were already heavily prepping that episode. Like, heavily. It's a big episode. We'll get there, but it's a big one. At 6 minutes 32 seconds, we got a fan question from Emily B. in Alabama who said, behind Pam on the file cabinet by Kelly's desk, there is a Greater Scranton Chamber of Commerce business card from someone named Mary. I looked up the current board of directors, and apparently this person is no longer active, but I'm curious to know, why were they represented on the show? Emily B., Mary at the Chamber of Commerce was like a huge help to our show. Yes, she's an unsung hero. Carrie Bennett shared all about her with us. Yeah, if you remember in Carrie Bennett's interview, it was from a revisited episode. Carrie shared that she created a relationship with Mary, and Mary would help us get local treasures for the show. Props, signs, pizza boxes. That is a great interview, by the way. If you guys haven't listened to it, our interview with Carrie Bennett, who was the wardrobe designer for The Office for the first 4 seasons. And she really was like groundbreaking in what she brought to the show. And the relationship with Mary was one of those things. But we put that business card in a nice prominent spot. Yay. That was our way of putting Mary on the show. Yay, Mary! So now we get to one of my favorite scenes. It's Michael sitting on Andy's desk while he's trying to spy on Jim and David's meeting in the conference room. And he's just like throwing out random questions. Oh, lady, I have so much for this. Are you ready? Yes. I love the scene. I know you loved it. In the episode, it starts with these 2 lines. Andy says, "What can I do for you, Hoss?" Michael, staring into the conference room, says, "How are your cells doing?" But you know, the scene was so much bigger, and big chunks of it were edited out for time, and I feel like we need to hear the full scene. I cannot believe there was more to one of my favorite scenes, and I cannot wait. So much more. All right, so Andy and Michael have this exchange, and then, right after that, this would have happened.
How are my sales doing? They're good. Super solid. What do you mean?
Your retention, how's your retention been?
Client retention? You're asking me about client retention?
Yes.
Well, Angela, my sales numbers are not updated, so that's on you.
Stop haranguing me. Stop haranguing me. All right? So Angela's like, stop haranguing me. And then here's the part that made it in. Andy's like, busted. My numbers are down a little bit. It's because of the economy. You're not buying it. You're good. Okay, the truth is, I've been having trouble focusing lately. I'm in this weird, flirty, nebulous thing with this cousin of mine. It's a total mind effer, which leads to one of my favorite lines. Yes, Phyllis saying, again with the cousin. It's so amazing, the idea that Andy will not shut up about this weird cousin thing. But then he reads the email. Yes, he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Phyllis, you explain this email, okay? Hey, Andy, let's go visit Grandma and they get drunk together. Ha ha." I mean, that's amazing. Okay, so what aired, it would have stopped there. But the scene keeps going. And this next part I call Angela coming in hot. Oh, I'll tell you the problem. The problem is that I'm backlogged because Michael hasn't signed off on any of the billing rates for the Buffalo clients.
Shh, please, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay.
They're probably talking about what a terrible job you're doing. You know what? I bet they're worried about how you're managing this branch. I know. I emailed David about it.
Whoa! I know. And then this moment leads to Michael and Andy hatching a plan.
I need to find a way to get in here. I need to fix this bridge. First, I need to get into that room.
Check this out. I put together a cheese cart, hide you underneath, roll you in. All of a sudden, whammo, you can hear everything.
I'm a branch manager. I'm not hiding underneath a cheese cart. As a branch manager, I should garner respect. No, I gotta think something else. Think something with dignity, okay? Caviar cart.
Caviar cart. Something with dignity. I'll do the cart. I'll hide in a cart. Yeah, no problem. You can wheel me in, but make it classy, please. Oh, wow. Now, I have to say, I miss the stuff with Angela because I think that would get in Michael's head in such a way that it's his motivation for doing something so extreme as the cheese cart. Well, it heightens everything. It does. But at the same time, I like that they cut out the discussion of the cheese cart because that is such a funny reveal. Yes. After the commercial. Yeah. Well, I think we should take a break. And then when we come back, it'll be all cheese cart. Oh, yeah. And we're going to learn something new about Andy in the deleted scene. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future. Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced. And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now. Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks. Yes, it's our fave. Guess what I got? I got these Southern-style shrimp. It is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid. Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years. Oh my gosh. That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration. We are back, and you know what they say about a plan when it's just so crazy it might work? Yeah, Operation Cheese Cart. It's happening. You know why? It's just elegant. We have this talking head in the kitchen, and over Michael's shoulder, we can see Andy preparing a cheese cart. He's taking cheese out of some sandwiches. We had a fan catch from Gabby M. in Phoenix who said, when Andy is making the cheese plate, he takes 5 pieces of cheese off of someone's sandwich. Who puts 5 pieces of cheese on a sandwich? And I was like, good catch, Gabby. I have an answer for you. What? Remember those 8 deleted scenes? Yes. Here's one of them. It would have happened later in the episode. Interior kitchen, Kevin takes a bite out of his sandwich and looks confused. Kevin opens the sandwich and discovers the cheese is missing. Kevin says, hey, and sadly walks to the fridge, takes out the blue cheese dressing, and pours it onto his sandwich and starts to eat it. It was Kevin's sandwich! He likes a lot of cheese. Gabby, Kevin likes 5 pieces of cheese. That's who. Now we realize that Michael is going to hide in the bottom of this cheese cart. Andy wheels him into the conference room and gives a big old speech about cheese. I mean, it's a fantastic speech. We had a fan question from Christy R. in Greensboro, North Carolina. And I'm just going to say, Christy R., you are reading my mind. What is it, Christy? Andy's cheese tray explanation is one of my favorite scenes. Was any part of this improvised? Were there any alts? Him talking about how the cheddar style spread has reacted nicely with the air makes me laugh out loud every time. Christy, me too. Same. Can we hear it? We have to hear it.
I need to hear him say challenging and delicious.
Oui, oui, monsieur. From the Wisconsin region, a nice, firm cheddar. Also from the great state of Wisconsin, an aged Parmesan. Here you will find a cheddar-style spread, which has reacted nicely with the air to form a light rind, which I think you'll find both challenging and delicious. At that point, I would recommend you take a quick trip south of the border to the great state of Illinois, where you will find this fine blue cheese dressing. If I may be so bold, it's a lot of fun to let the goldfish take a little swim in the blue cheese. Bon appetit.
Okay. I checked the script, and the line, which has reacted nicely with the air to form a light rind that I think you'll find both challenging and delicious, was not in there. Also, the scripted version did not include the part about the goldfish going for a swim in the blue cheese. I do not know if Ed improvised these things, if they pitched him these lines on the fly, but I also think I can kind of almost hear Ed breaking at the beginning of this cheese speech because I just know his voice so well.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine there are bloopers. I have to imagine. I have not seen them. They are not on the blooper reel, but I don't know.
You know there were bloopers. Come on. Him and John in the same room together and him saying all that stuff, forget it.
Also, we had a fan catch from Cessia Z in London, Ontario, Canada. If you look closely at 8 minutes, 55 seconds, you can see Michael peeking out of the sheet from the cheese platter cart. And you can. It is amazing. It's as Andy is leaving. Michael just like peeks out the corner. Because I had thought to myself, did they make Steve really sit in that cheese cart for all of that? I think he was in there.
Because what if he did something and they wanted it on camera? You never know with Steve, right?
Well, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the time that I was on Busy Phillips' talk show, and it was my birthday, and Busy was giving me all these presents, one by one, from cast members of The Office.
What did I give you?
You gave me a t-shirt with a picture of bread on it. I believe Ellie sent me a jar of rosemary crackers.
Yes, she did.
We'll tell you all about that in the finale episode. You're going to have to wait for it. But there was this giant box on the stage, and that was the final gift. What was it? What was this box?
Can I point out it was on the stage for like 20 minutes?
A long time. Yeah, a very long time. And I was like going on and on about sourdough starter. All the while, this big box is sitting there. And after 20, 30 minutes of this taping, Steve Carell popped out of the box.
Yeah, Busy was like, there's one more gift. I know. And poor Steve had been sitting in a box for half an hour. But who knows how long he'd been there, because he probably had to crawl in it before you came out on stage.
Well, Busy did this whole crazy thing during the break where she was like, Jenna, come here. I want to take a picture with you inside of our photo booth. And I was like, okay. And then we went in there and she was like, oh, it's not working. It's not working. You stay in here. Stay in the photo booth while I she was like, guys, you got to fix the booth. And she would not let me out of this photo booth. It was so, I remember thinking like, this is odd. She really wants the photo booth picture. I mean, this is very Angela Kinsey of her. But I think that was when Steve was loading into the box.
Oh, yeah. They were trying to keep you tucked away so you wouldn't see.
But I was so surprised. And then I think the first thing I said was, how long have you been in there? But anyway, when he was hiding in the cheese cart, I was like, oh my God, that reminds me of when he hid in that box.
I must have watched that scene, Jenna, probably 5 times. I just loved it so much.
Same.
And I had this moment where I was like, has Ed been a waiter? Because that was so good.
Yeah. Has he served cheese?
Has he served cheese or some kind of food? But we did find some really great new information about Andy in a deleted scene. Jenna, it would have come earlier in the kitchen, but this is why Andy knows so much about cheese. You got to hear it.
And then, you don't put a soft cheese next to a hard cheese.
I was making a smiley face.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Did you also spend a summer in Toulouse apprenticing for a fromagier? What?
Yeah, I didn't think so. All right, you know a lot about about cheeses. I already started. I'll just say. All right. Oh, hey. What do you think I should say if I get caught? First of all, it's a foolproof plan. I know. If something were to happen, what should I say? Cart to cart. I got it. Golden bait. Do you have any grape poupon? Yes. I will use the grape poupon line. Now I sort of want to get caught.
Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, Andy was a fromagier apprentice. Yeah. Second of all, the Grey Poupon. Don't you wish that had happened? I kind of need it to happen. I totally remember those commercials. I did too, which sent me down a rabbit hole last night. You remember, guys? They were a long time ago, but there would be sort of a very elegant, refined gentleman in a Rolls Royce eating an elaborate sandwich with Grey Poupon in the back of his car. Yeah, like on a little mini tray. Yes. Like as if he was on an airplane in like an English countryside. And another Rolls Royce with another older distinguished gentleman would pull up and they would say this.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon?
But of course.
So, of course, that wasn't where I stopped, Jenna, with my Grey Poupon research. I would hope not. I had to go to the Grey Poupon website, and there's a lot of fascinating things about Grey Poupon. Did you know it was made with wine? No.
Yeah,
Yes. And not only that, did you know that Grey Poupon made a wine? Wait, what? Yes, they're a winemaker and a fancy mustard maker? They make fancy mustard, but they decided to feature a white wine. It was called La Moutarde, Vin, probably saying it wrong. And it was inspired by their Grey Poupon mustard. Here is how the wine is described, Jenna. Are you ready? Yes. Bright hints of spice, pronounced citrus, floral characteristics balanced by vibrant acidity, with the typical texture and roundness on the palate you'd expect from a Vognier. Probably saying that wrong. So guess what? What? I thought we both needed a bottle. What? What? And I tried to buy the Grey Poupon white wine, and it sold out. Oh my God, I am going to tell you right now that I have never in my life craved more a sandwich with Grey Poupon mustard and a glass of their mustard wine. I need it now. Well, I'm going to keep trying to buy it. You had me so excited, and now I am so sad. I'm going to keep trying to buy it because even as I read the description of the white wine inspired by Grey Poupon mustard, yes, it sounded like Andy describing the cheese cart. I mean, with a typical texture and roundness on the palate. Wow. And that wraps up the cheese cart. Deleted scene runner. I'd like to share with everyone, for you, Angela, that you love cheese. I love cheese. When we went out to dinner in New York, where we were celebrating our billboard in Times Square, 200 million downloads, so amazing. We went to dinner, and on the menu, one of the options is a cheese plate with fancy cheeses. Yes, several different kinds you can pick. And this is Angela reading the menu. I'm going to be Angela reading the menu. Well, I definitely want cheese. I don't know what else I want, but I'm going to need to get cheese. What do you want to start? Do you want some cheeses? I want some cheeses. I don't know. Then you were like, should we have cheeses after? I said, how about cheese as like a dessert course? Yeah. Because we were hungry and we wanted a bunch of food. Yeah. And I said, why don't we see how we feel at the end? And maybe we get cheese as dessert and wine. That's the way they do it in Europe, right? Right. And with cheese. Right. Well, we ate, and the restaurant was so kind to us. They brought us an extra appetizer on the house. They were Office Ladies fans. Yeah. And then we had big hearty pasta. We were too full for cheese. And I watched Angela get real sad when she realized that she would not be ordering cheese. This woman loves cheese. I love cheese. I love all kinds of cheese. I once bought a super stinky cheese that my family asked me to put in the garage because it had stunk up our fridge so bad. And when I would take it out to eat it, literally the kids were like, ugh. All right, guys, we got a little off topic, but who, us? No. But forgive us, it was cheese. If anything's gonna take us off topic, it's gonna be cheese. Cheese. And then when you find out a fancy mustard made a wine, come on. I mean, it was inevitable. At the end of this scene, though, David Wallace is going to leave the conference room, and Michael is going to wheel himself out of the office
with one foot. Steve really did that. It's amazing. And then Wallace is.
Man, I got drive to the 210 Angel, 210 East Side. You're jamming up right there at about Barrel to downtown. That will be tough for that first stretch out to about Citrus. Now, get a little pocket of going around the 57, but then a real tough stretch there from baseline on and off the day towards the 15. Now, we had some problems with the Pomona on the 60. 60 eastbound, approaching Phillips Branch Road, a little past Phillips. Looks like they've gone to the right shoulder, but that's caught normal point. Goes back into Roland Heights. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Oh, David Wallace is going to leave the conference room, and Michael is going to wheel himself out of the office
with one foot. Steve really did that. It's amazing. And then Wallace is going to say, can we have a chat in your office? That's going to pay off in a little bit. But first, Toby and Dwight are on a stakeout at Daryl's house. Yeah, and I have a question for my train aficionados out there. Yeah. Does this train lingo track? See what I did there? Does the train lingo? Hey! That's like dad level pun right there. Dad job. Dad pun. Yeah. Because I'll tell you why. Toby says it sounds like an EMD P40. Dwight says, nah, that's a GE. A P40 is much higher pitched. So I looked all that up. I couldn't find anything called an EMD P40. I did find a 6-axle passenger diesel electric locomotive built by General Motors Electromotive Division called an EMD SD P40. Okay, but we saw a picture of the train, and it was not a passenger train. That's right. And GE does make locomotives for freight trains. They're a leading manufacturer. So maybe Dwight was right. I don't know, guys. My train people. Is this accurate? I just love that Dwight is able to differentiate trains by the sound of the train horn, by the pitch. Yeah, that's kind of amazing. Train people, let us know. Is this accurate? Well, here's what's going to happen on their stakeout. Oh my gosh, they see Daryl, not on crutches, walking with a giant bag of dog food on his shoulder. Right. Same jersey, walking from behind, can't see his face. They're positive it's him. Guess what? That is not him. It's his sister. It is. But they've already shouted and revealed themselves to be like on the stakeout, and then they peel away and they run into some trash cans. Oh, no, they make total asses of themselves. Yeah, and they're completely busted. Well, location alert. We shot this scene on Emelita Street in Van Nuys, California. Phil Shea created that enormous dog food bag using a fictional label created by our graphics designer, Ryan Cosgrove. And it was our stunt coordinator, Sean Crowder, who was doubled for Dwight driving into the trash cans. They also had a stunt double for Toby in that scene. And I looked at it. It's amazing. Like, could you tell? No. I didn't catch it. I could not tell, but the stunt person who was playing Toby does this like really hardcore like jerk forward. And so later when Toby is like icing his forehead, like clearly that was like planned, that was tracked, but it's good. It was a good stunt. I think we should title this next scene, Too Cool for School in the Break Room. Yeah. Oh boy, Ryan. Pam is trying to find out if Ryan is coming to the wedding. He's like, yeah, I might stop by. And Pam's like, I might stop by. This is a wedding, Ryan. I know. There's no might stop by. Pam is like, it's $75 a plate, so I kind of need a solid answer. And Ryan's like, oh, I once drank a 77 glass of cognac. And, you know, yeah, I'll come to the wedding. Probably. I'll probably come. I have a fun fact. Okay. The most expensive bottle of cognac in the world is a bottle of Gautier cognac from 1962. It sold at auction for $144,525 in May of 2020. Whose cognac was it? Was it like Da Vinci's cognac? Who had that cognac? Why was it so special? But
what? Because there are only 3 bottles of this, quote, exceedingly rare spirit that still exists today, and all of them still have their original labels. So people, check your liquor cabinets, because if you have one of the other 2 bottles, you are swimming in $144,525.
If your grandfather has an old bottle of cognac wedged in the back that his grandfather gave him,
It might be your lottery ticket. Yeah. Well, David and Michael are going to have a scene now where David is basically like, Michael, can you handle all these new responsibilities? And also, what do you think about Jim in a leadership role? Yeah, and Michael thinks that, you know, Jim would be kind of replacing him or maybe leaving the branch. And so he, like, talks bad about Jim. He calls him the big bird of the office. He shows David Toby's report on Jim, which you know is going to be so petty because Toby's in love with Pam. Yeah, and this is clearly an old report because it says Jim spends a lot of time at reception, which we know Pam is no longer at. Well, there was a Jim talking head